It's a beautiful day here in Houston, Texas. The rain is cleared, the players are here, and the stage is set for a great day of matches. Welcome, everyone, to the ESPN Collegiate Esports Championship here at the George R. Brown Convention Center in Houston, Texas. It's going to be a great day. I'm Golden Boy, one of your hosts, alongside the incomparable Anna Prosser. Anna, how you feeling today?
Oh, incomparable. That's one of the best introductions I've ever gotten.
Yes, that's right. And it is a big word, and I've used up my brain for the day.
Well, it was a good place to use it. Thank you.
Now, well done. Also, good thing that we got the biggest brain here. We got Jake Lyon from the Houston Outlaws here to talk about some Overwatch. Jake, how you doing, buddy? Ah, look at that. You got some cheers in the crowd. Look at that.
Aw, they love
This guy
it.
plays for your home city, the Houston Outlaws Overwatch team. Look at this guy. And he's massively good looking, which makes me very uncomfortable. Jake, how you feeling?
You're too kind, Golden Boy. I'm just excited for some great Overwatch.
Yeah, I am as well.
Or just kind enough?
You know, I think it's hard to be too kind. That's what we say when we just mean we really love you, Golden Boy.
Thank you, brother. I really appreciate that. All right, well, it's going to be a fun day. I'm very excited. We started the day off yesterday with some Overwatch, but let's run through the brackets and what we're going to be seeing throughout the day because, as I had mentioned previously, Overwatch kicked things off, and as soon as we get a chance, we'll go ahead and bring up the brackets. But we have Overwatch. There you see. So we started with the quarterfinals yesterday. We had Maryville go up against Carleton to open the broadcast. Maryville looking so strong. Then we went over to Harrisburg versus NJIT. Well, the boys from New Jersey were not able to stand tall against Harrisburg. That sets up our first match for the day. Then we had Grand Canyon versus Orange Coast. That was a fun one. Went all the way to Game 5. And then it was Utah versus Rutgers, and Utah got the better of Rutgers with a 3-0 scoreline. That sets up our semifinals for the day. But moving on for the rest of the competitions that you're going to be seeing today, we had Hearthstone, Georgia Tech versus RIT. Georgia Tech busting out some very creative decks that allowed them to get that victory and move on to the championship. Then Minnesota versus Oregon. That went all the way to the end. Minnesota gets the better of Anna's team from Portland. Is very unfortunate.
You know,
long sigh.
But they put up such a good show.
It was
our
such
Oregon
a great
friends.
game.
Yes, they did. And
It was such a great game.
Great series.
Exactly. Now, and then we have more competitions. That was just what happened yesterday, but there were more tournaments that took place leading up to the ESPN Collegiate Esports Championship. Later today, we're going to have StarCraft 2 take the stage. It's going to be UC Berkeley versus UC San Diego, and then Waterloo going up against Chicago. There's going to be some very awesome games. We're also going to have a special guest joining us for that as well. Moving on, though, to the other games that we have, it's Heroes of the Storm, and it will be Rutgers versus Cal Poly Pomona. That is going to be our championship game, which will be taking place tomorrow. We actually will have one finals today, though, and that's going to be Hearthstone, which is going to be very fun to watch.
Yeah, I can't wait. We had Allie here on stage giving us the insight on Hearthstone yesterday, and we're also going to have Street Fighter as well.
Yes, that's right. Did not forget about Street Fighter because, I mean, how could you forget about some of the loudest players in the room. So Street Fighter is going to be a fun one, and they're playing a series of matches that will lead to the grand finals. UNLV and NJIT will be going up against each other in the winners final, and in the lower finals, you're going to have Lambden versus Sheridan. That will be taking place, and the loser of the UNLV NJIT match will face against the winner of the losers semifinal. So those are the matches that you are going to be seeing, and it's going to be very exciting. Today, though, we have a lot of games to get through. Anna, why don't you talk about the schedule?
Absolutely. I mean, we have front row seats here. We're all set, but you're probably at home wondering, when do I get to watch my favorite team? When do I get to watch my favorite game? Don't worry, we've got you. Let's check out the schedule right now.
Yeah, schedule of events.
We're going to be getting right into the day first, starting with Overwatch. Let's check out this schedule. We can't wait to have you guys see. We're streaming live. We're here in the George R. Brown Convention Center. There we are. We see that you will see Maryville versus Harrisburg first. That's going to start right off the bat at 10 a.m. today. So you guys can check that out starting first. Then that'll be followed directly by Orange Coast versus Utah starting at 11:45 a.m. That's all CT.
And we will have more matches as well. Hearthstone will be taking place, like I mentioned, our finals today.
That's going to be Georgia Tech versus Minnesota starting at 5:20 p.m. CT. Can't wait for that one.
And as previously mentioned before, StarCraft 2. Very excited for this one. I know this has a special place in your heart as well.
Oh, absolutely. StarCraft is kind of my spawning ground in terms of in terms of esports, so I'm very excited to watch that. UC Berkeley versus UC San Diego, 1:45 p.m. CT, and Chicago versus Waterloo starting at 3:20 p.m. CT.
And the fun doesn't stop there because the Heroes of the Storm final, and looking at my watch, I was right and I did not get it wrong. I'm so happy with myself. Rutgers and Cal Poly.
That's going to be on May 12th, however. Don't get it twisted. May 12th starting at 12:30 p.m. CT. I'm really excited for that one because that's kind of the continuation of Heroes of the Dorm, which is another esports tournament in college that we did last year and some years before. And so Heroes of the Storm has a special place in collegiate esports.
That's right. So those are going to be the matchups. And then we're going to have Street Fighter take over the stream. And you can catch that right after the conclusion of the games that happen here for the Blizzard titles. And we're going to have the Street Fighter matchups happen after that as well.
That's today starting at 8 p.m. CT with UNLV and NJIT. But actually before that at 7:30 p.m. CT, we've got Lambton and Sheridan.
There you have it. So those are going to be the matchups that you see today. But for right now, all eyes are focused on the Overwatch competition that is about to take place. We got Jake here to provide the insight because this is going to be a good one. Two very strong teams in Maryville and Harrisburg with very good programs behind them. This is looking like a finals caliber matchup, but we're going to get it in the semis.
You could easily imagine either of these teams, I think probably has the advantage going into the finals match. So I totally agree. This is really the match to watch of the whole tournament, perhaps. But I think this is going to be so exciting because both of these teams had that 3-0 scoreline in the quarterfinals. They're coming into the semis confident, knowing that they basically smashed their earlier opponents, but they also know that this opponent's going to be much tougher on both sides. I love seeing Joe Meister down there with his team, giving that pregame pep talk. Everyone seems hyped up from Harrisburg. Maryville, I think, is more on that cool and confident side. It's talking to those players. They practice against a lot of contenders teams. They have a lot of higher level experience. So I think this is really going to be a great matchup. We get to see who's more dominant at this established 3-3 metagame.
In terms of the narrative of collegiate esports, we're kind of at the early days, and this is where rivalries start to develop, stories start to develop, and this is one of our rivalry matches. This is something that has started way back at Hugh Fest a year ago, and Harrisburg and Maryville both have an intense desire to win, not only because they have this kind of friendly rivalry going, but also because their schools provide scholarships as part of their varsity esports programs. Yeah. So bringing home a victory to their school is a big deal, both for them in terms of scholarship and also in terms of continuing the program at their school.
I think what's interesting is that all these players up here, if I'm correct, are most of them are freshmen. So they're carrying that rivalry forward. And I think we're going to start, as you mentioned, Ann, I think we're going to start to see that develop more and more. A lot of these programs, they're going to keep running into each other. Some programs are investing a lot more into others, and you're starting to see the fruits of that labor, and it is really, really noticeable with both of these teams. These teams have contenders players and open division players, so players in that tier 2 and tier 3 scene, and I think that is such a healthy mix for this level of competition, Jake, because you're seeing these players get elevated, understanding what is meta, what is the compositions that we're going to be expecting to see, and it's been very fun to watch these teams kind of grow and evolve, especially yesterday. Some mistakes here and there, but I think that's okay because it just continues to show their positive development.
I certainly agree, especially going back to what you're saying about the programs. I love seeing, the hiring decision of someone like Joe Meister, who's had a successful competitive career in his own right, to be able to now come in and lead younger players as, they start their own career. So he can, maybe be a source of advice and help them as they deal with competing in a live environment.
Let's take a look at these rosters, Golden Boy. I think we can show you a little bit about these players that we're talking about here. Coming up with Maryville, of course, you can see Hypnot, Tony V, Rat, Guru, Mac, and Aether. Those are some names you might recognize from, like you said, being tier 2 and 3 Overwatch.
That's right. And then on Harrisburg, you got Insomniac, Swish, Retina, Hobbs, Soams, and Smoothie. All these players have had their moments in the sun. I had a moment to talk with Aether from Maryville. Very impressed with Aether. He seems super calm, very confident. This is going to be a throwdown, and I hope everyone in here is excited as we are because it's going to be a fun one, Anna.
I can't wait to start this game, and I think our casters are ready to take us into it, GB.
That's right. So to call the action, we had to call the best of the best. So welcome to the stage. You got ZP and Avast on the mic. Take it away, fellas.
Thank you, Golden Boy. And, we hyped it up a lot yesterday, but for good reason. We are about to watch two of the titans of the collegiate scene here in Overwatch take each other on. Harrisburg versus Maryville. And, really, these are two very well-supported organizations, and both looked very good yesterday.
They did. They looked not only great, but they looked dominant in their various matchups. When we move forward into the bracket, what's interesting for both of them and sort of not as normal for a lot of collegiate esports is that they're sticking to a lot of meta compositions. They're sticking to 3-3. They're remaining on 3-3, and we talked about the support for these programs, especially Joe Meister for Harrisburg, who is an ex-Overwatch League player, adding a lot of direction to the team that is filled with Tier 2, Tier 3 players, giving some confidence to some of the more just strictly collegiate.
These two teams were the teams that really resemble most of what you would expect from teams in higher level Overwatch contenders play Overwatch League. They're teams that have studied, hey, what is the current meta right now? How do you make it work? And it really came to show yesterday where these are teams also that, if we talk about the 3-3, they're also willing to flex onto other compositions when necessary, right? Where you look at a team like Harrisburg, they can run something like a triple DPS on first King's Row if necessary. They're not always locked in, but they are going to play what is the most suitable composition for the map when possible.
And really when we deal with it is that what's going to be quite interesting for both the teams is whoever wakes out of this particular semis, goes to the finals. On the other side of the bracket, when we have the OCC Utah matchup, it's very not meta. It's a very not meta matchup, and then they're going to be becoming a much more meta team with that 3-3, and it'll be, a weird interaction between the two because you have, the reason it's meta, there's a reason they have a lot of support for their program, they've gone this far. So when you come up against a little bit less supported programs and also programs that are running, overall just weirder compositions, cheese compositions, as we like to call it, makes for interesting matchups.
Well, the interesting thing about the lower bracket yesterday, or not the lower bracket, but the lower half of the bracket, I should say, is that when we were taking a look at it, is that even though they're running unconventional compositions, they're actually very well executed. But looks like we are in game already. Maryville versus Harrisburg, let's get it on.
And you see the fight for the right pillar has happened here. We're on Nepal. It is our control map for the series, our first control maps, and both teams just fighting for this right high ground.
Harrisburg right now moving forward. Retina eating quite a bit of poke damage. Maryville going in as well. Hypnot though, bursted on down. And it's Harrisburg that's going to be first to strike.
And with no Hypnot on the field for Maryville, that means Harrisburg, they can control the point, they can zone them out in Maryville. They need to leave. The beat is up for both Lucios, but Maryville still just waiting for that respawner with Hypnot.
So Harrisburg starting out strong here. Both Winstons about to have problem for next fight, but here on Sanctum, it's so important to get first control.
I mean, that's really a theme for all control maps in general, but especially Sanctum. Harrisburg, they have 4 ults up already. I imagine they're going to look for the initiation. Retna's in the back, and I'm using this Primal.
Not using the Primal very early here. Gets Hobbs off the ledge. 6v5 now for Maryville, moving on in. They forced the beat out of Harrisburg, and now you can see the grab in on the other side, keeping Retna up and over. And Harrisburg still fighting this back to a degree, maintaining control. So Maryville, despite the early pick, have not done it here yet.
No, look at the position for Maryville right now. Smoody is so low, they're on the point, they are down 1. And currently Harrisburg, they're just having to survive, try to fight off this damage, but positioning, so much better for Maryville. You see them winning the poke war.
And Harrisburg, even as they're in a losing fight here, they're getting heavy progress as they're falling in. They're going to stagger this out. They're not as worried about feeding ult charge. And okay, into the pit you go.
Into the pit you go. Maryville getting that flip there, and it was a much better fight for them as they moved back in comparatively to Harrisburg, where they had that early loss with Hobbs. He was gone off the map, loses a stain, and then they just had the much better position as they moved towards point. A lot better position to get damage off onto Harrisburg.
So Maryville, their first control on the board, 18%. In decent spot here for the next fight. Harrisburg just going to be rotating over to the right side.
Harrisburg trying to enter here. They don't have a lot of ults on the build board for them right now. The Swish is close to that grab. Needs to build it before Tony B can get that Transcendence.
The knockout casually move forward, primaling early into the fight. Still eats a lot of damage, 603, but sets up the bomb, the displacement. Let's Grow hit the self-destruct.
And you see that as the Sins also. Bye-bye Soames off the map. The fight is already over, but a nice little style point there. And now the grab is going to be up for Swish. They weren't able to have it up because of that bomb setup for Guru. Guru just throws, yeah, it was Guru. Throws over the top. Is set up there for Hypnot. Just using that displacement for the Primal to set up that bomb.
So Maryville able to completely even up here. A little bit extra. Puts more pressure on Harrisburg for the next fight.
Harrisburg needs to re-enter here. Now Swish does have the grab, but Tony B has that Transcendence. Mac has the beat. The double support ults are alive. And Harrisburg, they don't want to give him the space. They want to hold on the doors.
You can see Retina just move on in.
Wait.
Oh no! Okay, gets back up. That was way too close for comfort. Bleak cooldown back up in the nick of time. Graviton in on the other side, though. Harrisburg on the entry. They devour the grab. They move on in. Rat already out of the fight. Maryville starting to lose progress here. Spoody even getting D-Max still winnable here for Harrisburg. They drop the beat. They move forward. Probably going to be used by Hypnot, looking for disruption. Get Harrisburg a little bit off their game. And Maryville, for now, how long can they hold? Harrisburg looking way healthier as they move in.
I mean, Harrisburg, they have control of the point, though Hobbs is off the map again. That time it's going to be Mac. He's doing the classic Lucio, surfing around, gets the armor pack as well. A lot of sustain for Mac.
Mac being the hero for Maryville.
They can't get him.
Off into the pit. And that's going to do it here for Maryville. Even with Tony B falling to the self-destruct, Maryville's in a very good spot. Harrisburg, they're going to come back in, burn Transcendence. Maryville just needs to use Rally, avoid anyone getting knocked off here by right now. Frontline got someone off, that would be a game changer, but Maryville, they're able to sustain. They use the beat, and they're going to roll right back into Harrisburg.
That was this should be it. It's now just clean up. There are no ults for Harrisburg. Maryville, and specifically Mac there, getting 2 key boops and making sure to be enabled by Aether, who gives him the armor pack.
Soames, you see, taking down Hypnot towards the very end. It's just
look
too
at
much
Mac
damage
go.
on Harrisburg. And Mac has been fantastic here today.
So important there to get those boops on Sanctum. It's a classic Lucio strategy to get that value. Gets the beat there at times. So that's first round for Maryville here on Nepal. Still one more round to go, though, because remember, Koth has 2.
Worth noting that Harrisburg still came out pretty strong there for first fight. Maryville, though, I mean, not only able to bring that back, we alluded to it mid-cast, but bringing it back on Sanctum, easier said than done at times. It's definitely not an attack-friendly control round, even by control standards where, you know, as noted, control, it's rough when you lose first fight, but especially on Sanctum where it can go quite poorly. But Maryville, they kept their cool. They waited to get their ult economy a decent spot and then just pushed right back in.
I always love strategies that utilize giving value to other and giving resources to heroes to make plays that you don't normally see. Like Mac, that instance on the point where he's going for the boops, gets Hobbs off, is going to go for another one, wants to sustain on the point to get the beat, and Aether gives him the armor pack. They give the resources to Mac to stay and contest the point and continue to be a nuisance.
Yeah, and I mean, for Nepal, that's also one of the stages, right, where even though Nepal as a map overall is not really known for crazy environmental plays, Sanctum is the exception, where if you're a good Lucio, or if you want to run in Orisa, where you don't really see as often nowadays, but used to be more meta in the past, you can use the environment to your advantage, and it also just makes rotations harder for the other team, where you always have to be ever aware of how the pick can be used against you.
It's the quintessential Reddit Lucio map, one of the few. It's where you can get those sweet karma points.
There's a long line of Reddit Lucios, and you know, I don't know what era we're in now quite exactly, but you know, the key defining factor of them all is flashy boops via the environment.
That is definitely the defining factors. We're ready for both teams to get into this next round. I'm assuming there's a little pause there happening, maybe, you know, changing some settings, getting some stuff set up there as we get ready for the next round, the next stage of Nepal.
And this happens, right, where you've set up your PC here mid-tournament, and then you get into the first round and go, wait, something's not right. Hey, let's give us a pause, have a little bit of time as I retweak my settings, and, you know, totally expected here, especially in the very first round of the very first match.
And something to note when we walk away from that first round in Nepal is that obviously we talked about yesterday how you don't want to over-extrapolate data. You never want to be like, okay, this team's clearly in control, especially on control, where it's generally your first game type, because it can run away. The snowball could happen very fast. It was relatively even. And for Sanctum, which is once you get that first flip, it's hard to re-enter. Maryville did a great job. Maryville were able to re-enter the point there. And you see there that there was still Harrisburg Maryville being very even overall. It's really just the dynamics of just Mac made some hero plays, got Hobbs off the map. You know, there was also the grabby that happened, and Maryville just had hero plays there.
I do think there is a hidden confidence factor, though, in taking the first control map because, you know, talking to either of these two teams, right? Maryville would tell you straight up, hey, we are very much worried about Harrisburg. We see them as our biggest rival going into this tournament, and Harrisburg much the same, right? So if you can walk away from map 1 with the victory, then you go, okay, these guys are beatable one way or another. So, you know, both teams going into this, they were prepared for this showdown specifically.
This is the one where everyone said, well, we interviewed all the teams the week before this event, and even ongoing, where we've been speaking to them since. It's like, it's Maryville Harrisburg. That's the narrative we've been given, is everyone, these are the juggernauts to beat currently. They've had such support for their programs. They've been getting talent in from outside just collegiate, you know, infusing their programs with tier 2 and tier 3 players, that it gives leadership to just the purely collegiate players. It brings that level of overall competition very much up.
And don't forget, too, what's at stake here. Where these are teams that don't drop maps. Where, of course, going in here, one team is guaranteed to drop a map. And very likely, I think both teams will get bloodied a little bit here. I don't think Maryville is going to have an easy 3-0 here. I think that even if they end up beating Harrisburg, at a minimum, I definitely think Harrisburg will at least get a map.
Harrisburg is a squad that looks like they have the playmaking ability necessary. The real question is that Maryville overall has what some would say a little bit more stacked of a roster. So for Harrisburg to come forward, they're going to have to rely not just on their individual talent, but much more their cohesiveness as a unit.
When you think about how Maryville does its recruiting, right, where they specifically went out their way to go, who can we bring on in? But guys, as we're waiting here for some of the issues to get fixed, we have some side content to show you about just how these players got here.
Just outside the city of St. Louis, there's one university that's been at the forefront of collegiate esports expansion and helped push professionalism, dominance, and growth throughout the ranks of the collegiate scene. Maryville University is known as one of the biggest, best, and most accomplished esports programs in the entire country. Now in their first year amongst the collegiate Overwatch ranks, they've once again established why they're considered to be one of the top contenders in the games they play. Between university support, great leadership, and extensive recruiting, Maryville has put together a juggernaut roster that could completely dominate the CEC this May.
Our Maryville has an edge over a lot of the other schools simply because they have someone that also works in the professional space. When I recruit for E United, I recruit similarly to the way I recruit for Maryville. I don't ever buy players. I don't ever buy talent from other organizations. I always kind of pick up rookie players or players that haven't had their shot yet, and I develop them. That fits really, really well in the collegiate because collegiate is purely developmental players, and I have a ton of experience working with developmental players. So these players that I pick up are kids that are extremely talented that have decided they don't want to go pro and they want to pursue a degree.
Maryville has thrown together an experienced team of Overwatch players that covers a wide range of ages and life experience. Some have even competed at higher levels of competitive Overwatch, like the Overwatch Contenders. Many of these players are not only competing in the game they love so much, but also using this experience to play collegiate esports to get a degree that can help them continue their careers in esports after college. Many of these players' parents never supported the concept of playing games for a living until they saw that their children were getting an education to do so.
My mom always saw video games as a horrible thing. She was always saying, get off that computer, get off that damn computer, focus on schoolwork. And that quickly changed when she saw money coming in. And now I'll look at her Facebook and all I see is posts of her saying, of just encouraging me, and it's so nice.
So before I kind of got this offer, he wasn't too stoked about me, trying to go pro in video games or playing them a lot or getting very competitive with them. And then as soon as he kind of saw this offer and saw that it was real, and he kind of turned 180 and was like, hey, I really support this. I want to support you. What can I do? How can I help?
The director of esports for Maryville knew how big of an opportunity a fully developed esports program could be. With the backing and support of the university and his background in esports, he knew a program at Maryville could reach the top quickly. With experience in recruiting and developing players with E United, the professional North American esports organization, Clerke's knowledge and passion immediately made an impression on the school's faculty, most notably with the president of the university, Mark Lombardi.
Well, the inspiration came from Dan. He came into my office with a faculty member and started talking about esports. I understood every third word, but every third word that I understood, I was like, this sounds like it really could be something. And then Dan really convinced me that this was something that we could get in the ground floor on and do it right. It is a club sport, but you have to make the investment in it. Technology, the game, the equipment and the games itself, the scholarships, etc. That you need to make that investment if you're going to make it, do it right.
So I've worked with, if you were to combine collegiate and pro, probably about 375 to 400 different players in my career. I would say that probably the most common trait that I've seen in the most successful players that I've had is desperation.
Maryville University has done everything it can to support the esports program in its effort to become one of, if not the most dominating program in the entire nation. Maryville has shown the love and support to their program that many who operate in the collegiate esports scene believe every school should show. The better the facilities, the better the equipment, the better the support given by the school and those around the program means less uncertainty for the players themselves and a better ability to focus on winning.
We're like a hockey team. If our team needs us to bleed, we bleed. And I think that all of the staff on campus kind of follows that sentiment. So we will bend over backwards to make sure the students have every resource possible to kind of be successful here, not only here, but after they're here.
And we wanted it to be done the right way. invested in, supported, funded, but we also wanted it to be a real additive to the community and not simply something sitting out on the outside. And so in that way, you got to do it right. You got to recruit players that want to get an education, that want to be part of the community. You got to invest in what you need to invest in to give them the best competitive edge that they can, and then it's up to them to perform.
If we don't win, or if we don't win dominantly, it's a failure. Like, this team is supposed to win. They know that they're supposed to win. They have more talent than every team in collegiate. They work harder than every team in collegiate. So it really just comes down to showing up and performing on that stage.
With all the support given to the Maryville University Esports program, there comes a certain amount of pressure. The pressure not just to win, but be a dominating force as a program, and most especially as a highly recruited and overly talented Overwatch team, is as high as ever for Maryville. But even though the pressure is on, they know just how good they really are. Going into the CEC, they have their sights set on an even more lofty goal than just winning a championship. They want to dominate.
Our goal going into Houston, the first goal is to win, of course, that's the basic one, but for me, kind of a pride thing is I want to be the first team to go completely undefeated, never dropping a map. That is my go-to goal, and I think it's definitely feasible. This team we have is quite experienced, practiced, and are definitely, in my opinion, just vastly better than the competition. And I have no fears going into Houston that we will win the championship.
The college level right now, it's pretty easy, right? It's almost like playing a pickup game. A lot of these players, they don't want to be pro. They just want to have fun and compete with their friends and at a college level. But Maryville's changing that. We're bringing contenders level players and putting them on scholarships, and we want to compete. That's all people in Overwatch want to do, is compete.
Domination is easy to talk about, but to actually do it at the highest competitive level, like the CEC, is a completely different story altogether. Maryville isn't expected to just be successful. The expectation for them to be on the same level as some of the most dominating college sports program in the country is the bar they have to clear.
Well, first thing is I got not 10 fingers here. I need at least 10 rings, because I'm not going to be, I want to do a Bill Russell, but when I retire, I'm holding more rings than I got fingers. You know, we want to be the Alabama, Clemson, Duke, you know, roll them all up. We want to be known as the pioneer of collegiate e-gaming, and we want to set a record that won't be matched.
Knowing they have the best chance at taking the CEC crown means they know the exact path they need to take to assert their dominance in Houston in May. With a roster as talented as Maryville has, they know that they have little to no room for error. They need to find a way to take home the trophy and show why everyone on the collegiate esports scene should fear them.
In esports, you go from your mother's bedroom to playing in front of thousands of people instantly. So that's a lot of nerves go into like that first game. So if we get in and we play Carleton first round and we sweep them, we're going to sweep the whole tournament.
I'm definitely gifted with the players I got here. It's definitely something new for collegiate, especially. There's been players that have gone from collegiate to pro before, but I think this is the first roster where we had so many on one spot.
It was to be expected. I mean, we were a recruited team, so it was going to be a disappointment if we didn't make it.
The bright lights of the CEC will shine the brightest on Maryville University in May, and every amount of preparation they've made has led to this point. It now remains to be seen whether or not they can succeed. Will they live up to the hype and talent, or will they crack under the pressure of the big stage?
With ESPN coming and hosting this tournament, I think it adds another level of pressure. It's something a lot of these players have never experienced in their lives before, especially if it's nationally televised. That's definitely gonna, they're gonna have to take a deep breath when they walk onto that stage and be ready for what they're gonna get.
This in Houston is massive for them. It's their first time for the parents to be able to see what their children just had achieved in years. Like, this is the moment for them.
Well, there you have it. That was Maryville University. And, now you get a better reasoning as to why they are so hyped up. It's a program that very much is supporting their players and really trying to be trailblazers in the scene.
It's groundbreaking in terms of collegiate esports, where they've talked about it before, sort of the differences in culture. When you think of collegiate sports in general in America, it's not professional per se, but the level of investment it's insane. You do have those players going from that system of collegiate to pro. They're hoping to innovate themselves with esports as well.
Well, we are back in game, and of course, this is the second round here in Nepal. First round went the way of Maryville, and now we'll see if Harrisburg is going to be able to bounce back as we move on into the Shrine stage here on Nepal.
And Shrine is a stage where it's sort of unlike Sanctum, where you can actually be a little bit more flexible generally. You're more likely going to see other comps like Triple DPS, Sombra. Though 3-3 is obviously, it's a meta that's very prevalent, but Sanctum sort of forces that 3-3.
Once we get compositions here, Harrisburg going to be going off and running a much more DPS-centric comp. It's going to be 3 DPS versus the 3-2-1 of Maryville.
You see Maryville, actually, they were going to run that Sombra, the Sombra Goats as it's called, but they're backing up. They're actually going directly back to spawn, making a full swap.
Would not be surprised to see a Moira come out here from Maryville. No, instead, they're going to be going for the Ana.
We've seen Tony B play Ana before. We've seen a lot of these collegiate teams actually prioritize Ana over Moira against the triple DPS comp, while Moira and Overwatch League will see more Moira. But the Ana is still very good against the Pharah. It gives the value with the Nano as well.
Now, note here from Maryville, even as they're coming on over, they still had one person contested point. It was Aether there. Rat already down. Harrisburg, the triple DPS, just sniping down Maryville as they try and get back towards that point. And the problem is, when you're running this tankier setup, you lose even one, it's really hard to stay in as the far pressure, just too much.
It is. The Pharah pressure, there's all the pressure in general from that approach. We've talked about it before as the probability monster, the rotation against triple DPS. There's so much poke from Harrisburg. So Harrisburg have won the first fight. They're building up towards that EMP, building up towards their DPS ults. As Maryville, they make the swap here again, just getting Hypnon onto the Winston, a little bit more effective of engaging here. As Rat actually, going back onto the Zarya, Guru, and the D.Va, which is the right swaps. I think these are the right swaps here. Getting the D.Va, getting the Winston, much better. You don't necessarily need the Zarya against that triple DPS.
The D.Va certainly helps out quite a bit against the far pressure, where Hobbs right now, this is one of the stronger far spots being in the entire game. But now Maryville, they've gone through multiple hurdles. Guru's going to get right up to space. He's taken down! Hobbs was without healing for quite a while there, and now Maryville off the early pick. They can move it over to that point. Retna's going to fall. The EMP comes out late from Harrisburg, but with only 4 people left to fall through, I don't think that's going to be the ticket.
No, Tony B does go down, but he gave the Nano to Mac. Soames actually is going to commit. We're going to see right here the Transcendence is out. Aether, an EMP of his own as Hobbs is coming back, but the EMP still up for Aether. The point is flipped.
And Maryville had a good entry. Hobbs back to the fight, use the barrage immediately, but I don't think it's going to result in a whole lot.
I mean, gets bashed out of barrage.
I think Harrisburg might actually swap to a Sombra Goats of their own here and get off the 3 DPS.
I think that is probably the right play, but you see how far Swish is up, that Harrisburg are probably looking like they're just going to stay in the fight and commit. They have the Valk too, so looking for just commit here.
Well, I think the goal here for Harrisburg is that, hope you can really pick up the DPS, but if not, you have the EMP heading up soon. But instead, they're going to get EMP at the other side. Aether drops the EMP directly to Harrisburg. They use it to take down Swish, and without Swish being there, Harrisburg, they simply have to wait.
So you see Guru a little deep, was chasing for that frag onto Retna, gets DMAC, has to drop the bomb. The Valk is over for Insomniac. Harrisburg, they have no ults, so they're waiting for Swish to come back in. See Aether pressuring in main. Harrisburg, they're staying on this comp, and they're going to commit with the EMP.
I know for Maryville, they've been able to even up here. It's going to be 48% to 48%. This EMP coming up from Swish, very, very important for setting the tone. And Swish, knowing that also...
He's looking for Mac. He's looking for Mac, but Mac's dead.
Yeah, Mac's dead on the other side, but that's okay for Harrisburg. 5-on-5, good drop the EMP. They're down as Zen, but still winnable. But not when that happens. They lose Smoody. Maryville, they just dive in after the EMP. They're able to get an early pickoff. And the DPS up from Harrisburg just losing too many people to be effective.
Maryville made the right play there. Even with Mac going down, they engage with the rally. They drop the Nano there as well. 2 ults that can be used as defensively. And Harrisburg now forced to swap, but they're in the ult hole. They have no ult economy.
And the other problem is, too, is that it's a little bit too late. We were advocating them to swap to a 3-3 a little bit earlier. They've waited this long, and now they only have 1 fight. And, the issue with 3-3, you need ults.
And Aether's already 76% to another EMP, so the win condition is going to be up for Maryville on top of their general ult advantage. It's a tough fight for Harrisburg here. They're going to have to look to get a pick, run over this front line for Maryville.
Early stun going to be coming on into the Hypnot. Maryville working with an incredible advantage. All they have to do is wait for EMP, but Hypnot says, I have Primal. I'm going to go in. I'm going to start poking a little bit earlier here. And now Maryville, they're going to use the Primal. Aether getting real close to EMP. Harrisburg, they have to stay on the point at all moments here. And Smoody Gonna get D-Max. There comes the EMP from Aether, and Harrisburg is in a very tough spot.
Harrisburg's in a tough spot, but the EMP came out pretty much before the trance is done. But however, with the ante, 2 picks are down. Maryville's on point. They're building ults. This should be clean up here, even with him not going down.
Maryville gonna continue their undefeated map streak. They take Nepal, and they do it pretty decisively.
Very decisively. It all came down to the swaps. It was the swaps there for Harrisburg. They wanted to commit on triple DPS. They were close to the EMP, but they just needed to make the swap on a Sombra Goats because when you're on triple DPS and you're not holding point, you don't have every one of your ults up, it's tough to re-enter. And even if you do, you're still going to run into the problem where the defending team, once you get the flip, is going to make better swaps than you. It's the ult game.
Yeah, I mean, the key there, too, is that for 3-3, or when you're up against a 3-3, using 3 DPS to retake on Shrine is actually really difficult. It's totally fine for the first fight and really good when you're defending. Like, Pharah in the defensive spot on Shrine is excellent. The problem is once you lose control of the point, the amount of time you have to burn to try and get back in as 3 DPS, and frankly, just how good you have to play it, just means that most teams, all the way up to the OWL level, they'll swap to 3-3 in that situation.
They will. They should swap to 3-3 too, because it's the right play, because you want to build those very game-changing ults, have all that health, the ability to contest point, flip point. So Harrisburg, they had a good start, but they really just didn't have the right swaps they needed moving forward for control.
Now, that was a very quick map, but, just to catch you back up, because we did take a break between maps, there's some highlights that we're looking at here, and, Hypnot, solid and reliable for Maryville.
Hypnot is doing the work he needs to do without going down too often, which is honestly just the job of main tank and main support. Is you never want to be caught out. You never want to be in a position where you're going to lose your life early in the initiations.
And this is one of the standouts here for Mac, where Lucios can definitely have big moments on Nepal Sanctum, and Mac, I mean, just absolutely bringing Maryville back into that fight where for a time it was looking kind of rough.
And just as importantly was the support he got for that play too. We've seen it a lot. We've seen unconventional playmakers when you give them that support, even like, let's say, for example, we've worked in Korea, we've been doing the Korean contenders, and we see what the Sombra Goats play where they give the bubbles and the orbs and the armor packs to Sombra, which is generally a squishier character, and we sort of saw that there with the armor pack value with Mac on Sanctum.
Armor pack is kind of an interesting thing where when people think about Brigitte, they focus on her ability to stun and her previous ability to kind of delete Tracer from existence, but Armor Pack is so remarkable in just completely shifting the tempo of a fight, and it's one of those things where it's easy to underrate, but it's so incredibly impactful.
It's extremely impactful. As we're going to get into our second map of the series very soon. Remember, these are BO5s, and BO5s, obviously it's, we go to map 5, we get a 2-2 scoreline, but it's generally going to be first to 3, unless we have, very close maps. So just have to see what goes on, but the first win is in Maryville's pocket.
Now, the interesting thing here is that I would take away from Control to a degree, and I kind of had this thought to begin with, is that I would definitely rate Maryville as a better team mechanically. Not by a huge margin, but certainly just evident across the board. However, when we decide to go over into Hybrid as we get into Assault, these are map modes where strategy can play a pretty big role. And now you wonder where, okay, what does the coaching staff have planned? Has Joe Meister been reserving some strategies here? And it's almost a game between the coaching staffs to a degree just as much as it is the players.
And I think that for the mechanical differences, that is a key point to point out. Because these are, for Maryville in particular, since their program has been bringing on contenders players, and also they've had some open division talent as well, it's all about players that are generally a little bit higher up there mechanically. Yeah. And when you move outside of Control, you have more fights. And when you have more fights, you can sort of mitigate the differences between yourself in terms of overall aiming ability and things like that.
And also, I mean, there's just more areas as we go into King's Row, which is going to be our next map, where you can surprise teams, right? Especially as you look at moments like first point defense, last point defense. Even though you are going to see a lot of 3-3, especially in King's Row, there are areas where you can hit your enemy with something a little bit more unexpected. And now, of course, that we're in the semifinals of a major tournament, and you're essentially facing what a lot of people consider to be the two main rivals, well, guess what? You're not going to hold anything back.
And they call that the Utah, pulling out the unconventional, the cheese, the deli platter, it is definitely some unconventional strategies there that can come into play with Hybrid and Escort. And it allows just overall more variability, because if you lose a fight, it's not over necessarily, because you can come back and make the swap you need. While with Control, if you lose a first fight, you're at a huge disadvantage. It's just how it works. And so now you can actually bring out bunker comps with Batiste. You can bring out more triple DPS variants. You can bring out, 2-2-2. You can bring out all sorts of things.
We are going to get straight into it. It is King's Row, and it's going to be Harrisburg taking to the attack first. Maryville on the defense, and Maryville, again, putting a lot of faith in a Sombra setup, 3-2-1.
Well, I think if Maryville are constantly putting Aether onto the Sombra, they're expecting Harrisburg to run more DPS-centric comps with Hammond.
Harrisburg perhaps realizing that they don't necessarily want to fight Maryville directly in a 3-3 battle. But DPS setups here at point A are very, very strong, and it's just a race against Aether's EMP.
And you see how Maryville are holding the point here. They're playing the corner in the doorway, cycle contesting the point to not only stop point presence, but to deny the poke for Smoothie to build the EMP.
Hypnot getting very, very low there. Armor pack having to be invested. Aether having to translocate out. 45%, not the slowest EMP build, but needs to be quicker. Harrisburg already almost 2 ticks here on the point, and the fire pressure unrelenting. Hobbs can't get hacked to the ground, but as soon as he gets back up, Barrage is going to be ready, but look at the pressure. Moving on in, Aether able to take him down, but it comes at a cost. Hypnot is gone, and the issue is for Maryville, they can't really give up much on the point now.
No, Maryville can't give up much on the point, but now that it's broken down a little bit, Guru, he can be walking around, he's high charge, getting those frags when necessary. I like the play for Maryville to get the hack onto Hobbs, and they all came forward to get the pick, because that's their opening they needed.
Interesting enough, it went back. Harrisburg wasn't able to get the full second tick, so Hypnot's going to get a chance to go back in. Hobbs drops the barrage, gets Tony B before getting slept. It was risky, but pays off. Somzo dies on the other side, 5-on-5. Hypnot back to the fight. Retna going to fall. But Maryville, to do this, it came out of cost. They had to use EMP to take down Retna.
Though the health, the barrier presence still very good for Maryville as Aether takes Swish. There is no res either because Soames is down. And because of that, Guru's going to be coming back, where he's still in the fight, getting close to the grab. Tony B is going to be back with Nano. Maryville have held this off those picks, and their cycle contest is still so good. Hypnot just is not getting pressured in terms of barrier health.
It's been surprisingly scrappy, but it's been a very, very good defense from Maryville here. Already 2 minutes burned off the clock. Harrisburg looking to an EMP of their own, but it's been slow going for Smoothie.
Very slow going. Aether's 33%. Smoothie hasn't even built his first.
Smoothie, 90%. Harrisburg threatening here once more. 33% was already theirs. They're looking for the second tick. And Maryville for now, just withstanding. Guru going to drop the grab and immediately erase the EMP from Smoothie, setting the tone. And Harrisburg off that EMP should be able to take point A.
This is definitely the flip now. It took a while. They used the EMP though. They've gotten the point that they needed. Guru's grab, sure, it forced trance. It got Rena in it, but there was just no cleanup available for Maryville. They don't have a combo. Remember, there's no Diva. There's no bomb there available. They needed an anti on it, if anything.
So Harrisburg going to get things rolling here. 4 minutes left. But you look at the overall state, that was a very, very good defense from Maryville.
Harrisburg need to make swaps. It's time to get the tanks out here. It's time to get some 3-3, or at least just keep Smoothie on the Sombra and then run the Sombra goats, because once you get to the street space in Kings Row and you also don't have EMP for the next fight, it's better just to make the swaps. Are they going to keep Hobbs on fair?
They are. Hobbs is valuing the Q key over the H key, which can be very risky here. It's usually better to swap on over, and it means that Harrisburg must get high value off this barrage.
A lot of value. You see Aether, he's poking in the back, close to another EMP. Mac does have beat. Rat going to be having that rally very soon. And when Maryville get the rally, they're just honestly going to look for the engage here, set up their EMP.
It all relies here on Hobbs. Meanwhile, Aether has an EMP, so you have a barrage flank coming on up. Meanwhile, Aether just going to probably go down mid. Hypnot, though, out of the fight early. Aether gets picked.
Wait, oh, that'd be great pick. They win the fight. But Maryville, you had your ults. Just go. Just take the fight.
They didn't have a good EMP setup, and Hobbs continues to lay in the rockets. Hobbs is also very important for Aether falling there. I think Aether took a rocket to the back, and the finish just came in from Swish.
Maryville, they saw the split too, how Insomniac and Hobbs were split. If they wanted to, they could just engage in the rest of the team main. You know, Mercy, even with Valk, is not going to save you. It's not going to save you from that sustain. They're hoping to force transfer Soames or get any ults out, but they didn't. Now they're in a much worse fight.
Maryville, though, still in a good spot. They're going to open with rallying. Aether is not going to waste a whole lot of time here looking for the EMP. Detected for a moment, moves on forward, looking for the bigger team fight EMP, drops it right in the middle. Harrisburg, are they going to be able to stand? Hobbs wasn't caught, uses the barrage on the other side. EMP, though, ends up putting Hobbs on the ground. Hobbs falling, Harrisburg getting pushed back, but no one has fought for the EMP. They can re-engage.
The Shadow, though,
gets 4!
The Shadow's very good for Rena. Can they get anyone? Hobbs gets Tony B. That's huge. The Valk is still out. This fight is definitely Harrisburg's.
Harrisburg going to push through on the point B, and they were able to deal with Aether's EMP.
Oh, and the hack, the EMP comes out for Aether. He's trying to get Soames, but Soames repositions. Instead of just going for those two on top, he wanted to try to grab Mini with Aether with that EMP, try to get more members of Harrisburg, but Soames is back. He comes back in with the Transcendence, keeps everyone alive, and then because they couldn't get any frags in time, Rena just rounds the corner and drops what we like to call the bumper shatter, but cats the people that's not in front, or not behind, if not shield.
Harrisburg, they were able to make up a lot of time there on point B, getting through pretty much uncontested. 3 minutes left here for point C. They could still set a very quick time. Maryville, meanwhile, about 40% away from another EMP, but they're going to get caught and grabbed. Harrisburg moving on in. Smoothie looking for the bomb coming to the side. Girl already down. Bomb going to explode. One down here for Maryville, and there's a barrage in over the top for Hobbs, gets another 2, and Harrisburg getting some real momentum now.
And even with the nano on the grab, they couldn't clean up anything. They didn't have a bomb. They don't have anything to get through Soames' trance unless they the ante, which they're not getting the antes off.
And they're going to have to EMP as soon as they head on out, but Maryville doesn't have the people that really fall through. They're able to use it to immediately remove Soames, but Harrisburg still in a good spot. Hobbs getting pocketed, rocket after rocket, looking for the boop off, doesn't quite get it. Retna out of the fight, Soames going to be res back up. Maryville though, threatening the shatter coming on in, and Hypnod off the shatter. Going to be giving Maryville a little bit of stabilization.
But look at the time. Still a little over 2 minutes left for Harrisburg. They made it so far in quite an unconventional comp. I think Hobbs will swap now. Insomniac should swap as well. See Tony B going back onto the Ana here. I don't know if the Ana is a good play, but I imagine the Zen's going to come out. Yep, they're just going to go 3-3. Either go back onto the Brigida now. It's going to be the mirror matchup. Mac does have that beat advantage.
Both teams, I think, making the appropriate swaps here. I think the time for Sombra was over. Aether was only at 10%. Maryville, though, they are working with a bit of an advantage. They have the beat in reserve, and you can be aggressive with it here.
They can, but they're afraid of Swish's grab. They're fearing that Swish is going to have that grab. Smoothie's close to the bomb here as well, so the combo is available, and you need beat if you're going to survive.
Harrisburg, I think they are just waiting for that combo. Soames has Transcendence on deck. Swish finally gets the Graviton, and the Graviton immediately used. Guru focused on down. Here comes the bomb from Smoothie. Looking for it, gets 2! Harrisburg! A well-executed combo, and Maryville once more in the hot seat.
And now Aether, he's going to get staggered. They should get the stagger. Soames actually has to pop the Transcendence, keep everyone alive. Maryville, they can come after the recontest, but they really don't have any ults, and they got the worst of both worlds.
Mac just gets absolutely intercepted, and that's going to be it. Harrisburg finishing out King's Row with a pretty reasonable time.
I mean, Maryville just got the worst of both worlds there. They had the beat, but they didn't want to engage aggressively, but then Guru gets poked down so hard pre-fight that they try to invest the beat to keep him in mech. He's still demeched, and then they just get grabbed anyways, and they lose the fight because they use beat early.
They found themselves in a very tough spot, ultimate economy-wise, and the problem is too is that the way it worked on swapping is that they had to swap off the Sombra because Sombra's at 10%, but it also means they had the reset from there as well. They didn't have a rally up in reserve, and unfortunately, the last part just didn't quite work out for Maryville, but also very good pressure from Harrisburg where they were in rough shape after point A. They had to very much rally through point B, and they made a risky call in staying on the Pharah, but it worked out.
It did work out, and part of it was just because the setups for Maryville just weren't there, and they never committed on that one fight in Streets where they had every advantage. They had the EMP, they had beat, they had every advantage they needed. They could have been going for the split, and they just didn't take it, and then because of that, they lose picks.
So now we're going to be swapping sides here. You'll see just what Maryville has on the attack, and also what Harrisburg is going to bring out here for the defense, where will they come out on a normal 3-3? Will they try and experiment with bunker, where you can run bunker setups on defense on King's Row?
Especially for first.
Yeah.
For first in particular, the bunker setup is still very viable. You can rotate from the high ground. You can utilize all those angles you have throughout the back near the arches. So bunker is a real setup, and as we've talked about previously, it's much harder to break than it is to set up.
One of the key strengths of the composition, and I mean, we've been seeing more and more of it. And also for a team like Maryville that really likes running Sombra, bunker comps are very powerful. In Harrisburg, they're going to come out on a variant of it.
And they're running here the Junkrat and the Ash, so it's going to be a lot of spam damage available for Harrisburg. They have 2 fight-winning point ults with both the Bob and the Tire, which is something you can just use to get some key picks.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Aether swap off this. I think running the Sombra versus bunker comps, it can be really tough. It just takes a long time to build the MP usually. And look at that, Tony B already down, takes a raw grenade right to the face.
Yeah, getting caught with the spam from the halt as well, some of the damage from Retna. And Maryville, they're rotating. You see they're on dive. Something we don't see too often is 2-2-2. They have Tony B on the Ana, Rat on the Genji. And their goal here is to get set up with their dive, pressure point, and then put their tanks and Rat on top of Harrisburg.
Harrisburg, pretty intelligent rotation here so far. 1 minute already going to be burned off the clock. Swish not super close to a Bob. That's one saving grace here for Maryville is that Harrisburg not building the DPS ults up super quickly.
And you see the rotation for Maryville. They're actually going to go all the way through the back. They're going to try to rotate to the Mega Pack and then contest high ground from there rather than diving onto the high ground as Aether's rotating around point, getting pressure and poking for EMP.
Going into closed-in areas versus Junkrat, pretty risky if it ended up working out that way. Harrisburg, though, under pressure. The rotation from Maryville almost getting Insomniac. And Harrisburg now having the reset, get beyond the reset once more. Swish, though, doesn't survive, gets caught out. Hobbs going to fire back the other way. 71%. Resurrection going to come back in. Harrisburg working with a full 6 here, and Hobbs getting very, very close to a tire.
I mean, Hobbs is getting so much value here into this room because Mary will keep on getting into this room, taking the fight, and Hobbs is just doing everything he can. Insomniac also got an incredible res.
But while this is going on, point presence is important. Hypnot moving forward. Insomniac is down. Won't be any more reses. Tire from Hobbs. Heads on out. Needs to be a big one. And Hobbs right now just looking for anyone. It gets 2.
That's
gets
a big
supports. Now the question is, can Harrisburg actually get back into the point?
I mean, Maryville, they've committed the EMP, they've committed the Primal, but so far it looks like it's working, though. There are counter picks going out of the way. The trap is out. Smoody is nanoed, gets that pick.
It's been pretty chaotic. Smoody just holds it down, gets 3 as Maryville is trying to move things back over to the point. Hobbs is going to get res back up, and Harrisburg is going to get a chance to fully reestablish.
Maryville just need to regroup. They just kept committing to this fight. They were so confident that they could win the post fight, but the thing about Harrisburg is that they could sustain far better. They had the nano up. They have Smoody on that diva that's just constantly getting so much damage.
And also in this next fight, Swish finally has built Bob. He can just drop that immediately. And Maryville, they're going for a very long rotation here. I don't think they have this time.
They're setting up the rotation. They're trying to actually bait Harrisburg. They're thinking they're going to rotate, and then they're going to use Rat on the Genji. They're going to engage, but they don't have nano. They don't have beat. It's going to be kind of risky. They need to give them the support.
It's going to be very, very risky here. Rat moves in. Dragon Blade out, trying to slice and dice his way through. Ends up getting 2. The Bob catches him at the end, but it's a little bit too little too late. The Bob is used, but Maryville, they've done way too much damage. Or have they? Harrisburg actually bringing it back a little bit with the Bob. But I still think they've lost so many that Maryville, through attrition alone, should be able to get back here to the point.
And they're going to force the bomb and the remake from Guru. Swish and Hobbs just still doing so much damage. There's still going to be point presence here for Maryville. The spawns are still overall a little bit better, but they're even in Harrisburg. They're coming back in. Soames is close to the nano.
Hobbs got Aether! The random grenade gets Aether on the end! Man advantage Harrisburg if they're getting back in. They're going to use the nano. They're actually getting back here to the point. Maryville, they don't have this quite yet at all. And Harrisburg moving back over. Not going to fall. If not, looking for disruption, trying to get Harrisburg off the point. We got Bob back on in. Bob back into the fight. The tire gets red. Harrisburg actually fighting this back.
Harrisburg, they've sustained, and the real problem is they forced Maryville to invest ults. But this is last fight, TP. This is last fight, and Maryville, they have to recontest and get out now, but they're dying.
They have 14 seconds left. Respawns are going to be coming on in, but they're not going to be able to get here decisively. Maryville, their map streak about to be broken by Harrisburg, the team we knew could be their rivals. Retna gets down Guru, final 2 seconds. Stagger on the way here from Maryville. They drop the EMP, they're hoping for the miracle.
How do they clean this up, though?
Well, you keep progress on, they get the DMAC, that's step 1. They have to chip at it piece by piece. They've bought time, they pile drive the back. And it's not over yet. Maryville getting back over to the point, but Harrisburg shutting down one by one. Smoody coming in big one more time. The beat is going to be dropped, and Harrisburg off the nano, just removing Maryville from the point.
It's done. It's done. The cleanup is too good here. We're seeing Harrisburg now get the cleanup frags. Mac has beat, but there's no ults either. There's respawning. They have so many ults for Harrisburg.
Maryville, though, somehow staying alive, but not any longer. Harrisburg, they snapped the streak.
And it all they're so scrappy for Maryville. They kept on trying to recommit to fights where it was done. Just reset. They were down 1 or 2 picks and they kept committing. It was a great bunker though from Harrisburg. Very, very good bunker. Hobbs, Swish getting insane value. Soames also still being a key player, but they just never reset, ever.
Also, shout out to Bob there in that one fight where it looked like they were completely gone.
Shout out
Swish
to Bob.
With Bob and just very good Ash positioning. Brings it back just enough. Same with Hobbs having some hero moments where, you know, the key about DPS play can be very flashy, can bring your team back in a pinch, and that was on a razor's edge. But Harrisburg, they've evened up the series now 1-1.
And Maryville had great setups initially. I mean, the late blade from Rat got value, even dodged the trap from Hobbs, gets the pick. They're still able to get picks from there, but they just couldn't clean up the high ground post-fight because they invested their cooldowns, invested their health, and ults to get up there to break the bunker initially. And then Swish and Hobbs were still alive, getting value, forcing ults, and the recontest happens, and they just never, there was a never full reset for Maryville, ever, at any point.
One of the bigger moments there, too, where it wasn't quite on camera, but there was a moment where Aether, I think, just got caught by a just spam grenade that was thrown out, where I don't think it was directly sent, but, you know, sometimes it happens.
That's the power of junk.
Yeah.
That is the power of, as Jake will attest later at some point, I'm sure, that is the power of Junkrat, the silly rat.
The power of the probability monster, as it were. But, you know, we got to recap that. We got to look back at what we just saw over this first half, where it is pretty momentous on both sides.
I mean, the map streak is broken, as we see.
For both teams.
Right. Yeah, for both teams. see this recontest happening here a lot. The triple DPS play for Harrisburg was shaky on A, as we talked about, but once they get past A and they get those setups, it was really just the faltering from Maryville that allowed them to continue into last.
And I mean, the interesting thing about the attack here from Harrisburg as well, it's just they made the Pharah work, where Pharahs don't usually work out well on second point Kings Row. Staying on it is risky, valuing the barrage is risky, but it worked out for Harrisburg, and they got through point B very quickly.
Got through point B, as you see right here, that one last point right there where Mac is holding beat. They want to save him for the combo, but Guru gets the mech. They drop the beat anyways, trying to save him too late, and then you see the post fight just works out in favor of Harrisburg. Harrisburg, they did some unconventional things, and most importantly for them, they capitalized on the mistakes of Maryville. Maryville just not able to get the setups they wanted and get the value out of the ults they wanted, and so Harrisburg constantly found value from Maryville's mistakes.
Also in Kings Row, I mean, really, Maryville was just teased to a degree where they were so close to getting point A, and there was just immense comeback there over and over again. But guys, we have a very even series on our hands right now. It's 1-1. The two favorites here coming into the tournament are living up to the hype. We'll be back after a quick break to see how it all pans out.
Powered by Intel Core i7 processor.
We have a battle on our hands here in Houston, 1-1 between Harrisburg and really Harrisburg and Maryville, and overall it has been very, very close.
It has been extremely close. I think when we look at Harrisburg's last map performance, what's most importantly for them is that they capitalized on Maryville's mistakes. They tried to run that dive, they weren't getting the setup that they necessarily required, they weren't resetting, and Harrisburg just completely took advantage of that and got so much value from Hobbs and Swish in particular.
Yeah, and I mean, we knew going into this that it would be close, and even as we were to look at control, Maryville seemed like they had a strong mechanical edge, but we talked about the ideas that, well, what's going to happen when strategy becomes a little bit more involved, and we saw what would happen on Kings Row, where Harrisburg came out with a very innovative setup on a bunker strategy where it's not the most standard of bunkers where you run both the Junkrat and the Ashe, but they made it work. And again, it's Hobson's wish.
We've seen that bunker strat on Horizon Lunar Colony a couple times. It's generally you might be running a Vegeta, but when you have that double spam, that double damage, it really just gives you so much ability to deny tanks in particular. And the Junkrat, so good against Genji, it makes Rat think about where can I go and where can I not, because not only do I have to worry about constantly getting picked off from the spam, but the traps are huge.
It's one of those things where Junkrat forces you to play absolutely solid at all times, where if you just forget about something or you don't give him enough respect, it's very easy to fall early, and that can cost you a full team fight.
It can, and we are going to be getting right into our third map. It is tied up 1-1 as of right now. It is the BO5, so whoever gets to that 3, we could go to map 5. It's very possible. We'll just have to see. But good performance from Harrisburg on Kings Row, getting the first hold after a relatively shaky point A offense.
And the other thing, too, of course, is that we went in talking about these teams, and they had both undefeated map streaks going. Well, no longer.
No longer, yeah. Maryville, we had to watch the whole 10-minute vid. We saw, like, oh, we want to be the undefeated. And they can still be undefeated, but their map score is gone.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think being undefeated throughout the entire thing and win championship, that's usually good enough.
That's still pretty good, right?
Wanting the full undefeated map score, it's a little greedy.
Hey, you know, you take what you can get.
Yeah.
You take what you can get, and it's good for a program that is sort of, you know, hitting the ground running and making itself, you know, known in the ecosystem. To come out swinging and get an undefeated season is huge. Getting the map score, too, I mean, come on, guys. That's nice. That would be good, but you got to leave some for everyone else, right?
Just a little bit. But you know what? As far as the viewers here, you couldn't ask for anything more. 1-1 after the half. And really, the entire series wide open from here, where even though if I had to guess who's going to perhaps be a little bit stronger in the next map, I would still go with Maryville. I think Harrisburg has proven that under the right circumstances, they can challenge Maryville, make it close, and take maps off them.
They can, and part of it is just because now that we've shifted away from control, we don't have to worry. They don't have to worry quite as much about Maryville just walking in and winning the aim duels all the time. There's a lot more set up here with when we get to the hybrid and to the escort, and even when we're going to get to the assault, in that they can set up the comps they want to and deny some of that advantage.
Well, assault in particular, when we move to it, is certainly the game type where you benefit most from set plays, right? It's where if you're going to have, you know, a strategy that's off the cuff, usually you can get even more benefit from it, where, you know, think back to what we saw yesterday with Utah, right? Where, we're just going to take the high ground on Volsky, the super high ground.
The super high ground. You've seen the high ground, but the super high ground. Only achievable through the May wall.
Yeah, the super high ground where Reinhardt goes, man, I wish I could actually pin you, but I can't.
I can't.
And you can come out with plays like that, that if you don't have a response, you can just lose the map outright.
It forces adaptation. You saw GCU struggled a lot because they're a team that has sort of been heavily reliant on that 3-3 or running Sombra, and they want to get the super high ground, and they're like, I can't really get to this high ground now. The only way I can is with my Diva Bomb or with my Diva, but I have to use so many resources to stop it. So then they had to make some adaptations. It took them a while to learn. It's like, well, what if I get a May? And I made them out of the shield. Like, that's great, but now you did it with a minute left, essentially, left in your offense. So it forces that adaptivity.
Yeah, and I mean, also in Collegiate to begin with, it is the format where not every team is going to be running a solid 3-3. These teams in particular are the teams, as we said, that, you know, kind of resemble teams you'd expect from the Overwatch League level, Overwatch Contenders level, and how they format strategies and how they go about it. But there's still silliness that's around, and also, I mean, hey, you scrim against some of these teams enough, you pick up a few tricks along the way.
It is. The tricks can be very, very important for putting out those, cheesing out those map wins, as it's sometimes called, you know, pulling out a pocket strategy. And both teams we've talked about, I had asked them before, I both asked Harrisburg and Maryville. And Maryville's like, we have some pocket strategies prepared for Harrisburg. We've been preparing for this lineup, for this matchup, and we have some comps that we would like to run against them in particular. So,
well, the interesting note, going from Kings Row, Harrisburg was thinking on the same note, because
they were.
You look at the defense they ran out with, not conventional, but certainly very, very effective.
And that's the name of the game of bunker, as we talked about. I mean, they were playing a bunker strategy just without the Batiste. It's harder to break than it is to set up, and you have options to break it. But you saw for Maryville, they were running the dive. Great, like they were able to get some times where they were close to winning the fight, but because they could never just quite get the amount they needed to tip the scales, and they couldn't ever really get the full reset necessary, it was extremely tough for them to actually break that defense.
Very much so, but Volsky is where we're going to be heading to here next. And, you know, again, I look at Volsky in the context of this tournament. Well, I was just going to think about what Utah pulled out yesterday, where it was surprisingly effective. And look, I mean, if you're one of these teams looking here, it's like, wait, maybe we should run that and see if the other team has a prepared response, because there are ways of countering it. There is no invincible strategy. But I will say is that if you're not actually prepared, things like that can throw you for a loop.
And that's where your adaptivity as a team, where your overall game sense, your cohesiveness comes into play as we're all in Volskaya. It is going to be Maryville on the defense first. Running that Sombra Goats here again with Tony B on the Ana. Harrisburg triple DPS.
Harrisburg, the triple DPS running a Sombra of their own, and Maryville, they're going to just head into the building. This is what you do against a Far, where you recognize you can't be on the open, you might give up a little bit of progress, but you're going to wait for your opportunity to move in and challenge.
And you see this flank happening here for Hobbs. He has the Mercy with him, just trying to get the poke from the flanks, get the shield pressure as Harrisburg. Their goal here is to make Maryville come to point, as Aether is down.
That's really, really tough for Maryville. They needed the EMP to be built. Harrisburg off the early pick. A fantastic opportunity here, and Maryville just getting poked down. Hypnot's going to fall, and I got news for it. It's going to be Harrisburg well on their way to getting point A.
Maryville need to come and die on point very fast. Good sleep there for Tony B, but the fight is still overall much worse for them. Guru is trying to push, and that was all off of Hobbs' flank. He moved flank side and killed the translocator for Aether, so then Aether is stranded on point, and then they removed him.
And not only that, Harrisburg, they're going to be able to work with momentum heading into point A or point B. The only problem is, of course, is that Far setup's not super effective on point B, but I think they're going to stick with it for
They're going to commit for the barrage. They're going to commit for the barrage for this push. Retna is close to the mine, so if they commit forward with their Hammond engages, sets up the mines, and then Hobbs off that split puts the barrage. Maryville can be in a rough position now that Hypnon is completely old neutral, and so is Guru.
Hobbs getting some good shots at back. Moody going to be looking to fall on through, finish what the Rockets were setting up, but it's not going to be quite effective. Smudo getting real close to EMP. EMP is ready. Harrisburg getting ready to strike. The EMP can set up the barrage. And they're going to be looking for now Smoody going off to the side. EMP ready. Drops in the middle, but two already down. Maryville striking first. And Harrisburg likely now have lost way too many to make this point work. They drop the barrage in the corner. Not going to be what they need.
Guru denies that value, but Harrisburg, they're still on point. They're still fighting. There's a lot of damage. But Maryville, they've stabilized as Insomniac gets to the res.
Interesting that Insomniac could go for the resurrection here because Maryville, they've essentially won this fight. Harrisburg, I guess, are going to go back in, try and make it work, but they still have to wait for respawns even to test.
I mean, look how split Maryville are currently being, but as we say that, Swish gets the pick on Tony B.
There is something they can work with here. Tony B's out. Going to be a lot of healing down from Maryville. 6 on 5. EMP from Aether, though, the other way. They use the beat. Maryville, though, they invest a lot to take this team fight.
They invested a lot, but they still win the fight overall. I agree with your initial assessment where Harrisburg decided to stay in. It's like, sure, great, they get the pick on Tony B, but Maryville was still overall ahead in their position. They had the better composition, they had the better ults, and Harrisburg stayed in. Now, the saving grace for Harrisburg is that they did get ults out of Maryville.
The problem is, though, is that, and it's a real risk when you run a DPS setup on point A, you have to pay a penalty when you eventually swap the 3-3 on point B, so you got ult on Maryville, but guess what? You have very little chance of taking this next fight.
They have paid the ult toll. Rally's going to be up for Rat. Guru's going to have the bomb. And if I'm Maryville, I just play slow, and as soon as I see Harrisburg come close, I'm going to rally into you and remove your front line. There it is.
So, Rally's going to counter from Maryville. Rados, be careful. Rados gets picked. That would have been absolutely terrible, but the pressure comes in from Maryville, and as expected, Harrisburg going to be losing 2 very early in the fight.
The bomb invested for Guru there as well, just to ensure the fight, get the split, get those picks there. I don't necessarily think it was 100% required, but it does finish that fight.
One very notable part for Harrisburg, one fight for Soames, already almost having Transcendence, so the early Transcendence, something in Harrisburg's cap here.
Well, remember, Soames was also on Zen before that. That is true, but he did build it very quickly, like 50%, so he built it still incredibly fast. Soames has been a key point for Harrisburg's squad.
Soames sitting here in the back, Maryville holding on their own. No Graviton really going to be a factor in this fight, so they could use the Transcendence offensively, and they're going to do just that. Soames, the vault track well, they move on in. Shadow comes in from Hypnot, doesn't do anything. Harrisburg looking for a pickup. They're able to find Aether. Man advantage out of Harrisburg. Then you keep Retna alive. Retna under heavy pressure, almost has Shadow of his own. Harrisburg moving forward. Tony B down. 6 on 4 for Harrisburg. The pressure getting rather intense. They have 3. Smoody doing what needs to be done. And Harrisburg well on their way to getting point B.
There are no ults besides the Transcendence, but Tony B, he can't even trust. He gets booped. It's it. That was so smart from Harrisburg. You highlighted Soames before for having that Transcendence, and they knew that Aether did not have grab because he had made the swap, and they just aggressive into them with the Transcendence.
And you don't see that too often where usually teams will save Transcendence, but if you know beyond a shadow of a doubt that you have that big of an advantage where you could potentially get the Transcendence up again even if you fail, why not take the shot?
It's still a risk in 3-3 on top of that. It requires an extremely decisive shot call because you build grabs. If you have very confident and very competent Zaryas, you should be building grabs relatively quickly and almost in tempo with Trance. It's not quite the same, but almost in tempo, especially if a fight previously. So that required extreme initiative from Harrisburg.
Very much so, and Now Harrisburg, they have a good attack that they can lean back on as they move to their defense. We'll see what Maryville might have planned for the attack. But so far, one thing I have to give credit to Harrisburg on is that they've dealt with Aether Sombra pretty well.
They have. I mean, it's all from that first fight pick. We saw how Hobbs goes for the flank, sees the translocator, and removes it. And then it's an immediate, and then Aether's on point hoping to poke, and he's like, I don't have a translocator. And then he gets caught.
Maryville, though, not a team to be counted out where, I have to think on both sides here. There's definitely a bit of nerves going into it where, Maryville yesterday, they're going up against a team that certainly they would look at as a bit weaker. But here today against Harrisburg, this is where all the pressure truly is on.
This is where you put yourself to the test, is against what is quite possibly, it is the second best squad, a lot of people are saying, if not the best squad potentially in TESPA.
Some people might have been saying that about Carleton yesterday, but you know what? Harrisburg took a map, Carleton didn't, so Harrisburg certainly looking better now.
See, Smoody, it is going to be actual triple DPS defense for Harrisburg. They're going to be running an extremely mobile defense. Samoody's sitting there on the flanks, going to be getting the poke. Maryville just making a swap to 3-3 as Hobbs. He gets two! He gets damage boosted rockets right into the spawn!
Oh, when the far poke goes absolutely right, that's going to be the result. And I mean, again, you don't see far and first point defense here super often, but it can be effective. And Maryville, they're going to have to totally swap up to deal with this.
They're on the 2-2 is their plan. They just want to play standard dive. They're not going to play 3-3. It is a composition that 2-2-2 should be very strong against this composition, especially against the back line. Soames, you can isolate him, maybe even get Insomniac off of some pressure from Retina. But the 3-3 is still overall, how do you snowball last without 3-3?
Yeah, I mean, the best part about this is that even if Harrisburg is to lose this fight, Maryville is likely going to have to swap 3-3. So in terms of the overall war for time bank, this is very, very good for Harrisburg.
See, Maryville going for this rotation. They want to remove Soames from the high ground, force them to rotate, and then set up their dive. As Mac and Hypnot still pressuring main, trying a little bit of bait there as Harrisburg continue to poke.
Hobbs going to have a barrage up for this fight. Goal, of course, is looking at Guru. When Guru's not looking, that's when it's time to make it rain.
See now, here comes the engage. Hypnot trying to pressure off the high ground.
Early barrage, oh! Ends up giving his life directly to Guru. Now he's going to be resible. If they're not all on top of that, you're going to see Insomniac roll back forward, get Hobbs back into the fight, and that's what Harrisburg is doing. They're making the resurrection save. But Hobbs, I think, respawn back at base, so the res is going to come back in. But even all the while, Swish laying in the damage here, and Harrisburg is still in a good spot.
I mean, there's just 47% on the point for Maryville. They've committed to the fight. They're still getting ticks, but they're still going for picks. They need to get out. They need to reset again. Maryville are having this consistent problem of not resetting. They're just not resetting.
They think they can win the fight, but it's just, they can't. They keep getting fooled by a fight that's almost winnable, but not actually.
And because they've continued this fight for so long, Smoody has EMP, so he's going to get Nano.
Now, Harrisburg's composition is quite a bit weaker here. Hobbs ended up going to Tracer to get back to point early because the resurrection didn't come through. We'll see if it's Tracer can make it work.
Well, for Harrisburg in their scenario here, they're going to look for I think they should try to look for the engage. Since the Tracer is up, they have the EMP. They should really look for an engage.
I mean, EMP not really a joy for far to deal with, but you get EMP as Tracer. Not a lot you can do, not a lot of places to go. Aether, the EMP is up, and he's going to be the decider here for Maryville, but there's an EMP on the other side as well.
EMP versus EMP fight, Nano versus Nano. It's really now, who gets the better EMP? Who gets the better counter Nano?
We're about to find out too. Maryville is taking a lot of time here, and time is something they don't have. Only a minute left.
Engage.
And they move on in. Soames out of the fight completely, but Hobbs on the other side. They down to Redna. What a response! Moving in from Harrisburg. They deny Maryville. The only upside here for Maryville is they didn't use EMP.
They did not use EMP. Harrisburg invested their own, invested the mines, and that is a great engage from Harrisburg where they didn't actually engage aggressively. They engaged defensively where you see Maryville set up this whole dive for Soames, and they come back in EMP and set up the mines, the ground pound for Retina. And they can't leave, no movement abilities.
So Maryville down to the final minute here, 40 seconds remaining. The one upside, they have everything.
They do have everything. This is a fight they must win, but if they invest too many ults, they can't snowball.
Nano boost used here early from Soames. And Harrisburg trying to be aggressive, trying to take the advantage away from Maryville. They forced out the beat early, but Maryville still can't. Tony B's down! Early pick up the Harrisburg. There's opportunity. They're going to drop the EMP down to the building. Soames has the fight. Both teams down to Ana. Rat with a lot of room to work with here. And Maryville, off of their ult play, have likely done enough to take point A.
They have, but look at the time bank and look at all the ults they used. How can they possibly snowball last? The question is they probably don't, and I think they swap. I think they should swap.
Yeah, no, they've used just about everything. You 100% swap here, and I'd also like for Hypnot just to go straight to the Reinhardt. I don't think Winston on point B is super great. Yeah, you have Primal, but built to the future.
Harrisburg making a swap of their own, putting Red onto the Winston. They're going full 3-3 with Soames, going onto that Zen. Maryville actually going to be committing. They do make swaps, but committing to the Hypnot Winston. Retna, though, actually making a swap on Ryan now.
The one upside here is that if Harrisburg is making full swaps as well, Primal can be a more definitive setup. It's just, it is a tougher point to make Primal work.
It's a tougher point, but I think if there's one time to do it, it's now, because they know there are no supports available, so they can look for this engage on the back line.
I don't think Hypnot's going to wait too long to go for the Primal. His weakness. He's going to try to chase down. Was looking for Insomniac. Insomniac able to slip
Look
away.
at this placement. Oh, they can't get him.
It's good displacement, but the fall through, not the 7. Oh, look at this in the corner. Swish just being none up. 6-on-5 from Maryville. The Primal, it's done its work here so far, but they need more. They need to be more decisive.
They're getting more.
Moody, gonna get demeched here. It's actually looking rougher for Harrisburg. They have to give up the first tick.
First take on the way. Hypnot getting so much value there for their Primal and the Bash. Getting the D-Back. Here they come.
They move back in. Maryville, though, in a very, very good spot. Retna gonna end up falling here. Hops down as well. And Harrisburg in a tough area now. Maryville up to the pressure on point B. Absolutely overwhelming. And Harrisburg, they just have no resources to throw at, no ultimate to be used as Maryville grinds them into dust. And staying on Primal did end up being the right play.
It was the play, and Hypnot, one of those players, was on Uprising Academy in contenders, now playing for this collegiate squad. You see that presence for Hypnot. That displacement was so crucial. Getting Swish, removing just so much value there for Harrisburg.
And it's just what happens when you have both teams doing this full swap at the end, but one player gets to keep an ult because it's one player that didn't swap. So even though Harrisburg's defense at point A was really good, they kind of fell to what a lot of point A offenses do where, okay, we have to swap now. But hero swaps in Overwatch, they always come at a penalty. That penalty is what you were building up in your ult bank.
And it is sometimes a risky move. You see most teams never really value the Primal. When you go for that snowball push, you'd rather just swap to the Ryan right away. But Hypnot, he's like, I can get the value needed. I know there are no support ults, so it's much greater chance for me to actually get something in return with this ult.
I think it was a very good call, especially when you consider the ult economy going in, where even though a lot of teams, as you say, they will get rid of the Winston there, and even for us, it's like, well, wait, why are you not swapping? When you take a second to look at it, it's like, wait, this actually makes perfect sense.
So now we're all just getting ready. I think it was a faster time for Maryville as well there.
No, it was not.
Was it not? Did Harrisburg roll it? I can't remember. We got to look. Yeah, it is. It was significantly shorter. That's right. Or not significantly, but it is shorter, about a minute.
Yeah, Harrisburg, even though they struggled on point A, they immediately got the point.
You see the travel still affecting my brain there a little bit. Nobody didn't get time to sleep.
So, Maryville going to be moving out again, going with the heavier DPS setup. And Harrisburg, they've swapped defenses entirely. They did not run the bunker on the previous defense.
There's going to be the bunker defense now for Harrisburg, though I really still think their first defense really was not that bad. It was quite good, if anything.
I just think they're throwing different looks at Maryville right now, going, okay, you beat our first look at point A. Here's a different one. Maybe get off the Sombra because it's a bunker.
Yeah, just throw them through the loop there. See that spam coming in. Hobbs, an exceptional Pharah player, so they've been using Hobbs a lot on that Pharah, getting the value from Insomniac. And Maryville, they're thinking about, like, how do we move forward? But Tony B almost already has the Nano. They're just going to give the Nano to Hypnot and then set up the farm, try to get EMP.
Aether has not been able to build really anything at all. He's just been waiting for an opportunity to attack the bunker, but it's so risky as a Sombra in this situation.
Maryville, they're walking in. They have the Nano. Here comes the Nano. It's coming. It's actually going on to Rat. They're on top of Swish. But the Immortality Field.
Immortality Field does so much work for Harrisburg there, and here it comes Swish to the side. Tank mode 2 already down. And that was going to be a cleanup that Harrisburg was looking for here in this fight.
That is a very fast tank from Swish, a very fast Nano from Tony B. At the end of the day, the whole point of the Nano and the Rat was they wanted to build Blade. They really want Blade. They feel it's one of their win conditions. Remember, there's no Zenyatta on the field for Harrisburg, so no Transcendence. A lot of this ability to negate those big ults is going to be Soames' Immortality Field.
Well, the Immortality Field is really good against those, a problem, and the issue there, the conundrum is that you've used Nano Boost to build Blade, but you still want to use Blade with Nano Boost.
I mean, they have 30 seconds left to take it. They should be very fast with another push here. Build the Nano here really fast, build the EMP very fast, and they might have another recontest, but they need to be fast. Maryville, if they play slow, they're forcing it to one fight.
Well, Aether's done a very good job on the EMP building here towards the latter end, where it's difficult to build EMP versus bunker. Aether's been able to do that. They're going to be able to open with the EMP and fall off the Blade. EMP Blade alone could be enough.
EMP Blade alone could be definitely enough. If they use the EMP to remove the Immortality Field, then they have the Blade for after.
Maryville, they're just waiting. EMP used early, but it's used before the Blade. And Rat is down immediately. The barrage over the top. Hobbs deletes Rat, deals with the blade. The rocket stronger than the sword, and the resurrection gonna come back up in front of the bastion, back on in, and Harrisburg, they might have done it here defending against Maryville.
I mean, Maryville, they have no ults, they drop the nano now onto Hypnot to keep them alive, but there's 10 seconds up, they have no ults, they have no players.
Absolute disaster for Maryville, as Harrisburg, an iron defense here on Volskaya. They defend the second round, and now they're well set up for their next attack.
It's 100% over. That is the first hold. And Maryville, I like that they were waiting for their win conditions. That's all great. They set up the EMP, but a classic blunder there from Rat where he just pulls the blade when Hobbs is still circling around. He's not watching for the Fair Mercy. He's not keeping track of where the split players are.
There was also just a very tiny timing mistake there where Rat did not have blade when the EMP came out.
No, he did not.
And in those situations, you have to make sure both heroes have it at the same time, where I'm sure Rat said, okay, I'll get it. But then Rat just doesn't get that last little bit of poke. So the EMP comes out, and there's a crucial delay between EMP and Blade, and that made that entire combo a lot less effective than how it otherwise could have been.
Well, I think their their plan there was, I do agree, they didn't have it just yet. I think their plan there was they almost used the EMP just to remove Immortality Field only, and then deny a lot of the ability for them to get in, and then you can blade after when there's nothing to stop you, right? Because there's no defensive ults. It's a free blade, but they still didn't have it up. They weren't keeping track of Hobbs. They weren't keeping track of Insomniac.
Well, Hobbs is also the other key factor there as well, where Hobbs was an EMP. So as you're going in thinking, okay, they're vulnerable because EMP is out, well, Hobbs comes in over the top and drops a barrage in, immediately removes your Genji. Your Genji, by the way, which was the linchpin of your plan to take the point.
Yep, that is definitely a little bit of a misstep there. Now, there could still be the possibility for a draw. And now it won't be a map loss, which is important, because since they're still tied up 1-1, they won't be at that map disadvantage overall in the series. But it's going to be a really tough hold for Maryville to do that.
And Harrisburg, they're going to be coming out with a heavy DPS offense here. And I really like this from Harrisburg, where not only does this sort of offense tend to bully a defense, but holding on versus for 3 minutes and 40 seconds when an EMP is in reserve, incredibly difficult.
So Harrisburg, they're setting up that poke. Hobbs already at 30%. Swish can be taking these angles. Maryville, they know they can't get picked. They don't want to give Swish and Hobbs the angles they need, but it's tough for them to sit on the point versus all this damage.
Harrisburg looking very strong here. Maryville going to have to play perfectly. Remember, they can't even give up 33% on the point, so how they contest the point changes. And Guru gets hacked almost off the ledge. Heavy pressure going on there. Hypnot eating poke damage on the other side. Harrisburg dominating. Tony B gonna fall. The cracks begin the show as Harrisburg breaks Maryville wide open. It's going to be Harrisburg going up in the series here 2-1 with some brilliant Volskaya play.
D-Rat does get a pick, but it's going to go down now. That is Harrisburg getting the first cap, just playing the triple DPS expertly, playing their defense expertly, and still just exploiting the Maryville mistakes.
And one thing I really have to give Harrisburg credit on, where, you know, we were talking about this with Jake behind the scenes, where Jake was saying in the Overwatch League, a lot of teams, usually they don't have a whole lot of pre-planned strats in reserve. But Harrisburg, they had 2 very good defensive setups here in Volskaya, where, you know, they had a good first defense, and they go, you know what, we have a different set for point A, and their second set was even stronger than the first.
Which shows flexibility within their squad as well, shows some of that foresight. It's important for both of those things to happen, and Maryville are clearly just having issues breaking some of those comps, and even when they finally get their win conditions up, they recognize, okay, these are win conditions, we're going to set up, we're going to get ready to engage. They're just not executing it just the right amount that they need, and Harrisburg are making sure to have those counter plays.
And think about what this means here as well for Harrisburg, where Harrisburg now 1 map away from making an appearance in our grand finals tomorrow.
It is. It's very, very close here for Harrisburg. And everyone talked about how Maryville is a juggernaut. They themselves talk about Maryville's juggernaut. They've shown such a dominant performance. And Harrisburg have come in, have been just expertly coordinated, expertly cohesive there, and they're just picking apart the mistakes of Maryville.
You take a look at what made this possible here for Harrisburg. Well, I have to say, Smoody has been completely standout here today, but same for Hobbs. Running a good Pharah, not necessarily easy. It's, you know, Pharah's a hero that can fall on its face, but Hobbs have been playing it extremely well here so far.
Making it work off that extra support from Soames and Insomniac there, who both have been having moments. Soames, he's been clearly getting focused a lot of these times, so he's going down more than he did yesterday, but he's still having that impact he needs. It's Insomniac also that's making sure to have minimal deaths. Absolutely him and Retina, minimal deaths to enable that playmaking ability for Harrisburg.
And for Maryville, I mean, they did have a surge here on their attack, where you think about how they ended up getting point B. They decided to take the risk, right, where they kept Hypnot on the Winston, where the goal was, we're going to use Primal to win this one fight. And the risk, of course, is that if they didn't win that fight, then they're behind even more when they swap to Rhine. But it was a calculated call by Maryville. Worked out very well. The problem is the defense of Harrisburg going all the way back to point A one more time. Just too good.
Their defense is just extremely solid. They're just, once again, I have to keep reiterating, they're punishing the mistakes of Maryville. Maryville, I think they've coasted in a lot of ways. They've coasted on just how incredibly talented they are individually. On top of it, they are a good unit. Obviously, they have a great program, but they're such great individual players that they can sort of just force their way through a lot of matchups.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, even going back to control, right? Maryville had a clear mechanical advantage there, but now, we've gone to maps where strategy is incredibly important, and I gotta say, credit to Joe Meister here and his coaching staff at Harrisburg because they have thrown different convincing looks at Maryville, and Maryville has not always had a good response.
And that's the power of having a strong staff with your program as well. And we've talked about being in the professional level, just having a strong staff. It's when you have someone there to mold players that are very much on the developmental level, which is essentially collegiate as a whole, is developmental level, and it's a little bit below sometimes what you see obviously the professional level, that someone that's an ex-pro that has that factor of competition, that is keeping in mind all the various strategies and has that high-level strats, they can really mold those players into a very good squad.
Now, the other thing, too, that Maryville is having to learn here on the fly, there is a sort of dark side to being undefeated heading on in here and not even dropping maps because you've learned everything, but you haven't learned how to lose. And now you're here on stage, the pressure is on, you are facing elimination, and you have to find a way to get yourself back in it.
Knowing how to lose is a very important skill when competing, and if you don't know how to lose, and if you haven't lost before, then it can impact you very heavily. We've seen it through multiple times in dynasties throughout various games, various sports, even in Overwatch itself. If you don't know how to lose, when you come into the factor where an opponent is playing you closely and not just beating you, then the mental game comes into effect, and you're like, whoa, my goodness, we've never really had to do this before.
Yeah, it's just like, this is uncharted territory. Yeah, I'm used to it saying victory at the end of every map, but that's been the case here for Maryville, where Harrisburg, they have convincingly tested them. And for Harrisburg, again, one map away from getting to our grand finals tomorrow.
Tested them, and Maryville's failed. I mean, they haven't written the decision just yet. They're going to have to do a redo, maybe, to have a retake on that test, because they just have not been competing overall with Harrisburg's. They're just looking clean, much cleaner, just unbelievably clean in a lot of their setups.
So we're going to be heading into Route 66 next, where for Maryville, this is the final opportunity, but if they are able to get through Route 66, then we go back over the control, where Maryville was at a very clear edge earlier. So the path to winning the series to me for Harrisburg, they absolutely need to end it here. Don't let it get to control.
The Fusion Uni effect, as they've called it. Fusion Uni effect. Harrisburg, though, once again, utilizing this triple DPS, but with Smoody on to the Soldier 76 this time. Maryville actually doing a counter with Hypnot on the solo tank Orisa.
So again, Harrisburg really relying on Hobbs and Isfara here to be disruptive. And Maryville, I was going to say, that wasn't really feeling the Genji. They're going to go to the Widow. This makes a little bit more sense, but for Rat, it's also pressure on stage to land good shots onto the Pharah.
It's pressure, but with Smoody on the Soldier, there's a little bit less overall dive presence for him. I think that the hit scan makes a lot more sense. And actually, we have Swish. Slep, can anyone from Maryville get the cleanup, though? They do.
They do. Yeah, Guru right there. Swish is falling off the map. Rat getting the pick off on the Somes, and Maryville looking much more composed on Route 66 here so far.
This is 100%. This is looking like a page out of the OCC book. The solo tank Orisa with the triple deeps. They're just playing slow. They're letting Hypnot be the one to move the cart, to worry about the cart, and they're continually getting value on setting up Aether's hacks and Rat and Guru getting those frags in return. Though really it was Tony B's sleep that opened it up.
The scary part here for Harrisburg is that recontesting the composition they were on wasn't going to go well, so now they have to swap, and they're on whole scale swapping right now. They swap to a dive tank front line, and Hobbs back on the Widow, but sidelines are going to be tricky as they come back out here to defend point A.
Sidelines are going to be tricky, but I like the swap overall. It makes a lot of sense. Now they can effectively contest the cart. They can remove a lot of the higher ground, but Guru, Aether drops the EMP.
Rat takes down Somniac. Maryville striking again. Guru, barrage, locked and loaded, waiting here in the back. Diving in, doesn't use it. Good self-control, it wasn't needed.
Definitely was not needed there. And if Maryville want to stay on this comp, which looks like they do, I mean, might as well have that barrage up for the next fight. They could even have the nano barrage. It's going to be very strong. Harrisburg lose that fight. First cap goes the way of Maryville.
And not only does Maryville get first point, but look at how efficient they were. Most of their progress there, just mechanical pickoffs. They didn't need to use ultimates, so they're even more powerful as they go into point B.
They're only having to use the EMP, which they continue to build. Now they're going to have the nano barrage. They'll have the supercharger for the post fight. You see the walls. come out for Rat. They know where Harrisburg's at. Now they can deny a lot of this early setup for Harrisburg. They can deny Swish his positioning.
Recon sight up here early. Guru using it, anti-effectiveness, making sure spam is going to the right spots. And again, all while this is going on, Maryville is getting very good progress on the point.
Force the Swish to translocate there again, so just continually denying Swish. Here comes the Nano. Sleep, gonna get blocked by the bubble. Tony B's gonna need some peel.
Tony B, he gets the peel. The bubble, or the healing comes onto the other side. Guru dropping the barrage, Ret and I on the fight, but it comes at a cost. Guru's down, Rez back up, the Rez not punished. Maryville working on 6v5. Rat going off on the flanking. All right, that's a little bit new. The Battle Widow going to the side. Aether though, finds Swish, and this is a little bit scrappy, but a fight where Maryville is getting constant progress.
They're still on point, and they've just been denying Swish consistently. They've been keeping track of Swish, watching him, making sure that they cannot get the EMP off. Though Harrisburg's tanks are going to be here, Retina is going to have that primal, and now they can stop point.
Meanwhile, Rat looking for the headshots on the left-hand side. Hobbs finds Mac. Harrisburg perhaps showing a few signs of life. They have an EMP of their own. Soames finds Tony B. And Harrisburg now on a two-man advantage, trying to take control back. Retina was just primal raging. Rat all the way in the backhand side, ends up with 2. And Harrisburg finally finding a bit of stabilization here on Route 66.
Harrisburg getting the recontest, not even having to use the EMP still, but look, Aether has the EMP as well. They've built it up. Maryville going to be making a swap onto that Sombra Goat. Swish just has not found the opportunity yet to use the EMP because of all this denial that's coming in from Maryville. They've reset up Harrisburg. They're looking for the engage now.
Swish just hanging on here. EMP, and I think it's going to be a quick EMP engage at that. Immediately using it to fall through. Very nice. Tony B just Goomba stomped.
Wait, Aether drops the EMP there. The counter EMP comes out.
It was a weird counter EMP. They weren't exactly ready to go through it. The rest of Maryville is still recovering from being EMP'd. And Harrisburg certainly getting the better of this, even as Swish falls.
Yeah, I mean, with that, the fight's done. The anti's out onto Maryville as well. They can't contest. Aether was hoping to maybe get some follow-up there, but Tony B was already dead when the EMP comes out, and even if they had won that fight, they're still working a situation where they're waiting for their spawner, and they need some counter spawners.
And Maryville still trying to pressure here, but it's not everyone at the same time. They get the nano out of Harrisburg as Retina moves forward. Retina gonna get hacked in the back. Smoody looking for self-destruct, forces rotations at Maryville. Maryville very, very wounded. And Guru gonna find himself getting DMAC tops, pressure from Widow over the top, looking for the Brigida. And Harrisburg, the multiple threats here, just completely confusing Maryville.
And we're getting once again into an RSO of where's the reset? And Soames continues to get gigantic. Anti-nades, Mac, anti-nade, 99% to beat. He has the beat, does not go down.
Retina might have gone a little bit too deep. Soames up finds Mac. Maryville, they're split all around right now. We're starting to get a little bit more payload progress. Swish in a rougher spot. You can see him not moving at the primal, trying to chase down Swish, going for Smoody at the same time. Maryville, they have the EMP in reserve. So regardless, they should be able to take this fight, but Harrisburg's still fighting. They force out the EMP just by using the Nano Diva.
I mean, the fight is definitely over now. Retina's back on the Reinhardt, but the fight's done. I just have to say, I'm saying it, Soames is crazy.
Yeah.
Soames is crazy. He's hitting consistent anti-nades. He's getting the nanos in time. He slept Rat while the rally was out, so the rally was just, all the value was gone anyway. Sure, they lost the fight, but look at all the ults that had to be invested.
And this has been a consistent theme here where even when Maryville is winning fights, Harrisburg is making it very expensive. But also, I think to a degree, I mean, Maryville, for all their R of intimidation, they seem like the ones that are intimidated right now where they're over-investing in fights just to be sure.
Over-investing and then, over-committing too. Just the constant problem of not resetting in time. They do get that point finally. Maryville, they have the beat advantage. They have the rally advantage. It's their time to just look for an engage when they have all these ult ads. They need to look for an engage. They need to be aggressive. They don't need to play afraid.
Well, right now they kind of are. They're giving up space to Harrisburg. Right now they're trying to go more for the shield battle. And Harrisburg saying, this is fine. Payload's not moving.
So now Maryville still getting the poke. I mean, they're just waiting. They're waiting.
Raw bomb in from Smoody right to the back. Maryville going to rotate around. They beat, though, just to be sure. And they end up taking the fight, but I do wonder if they could have done that without beat.
Yeah, they were afraid of losing anyone to the bomb, so Mac drops the beat. They win the fight in the end. I mean, they did what I wanted them to do initially. They just took more time to do it, where they used the beat to win the fight after the bomb engage. So I guess at least they traded ults there. They traded some frags. Now they're in control of the point. They have EMP. That's going to be the key. The crux for Maryville is this EMP.
Maryville's in a very good spot now. It's a minute 20 left. They have a very big ult advantage. They just need a good EMP, and that should be it. Oh, the stun! Aether gets stunned. No one gets hacked. The EMP completely wasted.
EMP wasted, Rats rallies out, and Maryville is still on point, but Hobbs being a huge playmaker. And remember, now Soames can drop a free Transcendence because there's no EMP available for Maryville.
They transcend early, they drop the grab. The grab gets nothing.
Oh,
the grab is totally whiffed.
The Houdini grab, it's gone.
Maryville still with the ability to come back in, but Rat stunned, taking on down, right there, the fall through off the shield bash, and there's the shatter back the other way. Gonna be forcing up the Transcendence Maryville. Maryville is still in it. Retna going a little bit deep. Maryville fighting tooth and nail. Hypnot moving forward. Low, displaced. Getting on back. The Discord Orb, I mean, he's going to fall as soon as any damage heads onto him. His shield is super low. And Mac drops the beat. The pressure was too much.
Mac drops the B, and Aether manages to translocate away. Hypnot gets Smoody as the remake happens. You see the counter pin, but all this damage from Maryville means they're owning the point. They have the bomb here to post beat.
Soames gets Tony B. It's very, very big, but the EMP's out from Aether. The bomb going to do the rest of the job. Maryville forcing their way in at the very end.
That is a scrappy fight for Maryville. It took them a very long time to get the right engage they needed. You see them losing that beat early from Hobbs. The rally comes out post bash, just keeping them in the fight. And it all right on just Aether had to get EMP. Aether just needed to get EMP.
Hobbs is playing out of his mind there.
Yeah.
On multiple levels, but you think about how it starts, not only bashes Aether when he's looking for the EMP, where that fight could have been over a lot earlier, but also gets the bash to take down Rat a little bit after, where just a very key bash setup lets Retna go in for the extra damage. Hobbs has been very impactful. I'd say Hobbs and Soames in particular, truly the backbone for Harrisburg right now.
And a full cap does come on Route 66, and it's a tough map to full cap. So there is credit to be had for Maryville there, despite how messy a lot of their engages were. Eventually, they got the ults, they got the picks they needed, they get the full cap. Route 66 is a hard map to finish often. So they're in a good spot there, at least finishing the map.
It also means here that regardless of what happens on this next attack for Harrisburg, Maryville can be content with the idea that we get an extra round to try and right whatever was wronged. And also, escort maps in general, probably the most variable of maps when you go into extra rounds, where you could be a big time bank disadvantage at the very beginning and still come back and win just because of the nature of overtime pushes.
Overtime pushes can be quite tricky and allow for that snowball ability like you talked about. As we are going to get into the offense for Harrisburg now, Maryville going to be on the defense, and Maryville looks like they want to bring out their own bunker. Tony B on the Batiste, Aether there, onto that Ash. So the counter bunker going to be coming out from Maryville.
You know, for Maryville, I think this is a pretty decent idea, where Harrisburg, of course, has thrown bunker at them before, but, you know, if you're Maryville, you just wonder, okay, Harrisburg, can you deal with it?
And bunker is even very good against this composition you see from Harrisburg, which is that solo tank Orisa. And the thing when you have the solo tank Orisa is that the bunker is always going to win that shield war. They'll always win the shield war when they have the Bastion up available, when they have the Ash available. For Harrisburg, their question is, how do we build the ults we need to move Maryville? We need to move Maryville so we don't always lose shield war.
Really hot coming out here. Tony B in trouble. Tony B's down. Soames finishes what was started by the early poke. Harrisburg, they find a way to crack the bunker very, very quickly.
And it was because of the displacement. They made them move around the shield. They got those picks they needed. Harrisburg cracking the bunker already. And as Maryville, I feel like you just have to swap. You just have to swap because you can't recontest the bunker now.
This is swap time. Your point A defense has just been completely obliterated to start this out.
They do have time to recontest though. They actually are keeping the Orisa, but getting, they're going to actually get a Tracer.
We'll see if it pans out. A very nice hack on the Guru early on. Rat gonna fall. Guru gets demagged. He can't get away after the hack. And Smoody doing so much work for Harrisburg.
A lot of work coming out. Hypnot gonna get Soames. Hypnot just getting constantly tanked here from Tony B. Tony B close to the amplification matrix. Right now, Maryville, they've stabilized a bit, but Harrisburg just playing the point so heavily.
Harrisburg has too many people up and around the point. Maryville, they're not going to be able to recontest it. At most, they're just delaying. But Harrisburg, they are decisively removing them from the payload here. This is going to lead to a very big ult advantage as we look towards point B.
Very big ult advantage, though Maryville will have some ults of their own, but more importantly for Harrisburg, it's not really just about the overall ult economy, it's the EMP. The EMP should be a fight win there as we move forward. Maryville making swaps here once again, getting Tony B onto the Ana and Rat onto the Bastion. They want to counter bunker here again.
I mean, it's a tricky play if they decide to go for it. They're able to get down Hobbs with the Ash, but so far Maryville hasn't looked very good running bunker comp.
I wouldn't be surprised where we see the Valk engage and they just give value to Bob. Bob is there to disrupt the bunker. There's no Bastion. There's nothing that can actually just immediately burst down Bob necessarily. So Aether needs to look at this engage for Bob and then win towards fighting.
I mean, the real problem is the EMP's coming out. The EMP immediately sets up. Hypnot down. Ops hold on to the barrage under heavy pressure. Resurrection back up though. Maryville could stabilize the Valkyrie, keep them reasonably healed, and Rat, he's back in turret mode, guns down, Insomniac on the other side. And the minigun here from Rat doing a lot of work.
And they didn't even have to invest any other ults, it was just the Valk. Just the Valk from Maryville, they stabilize, they get the important res there from Mac. Harrisburg having to regroup, they've used their EMP, they've used their supercharger, Hobbs gonna go down late. So if I'm Harrisburg now and I'm looking at this composition, I might have to think of, well, no I don't, because Swish gets the pick on Mac. He just fires there from the tunnel and gets Mac.
Definitely an opportunity here, but also Harrisburg is so far back that I'm not sure it's going to be as big an opportunity as you might want. It's going to take them a while to even force Maryville to be displaced.
Maryville actually dropping the supercharger Hypnon, putting that behind the shield, making it harder for Harrisburg to approach. They don't have that many tanks, so not a lot of very healthy players.
Well, the Dragon is out. Hobbs trying to use his distraction as he works around the flank of Maryville. Just staying in place. Retina going to fall. Harrisburg already down one. And Hobbs has just been getting contested left, right, and center here.
You see the res comes out, Aether gonna go down. You see the nano out on Tony B, the Bastion form is open, it's over, back. Swish got two.
Mac was going for the res, he got caught. And Harrisburg on the fast break, the barrage over the top removes the Bastion, deals with the Diva. Hobbs is giving up his life, but it was very much worth.
Very much worth. So might go down here as well. He is gonna go down, but the fight's still gonna be the way of Harrisburg. And finally, they've broken through the point, sort of off that initial picks. It's really Swish with that Hanzo getting all the picks that they needed, and they finally have EMP too. I was going to talk about how the EMP, the Sombra, it's tough to build it versus that bunker composition, but because the fights have lasted so long, the Swish are getting key picks, they're winning the fights, and now they have EMP.
I don't know if Maryville should go out and try to contest point B the way they are. This comes at a very big risk. The positioning's not going to be great, but Swish is down! Aether just headshot Swish directly out of it. And that works out quite well for Maryville.
They actually use the Bob to engage. They use it as a zoning ult where they can move forward, they can put some pressure there onto the Harrisburg, how split they are, because when they're running one tank, Bob is a lot scarier ult.
This is kind of risky positioning for Maryville where, if I'm Harrisburg, I look at this, I send Smoody the back cap.
I think they're gonna have to think, because if you send Smoody to back cap, Guru's gonna contest and they look forward. I agree, Smoody should probably look to pressure, but what they really want to do here is they look like they want to set up their EMP. They know Maryville doesn't have a lot of ults, if any.
Smoody perhaps considering it, holding in the back, but I think Harrisburg, they will have to invest the EMP here one way or another, which is definitely a big win. They get the halt though, Aether in a rougher spot. Aether very lucky not to get pulled over to the other side.
Maryville now, they've backed up a bit. They've lost a little bit of control of this high ground. And actually, they rotate into main. They're trying to go for the Fair Mercy, but the EMP's out.
The EMP is out. Rat out of the fight immediately. Harrisburg looking to make the most of it. Swish still going to fall. Maryville, the effects of EMP are gone. Valkyrie is up. Are they going to get the res? Rat is back into the fight.
They get the res even with the boop trying to deny it. And the rotation, the Harrisburg rotation, they could not handle the Maryville rotation.
Maryville is dealing with the EMPs very well in the bunker comp. It was a rough start point A. It's been much better point B. Harrisburg down to their final minute. But they get down Mac. The pressure's still coming in, and Rat not going to be res this time.
Swish just getting so much value, getting Guru as he's going for the bomb too. Swish getting 3. Swish's Hanzo has been the playmaker for Harrisburg consistently.
So not only should they be able to get the point B off of this, they're going to have the Dragon Strike up for the next fight. It'll have good displacement, and I think Maryville, they might be done with the bunker for point C.
So it's now going to have that transcendence up. Push going down actually. 2 Rats. Tracer going to recall. Maryville still committing to this fight, but they're just going to be dying onto the fight. Dropping the barrage. I think with Hobbs getting that barrage off, it'll be a swap. Swap will probably come out because Farrah gets a lot weaker on last as well.
Fully agreed. I don't think he was planning to save the barrage. It goes, I'm about to swap anyways. I might as well press Q. Oh, they're going to Moving Castle.
Moving Castle, huh?
Pirate Ship, more accurately.
Pirate Ship is more, I mean, technically they are moving.
It's moving, but Moving Castle is more when you run it with the Symmetra. Soaps gets Aether!
And I mean, Maryville, they're actually going to set up their own bunker here on the platform. They're bringing the bunker to them, but they're going to drop now. Aether getting the res. The bunker setup has been disrupted. Swish likely going to look to use this Hanzo ult to displace Maryville, maybe even set up the EMP or EMP Hanzo.
Rat under very heavy pressure. Healed back up, and I mean, Immortality Field will help for some Dragon Strike, but already, Bomb going to be out here from Maryville. EMP back the other way. Rat immediately gone. A very nice engage here from Harrisburg, and Hobbs is just piling on.
Now Maryville having to back up. They have the full pirate ship set up right now. It's so tough. They've broken the initial hold for Maryville, and now Maryville in the really untenable position that they have to recontest versus a fully set up Bastion.
And guess what? Set up Bastion beats not set up Bastion. Rat just deleted from the game there, Hobbs.
Look at Hobbs, he's healing, he's not even shooting.
He's so low, but he's able to get healed back up. In here in the moment, Retna gonna fall though. Maryville back on some point, Supercharger out. Fighting tooth and nail, Hypnot takes out Hobbs.
And actually, the recontest does have a Romero off of the Supercharger. Despite those early picks, the Supercharger is doing so much work. They do stop the push. There's 17 seconds left. It's the last fight.
Hypnot just willed Maryville back into that. And Maryville on the verge of forcing a map 5 for the right to go to the finals tomorrow. Smoody working.
I don't know if we can even touch. It's all going to be on Smoody.
Smoody should be able to touch, but Maryville might have to give up his life. They're already down 2. Maryville, they've done it here. They're going to be forcing a map 5. And it's all going to come down to that.
I mean, Maryville, they're at the end, it looks shaky for them. It seems like they didn't know how to initially deal with that composition from Harrisburg, but they finally got the value they needed. I mean, Retna just could not deal with some of the pressure, the shield pressure here from Hypnot too. Hypnot's been getting insane value from Maryville. Hypnot's been getting crazy value.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, Hypnot hit a moment there where he just decides, I'm not going to lose. Because that was looking very good for Harrisburg, as you said. They had to set up Bastion. Rat gets deleted immediately, and Hypnot goes, I'm just going to lay down the shield and Supercharger. Let's do this thing.
Hypnot been a consistent part, a very important piece for the lineup for Maryville Hill today when they faltered, when they can't always just immediately win those individual playmaker duels because Harrisburg has their own. Hypnot's there to bring them back.
And I feel like it was point B where Maryville truly won this in terms of buying time, and otherwise they're able to reset up on their bunker. Now that was their attack a little bit further back, but when we get there, their point B defense was truly good.
Their point B defense was good. You see Hobbs there with that bash removing Aether's EMP in that last fight. Hobbs has been, when we talk about Maryville's consistency and how they've relied a lot on their individual talent, getting here so far, just how unbelievably skilled they are, we see equal playmaking abilities now from Swish and from Hobbs on the opposing side of Harrisburg.
So it's all going to come down to a map 5, where, as stated, this works out very well for Maryville because they've already proven to be the stronger control team earlier in the series. Of course, Harrisburg will get their choice of their favorite control map going forward, but still, from what we know of the two teams, it definitely puts Harrisburg at a disadvantage. This was Harrisburg's best chance to put Maryville away.
And now they're going to have to work with that uphill battle on control, where it showed that they weren't necessarily the best, the most prominent at control before, and now they're going to have to get into control and beat Maryville where they feel most confident.
Well, I gotta say, coming into this again, Maryville and Harrisburg, well hyped, some of the best supported programs in all of collegiate esports. And what more can you ask for? It's all going to come down to a final map 5.
Final map 5 here between both teams that earn their way into the finals here at this event at the Houston and for the collegiate finals. And I think that both teams have been working for this for so long. They've been working for so long throughout the season to get here. They've both been proven to be juggernauts of the TESPA scene, for the collegiate scene, and they have all this support for their programs, and they both want to prove why that support, where it's going, the results. They want to show it here.
And I think the good thing here for both teams, regardless of what happens on map 5, and this gets settled up, I think it's very much true in this case, is that either team can walk away happy. Where obviously you're happier if you win and get to the finals tomorrow, but I think the fear for Harrisburg perhaps coming in was, okay, we're going to go in and Maryville is just going to dominate us. It's going to be a 3-0 and we're not going to look competitive. Even if Harrisburg loses map 5, Harrisburg has still made a statement that their program is very strong and they outperformed a lot of people's expectations.
I mean, they're taking what was described as the juggernaut Maryville to the map 5. They've taken them there. They've done well. They've looked dominant on a lot of the maps they've won too. Harrisburg's program, I don't think you can walk away from this. Their players and be like, this is not an equally strong program. And when it comes to anytime you get to a map 5, you know that it's a relatively close matchup.
And of course, for Maryville, I'd actually argue for them if there was a team that'd be more disappointed. If Harrisburg strikes back, they win the map 5, they get the revenge on control. I do think Maryville will be a little bit disappointed because going into the tournament, if you're the asking a team, who do you think is going to take it? The general response was Maryville. Except for Harrisburg, of course, where it's like, well, we're going to beat Maryville because, they had to believe that. But they've also shown it here so far. So it's going to be interesting what comes out here. And again, the one upside for Harrisburg is that of the remaining control maps, they get their pick.
They do get their pick of the control maps to sort of mitigate that advantage that Maryville feels on control. But it's going to be an uphill battle like we talked about. They did not feel extremely comfortable in the lineup before. Now that we've seen Harrisburg can actually be flexible, they know to make the comp swaps. And Control, it's a lot more on the fly than it is in sort of hybrid or escort often because you're working in such a small window. Because if the time bank is always constantly ticking down, they need to think a little bit more on their feet.
Well, it is going to be Lijiang Tower. That will be our tiebreaker here. The choice of Harrisburg, and they are heading out here in the May. Both teams running May setups as we move into Control Center.
And for the dual May setup here for Harrisburg Maryville, the key here is the first fight, more so than ever, because the walls, once you have that May, you can control the point so easily.
Both teams dropping walls, neither wall being super impactful here just yet. But whoever wins this first fight can be a big advantage. Hypnot getting very, very low. Armor pack doesn't be invested, but Rat puts himself here. Well done. Bionade in from Soames. And Spoody able to use it to take down Guru. Both teams wounded here. One down to Zarya, one down to Reinhardt. Wall in from Harrisburg. They use it to get Aether. Harrisburg well on their way to getting first control.
And it was really set up off of Soames' anti-nade, denying a lot of the aggression Maryville could have. You see Aether was moving forward as May, but they couldn't follow up because the wall was out. They were still recovering from the anti. Now Harrisburg, they win first fight. They control the chokes, and this is where it gets hard for Maryville. They do have a wall to deny the wall for Smoody, so they're going to have to use that here to enter the point because this May wall can be so impactful. Actually, they just paid it out. There's no wall at all.
And that's the advantage here where you win first fight as May. You get more control here at the choke point. Maryville look, no, Rat gets hit the bottom. Rat, super, super low.
Look at the wall,
though. And the wall catches Retna on the other end.
Hobbs should go down to here. They do lose Retna, but they have the Shatter. The Shatter, they have to watch this. They really need to be careful. Harrisburg up the Shatter. The wall comes out, blocking more members off.
The walls moving in from Aether have been so incredibly good, but Harrisburg, they've been bloodying Maryville at every turn. Both teams trading one for one, and Harrisburg still in this. Smoody gonna decide to make it a little bit chilly here. Drops the Blizzard, gives up the life for it. Aether winning the May duel. Maryville, a little bit more momentum here, even as Harrisburg fights them every step of the way.
Retna, he's locked up by the wall. He still has Shatter, but it's going to be really risky if he wants to drop it here. He does die, and now based off that wall, finally, Maryville actually, after getting those picks, they're still getting good walls, but they just could slowly but surely lose. People got staggered. They got the flip. They control the choke point now, and Harrisburg have to re-enter.
That was a series of excellent walls coming out from Aether. Every wall more impactful than the last. It started out with getting Retna and went from there.
They just could not follow it up very super decisively, but they did get the flip in the end. Had to invest a lot of ults. Harrisburg moving in here. They will have doubles of portal. They will have grab. There's no diva for either field, so grab, it's free to come out.
Retna moving in. First wall out from Aether. This time Harrisburg able to deal with it. Smoody gets a little bit of poke damage. Going to shrug it on off. Shield pressure though in. Harrisburg though uses the grab. Moves on their own. Uses the nano boost. But the Blizzard, so good defensively, gives Maryville breathing room. Interrupts the Harrisburg combo, and Harrisburg ends up falling.
Beautiful Blizzard from Aether, using it as a defensive ult. The appeal for his team, knowing that they don't have that Transcendence up just yet that they needed. They didn't have anything to eat the grab. They deny all cleanup for Harrisburg.
Maryville evening up the score here, 51% to 51%. Harrisburg can be looking for a way back in, but they're a little bit drained after the last fight.
A little bit drained. Harrisburg having to enter. The good thing for them, though, is that Maryville not holding the choke super aggressively, which you would expect from a comp like this. They're actually backing up, allowing Harrisburg to enter to this point now. Spoody getting close to the Blizzard. Dominic still holding on to that beat, but Guru, the grab of his own available.
Wall here, going to be coming out here first from Aether. Bionade to the back. There is a moment of vulnerability. Hypnot from the Shatter, knocks down two. Harrisburg, they use the beat to sustain, but it's not enough. Swish, gonna fall. Hypnot Shatter setting the way. And Maryville now one fight away from going up around.
Bye-bye. They actually, did they hit the should go through? I think the charge got stopped by the railings, maybe. And now, Maryville, they've won that fight. It's last fight territory with Harrisburg. They have to enter. They have a Blizzard. They have a rally to get to the point, but they're going to have to go very fast. You see the wall comes out. They need to focus down a pillar real fast.
Insomniac had to go around. He's going to be giving up his life just a touch. 97%. Can he get to that point in time? Insomniac over the top, gets moved away. No! Doesn't get there. What a play by Mac to absolutely reject.
So that's going to be the first round, going the way for Maryville, and they're once again showing their confidence on control. Despite losing that first fight, they bring it back in, they own the point, and they're just getting so much value out of their combo usage, their ult usage, like the Blizzard denial for grabs, the better grabs overall, the better walls. Huge from them.
Also, you want to talk about confidence and momentum as we look at this final map. Yes, Maryville was absolutely taken to task by Harrisburg, but now they've gotten one round in map 5, one round between them and going to the grand finals tomorrow. They should be feeling very pumped right about now.
I'd be pumped. They should be pumped. They have the line, not just the pride of their schools, but scholarship money on the line here for both squads. They want to prove the legitimacy of their esports program. Harrisburg rolling out here as Hobbs gets hit on immediately.
Hobbs as far as the X Factor. You got to think this is why Harrisburg won the brain to Lijiang. This stage right here, where a Fire Mercy combo can be absolutely devastating. Switch beam out to the back inside. Hobbs gets another.
Hobbs getting Guru there as well now. So moving in from this wide room, getting pressured a little bit by the Sombra, but get the translocator as Rat finishes up the frag, but 2 people are down for Maryville. There's no one up alive. They can't contest, and that's the first flip going the way of Harrisburg.
And between these 2 teams, Harrisburg has looked better at the DPS setups. Hypnot know where to go. As Hobbs finishes off one more, and Hobbs is on a rampage right now.
Hobbs' Farah is huge right now. So now Harrisburg still owning the point, getting those late frags. Aether coming back up. Maryville, they don't really have any ults, but Harrisburg getting close to their Vow, getting close to their pulse.
And also, once you have point control, this setup from Afara, especially if the other team isn't running something like a Widow, is so oppressive. You can just get so much done with the rocket poke.
Especially for Gardens in particular, because like you talked about that rocket poke as Aether, he's caught, he has to translocate away. But the damage on the bridge, the environmental hazard from the boops, so strong. Aether still so low, just playing the packs.
I mean, look at Maryville's health as they try and move in. Anytime they go low, it's usually coming from the far as Hobbs finds Tony B. It was just inevitable in the very end. Moody got fall, Barrage used on the backhand side, and the Barrage was a little bit risky. It was a tough spot. Maryville there to punish, but they still need more to take the point.
Yeah, Maryville, they're weak. Rat, he gets the frag. You see the aimbot going to come out now for Guru. That should be the end of the fight. Everyone has to run. It's just Retina left. That Soul Tank character. Finally should be the swap. Swish gets the pick on Guru, but Maryville gets the swap finally. They get the flip. They'll have EMP. It's going to be a counter EMP fight, though. And more importantly than that, Soames has Transcendence.
Now, interesting for Harrisburg. Hobbs finds Rat. He swapped to the Widow. Deals with that, where you don't necessarily want to run the Farah on the retake. But man advantage here. They're going to use the EMP from Smooty. Tony B out of the fight. 2-man advantage out of Harrisburg, and they're going to make it 3. Very decisive from Harrisburg as they get back to the point.
No defensibles there. Once again, Harrisburg, they move in. They set up the EMP. They set up, actually, they're going to commit. Maryville, they drop EMP for that fight. They must be swapping. They must be swapping if they're going to drop an EMP in that fight. Even if they were going to be swapping, I don't know if that was the
I don't think
play.
they're going to be swapping. I think Maryville is committed here. I think if they had another option, they would have used it already. Oh.
Getting Aether there late. You see him take these angles. This is how Garden is such a tough map to retake, because these angles for the DPS heroes are so incredibly strong.
Hobbs has been putting Harrisburg on his back all throughout this round. First on the Farah, now the Widowmaker. He is the wall that Maryville must find a way to overcome. Harrisburg one fight away from forcing a third and decisive round 3.
And it's going to be a double supportal fight here for Harrisburg. It's going to be a lot of effort here onto Hypnot to get value from these mines, and Mac to keep him alive with the beat.
Hypnot, that was risky. And Hypnot's got balls. Soames fishes him off.
And the beat is used. It doesn't save him.
That's it. Harrisburg is going to be forcing a round 3 here. This match has gone the distance.
It's gone the distance, and Hobbs, Hobbs, huh? What about that guy?
What about him?
What about that guy? He's doing a lot.
About 80% of the killing blows there, if not more, for that round.
Hobbs being an absolute hero for Harrisburg. They're just getting their triple DPS in part is just so clean because Soames and Hobbs just get so much value. Retina, his Hammond, it's survivable, it's impactful, their initiations are clean. Maryville being taken to the very edge, taken to the end here.
So for both of these teams, their season here comes down to one final round. Which of these 2 teams is going to get to the finals tomorrow between Harrisburg and Maryville? We're going to find out here and now.
Here we are, final round of Lijiang, map 5, determining who goes to the finals in Houston. As in Harrisburg, they're running the comp again, the triple DPS. They have Swish on his Hanzo, Hobbs on that Pharaoh. We've seen so much, and Maryville just running back to spawn, swapping again.
Hobbs is Farah. This is also a very good Farah stage on Night Market. It doesn't get any better for Maryville. And it makes perfect sense why Harrisburg wanted to move the Lijiang.
Maryville now going to have to re-enter. They might lose first control here, but we talked about it that it's better to win first fight than first control.
That was so risky to take this route with the Farah on the top. Hobbs not unable to get the displacement. Retina gonna get hacked. Hobbs finds Tony B. He's flanking around the outskirts as that's going out. Back into the main fight. Retina gonna fall. Maryville, there's more in the point. Harrisburg their point control is difficult for them here. It's not quite as easy as it was a round ago.
And it was so key they were getting Retna early, even though Guru committed his mech for that frag, because once Retna's done, the point presence is negligible for Harrisburg, and Rat is there, even though he goes down late. The sustain is available. Maryville getting the flip, winning the fight.
The conundrum that they're heading here, and I think Hobbs is going for the reset. He let himself fall to the end. That wasn't a normal poop off. I think Harrisburg knows if they stick on the far, they're not going to be able to get point control.
Harrisburg now swapping some onto the Moira. Hobbs back onto this Brigida. They're making the full swap early, which is the smart move against the Sombra Goats. You take the fight, you remove EMP, and you'll still, as long as you win the next, you can flip, you can get better ults.
You don't wait for the Desperation Goat swap. You're absolutely right. This was the time to swap for Harrisburg. The EP from Aether likely going to make it an easy fight for Maryville, but Harrisburg is going to bring this back. This is what they need to do, and hey, even got Rat.
We got Rat, but Swish lives. Redna is still very healthy. They're still alive.
Harrisburg is doing it! Harrisburg could actually win this fight!
They are going to win this fight. I think they should.
Maryville could not commit off the EMP! The charge ends up being very impactful. The focus fight from Maryville was discombobulated in Harrisburg. Now onto the point, decisively bringing it back.
Though Aether is close to another EMP, but you see the Coalescence involved. Mac is down, the rally is out. Can Maryville keep up these track, but Tony B's gone too. No support, but Hypnot gets 3, gets 2.
Exerts his will on the game once more. We saw some from 66.
3.
And he goes absolutely ape.
4.
Hypnots just dominating from Maryville. Harrisburg down to one last fight.
That was incredible. Harrisburg, they survived, they sustained through the end, ZP, and we were both like, this is it, it's over, that's the fight. But Hypnot, Rat, the sustain on point, and most importantly, Hypnot, the value from Primal, so huge.
Hypnot might have just done it for Maryville. Harrisburg, final opportunity, their season on the line. The self-destruct from Guru early. Maryville gonna invest the barrier. Looking on in, Graviton in from Harrisburg. Here comes the combo. They're looking for anything. Tony B is down, but it comes at a cost. Hobbs out of it. Harrisburg fighting. They might have done it just here. More on the point. They are not done yet.
No, they're not done yet. They win the fight, the combo, picking it off. They've survived. They've got the flip, but it's 99 for Maryville. And if you're Maryville, all you need is one fight, and the pause comes out.
Ooh, the dramatic pause.
The dramatic pause.
is what we're dealing with here. So, Hypnot.
Hypnot.
what
about that guy? Huh? I mean, we've said it before, but Hypnot good. He's Hypnot good.
We've just, we've gone caveman speak here.
Yeah, we've gone full SM org.
But you think about it, not the first time this series where, again, Maryville is in a really rough spot on Route 66. What does Hypnot do? He goes, I'm going to drop my supercharger. I'm going to walk forward. We're going to win this. But the dramatic pause is over. And Harrisburg, they're still in a very tough spot. They must be perfect from here on out.
Because Maryville, actually just swapping Aether. Well, they're not sure what they want to do. They're swapping Aether back onto the Sombra. Tony Vito going to the Zenyatta. The right play here, because versus the Moira, you can slowly but surely just get the resources out, win the duel via Discord. Hypnot now going back onto the Rhine, Guru with Zarya. And their play for Maryville, even though they spent a lot of time swapping, is all they need is one fight. Just one fight with EMP to get the flip.
And Aether doesn't even have to have crazy good Sombra building here. It just needs to be average. And they will get a fight that is in their favor. But Harrisburg, they're buying a lot of time. Maryville is being very slow to build.
Maryville are just waiting for this engage. Finally, they've been waiting for so long. They've wasted almost 30 seconds. Now they come in. The Rat is going to go down very soon. Hobbs using that rally to initiate.
Very nice bump on the Rat. It kept him alive. Maryville still has a full 6. Harrisburg, they use the beat to engage. Maryville, very good disengage. Now they're going to rally. Maryville coming back the other way. Want to end this here and now if they can. Aether at 50% towards EMP. Plus it's burned from Harrisburg. Harrisburg, they're about out of buttons to push here. They use just about every ult they have. And Maryville still pressing, still moving forward. Aether at 76% to EMP.
80%. I mean, Tony B close to the trans here as well. And Harrisburg used every ult and got nothing in return. You see this pressure from the Discord. Brenda's down.
Brenda's down. EMP about to come in. Maryville looking for the finish here and now. The bomb from Spoody doesn't get anything. Hypnot under pressure. Graviton in from Harrisburg. Graviton deals to the Hypnot. 5-on-5. EMP from Aether, but his team is down all around him. Maryville, they have to transcend just to stay in it. Drop the Graviton their own. Harrisburg, they don't support up to respond. Tony B gets hobbed. This is back and forth.
But Soam's just playing these flank kills against Coalescence. They're regrouping on the point. And Maryville, they committed so many ults. After Harrisburg committing many ults, they don't get any value for either team. And it's last fight. Can they even touch?
It was such a long fight that Maryville, they're almost out of time. Harrisburg has almost brought this back. They were down 99-0. Maryville, can they bring it back? Hypnot moves in. Mac already down. Hypnot super low. Hypnot's going to fall. Maryville on the verge of elimination here. Harrisburg, they're about to do it. Harrisburg has defeated Maryville. They will be going to the grand finals tomorrow.
Well done. Harrisburg. I mean, it would look like a lost fight for Harrisburg. Honestly, they invested 4 ults in the fight previously when Maryville had none, got no value, got forced to the point, lost Retina early, and they still bring it back because once again, the EMP just didn't get the value, and Soam's just playing the angle so huge.
And I think what was so tough about that for Maryville, that fight started so well for them. They got through most of the ultimates for Harrisburg, but then they overcommitted. They used EMP in a tough spot, and they couldn't bring it forward. But what tenacity from Harrisburg. You hear the fans, the alumni in the stands just cheering them on.
I think it's parents too.
Yeah.
Maybe some parents there as well. I mean, that is incredible, really. Harrisburg, the value they got, so, everything that they got there post-fight, even when they had essentially thrown away ults in a fight where they got nothing, it is incredible. And the fact that they could negate the ult value from Maryville post-fight, that shows a well-coached squad, a squad that is extremely cohesive, and Maryville fall, the Juggernauts are gone.
And again, credit to Coach Joe Meister here, where Harrisburg throughout the series had very innovative looks. They weren't just committed to one strategy. And of course, this is here where it was all decided on Lijiang Tower. It was back and forth the whole way, and this is where Maryville, of course, was looking very, very good.
Maryville looking very good on the control, despite where Maryville had been so dominant before. Harrisburg, they bring it back in the end. Their comps so cohesive, their triple DPS, even their 3-3, they made, and I think also when we looked at that last fight there, when we get to Night Market, Harrisburg made the right play to swap when they did. They could have committed, they could have changed, but they swapped as soon as possible to 3-3.
They did not make the mistake that a lot of teams do, even at the Overwatch League level, where they stay in the wrong composition for too long. They knew that they needed the swap. They did, they gave themselves time. They needed every last bit of it. But then they just had what can only be described as an absolutely phenomenal comeback.
Phenomenal comeback off of some hero plays. I mean, we didn't give Swish enough credit in that fight, where his presence there, the shield presence and the grab, you see it happen in this fight. Without him removing these ults early, getting that pick onto Hypnot, without that, I mean, it's probably done. They needed to get those ults out early. They needed to remove Hypnot.
And even in losing, credit to Hypnot, especially for the Primal moment there where I thought he just destroyed Harrisburg. I thought that was it. When he came back in the Primal, it's like, okay, this is the match. And somehow Harrisburg came back, but that was still a monster hero play from Hypnot.
Monster hero play, squads on both sides being impressive. And we can only just be happy that we got to a map 5. But this is one of the most hype match, if not, it probably really was the most hype match in the tournament, and it really paid off.
It absolutely did, but guys, we're going to be throwing it here to our panel because I'm sure they have some thoughts on the game we just saw.
All right, guys, I'm here with the coach of Harrisburg, Joe Meister. I'm inconveniencing him right now because he should be backstage distributing high five and popping bottles. Thank you so much for being here. What happened? I'm just going to boil it down to that because you guys were, of course, the underdogs going into that because Maryville had a totally dominant season, give or take some games, and I don't know how we're standing up here. It was back and forth, back and forth. What do you think won this game for you guys?
I mean, this series was certainly very close, a lot closer than maybe some people expected. But I think our versatility, especially in the compositions we ran today, really showed. I think going into this, that was our biggest strength against Maryville. So I'm glad we were able to pull it off today. In a big way, today was, almost like the finals for us. Maryville is, I would say, our biggest challenge, and I'm glad, we were able to overcome that challenge. So very excited to be going into the finals tomorrow, and I'm glad, our players were able to pull off the win today, and I'm very proud of them.
And listen, I mean, as you just said, this was one of the hardest matchups, but the games are not over. You guys still have the finals. An amazing game. Obviously, you pulled it off, but is there anything going back to those finals? You guys are obviously going to talk a lot about them. What do you need to talk about going into them? What do you guys think you need to do until tomorrow?
So yeah, definitely. I mean, we're not underestimating whoever we're going to be playing in the finals. We're going to, take it one day at a time, basically. But for the most part, we're going to stick to, our strengths, just play our best game, and do exactly what we did today. That's it.
As simple as that. Guys, congratulations. Joe, congratulations. We are going to throw to a quick break. We are going to come back with more Overwatch. I don't know how we're going to top that, but we're going to figure it out. We'll be right back. Thank you, guys.
Powered by Intel Core i7 processor.
Want free Chipotle? Join Chipotle Rewards. Whether in the restaurant, ordering ahead, or getting it delivered, you can earn points towards free Chipotle. Join now.
What a matchup that was. Harrisburg gets the better of Maryville. They will be moving on to the finals tomorrow. Welcome back, everyone, as we break down the action. You got myself, Golden Boy, alongside Anna Prosser, and Jake from the Houston Outlaws here. Now, I mean, I have to say, this was everything that I wanted it to be and more. Not only did we get the Game 5, but we literally got that round 3, and it was just, the tension, Anna, was incredible.
Oh my gosh, after yesterday watching both of these teams go 3-0, going into this match, I was like, oh man, I hope we get some really good competition. And we got such good competition that people in the stands were jumping to their feet and screaming. The energy in here was amazing, Jake.
Certainly an exciting match. We saw a lot of unique strategies coming out from both teams. It felt like at some point Harrisburg sensed that the 3-3 matchup didn't really favor them in the mirror. So I like that they kept it away from that. They tried to play these cheesy bunker comps as often as they could, and it really felt like Maryville just wasn't as practiced against that type of play style, and they didn't really have the great understanding to counter it. I felt like they were playing the right heroes in Sombra Genji, but the execution just wasn't there. They weren't getting the surrounds, a couple questionable choices on ultimate usage, and that ultimately gives Harrisburg the series.
Yeah, that would be actually in Game 3 where we saw that Sombra Genji come out. A couple weird nanos that had happened as well. I will say though that, you know, Mac for Maryville was playing very good, just good consistent play on that Lucio. I also think that Hypnot had quite the matchup. I think toward the end, maybe it just got a little bit the better of him, but Hypnot was playing a good tank the entirety of that series. I would definitely say, though, that on the Harrisburg side, you got to give all the love in the world to Soames, because this guy was the difference maker in the support role, Jake.
Soames was absolutely my MVP. I mean, sitting here on the couch, I was just noticing it time and time again. And I mean, he's playing Zen, he's finding constant opening picks, he's finding those mid-fight value trances, you know, like I didn't see him caught out once the whole series, to be honest, in a position that I felt like it was his fault. And on the Ana, I mean, just disgusting value, sleeping Briggs, nading the entire enemy team. It's just, you know, really, I think Soames is a real bright spot for this roster, and it's a great metagame to have a flex support who's really dominant.
You were talking a lot about something that's really key to esports that someone who's new that's watching might not pick up on, and that is that once you win a fight or once you get in a position of having an advantage, it's important to take another advantage. Can you talk a little bit about that in Overwatch and how we were able to see that in this match?
Certainly. So, you know, watching that, especially I noticed this on Route 66 at the end on Harrisburg's offense. They didn't end up getting that map win, and I think that's largely because they won a fight at the beginning of third point, on that, using that EMP and that Dragon to clear out the enemy Bastion. But then their Bastion and Orisa just stayed on the cart, stayed static, when they had a really big opportunity, in my opinion, to go take the high ground and seize that really dominant position to close the map out. And I think it was really because of that they weren't able to finish. And on the other side, it felt like Maryville just had this final round of KOTH completely locked down. It felt like they would have won 100-0, but that final fight was just, or at least when they had 99 and before Harrisburg had recapped the point, they had EMP, they had Diva Bomb. That's all the tools you need to get an easy fight win when the enemy team is forced to run in and contest point, but they were just way out of sync. The Diva Bomb comes in on the Rhine, but the EMP is just way too late, so the Rhine blocks the bomb and then takes an EMP all by himself. And you know, if you're Rhine, it's hard to ask for more than that, just tanking 2 ults and absolutely surviving all on your own. So it felt like things just started to crumble for Maryville near the end. They didn't have that same focus under pressure.
And that will be Harrisburg moving on to the finals. And what I think is crazy about this is that this Maryville program, Anna, was made to go to the finals. They even said it themselves that, you know, losing is just not an option for them. But yet, here we are, Harrisburg, man. What a good program they have there. And kudos to Joe Meister, who used to play for the Philadelphia Fusion and the Overwatch League, coaching this team to a victory.
It's really interesting that these two teams have a rivalry not only because they've met each other in competition before, but because the schools that they're playing for have invested in esports. So these players are representing an administration even that is saying, hey, you know, as we saw in that video, Maryville had an administrator saying, we want to be known as the pioneer in esports. So having those resources behind you, having that support behind you is key, but also that adds a lot of pressure. It adds a lot more that you have to carry on your back. And so the interesting thing about both these teams is that not only are they trying to win for themselves, but they're trying to win for their school's legacy.
Yeah, what a crazy matchup that was, but that will lead to, as I mentioned before, Harrisburg finals tomorrow. You'll see them again there. Maryville will be keeping eyes on them. Obviously, all those players very, very talented, and their careers and their futures very bright. But now we're going to focus on our next game coming up at the semifinals. It's going to be Utah going up against Orange Coast, and this is going to be a fun one because these two teams play very different styles. This isn't the 3-3 that we're used to seeing in Overwatch League, or even what we got in Game 1 for Harrisburg and Maryville. Jake, these two teams run very different formulas.
Exactly. Orange Coast is a team that has just ideologically committed themselves to playing that DPS roster. I mean, they've got Slayer Gramps on the team, really strong Tracer player, has a lot of experience on the hero, and you know, they just feel like with Chicken's Farah and Parjani's Mercy, it seems like they're always getting a ton done on the map, and they're always taking that map control, which really shows an understanding of the underlying composition that they're playing. You know, if you fail to take that map control, you fail to surround the enemy team, that strategy is a lot less effective. And on the flip side, we've got Utah, who loves to play this bunker comp absolutely everywhere. You know, normally we only see bunker come out on these select defensive positions, but Utah just says, nah, we're playing it absolutely everywhere. The real question for me is, Utah seems to have heavily practiced the bunker as an anti-GOATS tech, right? They got the Mei, they've got the Ana, they've got the Brig, these heroes that really are designed around keeping the Bastion alive and trying to beat a GOATS team. But how will they stack up against a top-tier Tracer like Slayer Gramps and a team that likes playing triple DPS and spreading out? That's the traditional counter to a Bastion comp, surround him and flank him, and that seems to be really the greatest strength for Orange Coast. So I think this is going to be a real test for Utah. Can they adapt their Bastion strategy to make it more effective against a DPS comp?
Yeah, and this Orange Coast team is so unique, Anna, because I had an opportunity to talk to them after their game against Grand Canyon, and I asked them, like, for one thing, you know, Jake had mentioned a lot of times, why are they not playing the Sombra? Why are they not playing the Sombra? And it's because they simply just don't want to. They made a list. They checked it twice, and they decided, this is who we like to play. We're just going to play what we want to play. It works out for us. We're just going to play to our strengths. And it's come with some hardship without a doubt, but they've done a good job of that so far.
It's really interesting that we were talking about player comfort picks and things that people need to do because they've decided this is what works best for them. It's really interesting to note as well that Parjani had a really tough road coming here. You may have seen some articles coming out. Parjani actually survived cancer in her right scapula and had to have her right scapula removed. So that means she lost a lot of mobility in her right arm. And as somebody who had previously depended on her accuracy and ability to have that mobility, she had to change her play style to be more about positioning, more about strategy. And so you're also seeing the effect of saying, okay, I am a really, really good Overwatch player. I have these obstacles that I need to overcome. How am I going to adjust my play style so that I can still show off my skill? And I think that's a really exciting thing to watch because obviously it has led them to being successful.
Yeah, I think it just goes to show, right, the desire to compete by these players and what they're willing to go through, honestly, what they're willing to endure to get up to this point. This has been a very long journey for a lot of these teams, and you can, even at the end of the Harrisburg, Maryville, and I hate to bring this up, but you know, you really have to, you saw it in Maryville. When they lost, they were heartbroken. They were defeated because not just in the game, but also in that moment. And they'll pick themselves back up and they'll do very well in the future. But it really does mean that much to them to be here, to perform in front of the crowd here at Comicpalooza, to just try and be the best that they possibly can be in Overwatch, Jake. And you know that as well. I mean, you just played recently at the Dallas homestand against Dallas Phil. You had the Texas Showdown here in Texas, and I can even imagine like what that's like to be on that stage and give it your all. It's a crazy experience.
It's just a different level of emotion when you're going into the competition like that. You know, the live audience and even aside from the live audience, just knowing that this is a real match that thousands and thousands of people are tuning into online just raises the stakes so much higher. I mean, knowing that your future career as a pro is potentially, you know, there's lots of people watching this who are trying to scout for Overwatch talent, potentially for the Overwatch League, and you know, you really want to be on your best form. You know, this is something that you just don't get to this level without really caring about what you're doing and really dedicating yourself to be the best. So, you know, win or lose, you have to put your emotions on the line or you really just don't have a chance.
Well, I tell you, I'm ready for this next matchup. I know everyone here is as well. Time to find out who is going to go up against Harrisburg in our finals tomorrow here at the ESPN Collegiate Esports Championship. Let's send it over to your casters to get this bad boy rolling. You got ZP and Avast.
Thank you, Golden Boy. Our first series of the day, of course, was a thriller, but now we get to uncharted territory here as we look at OCC versus Utah, because both of these teams, they do stray off the beaten path in regards to how you play Overwatch. They're unique, but they're also well executed, and seeing how these two teams interact is going to be something.
Straying off the path is one word. You could say maybe clearing the foliage off the path, making a whole new one with how they play the game is much closer to how I would describe both of those teams. They play a style that is uniquely their own. They don't really like playing some of the meta compositions. OCC has simply said, we don't play meta compositions. We just won't. We simply won't. We won't have it. And we're going to, partially because of what we're talking about with Parjani, they just can't practice as much as they'd like due to both, you know, school and also medical reasons. So they make do with the compositions that fits them best.
The interesting thing is that usually when a team isn't playing meta compositions, it means that they're lacking in just basic coordination, and you know, their off composition looks bad as well. Not the case for either of these two teams.
See OCC Utah rolling out onto our first map. Going to be Nepal here as both teams move out. The high ground going to be taken for Utah. OCC on their traditional 3 DPS.
Utah, of course, going to be running with the Mei. Interesting enough, also using the Bastion here. So again, we told you it'd be unconventional, and it is. And the Bastion could be well protected here.
I mean, it's unconventional in general. Oh, what a sleep coming out from Captain Babe onto Chicken as they move forward. Slayer Grab's going to be taken out by a headshot from Cool ABC.
And I think Slayer Grab's going to have a hard time here against the Mei, where Mei isn't necessarily a full counter tracer, but it's almost a soft counter in ways. You have to play so careful because Mei can eliminate you in one shot.
I mean, Mei, if you hit those headshots, will one-shot you. And if you're against a Mei of Cool ABC's caliber, it's a risk. It's something you have to take into account. It's Inspire moving back up onto the high ground with Nightmare. Rifters is the taking the high ground, but when that's happening, OCC, they use the rotation so they can move towards point.
Also, Utah eating a lot of poke damage right now. Having to go to space, but Hollow goes the other way, finds Galaxy. Will ABC out of the fight. OCC able to get the flip. Utah a little bit slow, the rotate back over. But now it's Utah recapping the point. That was real quick.
I mean, they dropped the Nano onto Hollow, so it's tough for OCC to even contest. And OCC, they're circling around the point because the thing about their comp is that they can't really fight on point. The Slayer Grip gets bashed, but gets out.
And Utah running this Orisa Bastion setup. They're getting a lot of value. Slayer Grams as getting caught by the Bastion on the other side. Parjuni moving on in. And Parjuni not going to be able to get away from that one. Probably a little bit ill-advised. And it's a scrap fight right now, but it's one that Utah's winning.
It is, as you see the cleanups happening. Nightmare having the 1v1 with Galaxy. Galaxy, he gets the punch kill, but the fight's over. They can't really flip point. They're still just circulating around as CoolBC, he's owning the point. He drops the ice box to survive. OCC has to regroup. They have to get out. The problem with OCC's comp versus Utah is that Utah owns point entirely.
And the bomb gets Inspire. It's getting the man advantage. CoolABC, though, can buy a good amount of time here. Just drop the Blizzard onto the point, make it a little bit more difficult. And the Blizzard, we're going to be seeing it come out here, but it's OCC playing the flank, just ripping Utah apart one by one. But all the while, Utah still has control of the point.
Utah does still have control of the point. The Blizzard was dropped. It's a stagger. OCC, though, moving in. They get the res of Euphoria, and finally, these frags are going to be cleaned up. Going to go away to OCC. They're going to get the flip. So they finally flipped. They have some ults of their own, but Utah can move back in, and they have even more ults. I mean, their ult economy is still very good.
And even though I wouldn't say Orisa here in the offense is necessarily great, I think it can work against what OCC is doing. Utah really only needs one good fight, and they can, sort of play it slow, do their best imitation of Terrence from StarCraft here with siege tanks, and just make Orisa the slow pusher.
I mean, the thing about the Orisa is that once you get to the point, you can deny a lot of the spam damage for OCC, and it's tough for Jet Shell to get anything, though they do the best of minds right there. Nightmare is going to go down. That should be the fight win as you see Chicken just getting the spam damage and trying to pressure Captain Babe.
Well, getting Orisa is super key here because Utah, they just have to get up ground, and look at the far pressure in from Chicken. Jet has done a fantastic job at clearing the way, and Chicken right now getting everything he wants and more, and OCC starting to get themselves back into this round.
And this is where OCC, if they're going to come back to this round, it has to be with the aggressive holds, it has to be with the aggressive spam. They need to take advantage of the fact that Utah is not fast, they don't own a lot of space, and they can continue to poke them aggressively and deny that space.
Key for Utah, of course, protecting Nightmare. As Nightmare begins his push in one more time. Going to be seeing the shield come up here, and it's going to be twofold. Oh, the stick from the back gets Inspire and more. It's a double for Slayer Gramps, and that is so incredibly big here for OCC. We saw Slayer do that a lot yesterday. He's doing now. Here comes Barrage over the top. It'll be the finisher as OCC keeps the pressure on Utah.
Nightmare going to get picked up late, and this is exactly what OCC needs to keep doing. And sure, that wasn't necessarily a forward hold, but as soon as they get the pressure onto the backline, they continually poke. You see now OCC is already at 87% of the time. This is last fight territory for Utah. They need to get to point.
Utah, they cannot slow push this anymore. Just someone has to go to point. It's probably going to be CoolABC trying to use Ice Block to move over. Going to have to throw out the Blizzard under duress here. Mirage in over the top for Chicken, then take it down! Takes himself out! A Diva in his face on the other side is Utah. They try and get over to point. They don't get there in time. And OCC, they fight it back.
And not able to touch the point in there in time. And that was the problem with Utah's comp and what OCC was taking advantage of. The hard part for them was re-flipping the point. But as soon as they had it, if Utah was going to stick on that composition and not make a swap, they're slow. They don't own space. OCC does. They're going to constantly be poking them and looking for setups and picks. And you have to have a way to deal with all that pressure and take space.
And also getting back into it, I think the key moment there was when they were able to take down Nightmare on the recontest from Utah the first time around, because Utah theoretically could have slow pushed it, but that's inherent on them keeping the Orisa shield up for moving forward. And unfortunately, OCC was able to flank around. They get the pick off in that time, and then you go to the next fight. What happens? Slayer Gramps lands an incredible pulse buff from the back. So I think staying on the Orisa for Utah was definitely a bit of a mistake.
And if they're going to the Orisa comp as well, I don't think going main is ever the play, because you want to own the high ground and move the high ground so you stop some of that space that you don't own. You pretty much give yourself positive space as opposed to negative space, because when you're moving through main, everything is owned by OCC. If you go through that top right high ground, you're actually able to force them to rotate, get some more position for yourself, especially when you're on the Bastion. You want to own a positional advantage and verticality. So pushing from main in general means that your flanks are a lot more open.
Also, I mean, credit where credit is due here for OCC, where I have to say, trying to play Tracer against the Brigida, against the May. Slayer Gramps is just running the obstacle course of doom as a Tracer. Like all these things that can easily just remove you from the game, and still was able to apply consistent pressure and made pulse bombs count.
We're going to be getting into our second round of the ball very, very soon, but definitely the pulse bombs coming out. I mean, we see Slayer Gramps even yesterday. Goes for these pulse bombs consistently on Brigidas, one of the main counters for the Tracer, and getting those key picks with pulses. If you can get value, that means your Tracer is then actually a lot more valuable than before.
So, gonna be swapping rounds here. Now we go over into the Shrine. OCC versus Utah. Utah, again, going to be running with a setup here with Orisa Bastion, but this time Cool ABC on the Hog.
On the Hog rather than the Maze, so they're going to be, they don't have to worry quite as much about point control. They would rather have Cool ABC being able to get picks. As that happens right there, Galaxy down, but Captain Babe, you down as well. A Nightmare with that, with 2 down. This is first fight for OCC. You don't have the sustain, you don't have your shield.
It's a dive from Jet Gel and Chicken. It's just very, very impressive. Cool ABC able to get pick up on the other end, but even with these picks from Cool ABC, it's just nowhere near enough. It's too strong of a strike between Chicken and Jet Gel, and already a barrage is built.
And because they're also running that Hog and running more tanks for Utah, they lose. Not only do they lose first fight, but they've fed so much ult. They've given so much ult charge to OCC in particular.
OCC in a very good spot here early on, and don't forget, this is probably Farah's strongest round in all of the ball if you want to go aggressive, but now that there's Widow on the other side, it's going to make Chicken think twice.
Naturally, you're going to have to play very carefully around the Inspire Widow. Inspire, a very good player, a very hit-scan-oriented player. As Utah make the approach to the point, Euphoria just playing the flanks. Got to get healed there. Does have that aimbot up, available.
Chicken on the barrage, finds Captain Babe, gets hooked on down. A trade here that still could be good, especially if Arjuni can get the resurrection, but they're camping the body. Oh, Captain Babe, Slayer comes to their side, the bomb connects. And OCC still making this triple threat work.
And Parjuni does drop the Valk there trying to escape, trying to get away from Dog, is going to lose her Valk, but that's fine. Because in the end, they still won the point. And just trading your life for Captain Babe is what Chicken did there. It's an overall better trade for OCC than it is Utah, because Utah, they're a bunch of big, beefy bodies. They're tanks, and they need a lot of healing.
And Utah, I mean, the setup they're running with here is pretty interesting. Spire on the Widow. And they're still sticking with the Orisa, Rain, Sleet, or Shine, even though I don't think the Orisa shield's gotten the value that they would hope it would. OCC, though, almost going to have the point for free. Euphoria going to be down early. This is a much better opening here for Utah, using the whole hog to make space, and they're going to get first control for themselves.
They have managed to get first control, but Hollow is down. Chicken getting that pick. Jet Gel is likely going to look for this next engage. He does have the mines up.
Meanwhile, Inspire on a tear for Utah. Takes down both the Farah and the Mercy. The combination destroyed, but Utah, they have a long way to go in this round.
They have a long way to go. The flip is out for them. They're relying a lot on these halt hook combos from ABC Nightmare. Inspire going to continue to have to deny value for Chicken. And catch Euphoria when he's looking for the flanks here as well.
What Utah needs here more than anything else is a clean fight. Ideally, you know, you have a double pickoff threat here between the Roadhog and Widow. One of the two needs to do something early in this fight. You can't let OCC get set up.
I like the swap onto Moira of Captain Babe. It's a lot harder to get isolated by the triple DPS. The hook comes out. Jet Gel so low, gonna get picked up.
Well, ABC, that's one part that they needed, but look at Slayer Grabs in the back, looking for Inspire. Inspire, though, getting very good peel. And on the other side, Jet Gel and Euphoria working together. They deal with Nightmare. Euphoria on a good flank. Jet Gel backing it all up. Chicken over the sky. Dog, though, the bomb takes down 2. And both teams severely wounded. Chicken drops the barrage late, but Cool ABC gonna ground it.
Slayer Gramps is still in this fight with Jet Gel. He does have the pulse. Pulse gets eaten though by Dog 21. Dog 21 doing so much in this fight with the bomb. Cool ABC gets the hook. Can they recontest? Can they still stay on the point here for Utah because they are still owning it?
OCC, remember, they're a little bit more mobile. Slayer Gramps is down. Dog able to chase it down. A rough task for a Diva in a lot of situations, but Dog able to make it work. And Utah still in firm control.
And then you see the value there from Diva. Diva is great against triple DPS. If your Diva is getting consistent value, eating ults, getting bombs, peeling when necessary, it makes the triple DPS team's job a lot harder.
OCC looking for a way back in. Utah 10% away. This is going to be the final fight one way or another. There's an early pile driver initiation here from Jet Gel. Chicken usually has been the fall through, but not there this time. Cool ABC going to use the whole hog again. Making a little bit of breathing room, knocking OCC back, and oh, OCC! They're not on the point! Very good displacement for Cool ABC, makes it happen.
And the hog, I mean, it's working. It's not necessarily the meta pick versus the triple DPS, though we do see it occasionally, but they're making it work. The sustain that Cool ABC has, the fact that he has so much health, it's tough for him to get picked off. And in addition, the hooks, the combos are important.
I think actually the most important part for the Hog here is that it's containing Jetgel. Jetgel was completely unrestrained, getting whatever pile driver engages he wanted before the Hog came out. You have to respect Roadhog if you're a Hammond player because the Hog hook is so disruptive. So Jetgel, he's had to rein things in a bit, and it means that the rest of OCC, they have to make their own opportunities. It's not as free as it was before the Hog came out.
Yeah, it's a lot less Jetgel roaming around doing whatever he wants to get the displacement. A lot more, let's set up an initiation, let's poke, and then Jetgel comes in because they have to fear the Hog.
So this change-up working pretty well here. And, you know, we just finished up a series that went to 5, but both these teams, the way they're matching up, it could be a repeat.
I mean, it is the off-meta versus off-meta team in a lot of ways. Utah, now they're on Sanctum, and if there's one place Utah wants to be, it's Sanctum.
You take a look at this, Utah moving out here with the Torb. You want to talk about off-picks, it does get more off-pick than Torb.
No, I mean, and the Torb actually synergizes very well with Nightmare. But Nightmare, so much damage from him early. The focus, he's down. There is no shield anymore for Utah.
OCC early pickup, but back on the other side. Utah strikes a little bit deeper.
That was a perfect right click, actually. It was not even the hook, but the frag's still going, the kill's still going the way of Utah right now. They're owning the point. Captain Bay getting so much sustain. Cool ABC on the Hog, despite him going down. The presence he creates, the picks he gets is so important.
Also, if you're looking at Utah, if you're running a Torb, it's inherently better once you've taken the defense there. So the turret is going to be a bit of a pain for OCC, especially for Slayer, and that's why he's got Hanzo. He doesn't want to deal with it.
Yeah, again, they have the Hanzo now for Slayer because they need to break shield. They want to play the spam game. They want to win the spam game, which they will now with the Hanzo, and just remove the Torb entirely, remove the Orisa entirely from the equation.
Utah, meanwhile, holding the Nano in reserve. OCC ult to their own. Or, of course, has attack visor. But you have to find the right opportunity to use it as Utah just kind of dives in with Cool ABC as the vanguard.
I mean, you see Hollow and Cool ABC trying to be aggressive. He gets the pick, he gets the armor pack, he kills Chicken as well, who drops the barrage, trying to get him, but the right click is there.
And Cool ABC not done yet, has the Nano boost moving on forward. Not quite booped to the pit, holding on to the whole Hog. Looking for Chicken. Chicken gonna fly away on the other side. But, I mean, Orisa Hog is such a good combo. Cool ABC started out with the halt hook.
And this is the value. When there's no Zenyatta or Ana on the field for OCC, it's so much harder for them to punish Cool ABC. They don't have the heroes they need to actually remove all this health, remove the sustain, and then there's the ult. Torb has the Euphoria, but he gets out. He manages to sprint away.
You know, the orange skin for
They pull it into into it. Oh, my.
Two people forget that the floor is lava.
They didn't forget. They got halted. Ooh. They got pulled into it. Bye-bye.
I gotta say, by the way, it is very fitting to have the Torb orange skin because it actually does look like lava.
It does look
like it is.
Lava. Very good. And Utah still holding this point expertly. OCC, they have a lot of ults. They swap Chicken actually onto the Genji now. No more Pharah. So they don't actually have this cool spam advantage anymore. But Galaxy giving him his life to put Cool ABC off the map.
Final opportunity here for OCC in map 1. It's 1-1, but it's been dominated by Utah. Chicken and Parjuni though. Moving on in. It's looking way better. Euphoria. Room to work with on the attack visor. Off on the flank. And Utah, they've been doing well so far, but OCC, the final surge, going to give them control of the point.
They get control of the point now. That was a great fight for Jetgel, actually. It really just fought Hollow with the rally the entire fight. And if you can remove the Brigida from the equation who's rallied just by yourself, that's great value. OCC owning the point. They do have Primal. They do have Beat. So the next fight looking good for them. But Dog 21, there's always a real possibility for some good bombs we've seen.
From Utah, I'm fine to lose a fight or two and play this on eco. I mean, I don't think they will. I do think they'll try and win it, but you know, you don't have to invest everything here just yet.
See this flanks, these rotations happening for Utah. Cool ABC looking for the hooks, trying to catch anyone that they can.
And
get the hook on the Parjuni.
Oh, Parjuni hooked on him. Parjuni down. Cool ABC though down on the other side. And OCC, they think they can take this. They're going to drop the beat. They're going to move on in. The blade is out for Chicken. Slicing through the back line. Captain Babe out of it. And Inspire out as well. But ultimate drained here to a degree from OCC.
I mean, even with the pick onto Parjuni, the blade comes out. The damage was already so good for OCC because Euphoria is sitting. Euphoria and Slayer Grumps are just playing this right high ground, playing the pillar side it's called. And they're just getting so much value from the barrier health and the overall health of Utah.
I will say though for Utah, I'm not loving the Torb on the retake attempts here.
No, definitely not.
I think that should have been swapped.
I think they could definitely get either a completely different hero, really, or another tank. But they are going to move back in, taking this rotation here again. If they're going to play the Torb, I almost feel like they should try to just own the point first. If that's what they're going to do this
I mean, at this point, they're actually just hoping for a good multi-core, but oh, the Dragon! Such value! Perfectly placed from Slayer Grams. And OCC one fight away from taking map 1.
We are in last fight territory. It's 99% for Utah. OCC building up. They're going to get the res. So now OCC have to come back in. They have to deny the Utah push. There's recontestants about to happen, and Utah still doesn't really have any of their great ults.
Utah working for a way back in. This is going to be the final fight one way or another. Hook and miss here from Cool ABC, 97%. Utah needs to get someone onto the point. Meanwhile, Jet Shell, heavy pressure being applied, goes to the primal.
Look at this anti!
And he's just taken down the whole hog. Heavy damage into the corner. Meanwhile, Dog was onto the point. 6-on-5 advantage here from Utah. They're going to get the point. Now it's OCC in trouble. But Galaxy, the boom from behind. What a response from OCC, but Inspire gets 2 on the Bastion. It's not over yet. Utah just gunning people down. The minigun from Inspire brings it back. Utah going to take map 1.
And Galaxy, despite the double boop, Utah, they owned the point. That anti that came out early, denying a lot of damage. It was actually reflected. It was a reflected anti-nade, and so they were able to do so, or no, actually it wasn't reflected, what am I saying? Because Captain Babe is playing on us, so it was actually just a regular nade, but then the whole hog traps them in the corner, gets the pick, they can move the point, and there's nothing they can do.
What an insane ending there. I thought after the boot from Galaxy that was going to be it, but you know what? There's still a Bastion on the field.
Still a Bastion on the field, still a cool ABC alive. How do you remove that without a Zenyatta, without an Ana of your own?
So we knew that this matchup would be a little bit wacky, and so far it has been. And you know, what do you even say? We're going to go to the recap here, and there's a lot of zaniness to unpack.
There is, and there's a lot of playmaking as well. Slayer, Gramps, Chicken in particular, they've been consistent threats here onto the Utah backline, abusing these flanks when they can. But the problem is that the Hog actually might have been the solution, because they recognize that OCC is not going to play a flex healer that honors and that will punish Hog. They won't play Diva to punish Hog. They won't play these counters, so Cool ABC is free to roam about and do whatever he wants.
Also, I think Jet Gel is disproportionately good on the Hammond versus the rest of the hero pool that's available. So I think running Hog to just keep Jet Gel away from the Hammond is a very, very smart move.
Well, I mean, it's not like I personally don't think Hog, I don't think the Hammond is any more disproportionately effective than Winston, because both are relatively equally countered by Hog in a lot of ways. I think Jet Gel making the swap here onto the Winston it's better for Sanctum, but he's still equally countered by this composition.
And I mean, OCC, they're going to have to decide what do they want to do, because they're not really a team that likes running Ryan.
No.
So Cool ABC just going, at some point there was a revelation for Utah, and they just go, run Hog forehead.
Run Hog forehead.
And this is actually going to be a problem for OCC as we go forward.
Because they're going to have to find a way to deal with that Hog, all that health pool, the pick advantage, the sustain, while really they don't play comps that counter that hero. Because the reason we don't ever see Hog in most professional play is because everyone is playing the counters for Hog all the time, which is almost all the good meta heroes. But OCC is not really playing those compositions. They're not comfortable in those compositions.
Right, so Hog's value disproportionately goes on up, and funny enough, it's kind of why Hog, even though you don't see him a lot in full-on official matches like Overwatch League or Contenders, very often he's a rarity. You see him a whole lot if you ever do any form of ladder, because Hog is also not only good against heavy DPS setups, he's also good if you're a team that's trying to thrive on chaos, because guess what? So does Hog.
I mean, and then OCC is the definition of chaos. They are the Orange County Chaos is what they are. If anything, that should be their official mascot, because Cool ABC, they're hoping that they're going to play squishy compositions, because that is where Hog thrives, is able to just out-sustain and pick those DPS heroes.
And I gotta say again, for Utah, gotta credit their adaptability here, where even though they're not a team that can run a standard 3-3 as far as we know, or if they do, it's just not that they really want to and it's not being as effective, they still have flexes within what they're able to do. And the Roadhog swap here, I mean, really, the more we're talking about, the more we're thinking about what just transpired.
The better it is.
Yeah, it's really,
we just
good.
reflect upon it, and we're like, yes, of course, Roadhog.
Yes.
Somewhere in the universe, Harblue, he's screaming in victory. He's like, yes, Roadhog is back.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, Harblue only likes Roadhog if you're 3 miles behind the enemy team, and the spots no one would ever expect you to be.
It was funny, because you do have some more connections to Harblue, because Joe Meister, the coach for Harrisburg, used to be an old teammate of Harblue's.
Yeah, and Joe Meister was probably calling, he's like, Harblue, where are you? He's like, behind!
And at the end, it all comes back to Roadhog somehow. Yeah. But the composition for Utah swap, the swaps they made was the right swaps. I mean, you could argue they could make some more meta swaps, but since you know that the enemy team will not be playing heroes that counter Roadhog, Roadhog it is.
Why not?
Roadhog it is.
Run Hog until it stops working.
And that's just really the name of the game here when we got to this. The second side of the bracket for these semis is that we predicted this match was going to be extremely unconventional, extremely off meta, and it's so far appearing to be so.
And watching teams just make many adaptations is going to be pretty interesting here, where also, speaking of unconventional, because all these teams that we've been watching from the upper half of the bracket, like 3-3, it's Law Kings Row. It's going to be a lot brighter, a lot shinier here. Going to Hollywood.
I have not seen this map just yet this tournament. For his first appearance here. And triple DPS and the Utah compositions can both thrive on certain points of this map here. See Jetgel back on that Hammond. Chicken going to be on the Sombra. Utah looking to come forward here first for their offense.
And there it is again. Cool ABC, I think any other team, he'd be on the May. But he's going to go hog and he's going to make Jet's life as difficult as possible.
Now OCC making, I think, one swap that fits their composition that can counter hog a little bit more, which is the Sombra, because you can farm the EMPs so fast and you can get those hacks to deny the hooks and the health.
But it's still kind of a win for Utah there because Chicken has looked best on Pharah.
Chicken has looked best on Pharah, but they need something to deal with the Cool ABC Roadhog. You see Utah move towards the point. They have all the sustain. Cool ABC is hacked. No hooks, no healing available as Dog21 gets Chicken.
Yeah, I mean, they got the hack on the Cool ABC, but came at a dear price. Chicken already down, not going to be building EMP any longer. Cool ABC moving forward. Inspire finds Euphoria. And look at how much more passive Jetgel has had to be here.
And even with the res onto Euphoria, Galaxy is down. The health is low. Parjuni going to go down to Dog21. Dog21 is just hunting all these frags. Utah going to take the first cap. And the problem with OCC is that they need EMPs, they need pulses, something to get a pick so they can refight, because they have no presence on objectives at all.
Again, I just think the huge big brain win here from Utah is that even if Chicken starts getting effective on Sombra, OCC's bread and butter is a Pharah Mercy. That is what they're defined by. So if the Roadhog is making them get off Pharah Mercy, this is a double win.
So now OCC going to have to look. You see Slayer Gramps and Jetgel both behind. As the gate opens, they're going to try to be aggressive on this backline, try to poke. Dog21 using those boosters, trying to contest. It's Cool ABC. He's down.
It was from the hack. He couldn't take a breather. They used the hack, had heavy focus fire. They charge up the EMP. They use the EMP in the fight, but by the way, Inspire still gets 2. He wasn't hit by the EMP. The Nano working out for him here. And Utah actually, even as they're starting to get pushed back a bit here, they're still getting payload progress.
No Euphoria, he's on the high ground, and so is Galaxy. He's made the swap onto Ana as well. Now Chicken going Pharaoh now for the recontest rather than the Sombra. I feel like the Sombra is just so good here. Jetgel taking out Dog21. Obviously going to get that hook, but Jetgel should be able to get out. No, he gets bashed!
Oh, this is so tough for Jetgel on the Hammond where, you know, hook and bash in so many ways to just immediately get burned down. Meanwhile, Euphoria going to fall, and you know, you do have Chicken back in the sky now, but it's been tough.
It's very tough. I mean, they're just moving cart. There's nothing OCC can really do to contest cart while Jetgel is not alive. While Slayer Gramps, sure, he can move around, but he doesn't want to get picked.
But if Jetgel goes to payload the contest, he's going to get hooked. He's going to usually fall immediately. Even the halt is making things tough with the threat of the hook, just in and around.
OCC, they need to look for this engage. Slayer Gramps going to take out the turret. Nightmare going to get antied, but Galaxy's down. Captain Babe is down. That should be the recontest now with Cool ABC and Hollow also going out.
Yeah, OCC definitely going to win the fight, but they invested a whole lot. They used Valkyrie, Pulse Bomb, Tac Visor, even Mines. They used everything.
Used literally everything there in that fight. Is Dog21 going to run into the mines? It's tough to get the stagger when you have mines out. So Utah going to have to repush. Though with Utah's composition, it does make it, now they have to go through all this space and OCC own the high ground. What they need to be doing is having Euphoria, Galaxy own this high ground, sit on the top, look for the antis, and set up Chicken. All they need to do is just set up Chicken.
I don't know if I'm in love with the Torbjorn pick here by Inspire again, where it's on offense. I think the idea is maybe get a turret on high ground or just have the turret be annoying the Tracer and far alike, but tricky to make work.
And they do have Galaxy and Euphoria on the high ground right now, so they can look for antis, look to get value. They want to look to Nano Chicken. The Nano Barrage is going to be key to this fight.
Chicken holding on to the barrage right now. Euphoria, though, down early. Pulse Bomb, though, connects on the other side. Hollow down. Slayer can have 4 to work with. Brigitte, of course.
They're going to have to use these ults very soon.
Galaxy's down. Well, ABC just moving forward. Chicken, you got to make a move sooner rather than later. Nice down! Taken down by Orisa. And the Torbjorn offense is working out here for Utah. They're going to be getting point B.
And these halt combos from Nightmare are just getting so much value. Inspire just dropping.
Is he swapping? Like,
I don't think so. I think he was just dropping the ult to make sure that they couldn't contest, going to stay on it. Because, I mean, the cart's moving, right? You have your turret behind the shield. It only gets harder for OCC to break this comp now that the cart's moving.
Oh, halt into hook. Chicken just getting displaced, and also this is a really bad point for Farah. I think Chicken has to swap here.
I think he's going to stay though because they have the barrage and they want to use the high ground. But the halt combos from Nightmare have been key, have been absolutely key, and OCC just have not had the chance to really set up their own ults. Now it's going to be the first time, and Jetshell will have mines. Mines are great versus this, but you only get it so fast.
Jetshell though has been a non-factor for a while. He just you can't contest this, and oh, whole hog right into a closed space. Absolutely dominated up on top. Utah setting the pace. And Cool ABC, that was more of a hard move, actually.
And
that was
Cool ABC is he's just the menace. They can't do anything. He's slept right now. He's going to get antied. The nanobites are out. But look at all this health for Utah. Euphoria can't get through that.
No, Euphoria, it's like, okay, you have attack visor, but it doesn't matter. The point right now being dominated. Cool ABC can't push on back. Several mines his way. It's a nano hog. Looks for the hook. Down goes Galaxy. And Utah still threatening Cool ABC. A massive threat on the point right now.
And Jetshell is going to be the last remaining member very soon. Parjuni going to go down. Cool ABC, he can't be stopped. No. They don't know what to do with him because OCC won't run any counters to the Hog.
Hog is the absolute counter to OCC right now.
There's just nothing that can be done here. Cool ABC is walking around free to do what he likes. It really is a Hog's dream right now. If Roadhog players are watching this, it's like the key here if you want to play your hero again, just make sure Diva, Brigida, Zenyatta, Ana, just make sure they're not playing. Just make sure any of those heroes are not playing.
Somewhere out there, Heartblue's probably feeling like super happy and he doesn't know why. It's just like, this is his dream meta. This is his dream match.
The dream meta here. And Hollywood in particular, historically, has always been a good Roadhog map because of all the angles you can have and the flanks you can have for hooks. And combined with Nightmare's Orisa play, which has been pretty standout, he has been consistently good with the halts, it makes his life very easy.
The problem here is, as much as I want to say, well, OCC just swap to something else, they might not have the ability. It's easy for us to go, well, yes, if you could swap to anything, do this to counter. But teams have identities, teams have things they've practiced with, and anything that OCC is going to swap to here is not going to be their ideal. But on the same note, you can't just keep getting destroyed by Roadhog like this.
I mean, OCC themselves has said there's a reason that we play the comps we do. We're not necessarily super comfortable on more meta heroes. We haven't had a lot of time to practice. In fact, we've spent the most time practicing going into this competition because their whole goal as a school, that's a very, they don't have a huge program. It's not like Maryville or Harrisburg. It's sort of player run in a lot of the ways. And they've gotten here and their goal was to have fun and make LAN, and they've done both. And now they've made LAN, and now they come with the challenges of making a strong competitive LAN environment here with all these other collegiate programs, is that their compositions and their strategies leading up to this point have not been extremely meta.
So Utah to be sitting up here with Orisa once more, and guess what? Cool ABC still on the Hagen. This is new. We're going to see Jetshell in on the Reinhardt, so OCC, they're making some adaptations, but Chicken already down.
Wow. Chicken just got abducted. He got yoinked. Bye-bye. Thrown into everyone's team, he's done, and OCC have to reset here. And you see what the strategy they're looking to go for here is when they're running the double shield heroes, their whole goal is to put Slayer Gramps behind Chicken, behind Jetshell, and have Parji do damage boost and get value. But if Utah's smart, they're just going to play a little split, and they can recontest when they need to because they have way better sustain.
Also, OCC, they're out of their comfort zone right now. This is not the type of composition they like to play. Meanwhile, Utah, they play this all the time, so OCC in a tough spot. And even the double shields, Cool ABC goes around and gets Galaxy.
I mean, Cool ABC, he's seen a lot of Game of Thrones. He's just like, chaos is a ladder because he knows that he can do whatever he wants. He can flank. He's flanking right now. Dog 21 getting the pick there, and despite the pin onto Hollow, the fight is done. The Utah just know when they see this composition, let's just surround them and do whatever.
Oh, the stagger on top of it. Utah, I mean, right now, I feel like they found the answers. OCC is looking defeated at the moment because this comp from Utah, and again, it strikes out to Utah where a lot of teams would just run 3-3 versus OCC, but this is clearly way more effective.
This is a lot more effective because OCC just have no way to burn through all these tanks, especially with the Roadhog. And you need a good Roadhog to make it work, obviously. Utah still holding the point. Now OCC, they've taken the high ground, they swapped into the comps, they swapped on 2-2-2 actually.
They've gone to old school dive to an extent, just missing the Lucio.
So a lot of this setup is going to be extremely dependent on Chicken getting the blade in time. They're going to need the picks. Parjuni, though, is going to go down to Cool ABC, though Jetshell will get Hollow.
Whole Hog going to come out here from Cool ABC, but not as effective as Cool ABC would potentially like. But Utah, they're still winning the scrap fight here. Also Inspire, getting on low, decides not to use the multi-core. But again, it's Cool ABC. He's the last man standing.
Cool ABC kills both the DPS and Parjuni. He gets 3 picks in that fight, and you can't finish off the fight without your DPS players. You can't. They don't have the sustain necessary without Parjuni. The crux, as Captain Babe makes the swap here onto Mora, which is a much better swap in my eyes. You're a lot more self-sustainable against this composition. The crux is just cool ABC.
It's a Roadhog renaissance right now. There's no other way of describing it, where you look at cool ABC, hang over the top, contesting a bit. Now we're going to see the rally in here from Utah. Inspire just hanging out back, and down goes Slayer Grams.
Slayer Grams just falling to his. It looked like he falls to his death, but it was actually just the. There's no fall damage in Overwatch, so it was the Orisa getting the frags to Galaxy, trying to leave, but not going to be able to leave. Nightmare getting that pick there as well as they chase. So Utah, they're so aggressive here. OCC will finally have a win condition they need. They have Valk Blade. Valk Blade is available with Euphoria, also with the double dive tank out for OCC. They can support him for this dive. The real question here is, does Inspire hit the best peel Torbolt I've ever seen?
That's exactly what I was thinking, is that, you know what? The Genji's going to walk in at the Blade. The floor might be too hot to handle.
Floor is lava. And you see OCC, they're moving in. They've dropped the Valkyrie. Galaxy going to be playing here in main, trying to support as OCC move in.
Well, the Torbolt can be coming out a lot earlier than that. It came down off to the side, and it was used in reaction to Jet Shell to make it so Jet Shell didn't feel comfortable looking for disruption. But here comes Blade. Chicken moving in. Mohawk out. Has to deflect for a good part of it, and pigs do fly. And they shoot themselves Mohawk, as it turns out. Chicken doing enough here at the Blade. And OCC, it's taking a lot of time, but they will get point A.
They have finally broken through this point. The Blade, the Nano Blade being up in time. They're actually able to get that Torbolt out early, so there was no zone available. It looked like at first maybe the Holocaust would be enough, but because of the bomb, OCC finally able to take the point. They used their win conditions, but it was a really tough offense.
I mean, it was exceptionally tough, and Utah, they drained the clock to such a degree that as long as they put up any resistance on point B, it's going to be impossible for OCC to set a quicker time.
I am glad that they're keeping Galaxy full-time on the Ana, though, rather than using the Lucio, because they're just not playing a style, and because of the Utah composition, the Ana is just going to be a lot more value. There comes the bomb.
And now we do have the Bastion up in play here for Inspire. He's decided, you know what, Torb was good and all, but let's go to the Bastion. It's going to be making Chicken's life
That's a good
pretty
move.
difficult.
That's a good move. They removed the Orisa from the high ground, so now Inspire has to rotate anyways. So a little bit worse position. I like getting the Hanzo and the Widow here for OCC because they can play the Shield War, they can look for the Dragon Strike. But Galaxy, he's gone.
Yeah, it was the hook that set it up, and the real fall through there. The team beatdown, if you look at the kill feed.
OCC are going to have to find a way to take high ground positioning for these comps. They need, right now they're only playing Shield War. What they really need is to get angles. They need angles because the only person that can contest them is Dog if they get high ground.
You also need something that runs fast. Like, time is just getting absolutely decimated right now.
Euphoria is going to make the Flamby C, the Valkyrie out. But Chicken, I mean, the Valkyrie not going to keep you alive that long as there is the anti onto Inspire going to go down. Jet Shell engages there.
It's going to get dinged from the back. Euphoria, a threat on the Widowmaker. Chicken, a threat from the front. Wasn't so. Going to be doing some rare work. And Utah just being stubborn on the point. Cool ABC. All right, this is a fight that I don't think is going to work out, but is Cool ABC going to get out? He gets slept.
I mean, he's full HP. Hollow's there to peel for him. There's Nightmare as well. OCC are having so much trouble. Now it's time for the Mines. The Mines is probably going to be their best bet to walk in. You see the Barrage used.
It's nice ceiling Mines. People are stuck in the cafe. Gets a decent amount of damage. Hollow out of the fight. Barrage is invested. Here comes Dragon Strike from the Slayer grabs. And OCC just trying anything. And Utah just shrugging it off.
The Captain Babe is down. That's huge. ABC also going to be antied right now, so a lot of health, though. Slayer Grab's a little too aggressive, tries to peek the corner. Is going to get res, though. Captain Babe's still not there. This is time for OCC. They need to just come forward and take this fight.
Low.
They're so low. There's no health. There's the G-Mech there. This is going to be a fight now.
So OCC finally going to be making a little bit of progress here in point B, but now they have to be perfect. If they lose one more fight going forward, that's going to be the map, and Utah will be up dominating 2-0 at the half.
Worst of all, I mean, Galaxy just had to use Nano to finish off the fight. So with Chicken not that close to Blade, this next fight is entirely determined on if Slayer Gramps and Euphoria can get value, can get the picks they need.
Utah in a very, very good spot here. Overtime about to be in progress. We'll see if OCC can get the initiative. They're going to use Recon Sight early. It's going to help set up the Dragon, but you know what? They know where they are. They're going straight up Main Street. Slayer grabs. He's going to get caught. Super, super low. But actually fires back to ABC. The threat is gone. 6 on 5 for OCC. The most important threat on Utah. Down. The Bionade going to be connected to Inspire. Inspire, though, still in tank mode. Down Slayer grabs. It's more even than OCC would like. Here comes the turret. Down goes Fortuny. And Utah is going to hold it here on Hollywood. They go up 2-0 at the half.
And it almost looked like they had the ability they needed. They were holding that high ground, that recontest on to second for the defending team is very tough once you don't own that high ground and you're running a very non-mobile comp like Utah is. But at the end of the day, they make it to point. Chicken doesn't have Blade, and how do they fight point? They don't. They can't.
They can't.
They cannot.
And again, I think the biggest change that's happened here is that when you looked at how OCC was so good yesterday, Jeff Gel was a really big part of it, where he was doing just hero work as the main tank, being the main disruptor. They can't rely on that right now versus Hog composition.
No, they can't, and especially if Cool ABC is, it's not even just about also Jet Gel himself being countered, it's because Cool ABC can walk around with impunity, and Dog21 can walk around with impunity, and just get picks whenever they want.
And I don't know if OCC has the answer to it. Obviously, they were willing to try Reinhardt. They look a lot worse with Reinhardt compositions. I just feel like Utah, they did their homework, they did their strategizing, they go, we're going to build the shrine to Roadhog, and that's going to be it.
That's just to protect the Roadhog composition. And with Captain Babe also making the swaps onto Moira there. The Moira, since there's not really a dive setup being played with OCC right now because of this comp for Cool ABC, you know, the way that he's denying dive, Captain Babe is essentially invincible for a lot of this, unless they get a headshot, because they can't effectively dive it, because Moira's already strong against those triple DPS. And now they're up 2-0. Now Utah is up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, and I mean, what more can you say? Utah right now, they've looked more flexible. They've put OCC in a very large bind.
They put them in an extremely huge bind there. And OCC have to really just find an answer to this comp for Utah.
Well, you know what? They do have a little bit of time to search for that answer. We're going to be taking a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if OCC can bring this to a reverse sweep.
Want free Chipotle? Join Chipotle Rewards. Whether in the restaurant, ordering ahead, or getting it delivered, you can earn points towards free Chipotle. Join now.
During the break, we heard tortured cries coming here from this very stage. It was just saying, Sombra, Sombra.
Sombra, please.
And it was coming from Jake, where Jake, look at OCC's dilemma as they're down 0-2.5, saying, you gotta run a Sombra versus the Roadhog, because right now the story has been, Cool ABC has been absolutely unchecked.
They've been incredibly unchecked, and the thing about OCC, as we've talked about, is they themselves have said, we're not practiced on extremely meta comps. We can't really play 3-3. We have a certain style that we prefer to play. But we saw Chicken play a little bit of Sombra previously. Just play Sombra at least, because you need something to do with Cool ABC, or he will continue to run rampant. He will not stop. He will not stop. He has no mercy. So please play Sombra if you're going to do anything. If you're sick triple DPS.
He has no reason to swap right now. The Roadhog is working out really, really well for him. And the problem is, again, is that if you look at this here and they decided to say, hey, we're going to run Sombra, it still means that OCC is not running their best composition. They are being forced to be flexible or lose. That is the dilemma that Utah has given them right now.
And the dilemma is, not necessarily super solvable for OCC, considering that they don't have all those counters for Roadhog under their belt if they want to play. But they do have Sombra available that fits in the triple DPS lineup. And that's honestly probably going to be their best bet unless they want to flex onto heroes they're not comfortable with.
Yeah, and I mean, realistically speaking, Utah, they're just in a very, very good spot right now because they've been able to play mostly their game with a few additions. And OCC, they're the team that's stuck with the dilemma of we have to change a lot of things up because if they don't, this could be a very quick map 3.
It could, because remember, Utah is up 2-0. We are BO5, so whoever gets the third map win, that's going to be the winner of the series, unless obviously there's draws. But it's not looking like there's going to be draws just yet. It's on OCC. The onus is on them to figure out how they're going to counter that Roadhog from Cool ABC. It's on them. They need to find that answer, or else they will not be able to achieve victory.
So the season on the line here for OCC. Utah looking for a trip to the Grand Finals tomorrow for a date with Harrisburg. We'll see if OCC can extend the series or if Utah completes the domination.
And look, we talked about OCC now swapping onto a composition they never really originally wanted to play. They're on 3-3. They are going to be playing that for their defense. Utah on the offense. You see Utah making some swaps. So OCC was actually looking for an aggressive burst hold to try to catch them by surprise, but they get scouted, going to have to back up.
So if nothing else here, it does mean that Utah is going to have to swap off of the Roadhog. You don't want to play Roadhog against Sam 3-3, but they do go to their usual goats killing composition. Inspire, though. OCC just dives on in the wall. A little bit late to protect. But even still, against the Euphoria, gets mech here. Utah keeping on the pressure. Cool ABC back on his favorite May. And OCC wilting a little bit as Utah now is going to get the room to move past this first choke.
OCC, I mean, they just had to get their cooldowns back up, but considering that Inspire's not in this fight, there's a lot of damage off the field for Utah, so OCC are still in a great position. Right now, Jetgel really needs to get some shield health, though.
Shield break in progress. Utah going for the rally, and Hollow just kind of freelancing the rally. No one else is rallying with him. He says, rally me. It's like, nah, actually seems like a bad idea.
So now Utah, they've made their presence. They made the swap to the point. OCC, they're there to contest. They are going to give up one tick, a little bit of percentage, but now they can move back in. They really need a support ult, though. They need a support ult.
The wall was so good at setting up Inspire. Inspire gets perfect positioning. Takes down 2, and Utah is actually going to be a very quick take on point A.
I don't think that nano is at all necessary either, but that's fine because Utah, they get a relatively early first cap. The OCC, they didn't ever engage. They never engaged even when the walls were down, and part of it was because Jetgel, he had low shield health. They didn't have support ults. They need to build much quicker, but that's just all because OCC are probably not extremely comfortable on this composition.
Playing a good 3-3 requires time and experience, and OCC's prep has gone very much a different way. Utah's Roadhog has forced this change from OCC.
I love going the bridge here. They need to go the bridge as this composition. See the halt comes out. They're going to be pressuring the shield, engaging with the trans here. But look at the 3-man anti.
The peel was so good. The bash followed with the anti-inspire. Gets so much help for his team.
And now it's Doomsday. It's Doomsday here for OCC because not only is Utah on the point, but they have a Bastion on high ground with an Orisha shield. How do you defeat this?
You don't. It's almost certainly over here, and Utah speed runs through Hanamura.
And that is brutal. It's fast, and it's extremely effective from Utah. But what we talked about earlier is that since OCC now wants to go into a counter composition that is more meta and directly counters this, but the problem is they don't know how to run it. They themselves have said, we cannot play this confidently. We have not put a lot of practice into it.
Now, I will say, if I'm thinking about what I would do if I was Utah here, I roll out on the Hog on defense, even though OCC is looking like they're going to run 3-3. Their 3-3 has been weak to where I still run the Hog even if it's not optimal because it gives you insurance if they go to what they're truly good at, and lets you have a better chance of preventing the snowball.
It's also much more likely that OCC would play that triple DPS on offense than they would on defense. So the Hog is a safe bet for sure. I think Cool ABC will probably roll out on that Hog.
Yeah, I mean, I think rolling on Hog here is absolutely the best play. And OCC, they're in trouble. Remember, this is their final opportunity. If Utah finishes out this map the way it's looking now, they will be the ones to go to the grand finals tomorrow and take on Harrisburg.
And I think that would be, whoever wins this match, it's going to be a good finals regardless. But it will be really interesting to see if Utah do make it out of this semi, how they compare a team like Harrisburg, who is extremely well-rounded, you know, not only meta compositions, but in just about every meta composition that's fairly available. And when Utah is like, we're going to play Mei and Hog a lot. We're playing a lot of Mei Hog and a lot of Orisa.
Well, I think they'd be playing a lot of Hog versus Harrisburg, but probably not the Hog. I think Harrisburg, the compositions they like to run, not going to be very vulnerable to the Roadhog.
No, probably not the Roadhog, a lot more Mei. As OCC, you see their offense going to be available at blazing fast time for Utah on that offense. And as we predicted, OCC going to run the triple DPS for the offense. And it's a very good strategy here for first of Hanamura. That's just the problem when you get to last.
Now, interesting for Utah, they decided to go to the tried and true. They run with the Mei, so they decide, you know what, we don't want to risk OCC coming in on the 3-3. So there's no Hog in play, which means Jetgel has been working on, player grabs. And Icicle to the dome. But one good shot deserves another. Euphoria able to find Hollow. That's a decent trade for OCC.
It's a decent trade, but they have to be careful, especially now that Chicken, he's on the high ground, but can Parjuni even get to them? Jetgel's behind. They want to get that shield presence. They want to get that point presence, but Parjuni's not there with Chicken. He's being hunted right now by Dog21.
And Cool ABC does it again. Another Icicle directly to the head of Slayer. And this is where Mei can be scarily effective against Tracer in certain situations.
And Chicken is going to go down eventually to Dog21. So OCC, they need to regroup. Their goal here should be, let's get Slayer Gramps and Jetgel to point. But it doesn't help if every time Slayer Gramps tries to blink in, Cool ABC is waiting there on that entry and just immediately headshots him.
It's really frustrating as a Tracer player where you can't mitigate your aggression that much, but, you know, as you say, the probability monster strikes, and it can be tough.
Well, I think Slayer Gramps needs to take a different angle, a different approach. Instead of going through the right room, it's very clear that Cool ABC is waiting for him on the right. Just go straight to the point, because they are going to have to drop their net. But Parjuni getting picked on that entry.
Parjuni wasn't able to get over the Chicken, and Chicken had no lifeline, just taken down by the Diva. Meanwhile, Cool ABC making a room into the freezer there on the left.
Now Hollow going to pick up Slayer Gramps. He did have the recall up, but they just kept hunting for him. They knew his angles. OCC need to regroup here again, and they just can't get the point. They can't. Their only hope of getting here, because they're not going to be able to set up an effective dive, is to get the point. Slayer Gramps actually going to go Bastion. Maybe try to play the shield war, but I don't know. He can't win the shield war without a Diva or a shield of his own.
There might be only 2 minutes left in OCC season here. They are running out of time. And Utah, they've just looked perfect thus far.
All right, Slayer Gramps going to counter Mei, going to try to counter ABC's pocket pick. And I guess the goal is that's a good boop. That's a real good boop, but they weren't really in position to set it up. The wall coming out, not denying, though, Inspire the rotation.
That's a really good wall from Cool ABC. That buys them time to reset up here. That boop was extremely good for OCC, and even though it gives them room to move in, Utah has been able to adapt. They had to use the Blizzard just to buy time as well. And here's Barrage with the back, it's free!
Not a bad barrage at all. Also not going to die to the Diva. Galaxy takes up Cool ABC. This is finally OCC's time to make it a point, but with Jetgel down, they have no point presence, so it's all going to be based on spam. They need to enable Slayer Gramps. He can't die. He does.
Slayer Gramps had enough. He went to Tracer, or went to Mei. After getting dumped to Tracer 2 times, and Inspire deletes Galaxy. And now OCC down to their final minute.
I mean, Chicken going to go down to the bomb. Parjuni stuck behind. I think hopefully she got out or is going to go off the map. One of those two. OCC can regroup. They're going to have mines, but they're down to the final minute. Captain Babe's going to be back on Moira. Even harder to dive than before.
Utah 1 minute away from getting to the grand finals tomorrow. OCC backs against the wall. And I was thinking of back up against the wall. Back against the ice wall here. Jetgel in a very tough spot. Gonna get frozen. Gonna get isolated and down.
I mean, there's a res available for Parjuni, but they can't. There's no way they can even get to get in. They can't even get the res. There's so much damage out from Utah. They own the chokes entirely, so they're gonna have to wait for Jetgel. Euphoria gonna go Diva. I think their whole goal here now is if they can get into the point with the beat, set up the mines, there is a real possibility for them to break the first hole.
Final opportunity for OCC. Elimination or point A, and already Jetgel is frozen. And they have to use the beat just to save. And it's not enough! Still burned down. The tombstone save Jetgel. Inspire brings up the victory take. Mid-air shot! Finished off Slayer. And OCC will go down in flames. Utah We will see you in the grand finals tomorrow.
Bye-bye, OCC. Hello, Utah. And, I mean, that's about as dominant a semi as you can get. There was just no answer from OCC, and they're great when they can work within their own win condition, their own parameters. But when their paradigm shifts and they don't have, the counters necessary for Utah, that's exactly what happens. You just can't win against a comp with what they have available.
I mean, I think what we found out here is that OCC, for as good as they looked yesterday, for how well they play the triple DPS, they had an Achilles heel. There was an answer out there for how to deal with them, and that answer in the end came in the form of a Roadhog.
And Roadhog is Roadhog is great against the triple DPS if you know that the other team is never going to swap 3-3, if they're never going to play, the counters to that hero because they don't feel comfortable on it, and Cool ABC showed it. And the Bunker also great against that because they just were not coordinated enough to really get the pressure they needed.
Still though, you gotta give OCC credit. They came very, very far in this tournament using unconventional compositions, and even though Utah found the answer in the very end, it was a very impressive run for OCC, and I think back to their matchup tomorrow, they definitely played with a lot of heart.
They did. They played with a lot of heart, and their goal, as we talked about with OCC, was that they were happy. Their goal was just to make it to this competition, to make it to the finals in Houston. They wanted to have fun, be a great squad. They all just love each other. They love being a team together. And despite their program being very new and almost, not that supported, they made it to that. They made it to Houston, and they're just happy to be there at all.
And I gotta say, you look to this fight here where they had gotten in off a very good boop. Cool ABC, the walls that were coming out were so good in this position just because it gave Inspire time to reset and also kind of blocked vision where I don't even think they were aware that Inspire had taken the high ground where he did.
And when I watched the performance of Cool ABC and Nightmare, their coordination, along with Dog21's ability, Dog21 is sort of an unsung hero where he is hunting down these lanes all the time. He's so much value to the Utah squad that it gives me a lot of hope for the flexibility of Utah moving forward, even if they stick with some of their unconventional compositions, because Dog21 fills that role perfectly on the Diva and knows what he needs to be doing.
I will say this, is that because Utah is more conventional, I think Joe Meister might have a long night tonight and just look at this and going, all right, these are who we're going to be playing in the finals. Let's figure out how to deal with how Utah has been playing. And, I got to say, there's not really anything pre-written for how to deal with it because it is so unconventional.
It is definitely unconventional. It's going to require a little bit of thinking and how you want to break those comps. But at the end of the day, when you look at teams that are utilizing May and Roadhog and things like that, they're obviously going to rely probably a lot on Sombra, probably maybe even just stand 3.
Well, guys, that is our final Overwatch match of the day here today, but we still want a little bit extra insight. We got Alex with an interview on stage.
Oh, I'm going to give you way more than a little extra insight. I am here with the coach, Snap, of Utah. If you could boil down what just happened in a few words to the audience out there, what would you say?
This is a new comp a lot of people have been running. It's called Bunker. We started running it as a hard counter to Goats, and we've just been practicing it against Goats and Goats and Goats. And then, we started playing the scrims, and people were trying a lot of different things against us. They tried the triple DPS, they tried the Genji Sombra, and we got so much practice playing against all these different styles of comps, we could respond with switches a lot faster than I think a lot of teams can.
That was a lot of insight. I asked for a haiku. You gave me a sonnet. Thank you for that. But obviously, you deserved all the talking time you want because you guys did absolutely awesome. Were you guys confident coming into this game? Because you look cool as cucumbers up there the entire time.
I mean, yeah, we're all having a good time. I mean, we get to play the Torb and the Bastion, so we're having a great time out here. Hopefully all the practice we put in shows when we go to the grand finals tomorrow, and hopefully we can pull out a win against Harrisburg.
That is, you can feel the energy just building up. He's going to get backstage and do a backflip. Because I can sense it in him, but he's very reserved, very modest. I like that. Obviously, I don't think I have to tell you guys, you have a pretty tough matchup going into the finals. Are you guys confident, worried? What are you guys looking forward to? What are you guys worried about going into those finals? What do you think you need to do?
Harrisburg is a very strong team. I mean, I know a lot of their players. They're all very strong. And I know they put in a lot of practice as well. Hopefully, we can just play our game and do what we practice and see if we can beat them tomorrow. I mean, it'll be a good game. Hopefully, you guys are all watching.
And lastly, I saw Inspire pull out the Bastion again, which I told him I love. He said he probably wasn't going to do it today. He pulled it out again. Can I make a $20 bet with you that he's not going to do it in the finals? Or do you think we're going to see it? Because I'll make that bet. That is such a bold move.
I think Ashen or Tor, either one, guaranteed tomorrow. So.
All right, there we go. That's the insight. Now let's go ahead and go over to the casters for some personality, because I don't have it. You do, but they have more. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so that was Snap, the coach. I had the pleasure of talking to him yesterday, and good head on his shoulders. Obviously, this Utah program really putting a lot into playing a style that they're comfortable with, but also recognizing what could counter the meta, which is a triple tank, triple support. You're going to hear it used a lot. The 3-3 GOATs, there's a lot of names for it. But in this particular instance, Jake, I think, you know, I just want to say, like, this really came down to OCC's limitations with their composition, which that was very unfortunate.
Yes, certainly. To me, I mean, playing Soldier 76 into Orisa and Roadhog together, it's just a death sentence for your team. I mean, Soldier 76, he's just not going to find value. You're forced to play within range of that classic Orisa pull into Roadhog hook combo, and you've got no answer to it on your whole team. So you've got this one hero who just can't really play the game. I feel like if OCC had the flexibility to bring in a Sombra, to bring in you know, a Genji and a Pharah, it felt like some of their hero limitations as a team kind of really punished them here, especially with, for me, the MVP had to be Cool ABC, just making plays constantly around the map, making sure that his Bastion wasn't getting surrounded, he was protecting the flanks, and to be honest, OCC just wasn't ready for that kind of flank pressure from Cool.
During the interview, we saw that they prepared this strategy specifically to play against 3-3, and they said they just repeated it over and over and over and over. Where did we see that preparation most in the match?
I think for me it just shows in their ability to make minor adjustments to their chosen bunker composition based on what counter the enemy's fielding. You know, if they're coming up against the triple DPS, they're going to be quick to go to that Roadhog, get off the Mei, and just have that Roadhog be a menace, absolutely doing whatever he wants on the map, you know, finding kills everywhere. But at the same time, they're quick to go, you know, they can go to Torb if the enemy's playing a lot of flankers where the turret can be really effective. So they know how to make the minor adjustments and yet keep as many heroes as possible. And having that efficiency means that you have more ultimates available, you stay in control of the ultimate tempo game, which is really so critical in Overwatch these days.
Yeah, I think that the OCC roster, they had an uphill climb that Utah knew they could take advantage of. They did that very well, but now really the real challenge begins for Utah, because they're going to go up against a very prepared, a very practiced and battle-tested Harrisburg team that just went the distance against a squad in Maryville that should have statistically won and moved on. And this actually is going to be your play of the game presented by ROG. And it will be the final moments in this thrilling Game 5 between Harrisburg and Maryville. Harrisburg in the white, Maryville in the orange. And you can see here the final moments as it all boils down. They lost their tank, they lost Hypnot on the Reinhardt, and then from there it was really just a trickle. They were able to take out each and every hero one by one, and that led to a very intense conclusion, Anna, but it was such a game.
Now, I think it's really interesting to note, Alex, we've talked a lot about how Maryville and Harrisburg were these two teams that have so much support from the university behind them. But Utah may be very equipped to stand up to that, because their program actually does provide a lot of support as well. They have a practice area. They call it a varsity team. This is a school that's also put a lot of support behind their team. So I'm excited to see, again, that continuing narrative of, like, not only are these teams, but their communities are fighting for the title here.
Yeah, it's stopped. When it comes to collegiate esports, it's very clear, especially when you were involved at the very beginning of it all, it's become very clear that it's no longer just like this, oh yeah, you know, I'm in this club and we're going to represent our school, but, you know, we're still like very much our own individual players. And it is coming down to like full on just program support at the sports level that we're seeing for these teams, and they're giving it to these esports teams, to these professional squads, or not professional, but these competitive squads and who want to become professional. I think this has just been such an incredible journey for a lot of these players here.
Yeah, and you know, if I can share a story as like the Collegiate Esports Oracle, I guess, it's been really cool to watch some of these players come back after competing in Collegiate and say, I got to talk to my school, I showed them our win, and now we have a club, you know?
That's right, and the proof is right here in front of you. This is the bracket, and it will be Harrisburg versus Utah tomorrow in our grand finals to determine who will walk away as your ESPN Collegiate Esports Champion. It's going to be a good one, and I'm very excited for this game. But, Jake, want to get your final thoughts here before we close out for the day, man? We had some good matches, and we also had some good looking onto these players.
It's just been a great day of matches. I've been excited to see this large diversity. You know, in our first semifinal match, we saw that 3-3 mirror, you know, very often. But we saw both teams willing to experiment, willing to play bunker or DPS when it was called for. And then in our second match, just almost no 3-3 was shown whatsoever. So a complete paradigm shift from what we were expecting on the pro scene. So I think our finals is going to be really great. We're going to get to see that clash of styles, and it becomes a question of which team can impose their will on the game, which team can force the other to play at their speed. And I think that's going to be a great opportunity for Harrisburg to show not only their experience together as a program, but also, you know, working with Joe Meister as a coach, how his experience can help them in prepping for strategies like bunker that they maybe haven't practiced against, at least as a full team.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Jake, by the way, professional player for the Overwatch League team, the Houston Outlaws, representing Houston, Texas with pride. But that is going to do it for us for Overwatch. Before we go, though, we want to let you all know about Street Fighter V. That's right, huge shout out to Capcom for supporting Collegiate Esports and coming in big for this. And by the way, you can catch the Street Fighter V action right after the conclusion of, I believe, the Hearthstone part of the broadcast. So make sure you all stick around for that. It's going to be a really fun one. Always a good time to watch some Street Fighter, Anna.
Absolutely, I can't wait. And that community is so fun to watch with as well. So if you're not familiar with Street Fighter or the fighting game community, you are in for a treat.
That's right. Feel free to pick up Street Fighter V on PS4 and Steam. But that is going to do it for us here. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to have more games here at the ESPN Collegiate Esports Championship. We'll see you soon.
Powered by Intel Core i7 processor.
Need a quick bite without the mess? Kolache Factory has you covered. Sweet and savory fillings are surrounded by a warm, pillowy dough. These neat treats are baked fresh daily and are the perfect on-the-go meal. Visit KolacheFactory.com to find your nearest bakery cafe today. Kolache Factory, a history of good taste. All right, ladies and gentlemen, how do you follow up some awesome Overwatch in the CEC? We have killer matches. There's only one thing. Well, 3 words. Papa John's Lounge. We are here yet again, the place where pizza lives, and also, right now, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, Texas, and also, just seeing from some of these, look at these stances, some of my personal security. These are, I like to kneel here. This is good. We have a ninja here. A lot of awesome stuff. If you guys don't know about Big Brothers, Big Sisters, they're a non-profit. They're a really awesome group. They're all about defending potential within children, and a lot of the times they can relate here because there's esports potential here. There's gaming potential, and we brought them into Papa John's Lounge not to just give them some lunch, but also to give them a little bit of a present. Did you guys know about this? Anyone know about this? So here's the deal, guys. We brought you in here because one of our awesome sponsors wanted to give you a little bit of a gift. If the sponsor's watching, I would also like a gift, but we're here to give you a gift as well. We have 3 PlayStation 4s to give you guys and your organization so you guys can have something to play. You guys can build up those skills. These are yours. Enjoy. Well, not yours specifically, but they're all yours, so distribute them, play them, enjoy. Thank you so much to PlayStation for these awesome gifts, and thank you guys for being here. You guys are an awesome organization, and the CEC loves you guys, and I hope you guys love the PS4s. Congrats. Hey, you're welcome. Not me, again, PlayStation, but I stood here and said it, so you're welcome. Let's go ahead. We're actually going to do some trivia as well, because I don't know what they're going to earn, but they're going to go ahead and earn some things in here. So let's go ahead and bring in our trivia as well. While we do that, I have to ask, any games you guys think you're going to play on these PS4s? Anything you have?
Mortal Kombat 11.
There we go. If your mom, if anyone says yes, as long as there's an adult that buys it for you, you can play it because people rip spines out of people's heads in that game. But yes, of course. Anything you want to play?
Fortnite.
Fortnite. I mean, who could have guessed that? But there we go. One more. Anything you want to play?
Fortnite.
Fortnite. They're just going to be excited. They're going to look at the loading screen all day. It doesn't matter. Free PS4s. Do we have our trivia? Let's bring in our trivia. So, again, we see we're giving out prizes. You guys, unfortunately, have to learn them, or earn them. Get learned first. So if we can, this is perfect. So here's the deal. You guys are adults, so you guys have to earn things in your life, unfortunately. So here's the deal. We have some prizes on the line. We've come up with some trivia, and by we I mean I've personally written some trivia about Overwatch. We just watched the Overwatch semifinals here. So here's the deal. Are you guys well versed in Overwatch?
I haven't played in a while, so I don't know.
That's the spirit. Do you have any confidence in yourself?
Absolutely not.
Perfect answer. Great. Again, I wrote these questions, and I am casual at best, so let's go ahead and see how I did. This is ultimately a test of my question writing skill. All right, let's go ahead. I have no music, so I might just pretend there's dramatic music in your head. Let's get to our first question. Oh, sorry. Can we loop this sound? All right, he's about to make the music.
No.
Okay, never mind. Sorry, we can't afford that. We have to license it. Let's go ahead and get to our first question. It's not the first TESPA Live final road for one of these CEC teams. Which team has been here before? Now, I've made it easy on you guys. I've made it multiple choice, and it's even easier than the SATs because there's 3 guesses here. Again, not the first TESPA Live final round for one of these CEC teams. Which team has been here before? Is it A, Maryville, B, Rutgers, or C, Grand Canyon University? Now, we didn't really decide how we're going to say who gets to guess first, so I'm just going to say hand raises. Oh, there we go. He's faster than you. This is all, it's mental dexterity, physical dexterity. Okay, your guess.
Maryville.
Unfortunately, that's incorrect, which means you get an easier guess. Is it B, Rutgers, or C, Grand Canyon University? And again, I can't stress this enough. There's only 2 options here. You could flip a coin. Rutgers. That is correct! 1 point for him! Rutgers, give a round of applause! That's what I'm talking about. That man knows how to guess! All right. This team won Stage 1 of the Overwatch League Season 2, so it happened very recently. A, the Vancouver Titans. B, New York Excelsior. Or C, Seoul Dynasty. Sorry, oh, I didn't see a hand. C. C, Seoul Dynasty. Absolutely not. Okay, that leaves A or B. Vancouver Titans or New York Excelsior.
I'll have to go with A.
That is correct, Vancouver. Wait, no, it's 1 point for you, 1 point for you. Okay, ding, 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 you're even. Yeah, definitely not Seoul Dynasty.
That is so, I have no idea.
Oh no, they just get harder. Oh, jeez. Which hero makes a cameo in the artwork of Fen Creeper in Hearthstone? Which hero makes a cameo in the artwork of Fen Creeper on the card? Alaria Windrunner, Nimsy Necrofizzle, or C, Morgie the Oracle? I need to see hands. I need to see hands. There we go.
I'm gonna have to go with B.
B, Nimsy Necrofizzle is correct. Ding, ding, ding. That's another point. 2-1. Okay, it's heating up. We still have 3 more questions, so it's still anyone's game. Why we went with an even number of questions, I have no idea. Okay, so this is you might know this one. It's more pop culture. This smooth-talking, gunslinging McCree is played by which voiceover heartthrob? Okay, hands up.
Matthew Mercer.
There we go. B, Matt Mercer. Why do you know that?
Yeah, he plays a lot of games, and so I know him. We just beat Titanfall 2 last night, and we saw him on the credits.
You just heard the word heartthrob, and you're like, Matt Mercer, I know it. Voiceover, heartthrob, leather bracelets. Okay. When Hanzo screams, Ryuga waka teki no wukurao in Japanese. Yeah, thank you. He's saying what in English? Let the dragon eat my enemy. My dragon will destroy you. Or C, hey guys, look what I can do. A, let the dragon eat my enemy. Ding, ding, ding. That's another 2-3. You can tie it up, and I don't know what happens if you both win. So let's see. Again, this is going to be based on, this is an easy one. So based on how quick your hands are. Question 6, final question. Denim shirts are, not denim shirts, that was yesterday when I thought I was going to do this. Say skinny ties are A, very cool, B, a great style choice, or C, questionable at best.
A great style choice.
There we go, he wins it, that's a tie! Give him a round of applause, I don't know what he gets! They get towels! Man, those are some sweaty matches, so you guys get some free towels. And what are these? Whataburger coupons! You get burgers, and then when you get the meat sweats, you can wipe yourself with those towels. Congratulations! Any idea of what you guys are going to get with those coupons?
Yeah, whatever I need to eat over there, I eat a lot, so.
Unfortunately, they don't sell PS4s there, but they do sell awesome food, so thank you to Whataburger. Thank you to ESPN for the towels. Thank you guys for competing. We're actually going to throw to a quick video package right now, and then I'm going to meet some more people back on the other stage for some more gifts. So check this out. I'll be right back.
TESPA's super awesome because it's somewhere people can come together, play video games, and have a good time.
You get to play, you get to watch people play. It's just awesome, it's hyped.
There's really 2 parts of TESPA. We have a competitive pillar and a community pillar.
If you want to be competitive, you can. You can play in all these big events like Here's the Dorm. But if you're just a casual player or you're starting out, and if what you want to do is meet other people and just play games and have fun, then that's what you get.
They're jocks, they're geeks, they're musicians, they're athletes.
Anyone should show up, anyone at all.
Gaming with friends is always more fun than gaming by yourself.
TESPA is unique because it was actually started by college students themselves, and although it's grown, they've stayed very close to the core values that first started.
At UT, there were 1,000 organizations for different interests on campus, but nothing for gamers. That's what really motivated us to start TESPA.
It's grown to well over 100 chapters across North America today. Each of the TESPA chapters is started by a student with a vision. Someone who says, I love gaming, I love esports, and I want to start a movement on my campus.
Beyond actually, the gameplay and the tournaments and the fun is a network of folks who care about this industry. If you love games, it's a great forum to meet like-minded people. It's a great forum to understand the gaming industry all the way into esports.
Yeah, this is my first big tournament. Kind of thrilling to be on stage, a little bit scary, but exciting at the same time.
Gaming at its core is fun. So whether you are at the pro level or aspiring to be at the pro level, or whether you just like playing games with your friends, or whether you just like watching your friends play games, getting involved with TESPA is a really good idea. I wish I would have been able to in school, so do it for me.
Getting involved in an organization like this lets you share experiences in your games and even out of your games so that you can get a connection.
You can make it what you want to be. You can use it as a platform to launch what you want to do, maybe a career in the gaming world. You can use it to make new friends, meet new people, or you can use it to hone your skills as a gamer.
I think in the end, TESPA is all about community.
It has the spirit of inclusion. Everybody's really friendly.
These events are always a good time.
People should definitely check out TESPA because it's just a really cool place to come together and play video games.
Having a good time, playing video games.
Most of my friends are TESPA for sure.
Work up the courage to go out and meet other people that like the same thing you do, which I can attest is one of the coolest things in the world.
All right, so this entire break we've been trying to put together a little bit of a puzzle here. We know that there's pro esports. We know that there's collegiate esports. We gave some PS4s to some kids. We know that even in elementary school we can get some controllers in their hands. But what do they do when they're in high school? I mean, they have to study and stuff and become people, but they have to game, and these two schools have been making sure that's been happening. I wish this existed when I was in high school a couple years ago. I'm not old. We have the Village School and the British International School here. They are two high schools that have been pioneering high school esports, which is really awesome, and I'm sure they didn't watch the last segment, so they don't know what's going to happen here. I do have a question, though, because you guys are both schools in Texas, and you guys obviously compete. We actually had the Village School win the state championship recently. Did you guys ever compete against each other?
Well, not directly, but we do scrim against each other a lot, and that way we can learn from each other, compensate for our weaknesses, and learn new strengths.
All right, yeah, that would be a conflict of interest. You probably can't have those, going up against each other in a finals of something. But I'm glad you guys are learning from each other because that's what it's all about. And there's no conflict of interest in what I'm about to do. Let's go ahead and reward these guys and these programs for being so awesome with, man, what should we give them? How about some PS4s? PlayStation again. They just came in here like Santa Claus, threw around PS4s for you guys. Yes, again, round of applause for you because you guys earned them. Go ahead and whack your whackers. That's what I'm talking about. We got those for a reason. So enjoy your PS4s. Keep being excellent in esports and keep on gaming. Thank you guys so much. We are going to be back with more awesome CEC stuff right after some of these sponsors and this break. We have StarCraft coming up next. You're not going to want to miss it. So stay right there. We'll be right back, guys. Congratulations. You guys earned them. We'll be right back.
Powered by Intel Core i7 processor.
Want free Chipotle? Join Chipotle Rewards. Whether in the restaurant, ordering ahead, or getting it delivered, you can earn points towards free Chipotle. Join now.
short, or like you're very bad at the game. And that's like always kind of like hard to hear, you know, especially because like some games have voice chat, and so like sometimes on bad days, like I'll just turn it off, right? And some days like it'll just stop me from playing altogether because it's just like, it's not fun.
It's a very empowering experience, but also a difficult experience at the same time, because you're basically inserting yourself into like a community where like people just assume like, oh, you're not really good because you're a female, like you're less than them. There are also a lot of very nice people. Like for every like toxic person that you meet, I would say like there's like 10 other good people that you engage with, and then that's like people who like, oh, like really appreciate like your presence there, and you get to have fun with them and connect with them.
With their Women in Gaming outreach, UC Berkeley is looking to change the perception and treatment of women in the gaming and esports landscape, and help foster an environment based on mutual respect and equality.
So when I first went to just a general club event, I met my other colleague Sherry, who was a year older than me, and we were just like walking and playing Pokemon Go, and I was learning a little bit more about her, and I was like, wow, this is amazing having like another female I can talk to and really relate about with games, and like that they wouldn't be like weirded out by how nerdy I was, and they would like understand the experiences I was going through. And that's kind of when it all like clicked for us both, I think.
The Women in Gaming initiative started when we launched the Cali Sports Center itself in 2018. We didn't just want females to feel included, we wanted to empower them. We wanted to provide them with the tools and the skills that they need to go into the marketplace and have that competitive edge, so that when they enter their new job, that they can really start to transform the industry and be the movers and shakers of the 21st century.
With only a few women competing amongst the UC Berkeley competitive esports teams, and very few women competing professionally across the esports ranks, the road is being paved, and strides are being made, although some would say things could move a little faster.
Honestly, having a girl on the team makes me feel a lot more happy, because it's rare to see more like girls to participate in those kind of esports scene in general. Player that's also a girl, her name is Madison, and she's also one of the strongest support that scene.
With all the support that UC Berkeley has given to its esports program, players, and students, the teams have been able to stay fairly competitive in almost every game they competed. Specifically, UC Berkeley's StarCraft 2 team will be competing in the CEC next week. But don't blink, this strategy game is no slog. With the championship here in Houston, the George R. Brown Convention Center will be the place to see some of the best action all season.
First game I watched, it was a pro game. Guy was blazing. It's like 500 actions every minute, non-stop throughout the entire game. His eyes never stopped moving, and I was just like, this is the game I want to play. It's brutal. It's a high skill cap. It's a high skill floor. There's a lot you can learn.
I think StarCraft is kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like a board game in some ways, where you can't just pull it out of the box and play it. You have to read the rules. And in StarCraft case, it's maybe like watching pro games or watching some tutorials. Because StarCraft, if you just pull it out of the box and try to start playing it, you'll have no idea what you're doing.
They want the win so bad. They've been working for months and months on end. Just like that, the perfect stall from Slurpee Thief. UC Berkeley are your Overwatch Tesla Collegiate Series Grand Champions.
The Overwatch team brought home the 2018 Fiesta Bowl Championship, so this squad is no stranger to the pressure of competition. The university set their teams up for success, and their StarCraft 2 team could make it all worth it, if they're the ones left hoisting the trophy in the finals.
I think that the Cal Esports StarCraft 2 team is very confident going into this competition. They've kind of garnered a reputation as the Cal dynasty of teams. They're very strong.
So we have 3 top 200 players, including Nick, who's a pro player. For UC San Diego specifically, I think they have 1 Grandmaster player, 1 Master player, and then a Diamond player. And the difference between Diamond and Grandmaster and Master is incredibly vast. Like, even just because they have 1 player that is at that level, like, we have a huge advantage over them.
The support we see at UC Berkeley is the future of collegiate esports. Some would say the Cal Esports program is a model for the future of collegiate esports. As more major schools begin to realize the importance of having fully funded and supported esports programs, we will continue to see more and more growth from the collegiate scene itself. The trickle-down effect of a growing esports industry will help perpetuate this growth. But it's up to the schools themselves, like UC Berkeley, to establish themselves as leaders and set a bar of greatness for others to follow.
Before college, I was just literally studying every day, trying to get to UC Berkeley and then get my degree, become a doctor, all that set, very rigid goal sets, and that's really just not what I think I'm going to do anymore because of how the school changed me as a person and how Cal Esports changed me as a person.
All right, everybody, we are back here for the ESPN Collegiate Esports Championship. I'm Golden Boy alongside Anna Prosser, and we are now joined by legendary Warcraft 3 player, the one and only Grubby in the house. I dare you to find a man with a skinny tie than what Grubby is wearing right now.
Yeah, we need to tell Alex Correa he is no longer the skinniest tie in the room.
Literally fabric on your neck.
It's actually a shoelace.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's actually a shoelace.
Just ripped it from one of the players' shoes. Yeah.
Easy. So, Now, for those of you guys who may be wondering, we just saw the Overwatch competition wrap up, which concluded with Harrisburg going up against Utah tomorrow in our finals. But now we're going to focus our attention on another game that I think has so much history in the world of esports that it's literally like one of the reasons why like we're all doing what we do today, and that is StarCraft 2. And here's the schedule right there. You got UC Berkeley versus UC San Diego. That's going to be your first matchup. Little California throwdown for you. And then after that, we're going to have Chicago going up against Waterloo. That is going to be your 2 games, and winners will advance to the finals, and then tomorrow we will play that out. But for now, though, let's talk about the format, how this whole thing works, Anna, because I know that was something, last time I did StarCraft, it was back at like a WCG. I think it was like in like 2013 or something like that. So, it's been a little while.
StarCraft is still, after all these years, my favorite game to watch. And I want to say to all of you out there who may not have ever watched StarCraft as an esports before, don't worry. There's so much to learn about it, but it's also very easy just to watch it and understand, hey, there's more of these guys than those guys, and that's a good thing, right? So be excited. I'm really excited for you to experience this. StarCraft is a 1v1 game, which is different. It's similar to, like we saw Hearthstone yesterday, where we were playing a one-on-one game. But in that case, 3 people were playing at the same time. You won't see that with StarCraft. And Grubby, I would love to hear from you. If someone is just tuning in and they're like, what is StarCraft? How would you describe it?
Yeah, StarCraft is a personal favorite of mine. This has an iconic history. StarCraft is one of the founding fathers of esports as a passion for people. So it's a real-time strategy game, as you well know, but it's a real-time strategy game where in a futuristic dystopia, 3 rival factions vie for dominance of the universe. The Terrans, which is us, people from Earth. Then there's the monstrous Zerg and the enigmatic Protoss. As a player, you'll take one of these 3 races and use a combination of different resources that you gather to build up your faction in a roughly balanced state and with an asymmetrical balance. So every race has a wildly different set of characteristics and traits, and you'll need to leverage the advantages of each respective race to try and gain dominance over your opponent. In short, intense and very active, with a lot of clicks on the keyboard and mouse matches against your opponent.
Yeah, it's a very cerebral, very internal game, almost chess-like, except with way, way more things you can do.
Right, and the great thing about it, it's so watchable. It's one of the best esports games there is. You can visually see that there's a lot going on the screen. You see these big armies moving around against each other, and you can roughly see who's winning. But beneath the surface, there's so much depth. Timings, we're talking like seconds of timings matter here. There's hundreds of clicks happening per minute by both players in matches of up to 20, 30 minutes, though they can be ruthlessly short sometimes as well. So relatively easy to learn and get into, but so deep at the beneath the surface.
And you were asking about format, because this is really an interesting format in that StarCraft is one-on-one, but we're playing with teams. So what does that mean? If they're not communicating real time, it means that they are people who have practiced together, they've strategized together, and they have to choose which of their players to send out in order to best compete against the other team and which player they will send out. So a lot of teams you may see refer to like an ace player or somebody who has a specific emphasis or something like that. So what do you think teams are thinking about right now, Grubby, as they prepare to strategize in terms of who they're going to send versus their opponents?
Well, the cool thing is some players will have particular strengths. Some players love the short, ruthless games where there's going to be a lot of mistakes. They may make some, but they're going to force them out of the opponent as well. And other players, they prefer to kind of set a more rhythmic tempo, like a metronome, try to squeeze out advantages where they can, but play in a pretty fundamental way. And what you find is that some players will be strong against certain styles as well. So a lot of the performance expectations that are coming out of these 4 universities is going to be how well do you as a team understand your own players, their strengths and weaknesses, are you honest about them, your confidence levels, and who would you like to meet on the other team? And can you plan for that appropriately as well?
Absolutely. And we've been having lots and lots of StarCraft matches that we haven't even seen before, Alex. So I think we have a bracket to look
That's right. We do have the bracket. I won't lie, too. Grubby's just so dreamy. I was just blown away by every word he was saying. It was capturing me, people. Capturing me. All right. Well, let's capture this bracket because we're going to have UC Berkeley versus UC San Diego. And then we're going to have Waterloo going up against Chicago. As I mentioned, little California throwdown to start things off. You know, it feels bad for the state, but it needs to happen.
And the casters, I'm sure, will give lots of background into this, but just some things to watch for from these two teams. UC Berkeley is well known for having a very established esports program, so they're coming from a lot of support.
Yeah.
But University of California, San Diego has beat Berkeley before. Even though Berkeley is a very winning team, they were the winner of the 2018 tournament, we are seeing them go up against a team that has been able to beat them before.
Anything you're looking out for before we send it over to the casters, Grubby? Anything you want to see from these players?
Well, that's the cool thing in this derby. Normally Berkeley is the team that I'm looking at. They're very successful in another Blizzard game as well, Heroes of the Storm. They're generally the team to beat, and they're coming in here in top seed as well, but like Anna said, they've lost 0-2 to San Diego. There's so much room to learn from mistakes, study replays, so how well they've prepared for this, well, we're going to see that in the matches.
Very excited, guys. This is going to be awesome. It is literally the granddaddy of esports, StarCraft 2, and I couldn't think of two better commentators to call you through the action. So nice that they actually put their names in their gamer tags. You got Nathanius and Axel Toss. Take it away, fellas.
Thank you, Golden Boy. Awesome hearing from those guys on the couch. Grubby is so brilliant, a genius in StarCraft. Anna has so much history in StarCraft as well. She helped out in the early TESPA days with the Lone Star Clash way back in the day. But really happy to be here. I'm Axel Toss, joined by Nathanius. Nathanius, obviously a legend of the StarCraft space, doing a lot of work in WCS, which is the main pro circuit for StarCraft 2. What a moment here for all these players, all these teams. We're here in Houston at the George R. Brown Convention Center. The Mother of Dragons is downstairs. I think she might be watching in the audience, maybe. We'll see if she shows up, but we got to figure out our Archon name first. I was thinking about that a little bit.
We'll get there. I'm really excited for this too. You know, one of the cool things, I get to do a lot of the competitive scene of StarCraft, like you talking about WCS, BlizzCon, all that, but this is where it starts for a lot of players, as they compete in their collegiate tournaments. There's all sorts of opportunities to build up the skill, and some of the players, they start to reach that competitive side from this stage. Some of the players that you'll be seeing today competing in WCS, even I know Silky's a player I'm really looking forward to seeing. As we take a look at the rosters of our two California teams going at it. We've got Intuition, Silky, and Rexor. Three guys I know very well in the North American ladder. I've run into them a bunch of times. Except Silky, he's a little bit too good for me. And the other side, Disposition, Light, and Dragon God. Two teams very evenly matched, and I love it. I love seeing this level of competition come in. Silky has been qualifying a lot for WCS Challenger. He's been making better and better runs over the course of the last year. He's even taken series off some of the NA Titans like Neeb. So he doesn't just come in here as a competitive collegiate player. He's on the birth of making it into the actual competitive circuit in a serious way, making a lot of money potentially.
And that's an awesome opportunity for these players, and I encourage anyone who's watching, if you're in the stands or if you're watching from home, there might be a lot of people who are like, wait a second, Collegiate Esports Championships? What's going on here? I'm about to go to college, I'm in high school, or I'm in college right now. Look around you. There might be opportunities to compete. I gotta say, we saw the bracket earlier, because I'm looking for the Texas schools. I'm from Texas. Is anyone here from Texas? Okay, we got a few people
There seems to be a few people here from Texas.
I hope so, but as a guy who's from Texas, grew up in Dallas, I have family in Houston as well. Where are the Texas schools? I mean, it's fun. We're talking about California, Chicago, Waterloo. If I can speak to everyone here, let's get training. We got to get some Texas schools deep in this bracket, but let's go ahead and jump into match number one. Again, this is a matchup between the two California schools, Berkeley and San Diego, introducing in the top left-hand location. Alexander Ladder Edition, we have Bloom on the blue side.
And in the bottom right, as the red Terran player, we have Rex Required coming in. And very, very exciting times as we kick off this first match. So, as we're here, we talk about StarCraft 2. It is a 1 versus 1 game. The process starts, it's very simple. You have a town hall, you have workers. You're going to gather those resources, put together a set of infrastructure that can allow you to produce an army, and then the focus from that point onward is to gather information about what army your opponent wants, how they want to play out the game, and find a way to make your resources better invested into an army that can deal with theirs to take them down. And we might see some more aggressive approaches. Grubby was talking about it. Some players will try to play for very short games to get lots of damage done early on. However, there are a significant number of players that will also play out the late game. They're going to be more comfortable splitting a big map and playing a large economic battle against their opponent.
Yeah, and we just came from Overwatch on the stream. Overwatch, very fast-paced. You have a lot going on. First-person shooter. StarCraft, there's an element of, you know, you can sit back and relax a little bit. It's a very thinking game, and you can kind of think about what these players are doing. Because at this moment in time in StarCraft, both of these players on both sides, they're building their economy. They're getting their resources because they want to make stuff. They want to have a really big army. So at this point in the game, we're not necessarily looking out for those big battles because it's not possible. This is the stage of developing your economy, getting your army as big as you can, and making those decisions on what tech path you want to go.
And that's going to be the case for this game, as both players are going to take a quick expansion in their natural resource location outside of their main base. But some of the players that we've got competing here that have made it this far are definitely known a little bit for the aggressive strategies that they bring out. This early in the game, there are some cheese, quote-unquote, type strategies that you can employ to try and catch your opponent off guard if they're expecting a macro game. But we shall see. No big decisions have been made as far as the tech paths just yet. Very standard Reaper opening out of the Terran player. So what he's doing, Rex required, is he's open with a fast scout. It can do a little bit of economic poking. Getting a probe early is nice. The earlier in the game, the less workers you have. So each worker is much more valuable to deal damage to at the beginning. And getting a second probe there is actually really, really nice. You're generally not going to be able to get more than a worker, maybe some scouting information. Port Alexander is not really a map known for that, but we'll see where he wants to go as his factory finishes up. He could go for something like a fast mine drop. He could go straight to the skies. And on the other hand, Flume is opening up with a Twilight Council. And since he built a Stalker to start this off, we could see him play a very defensive strategy with a quick blink. You can get aggressive with this, but on Port Alexander, you're mostly going to be trying to deny harass to your economy. So it seems like both players want to play that economic struggle of a game where they're going to grind it out and play for a big late game army.
You know, maybe a little bit of mutual respect at this point. You know, nothing too crazy going on in the early game. They're both like, you know what? It's the first match. We're going to sit back, really build up our, you know, a standard strategy. And then the later you go on, the better for the player who thinks that they're in a better shape. So both these players right now confident to go to at least the mid game. And this is kind of fun because historically Nathanius plays a lot of Terran. Historically I play a lot of Protoss. And right here we got a Protoss versus Terran. And I always think the blink play is really interesting because that is an investment into one unit, the Stalker. But you kind of have to make decisions later on if you want to transition away. There are all these tech paths that happen in StarCraft where these decisions are going to impact you a little bit later. So going for the Blink Stalker play early, I've been wanting to do that more in my play. It requires a lot of control to control your Stalkers properly, but we've seen some Protoss players with Blink, Grubby's one of them, who are just able to control it so well that they can really make some good trades go their direction. So really going to keep an eye on those Stalkers for the Protoss in this game.
So what we see happening here is Flume opened up with a Sentry. It's a defensive unit, but it can also create a hologram of almost any other Protoss unit. In this instance, he made a hologram of a very fast-moving scouting unit. It cannot actually attack or deal damage, but it allows him to see what Rex is up to. It allows him to gather information so that he can make the next choice. He doesn't see anything that looks too concerning just yet. Now the Terran player does seem to be setting up for a possible push. He's getting the siege tank out, but just one. Maybe he's going to take a third base behind this. We'll have to wait just a little bit longer. But Flume is taking a third base himself, so he wants to ramp up an economy that by the time Rex goes for an attack, will have paid for itself and allow him to defend against a possible two-base assault.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised we haven't seen that third command center yet. Usually, one of the safest options you can do is just put that command center down in your main base and then get back to it later. But at this moment, we're not even seeing that third command center from the Terran players. So investing a lot into these two bases. Meanwhile, the Protoss, their base is done. So now the economy for the Protoss player is going to be much better than the Terran. So the Terran has to make something happen pretty quick here so the Protoss doesn't get too far ahead.
Yeah, and this scenario isn't that uncommon to see right now in the StarCraft metagame or just the general pool of strategy. The Protoss usually does take that third base faster. Where'd it go? But it looks like a cancel as he's anticipating this attack. He's instead chosen that instead of investing in that economy, he wants to put all of his resources into building an army that can smack down the push that'll be coming.
Yeah,
actually, he's taking a different third base. He starts it again on the north side. I find that intriguing.
Do you think that's a reaction to seeing the Terrans still on two bases?
Yeah, Perhaps he's concerned that the position for the other third base would have been too vulnerable to assault. He sends another hallucination to scout out, but it's about the same. So really in this situation, he's waiting for a couple of key upgrades. He wants to get his armor upgrade. That's going to make his units more durable. Normally Protoss units are they're meant to be more expensive but better, and he's getting an upgrade that's going to allow them to take a lot more hits from this army. But here it comes. Rex Required is going to make his big push. Now he's got a lot of Marines and Marauders. These are basic infantry units that can deal lots of damage. They have very low amounts of hit points, but that's counterbalanced by how fast they attack. The supporting units are going to be key here. The siege tank has a lot of range, but it has to set up, and it can't move once it sets up. The Raven and the Widow Mines are going to be surrounding that. The Raven has the ability to lock down individual units that the Protoss player has, or it can cast a missile that reduces the armor of the Protoss forces. So there's a lot of tools here for Rex Required to make use of. Let's see what he can get done. He's going to use a scan to see the high ground from his main base. And it looks like the Raven is maybe just going to drop down some turrets to try and block. The first fight's going to begin. He's jockeying for position.
Protoss is trying to flank. He's bringing some units around the back, but he doesn't have the concentration to deal with this. The Protoss is just getting shredded apart, and I'm really surprised because he had a Templar Archive. He could have built High Templar for Archons, but at this moment in time, having to pull his workers. You don't want to pull your workers to fight, and look at this, all getting shredded away. This push from the Terran is so strong, 130 supply of 40 in favor of Rex Required. This one's all but over.
Really well done, really well executed, and when you look at a game like this and you ask yourself, what was the big mistake that the Protoss player made in terms of getting the defense? Perhaps a bit of hesitation on that third. GG, Rex Required is going to pick up the first win here for our StarCraft 2 match and our Collegiate Esports Championships. Very well done. But just getting back to that, StarCraft 2 is such a difficult game in terms of there's always something else that you can be doing. There's always more economy to be made, scouting to be done, and the hesitation, the cancellation on the third intrigues me a little bit because he still made the investment into building the workers for that base, even though it wasn't done as early as it could have been. Maybe if he commits to that third, doesn't cancel it, gets the worker saturation on it for about a minute or so, that can give him a couple more units to make it work. But kudos to Rex for getting out so many bio units. He really showed a clean strategy there, didn't get blocked up, didn't make any mistakes. Of course, the amount of units you can produce is not only limited by your resources, but also supply. You have to build an additional structure just to make army forces in this game. So it was a very crisp, two-base timing attack, and honestly, I love it, right? Maybe you're up on the stage with a bit of nerves going on, and you're thinking, well, I don't want to play too long of the game. I don't want to try and go for some complicated strategy. You know, you got to be sweating a little bit. He just stuck to his guns, did a very sharp build that he's practiced over and over again. It worked brilliantly.
And that's a very tricky decision to make in tournaments like this. It's an esports championship. So you got to make those. Do you want to go for a quick game? Do you want to play safe? And honestly, for anyone newer to StarCraft, I think that build from the Terran is a great example of just a nice neutral build that you can even use on the ladder, and you're probably going to find success.
It's a very popular way to play.
Where it's like, it's not like he got really fast to expansions. It's not like he went straight to a bunch of Banshees. Marine, Marauder, Widowmine, had a Raven in there, and just getting a nice concentration of units and pushing across the map. And it worked well. And like, you think about, okay, what could the Protoss have done differently? His Templar Archive was done. So I'm still surprised we didn't see any High Templar. He didn't have Storm yet, but you can still make Archons from the High Templar, or at the very least, feed back the Raven. So
I think Nerves comes back into playing it too, and it's kind of a fun thing, right? In the StarCraft community, it's such a hardcore game, but it's also a 1 versus 1 game, and a lot of the players here maybe don't have too much stage experience, but unlike some of the other games that we have here, like Overwatch and Heroes of the Storm, you're not there on comms with your team backing you up. You know, you don't have anybody in your ear that's like, all right, we're going to do this together, I got you, you know, we work together on it. It's just you versus your opponent. It's so hardcore, and it's just you in your head at that point trying to make it work. So I can definitely see maybe a little bit of flustering.
Yeah.
The third base cancellation to me says that he definitely felt like he needed to do it, but then realized he shouldn't have. And at that point, he probably knows that canceling it in the first place was maybe a little bit too much to begin with.
Anytime you have to cancel that expansion, it's almost a disaster.
Yeah.
He was just trying to prepare for what he thought was a two-base all-in. But what was pretty beautiful about that push from Terran, he had a command center behind it. So it's not like he was going all in. He wasn't pulling the SCVs.
No. It's very standard that you get the third command center a little bit later with this push, but we see Terrans, even at the highest level, do the same strategy in the GSL, and they follow it up with an economic push behind it. the goal is to really just stunt the Protoss economy because, as we talked about, Protoss is the race that's going to have the superior tech units. They're going to have the superior infrastructure. They can build their units anywhere on the map. But that's counterbalanced by the cost of those units, the research time. You talk about upgrades like Storm. He wasn't able to get that, which would have been really big. And maybe we'll be able to talk about that. Maybe we'll get that in one of the upcoming games. But I do believe the format, the way that this works here at the Collegiate Esports Championships, is that now our losing team is going to have the opportunity to pick their player first, but the winning team, so Rex Pirate's team, is going to be able to choose now what map they want to play on next. In StarCraft, since we have a best of 5 here for this map, there's 7 maps in the ladder pool. And the biggest thing about that is they all play to different strengths of these races, as Grubby was talking about, asymmetrical balance. Some maps may favor a Terran if they want to put a Terran player out again. Some maps may favor a Zerg if they want to put someone like Silky out, for example.
Yeah, best of 5, and those decisions are being made right now. Who's going to go out and play for these teams? Remember, Berkeley, they're ahead right now, 1-0. The number is 3. That's what these teams are trying to get to.
Want to get to 3 wins.
3 wins, and you're moving on to tomorrow when we're going to have our finals, and we're going to crown our champion for StarCraft on the college side. So I'm curious to see what happens here. Berkeley, the number 1 seed coming into this event.
Yeah.
I believe Suppy went to Berkeley in the past, so you think about these programs. Anna touched on it before we jumped into that first match, but you think about the legacy some of these schools are starting to get. Like if you're looking at going to college and having more of a focus on esports, some schools are becoming hubs for those programs. So Berkeley looking like a powerhouse, nothing changing so far, and now they're up 1-0. So they got to be feeling good at this point. And we'll have to see what decision is made by University of California, San Diego to try to bring this back a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Port Alexander is a pretty neutral map to start on. It doesn't really allow for too many aggressive builds, so being able to do a strategy like that there, which is very standard, is nice. But that's not a map where you see a lot of trick strategies done. So I think that this kind of opens things up as we progress forward in this tournament, in this match. Hopefully get a little bit of the first nervous jitters out there, of course.
Do you think San Diego might go for a bit more of a cheesy play here in Game 2, being down, or do you think, like, what do you kind of talk to them about as their coach or manager at this point, if your team's down 1-0 and you've got to start making these decisions right now?
Well, it's an interesting thing, because in a normal StarCraft best of 5, it would be just 2 players playing all those matches against each other. But because our collegiate format is a team game, you don't have the same level of like, okay, well, you know, just get your head back on straight, you'll be fine, go back in there, win game number 2. It's someone's going to be like, look, we need to get a bit of momentum back. If they pick this map, who are we going to send out that can perform best on that map? And someone's got to step up. Someone's got to come up and say, I can make it happen here. This is where I want to get it done. Or this is my map. I have a special build just for this one that's going to allow me to get a win against whoever they decide to field. Because in the full best of 5, all 3 players on each team have to play before anybody could go out again. So you know that it's going to be one of the other 2 players.
So that's Light and Dragon God. Either Light or Dragon God from San Diego. And we had interviews with these guys. Everyone on San Diego says Dragon God is their best player. Maybe they send out Dragon God.
Maybe you want to save your best player for the final match in case he needs to go out twice in a row and get warmed up too.
True.
That's a hard choice that you have to make about it, because you also put all the pressure on him then in that situation.
Oh, we're seeing it. We're getting a little sneak peek here. It looks like Dragon God is there in the match. I can't quite tell who the top player is.
We get this one set up. Looks like the map is going to be Kairos Junction. Actually, a very similar layout to the first map that we saw, except it's a little bit more open in terms of positions that you can be aggressive on earlier. Feels like a bit of a smaller map, some more ramps to play around, so we'll see what strategy he chooses as we are loading in. Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you're all having a fantastic weekend out here in Houston, and thank all of you tuning in online. We have a quick pause from Dragon God. Perhaps needs to make sure a hotkey or something is set up correctly, so we'll get that taken care of as quickly as possible.
Yeah, just a nice respectful pause there, just making sure everything's under control and everything is a familiar environment for these players.
StarCraft players of all levels are very particular about their settings.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of different actually in terms of the input that people use with their hotkey layouts. It changes drastically, even just like per race, where you want to have certain abilities hotkeyed to, which sensitivity you want to use for even your keyboard repeat delay and everything. It does look like we have the game underway. We are ready to get into it. Our first player in the top left is Intuition, the blue Protoss from UC Berkeley.
And his opponent in the bottom right-hand location, I believe they're down 0-1, so I think we'll get the scoreboard amended there in just a moment. Dragon God representing the University of California, San Diego. Again, they are down 0-1. And we were talking about it, and we have these, we had small interviews with these players. Everyone on University of California, San Diego, a consensus was made that Dragon God is their best player. So making that decision to send the best player out here in game number 2. So really wanting to tie up the series 1-1 and not wanting to go down 0-2. And we have a Protoss versus Protoss situation here. So I know Grubby's going to be looking very closely at this match. But this is a mirror matchup. Last match we had Protoss versus Terran, and now we have Protoss versus Protoss, which is pretty fun because you have each player as a basis for the other. So you can literally look at the production tab in the top left, and you can look for the deviations, and that's when you can start analyzing what's going on. But right now, they should be pretty identical, as you can see.
Yes.
2 gateways going down, Cybercore follow-up. Was it 2 gateways?
So, yeah, so in Protoss versus Protoss, the current standard way to play is that you open up with those 2 gateways because a lot of the aggressive strategies are incredibly difficult to hold if you don't. And Protoss players cannot really acquire any technology until after that cybernetics core is done. So both players just kind of, it's like more of like a gentleman's handshake sort of deal where you expect that the other player is going to open 2 gateways, you will open 2 gateways. That's the primary production facility for Protoss. And then after the cybernetics core completes is when we start to see the deviation in the strategy. But as we've been shown by our wonderful observer, in the bottom left, a pylon has been placed. Now, all Protoss structures must receive power from a pylon in order to function. So he has to build that, and then he can build a structure next to it, and that is going to be a Stargate. So what I'm expecting to see here is a fast harassment-based opener, perhaps an Oracle. It's a very quick unit. It kills workers extremely fast, and if you're caught off guard by it, it can end the game almost instantly. It's a very, very dangerous unit to play against, but at the same time, he's got Adepts crossing the map. And they have an ability that allows them to throw a shadow of themselves forward at a high speed, and they can teleport to that shadow to get harassed on even faster.
You kind of think of Adepts like tiny daggers, you know, like they're fast, they're quick, a little bit hard to deal with, but not super strong. But the point here for Intuition is, which is really cool, he gets these 2 Adepts, right? And that's like the first army he's showing. And that's actually a pretty strong army in the first 2 minutes of the game, having 2 Adepts out. There's a lot you can do with that. So Intuition showing those 2 Adepts, that makes me think, will this throw Dragon God off a little bit? Because if he sees these early gateway units, is he necessarily worried about an Oracle from a Stargate? That's proxy.
And so the thing is, Stalkers are very good against Oracles. He has a shield battery in his mineral line, which will prevent an Oracle from being able to kill workers. So Dragon God kind of got a read on this. He said, hey, look, this feels like a very aggressive opening out of you. I'm going to play a little more defensively than maybe I normally would, and you shouldn't be able to get anything done against me. So Intuition is going to expand behind this. Both of these players, very good top 200 players on the North American ladder. I can proudly say Intuition has beaten me multiple times in the last month. He's a very, very good Protoss. He's going to shade inside of that main base, and it looks like Dragon God is going to be able to deal with those Adepts. So not able to really get anything done there with that Adept harass. And he's going to start pocketing a few of these Oracles. So 2 Oracles will be able to kill workers, even if there's a shield battery there. So what he wants to do is maybe save these until Dragon God tries to step out onto the map. Since he never scouted the proxy Stargate, proxy in this term just meaning placed pretty closely to your opponent's base rather than your own.
But
Here we go.
But he has an amazing read on this. Stalkers just chill in the mineral line. You got the shield battery there. So how much damage are these Oracles going to be able to do? I think I saw 1 worker fall, maybe 2. Yep, get that one. Maybe a 3rd one. 3 workers fall, but you know that's a lot of investment in these 2 Oracles. So you know that's definitely not worth it so far. The
value is you're trying to keep your opponent inside their base, right? So by having the Oracles, as long as he doesn't lose them, Dragon God is always going to have to think about the defense. He cannot freely move across the map to attack. He may have a hard time getting a 3rd base if he doesn't set up enough auxiliary defenses to keep the Oracles from coming back and killing more of his workers. Now, Oracles are a unit that was recently, quote-unquote, adjusted in StarCraft. They do take bonus damage from Stalkers, so they are quite flimsy against them. But as I said, that means he has to keep the Stalkers at home. So we could see Intuition do something maybe a little bit more greedy, maybe get up his tech a little faster, maybe try to expand faster.
That's what I do. I always try to expand really fast. Put that third down right now. If I have those Oracles across, maybe it's a little window where you can stay safe. But again, there's risk when you decide to do that, as we saw in the game just before this one. But looking at the production tab, we're seeing a lot of similarities. Immortals coming out at about the same time. We have a +1 weapons upgrade coming out at about the same time. Maybe a slight deviation as Intuition, a Twilight Council just now finishing up. So will that go into Templar play? Will that turn into some sort of Blink play? We'll keep an eye on that.
So it looks like it's going to be Resonating Blades. Those Adepts that we were talking about earlier, they're solid harass units, but this is an upgrade that makes them attack significantly faster. I think like 45% attack
So he's
speed.
wanting to invest a lot more into Adepts.
So Adepts are not late game units though, which to me says we're going to see, and he's adding 5 gateways now, 6 gateways. He's going to go for a huge attack where he will try to kill Dragon God with an insane number of Adepts. That's what he's going to be going for. It's going to be a huge push, and the Immortals behind it are going to be to help deal with the Stalkers, of course. Those Immortals that we're talking about, they're your chunky boys as far as Protoss is concerned. They have a ton of hit points. They deal some of the most damage of any unit in StarCraft.
We just had some Overwatch, so like the tank.
Yeah, and they have an extra shield that activates when they're attacked as well. That gives them even more hit points. So let's see what he can get done. A Warp Prism, also it's kind of like a drop ship for Protoss. He's going to pick up his Immortals for Dragon God and try to go across the map. But then the Oracles come back, and we're talking about this. Intuition is just trying to keep Dragon God locked inside of his base.
Yeah, I like how he's playing it, keeping his opponent off guard. And this could be a little dangerous here because we have a Warp Prism going across the map, but we are also very close to an offensive from the blue player. So Dragon God has to be a little careful here not to invest too much across the map because he has to be able to defend as well. Warp Prisms coming out from both of these two players, being as dynamic as possible.
Now look at this, the one pylon. There's one pylon powering all of the warp gates over here. He shuts down 5 of his gateways. So this is going to prevent him. He cannot use that production, so he cannot warp in additional units. He cannot make his army bigger without replenishing that. And he gets the other one. He only had 2 pylons on all of his production.
To defend, he can't warp back.
So he's just going to attack. He's just going to attack with everything that he has. He cannot reinforce behind this. This is an all-in play. But the shield battery, the defender's advantage, and the extra warp from Dragon God are giving him a lot more to try and defend against this. Will he be able to break it? There is a Prism that can pick up these units to help micromanage the forces of Intuition. But now he's going to recall back the other 2 Immortals that he has, and I'm not sure that Intuition is going to be able to break, and he loses his Warp Prism. Dragon God, ooh, he's in a fantastic spot. I mean, he had to pull a lot of his workers to help defend. So Dragon God's economy's been gutted, but Intuition, he spent a lot of time winding up to make this attack, and he basically whiffed. He got some worker damage done, but man, if he had been able to reinforce, he could have done so much more, and it looks like Dragon God is going to try to take advantage of that delayed production capability, bring the assault to him.
Dragon God feeling the power of Khaleesi in the building, I suppose, because he's playing some good StarCraft, having the heads-up awareness to target down the pylons to prevent your opponent from reinforcing. A beautiful play from Dragon God in a situation that could have been a disaster because his Immortals are across the map, but he's able to take down the pylons.
The weird thing about this,
Intuition in a tough spot here.
Yeah, the weird thing about this is he's got a lot of shield batteries, and the normal unit that you use as a buffer in this scenario is the Zealot. It's your base unit. It's a melee warrior that can charge into the enemy when you upgrade it. But Adepts are actually very good against those charged Zealots when they're in a defending position. He moves out as Adepts. I'm not sure I agree with that decision. He's going to get caught out.
Every single unit is so important right now.
Yeah, and I think that just that mistake alone may be what finally does it for him. He doesn't really have an answer for the Stalkers and the Immortals. Dragon God is going to keep reinforcing, but his Immortals should be able to get it done here.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to overextend though, right? The team is down 0-1. There's no need for him to risk throwing the game away with the championship on the line.
Absolutely. You know, at this point, even though you're, like, these guys are smart enough, they kind of know the game state.
Oh my God.
They know where they're at, but still playing it safe. And look,
he still just has 1 pylon!
Coming back and taking down the pylon that's powering everything. And now we're seeing 2 pylons there to reinforce. But it's just Dragon God making so many good decisions here and just putting Intuition in a deeper and deeper hole.
That's the awareness you need in this type of extremely competitive 1 versus 1 game, is you need to be aware of not only what you can do to your opponent, but what your opponent can do to you. What are my weaknesses? What makes my build weak? What makes my build strong? He's trying to do some cute micro, so the Archon is a very powerful unit, but it has very short range. It can shoot air. The Immortals, they cannot shoot air. So he doesn't really have an answer for the dropship with the Immortals. He's mostly just trying to harass, be annoying, and we're going to see him use Recall. It's a Protoss-only ability. He can call pretty much his whole army, if he needs to, back to his main town hall, or actually any of his town halls on the map, known as a Nexus for Protoss, and that allows him to retreat very quickly if necessary. But Intuition has been able to put together a piecemeal army of sorts. It definitely liked Dragon God's army more because those Archons are going to be amazing versus both the Adepts and the Zealots. But he's going to come down now and try to fight it out on the low ground.
Yeah, Intuition actually moving away from his base to force the issue rather than holding on to a defender's advantage. So he feels like this is an okay fight to take. Maybe he felt like this was his only chance to try to catch Dragon God off guard, but just look at how big this army is. 51-0. There's the GG, and Dragon God able to equalize the series.
Gonna tie it up 1-1 here in our Collegiate Esports Championships. Well done by Dragon God. You know, we talked about it. The players all on his team agreed. They said, hey, he's our #1 guy. This is the guy that we're going to send in when we need the W, and he's able to deliver. So very well done. And that means it's all going to fall down onto the last 2 remaining players of both teams to go up against each other and see who's going to be able to get that lead again. It is a best of 5. So that means we'll be playing for that 2-1 position, and then we'll see another player come back out again, Alex. And, take a look at a little bit of the replay action here. The Adept play was nice. And frankly, the Oracle play didn't do a crazy amount of damage, but it was a good amount of harass to buy him time for what he wanted to do.
Seeing the Stalkers, getting some probes, seeing the progress of the Nexus, the natural expansion. You know, everything was fine until this moment happened.
This was the biggest
This
thing.
could have been a disaster for Dragon God. Yeah. These are 2 Immortals. That's a big part of his army right now.
By having them here to harass, they're not at home to defend that big attack that we were discussing. And if he had a couple of extra pylons, as powerful as the Immortals are, they may not have been able to shut down a reinforcement wave. And he might have actually lost the game back at home because he wouldn't have been able to defend against another extra wave of units with that attack. However, Dragon God remains cool, calm, and collected, and he's able to build an army that's much more well-rounded than his opponents. They look similarly sized, but as we said early on, Adepts, they're not really units that translate into the late game. They're not the units that you want to have a huge mass of. They're light. They take bonus damage from Archons. They don't attack that fast, even with the upgrade versus units like Zealots. And frankly speaking, they have a very short range, so they have to get a little bit too close to take those engagements.
What do you think about that decision, really, from the Protoss there? Being on 2 base and deciding to go for just the Mass Adept all-in play. Let's say...
I don't hate it.
Let's say the pylons stayed up, right? And you have all those gateways...
I think there's a real potential there for another wave of Adepts to help crack through, because it was really the 1 Immortal and the shield battery with the probe pull. But say he kills every probe, or he's able to shade some into the main and get the rest of the economy. I think he sets himself up really nicely to close out that game, just based on Dragon God not having any economy left.
Strong push there, but Dragon God able to handle it and depower those pylons across the map, which means we have a tie series here between Berkeley and San Diego, both University of California. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's Silky against Light as we get into game number 3 between these 2 teams. Stay tuned. You're watching the Collegiate Esports Championships presented by ESPN.
The Pro Wireless Gaming Mouse is built to the exacting standards of some of the world's top esports professionals. Pro Wireless Gaming Mouse is built for extreme performance and includes the latest and most advanced technologies available. Featuring Lightspeed technology, Pro Wireless overcomes the limitations of latency and is also equipped with the latest version of the Hero sensor, the highest performing and most efficient gaming sensor. The Logitech G635 is a premium gaming headset with large 50mm Pro G drivers. LightSync RGB lighting is fully customizable and reacts to in-game action. For maximum immersion, TTS Headphone X 2.0 surround sound creates precise in-game positional awareness. Hear enemies sneaking up behind you and enjoy the full cinematic experience of your favorite games on your favorite Logitech devices.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are live from Houston, Texas at the George R. Brown Convention Center on the 3rd floor. If you can make it out here, come hang out. Khaleesi is here from Game of Thrones. Downstairs, it's just ridiculous. There's booths everywhere, every
There's a lot of
comic
cool
you can
stuff.
imagine. This is Comicpalooza, an amazing event.
Zerg player, he is Light from the University of California, San Diego.
Such an important game here. Best of 5, you're tied 1-1. This isn't ending in 3 games. We know that for sure, which is kind of fun. We're going to see more StarCraft. This is the game that decides if you're going up 2-1 or if you're going down 1-2.
Yep, it's going to put one of these teams into the winning position, possibly, and it's intense, right? Zerg versus Zerg is a matchup where it's a little bit different than all the other ones in StarCraft. It's very unique in that we talk about resources in StarCraft. So the blue crystals that you see, those are minerals. They're all over the map. That's what you're going to use to build most of your basic stuff. And then those geysers with the green gas coming out of them next to the bases are, that's where you get your resources for tech, for upgrades. So Zerg kind of has a third resource in terms of their production. They're that alien monstrosity race where they don't really build their units out of something like a barracks or a gateway. They build their units out of larvae that spawn periodically out of their bases, and they have a unit, the queen, they can build that increases the amount of that larva that they get. But if you cancel making a unit, you don't get that larva back, which means every investment into a unit is extremely important because your workers also come from that same larva. So this investment here, we have Silky going out with some early Zerglings that are spotted by an Overlord, which every Zerg player uses for their supply. Their supply structure is actually a unit that flies around. So he sees this attack is coming, and even though he's made a more economic investment at the start of this game, the time it takes to cross the map for Silky is going to give Light enough time to try and get out units of his own. Silky is trying to catch him off guard here, though.
Yeah, and Silky is not trying to end the game here. If you look at the production tab, we see drones. He's making those workers behind this, but I like this play. He got his pool a little bit earlier, so his hatchery was a little bit delayed, his natural expansion, but we can see his Zerglings, I think they might have gotten 1 drone, maybe a few lings, but at the very least, he's making Light ask a lot of questions, because Light, he doesn't want to just lose to a big attack in the beginning. So Light has to be like, okay, you're sending these Zerglings early. Are you trying to destroy me right now, or are you just trying to mess with me and get me to build units?
Yeah.
So Light ended up making quite a few units there. Not as many drones, but his hatchery got up a little bit earlier. So I don't see a really convincing advantage either way.
Now, that's a big part of what ZVZ is, though. What I find more interesting, and this is actually very unusual, both players are going up to the next level of tech very, very quickly. In a normal ZVZ, sometimes you'll see one of the players do this. Rarely will both players go to a quick lair. What does this mean? Well, basically, you only have access to a couple of units at the start. But because of that economic balance of your larva and where you want to make your production count, you have to usually delay anything that isn't units or economy early on as a Zerg player. So for this matchup, what we're actually seeing happen is both players are kind of saying, you know what, I don't really want to play this early, heavy, aggressive style, and I'm willing to defend if you try to attack me. But that's actually not even going to be a case because both players are doing the fast tech. And it's for Light, it's going to be a Nidus network. Now, this is a crazy unit. So basically, this building can spawn a giant worm that can tunnel anywhere he has vision. It's very difficult to kill while it's tunneling. You can shut it down, and he's about to scout this.
One of my favorite mechanics,
but it lets you
StarCraft,
pretty much teleport.
Is the Nidus Room.
You can teleport basically your whole entire army.
I think it is
anywhere on the map with this.
I think it is severely and almost embarrassingly underused by professional players.
It gets used a lot more these days, Alex.
Yeah,
I will say that.
I have noticed that in the GSL recently. Good job, more Nidus. But I play random, so I play all the races. Every time I draw Zerg, I'm almost always going Nidus. I think it's incredibly powerful, and now we're seeing it in action. Light throwing this worm across the map about where the third base would be for the blue player here, for Silky. Silky, he heard it. He heard the Nidus, so he knows what's going on, adding 2 spines to his front door. But look at the production tab for the red player. Drones behind this. Look out for another hatchery. This is where Light is making a decision. How much does he want to invest in an attack here, or is he just wanting to scare Silky a little bit?
Yeah, well, there's a few big things here to keep in mind is that Silky made the investment a lot earlier into stuff like his upgrades, although it did appear that he may have canceled them during that defensive phase because he was worried about losing his units. He's still going to have them ahead of his opponent. But the big focus now is since Light pulled back, he decided not to commit to this. He has a lot of units and not a lot of workers to actually saturate his bases down 33 to 41. He's going to lose this worm. So he kind of wanted to make this attack happen, but then after seeing what Silky had to defend it because Silky scouted it, says to himself, well, if I try and force it, I will probably lose the game. And considering what's at stake, he doesn't want to take that risk.
Yeah.
So he pulls back. He's going to go for a Spire instead. And what he's saying is, I'm going to try and get air units that the Roaches can't attack. The Roaches, of course, are these, they're very cheap units. They're very bulky, not necessarily great in the end game, but they're actually so powerful, you really have to respect them, because if your opponent just attacks you with a lot of them, there's very little you can do to save yourself if you don't also build a lot of Roaches because of how cheap they are. So Silky's going to make this push at the front, but he's got a Nidus network of his own in production behind this, so he may use that Nidus to try and get an assault into the main base of Light, or just allow his reinforcements to get
huge
there so
army
much
though.
faster.
Massive. 80 to 52. Silky has a ton of Roaches here. The Spire just now finishing. Light desperately needs those
And
mutants
his
to come out.
upgrades, too. His upgrades finishing so well done. Silky wins. GG. And just a fantastically defended early assault, really. Silky put the pressure on at the start of the game. He put the pressure on. Light was able to kind of tango with him. Light wants to make this very committed lair attack with the Nidus, but he gets scouted out. He's not able to make it happen, and can't really feel too bad there. Silky is one of the best North American StarCraft players there is. Even just competing here at a collegiate level, Silky's one of those players that's qualified for the World Championship Series, the official StarCraft 2 WCS, and he's a player that a lot of these guys struggle against, so you can't feel bad losing to him, but it does now mean that they're on the brink of losing this semifinal.
Yeah, so we need an answer from San Diego. Right now, Berkeley up 2-1 in the series, thanks to the heroics of Silky in that game. And, you know, Silky, you could just tell. He was almost one step ahead pretty much the entire way. The Nidus can be scary. He immediately put down 2 spine crawlers, a lot of static defense to make sure he's safe. But at the same time, his opponent, Light, was kind of just teching in a lot of places, right? Built the Nidus, that's a big investment, not as many drones, not having a third, and then going straight into Spire. So the magic out for Light there would be to get like 6 mutas out. Might have a chance there, right?
Because even then, that's still hard to kill that many roaches. They have a really large health pool, which makes them very tanky. I'm very interested to see who they pick for the next series. Now that we've gone through all 3 players on both teams, we can see some of them come back. Maybe get some different matchups.
Yeah. I'm still a little, like, just watching that last match, seeing the different tech directions. In StarCraft, you kind of have to pick which direction you're going to go, or it's just not going to be as strong. So the fact that Light was kind of forced to keep changing what he wanted to invest in, that's a recipe for not so great things happening, because he didn't have a lot of money to begin with, and when you try to go in too many directions, you're just not going to have much to deal with it, and that's why we saw such a quick conclusion to that game.
It also shows you the skill difference, right? Silky is, and this is not in any way meant to be negative, but Silky is one of the players that does play in the premier tournaments for StarCraft 2. You can really see the difference come out with the way that he responds, with the way that he reacts, the builds that he chooses, and the advantages that he's able to carve out for himself, despite the fact that, as you pointed out, neither player was really able to get a lot of damage done early on. Silky went for the fast pool, which delays his first couple of extra workers, and then Light delayed his next couple of workers, but it didn't really end up being too big of a deal. A couple of drone difference here and there is not always going to be what decides the match for you. However, Silky does come in my eyes, as one of, if not the strongest player here at the Collegiate Esports Championships for StarCraft. And it was funny, we were talking to them backstage. I'm telling him, like, Silky, I want you to know, it's like, I'm going to hype you up. You're very good. You're one of the best players here, hands down. And I'm looking to see that S-class play out of him, and so far that's what we've gotten.
And that being said, we're about to get into game number 4. Who do you think we're going to see here? I mean, does Silky come back out for Berkeley? And because Berkeley just needs one more win to advance to the finals tomorrow. Do they send Silky out? He just won a game.
I feel like, he's warmed up, right?
Send him right back up. And then I guess we see Dragon God from San Diego, probably, right?
Yeah. I could.
That's my guess.
You know what? I could also see them sending out. Rex Required again as well.
Okay.
We'll see.
All right. Well, stay tuned for that. Game 4 incoming. But first, we're going to take a look at our Logitech featured player from the University of California, Berkeley.
I'm Jason Nguyen. I play StarCraft for Berkeley, and my name is Rex Required. I got really involved in the industry just at a really young age. I met a lot of people. I got to talk with people in Blizzard. I got to intern for just various organizations for high school, and I set up a lot of tournaments. But I kind of always felt that my passion was really in playing the game. First game I watched, it was a pro game. Guy was blazing. It's like 500 actions every minute, non-stop throughout the entire game. His eyes never stopped moving, and I was just like, this is the game I want to play. It's a fast game, it's really tiresome on the wrist, so I really like to stretch at the start of every warm-up. Then when I get straight into the game, I'm like all out, non-stop, just like you're trying to be fast. It's a game where you have to be fast. It's brutal, it's a high skill cap, it's a high skill floor. There's a lot of fundamentals that just die out if you don't play the game at the moment. And I think just keeping that consistent rhythm, maybe like, not a ton, maybe 1-2 hours every day, but if you do it consistently, you will improve and you'll build up the fundamentals you need.
As esports skyrockets towards becoming the next billion-dollar industry, one major university just off the San Francisco Bay has completely embraced the phenomenon and sports one of the more successful collegiate esports programs in the entire country. Cal Esports, UC Berkeley's esports program, has grown from being a student-run club to now an almost fully supported esports program with teams competing in nearly all the major TESPA leagues. Berkeley fields teams in all the major Blizzard titles and many more, with over 90 collegiate student athletes that currently represent the school at national and international competitions.
I think the first thing you'll notice about the UC Berkeley campus is just how much passion there is in the student body, how many clubs there are on campus, and the effect that that has on campus culture. The Cal Esports program wouldn't exist if it weren't for the student groups on campus and the enormous upswell of student support for this program.
The students have grown their program to a point where they now attract more national attention from major brands, with the ability to reach a global audience by the push of a button. Plenty of leagues and tournaments pull more numbers than major televised events, so it's no surprise to see companies align themselves with programs as successful as the ones here at Berkeley. The result? 2019 could be the first billion-dollar year for esports, a market that will continue to attract brands across all industries.
So a lot of this was actually launched with an event called Caltopia. So in 2017, we launched the Gaming Expo, which kind of set the stage for a lot of our partnerships. It helped put our esports community on the map and kind of show NVIDIA and a lot of our different corporate sponsors like, hey, there is a very active esports gaming community on campus and it's ready to be taken to the next level.
We can see this growth already trickling down to the collegiate level, helping programs like the one at UC Berkeley and other schools as they continue to grow.
I think it's amazing. It's, we're currently seeing a new phenomenon or a new culture really growing in front of our eyes. And I think, a good comparison would be the .com era where, it just took off, and that's kind of what esports is going through right now.
While comparisons can be made to the .com boom, some students see the vast potential in esports and are ready to go all in.
Why are you alone? Why are you alone? Come back.
Many in the UC Berkeley esports programs majored in engineering, biomedical science, and other technical and scientific career fields. But now some of those are beginning to change the trajectory of their future careers. Instead of pursuing a career as an engineer or a doctor, some students have set their sights on a future where they're employed in the esports industry.
My major is molecular and cell biology, so that's a pre-med track. Recently, I started placing more emphasis on esports. I discovered my passion towards it a lot more than before, and I'm slowly shifting away from the academic side just because of how much I dedicate my time into the esports.
My end goal after I graduate is to hopefully go somewhere in the gaming industry. Esports is really near and dear to my heart. It's what pulled me and my brother together. It's what made me and my boyfriend meet. And so this is something that I want to continue doing for the rest of my life.
As these collegiate programs grow, it'll only lead to more attention and a continuing rise in the number of hopefuls willing to bet on themselves as they look to get a foot in the door in an industry they're so passionate about.
Right now I'm studying media studies and I'm hoping to develop my marketing and public relations skills further, so eventually I will have a job somewhere in that category in the gaming industry.
Universities like UC Berkeley continue to see that growth and influence. As they put more financial backing behind these programs, they attract more prospective students, which leads to a boost in a niche demographic. No matter what, though, it's passion like that of the students that keep the program and collegiate esports as a whole alive. Cultures, subcultures, and even entire civilizations have struggled in areas relating to diversity, inclusion, and equality. And esports is no different.
She got picked. Nice.
The gaming and esports communities have certainly failed many groups who ultimately just want to enjoy the games they love in a welcoming environment, which is honestly not too much to ask for.
My main game that I play is Overwatch, so when I log on, everyone's like, oh, you have to be a Mercy main, or girls only play support, or you're very bad at the game. And that's always kind of hard to hear, especially because some games have voice chat, and so sometimes on bad days I'll just turn it off, right? And some days it'll just stop me from playing altogether because it's just it's not fun.
It's a very empowering experience, but also a difficult experience at the same time because you're basically inserting yourself into a community where people just assume oh, you're not really good because you're a female, you're less than them. There are also a lot of very nice people. For every toxic person that you meet, I would say there's 10 other good people that you engage with, and then that's people who really appreciate your presence there, and you get to have fun with them and connect with them.
With their women in gaming outreach, UC Berkeley is looking to change the perception and treatment of women in the gaming and esports landscape, and help foster an environment based on mutual respect and equality.
So when I first went to just a general club event, I met my other colleague, Sherry, who was a year older than me. And we were just like walking and playing Pokemon Go, and I was learning a little bit more about her, and I was like, wow, this is amazing having like another female I can talk to and really relate about with games, and like that they wouldn't be like weirded out by how nerdy I was, and they would like understand the experiences I was going through. And that's kind of when it all like clicked for us both, I think.
The Women in Gaming initiative started when we launched the Cali Sports Center itself in 2018. We didn't just want females to feel included, we wanted to empower them. We wanted to provide them with the tools and the skills that they need to go into the marketplace and have that competitive edge so that when they enter their new job, that they can really start to transform the industry and be the movers and shakers of the 21st century.
With only a few women competing amongst the UC Berkeley competitive esports teams, and very few women competing professionally across the esports ranks, the road is being paved, and strides are being made, although some would say things could move a little faster.
Honestly, having a girl on the team makes me feel a lot more happy because it's rare to see more girls to participate in those kind of esports scene in general. Player that's also a girl, her name is Madison, and she's also one of the strongest supports I've seen.
With all the support that UC Berkeley has given to its esports program, players, and students, the teams have been able to stay fairly competitive in almost every game they compete in. Specifically, UC Berkeley's StarCraft 2 team will be competing in the CEC next week. But don't blink, this strategy game is no slog. With the championship here in Houston, the George R. Brown Convention Center will be the place to see some of the best action all season.
First game I've watched, it was a pro game. Guy was blazing. It's like 500 actions every minute, non-stop throughout the entire game. His eyes never stopped moving, and I was just like, this is the game I want to play. It's brutal. It's a high skill cap. It's a high skill floor. There's a lot you can learn.
I think StarCraft is kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like a board game in some ways where you can't just pull it out of the box and play it. You have to read the rules. And in StarCraft case, it's maybe like watching pro games or watching some tutorials. Because StarCraft, if you just pull it out of the box and try to start playing it, you'll have no idea what you're doing.
They want the win so bad. They've been working for months and months on end. Just like that, the perfect stall from Slurpee Thief. UC Berkeley are your Overwatch TESPA Collegiate Series Grand Champions.
The Overwatch team brought home the 2018 Fiesta Bowl Championship, so this squad is no stranger to the pressure of competition. The university sets their teams up for success, and their StarCraft 2 team could make it all worth it, if they're the ones left hoisting the trophy in the finals.
I think that the Cal Esports StarCraft 2 team is very confident going into this competition. They've kind of garnered a reputation as the Cal dynasty of teams. They're very strong.
So we have 3 top 200 players, including Nick, who's a pro player. For UC San Diego specifically, I think they have 1 Grandmaster player, 1 Master player, and then a Diamond player. And the difference between Diamond and Grandmaster and Master is incredibly vast. Like, even just because they have 1 player that is at that level, like, we have a huge advantage over them.
The support we see at UC Berkeley is the future of collegiate esports. Some would say the Cal Esports program is a model for the future of collegiate esports. As more major schools begin to realize the importance of having fully funded and supported esports programs, we will continue to see more and more growth from the collegiate scene itself. The trickle-down effect of a growing esports industry will help perpetuate this growth. But it's up to the schools themselves, like UC Berkeley, to establish themselves as leaders and set a bar of greatness for others to follow.
Before college, I was just literally studying every day, trying to get to UC Berkeley and then, get my degree, become a doctor, all that set, very rigid goal sets. And that's really just not what I think I'm going to do anymore because of how the school changed me as a person and how Cal Esports changed me as a person.
Awesome to hear more about UC Berkeley and everything that's going on there. Inspiring stuff, to be honest. Really cool, and it requires a lot of leadership. And this is a team that has been on stages multiple times in the collegiate realm, and it's really awesome to see. And I encourage anyone at home, at your college, there's no reason you can't make the same steps that UC Berkeley is making. They have their own esports center, they have their teams, they have coordination, they have leaders. And as someone who was very involved with the Texas collegiate scene back when I was in college, you can do it. Anyone can do it. TESPA was Texas Esports Association, and that was from the University of Texas. A student group came up with that. Shout out to Adam and Tyler Rosen, who I believe are in the building somewhere. But that just goes to show it's okay to be inspired if you're in college. Collegiate esports is awesome. don't be afraid to make it happen in your neck of the woods. But here we go into game number 4, the bottom left-hand location, representing the blue side. Silky is back in action.
Not surprised to see him come out again to try and close this one out. And of course, the best player for UC San Diego coming out again as well. The Red Protosse's Dragon God, UC San Diego. And it's also, you're right, it's awesome to hear the inspiring stories of those people competing. You know, you make a lot of friends. That was how I made my first fan group in college. Like I started that's how I got into esports. I started the StarCraft team over at Penn State back in 2011. We were just competing in tournaments. We were kind of like one grandmaster. I think we actually got destroyed by Berkeley back then as well. Those guys have been on top of it forever. I remember Silky is a very good player, but he also had a great mentor in Suppy, who's another player that we also talk about all the time. One of the most dominating Zergs in very, very good North American pro gamer as well, competing at the highest level, and even for the big name teams like Evil Geniuses. So that legacy you pass on to your peers, and here we have Silky carrying the torch forward for UC Berkeley 2019.
Yeah, it's amazing to see, and they're on the verge of advancing to the finals tomorrow if they can get a win here. If Silky can take out Dragon God, Berkeley, they're done for the day, and they're advancing to the championship match tomorrow. But we saw how strong Dragon God was a little bit earlier, playing against Intuition, winning that matchup with relative ease. So Silky coming off of the match, super warmed up. Dragon God, he didn't play that long ago, so he's warmed up as well. And we got a nice matchup, Protoss versus Zerg, which I don't think we've seen yet today. Yeah,
no, we have not. Yet, so we talked a bit about the Zerg versus Zerg dynamics of the management of resources with Larva. And for Protoss versus Protoss, we talked about how your choices are a little bit limited until you get towards that next stage of tech. But for Protoss versus Zerg, whenever you get the asymmetrical matchups, that's always where things get the most interesting. You have the most options because there are so many different strengths of each race in StarCraft that if you want to play really greedy, you can, and you can defend against attacks. If you want to play really aggressively, those options are even more powerful. So I'm interested to see what direction Dragon God goes in because for all intents and purposes, he is the underdog here. Silky is a WCS competitor. He has made a good chunk of change competing in the World Championship Series circuit, and he's becoming a name that is known in the non-Korean StarCraft scene. He's been qualifying, he's been making big strides, and he's been taking matches off of some seriously good players. So he's going to sneak a few lings into start. He's just a scout, but he sees that robotics facility, and even that says so much about what the Protoss player is going to do. Oftentimes, that Oracle unit we talked about earlier is what the Protoss will open with versus Zerg, because it's great at killing Zerglings. Of course, you can always do worker harass, but it's just a great scouting tool as well, and it's great for defense. But we have a fast third hatchery for Silky, so he's kind of playing what seems to be very straightforward. This robotics facility was so fast, he's going for a warp prism.
I like it.
And that's, to me, that says he's got to be, there's something really aggressive, really cheeky that's about to come out. So the warp prism as a unit, we didn't really break this down too much, but it's like a dropship. It can pick up units from really far away, though, and it can also deploy into a stationary, I'll say air structure, basically, like a pylon. So you can actually warp units in underneath the prism when it deploys itself. Of course, it's going to be more vulnerable when that happens, but if you want to make a lot of production while you send the prism out, and then that production finishes as the prism arrives in your opponent's base, you can warp in a ton of units and get a lot of damage done. So let's see what he decides to do. There's a good amount of defense on the field already for Silky. He's got his queens. Roaches are coming out.
Yeah. You know, I mean, the War Prism is just such a dynamic unit. And any Protoss players out there, if you can learn to master this unit, you can have a lot of fun and you can win some cool games. Some of the best players in the world are legendary because of their use of the War Prism and how they control it during the battle.
It may very well be one of the most important unit in Protoss versus anything, really.
Yeah.
The reinforcement capabilities are huge, and also you can use it to pull back any units that might die. So the queens come up. and they're going to be great at shoving these forces away.
Yeah, and Dragon God, he's not trying to win here. He's only got 4 Stalkers in that Warp Prism, not too many gateways behind this. He's also got a +1 upgrade coming and an Immortal. These are things that'll help him a little bit later. So for now, just trying to scare his opponent. Try to force Silky to make some units instead of drones. If you can take down drones, that is the perfect scenario here for Dragon God, but we're seeing some really good defense here from Silky. He's able to manage this fairly well. Hasn't lost too many units at all.
Nope, not at all. But now he did force out a good amount of roaches, and this could be playing into Dragon God's hand, because while he's getting that lair up, Dragon God has been building Immortals out of that robotics facility that he had. And Immortals are very good against roaches. They're perhaps one of the best units you can build in StarCraft against a roach-heavy composition. So I'm interested to see, as Silky kind of techs up, did he invest too much into his units at this point, where he may not have the economy he needs to get the defense out to stop the next wave of units coming out? And it looks like a Zergling does spot that Immortal.
Yeah,
he's actually going to expand up front. He's not maybe sure whether he's going to attack, and if he's not sure and Silky's not sure, well, Silky has a lot of units right now, but maybe in a few minutes this won't be enough.
Yeah, both playing safe, but I feel like Silky, he got that 3rd base pretty fast. So at the very least, he's going to be pretty happy with his economic situation, because we saw that pressure from the Protoss, but Silky was still able to get a really fast 3rd base out. So Silky, look at the supply. He's up 128 to 92, a little bit down in the workers, but looking at the army, 82 to 39. So there's a window here where Silky can decide to be a little aggressive with all of these units. The question is he going to try to do that, or is he going to just hold back, maybe take another base, and keep teching up? For now, though, we're seeing a lot of roaches, and we're seeing roach speed about to finish. So only units in that production tab indicative of a push from Silky.
Silky maybe thinking about just going for a big assault to try and catch Dragon God off guard. Does find the probe there. Dragon God trying to play pretty greedy here, right? He sends that probe over to take a 4th base very soon after his 3rd, which is not even halfway done yet.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It's not like he had the
more
money.
roaches are coming out.
Really...
I feel like Silky's got to be winding up for something here. He has a huge army, and the upgrades are close, but not quite there yet for Dragon God.
But as you can see, Silky just hanging out back here, not really moving his army anywhere, just staying back. We're keeping a really close eye on that production tab, because that's going to tell us what he wants to do. The Evolution Chamber finishing up, indicative of him wanting to go into upgrades. Upgrades he would potentially wait for before pushing. Now, another timing we're going to look out for is max supply timing attack from Silky. He's at 177. The max supply you can have, which is the amount of units you can have on the field, is 200. So Silky is about to get to the point where he can't make any more units. So when you're at that point, you might as well attack and really try to trade off well. So Silky, approaching that maxed position, is certainly looking to be aggressive here.
Yeah, now this map has a very open center, so Silky could jump on top of Dragon God's army as he starts to push through here. If he doesn't, this ramp is going to be pretty nice to hold for Dragon God. Because of the force fields, the Sentry can cast out an indestructible, well, I say that, indestructible barrier that blocks all movement. Ravagers, the big glowing units that you can see, have a kind of a bile ability they can launch. It comes down from the sky after a second or two onto a target location. It's the only thing you can use that will just shatter those force fields immediately for the Zerg player.
It's a lot of Immortals, man. That's a lot of Immortals, a lot of Archons. This is a scary Protoss army. And Silky, he's pretty much only on Roaches and Lings, so hasn't really advanced as far in tech as the Protoss has. Dragon God also has the Warp Prism here, as you can see, warping in those reinforcements across the map to make this army even stronger.
Yeah, Dragon God really did a great job of setting himself up with an insanely powerful army and kind of forcing Silky to not be sure what was happening. Now, Silky is going to try to attack from both sides together, but we can really see that these Roaches, I mean, he's just going to have to keep funneling out reinforcements, but Immortals and Archons, well, he does eat quite a few of those corrosive vials from the sky that land across his Immortals, gets a couple of the sentries gone, but he needs to focus fire down the Immortals. He needs to pick those off. Those are the most important units in the army here. He gets a counterattack at the 3rd, so he's trying to deal some damage behind this, but Silky's losing all of his army back home. Can he produce enough to stop the onslaught? 4 Immortals are still on the field. He's going to pull the drones to try and fight against this, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
These Immortals are so strong right now. Silky having trouble coming up with an answer. He can only make Roaches, and Dragon God able to take him out. What a push there from our Protoss player.
GG
from San Diego.
San Diego ties it up, and Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is all going to come down to one final map.
Look at
And
that.
we talked about this. Both teams sent out their best players for this match. But that means the final map, who are they going to choose to send out again? Honestly, I really liked how Rex Required's build worked out in the first map of this series. He seemed to have it on lock, and there's definitely the potential for the Protoss player to come out again against him if he has struggle holding that build. It's going to be difficult.
Yeah,
But,
I mean, for Berkeley, it's either Rex Required or Intuition. For San Diego, it's either Flume or Light. So we're gonna keep an eye on that. But the story of this moment here, the Guardian shields are huge from those sentries.
Yeah, so those barrier bubbles that pop up actually block. They reduce the amount of damage that you take from ranged units, which helps a lot when you're fighting against so many roaches at once.
And Dragon God was collecting immortals from like the moment his first immortal came out. He was just collecting. Had 5 to 6 immortals there in that attack. And not only that, 4 or 5 Archons. Those are both incredibly tanky units that can take a lot of damage, and that's tough to face for a Zerg player who's only on Lings and Roaches. So just a really good job from Dragon God, collecting those immortals and making a really strong push.
Dragon God tried to sell a story that there was going to be an attack much earlier than Silky was ready for.
Right.
He got Silky to build units very
With the warp-
early
with the warp.
rather than economy. Yeah, with that Warp Prism. But the Warp Prism was never really a big dedicated attack. Like, he had the Stalkers in it, sure, but he wasn't adding in a ton of warp-ins inside the main base. He wasn't really trying to go for any, like, killer blow type move. And he just had Silky focusing in the army too early in the game. That's the hard part for Zerg, is the where you invest that larva, you generally are a little bit more flexible in non-mirror matchups. But in this situation, it was a great bamboozle done by Dragon God to say, hey, Silky, here's what I'm doing. I hope you're ready for it. And Silky's like, I'm good to go, man. I'm ready for it. And Dragon God's like, cool, because I'm not attacking you for 4 more minutes. So now you can sit here with no economy,
Yeah.
and then I'm going to kill you with high tech.
And on top of that, you know, Silky with such a fast third, really focusing on his economy in the early part of that game. So the moment he sees the Robo and the Warp Prism, he's going to be freaking out a little bit because he's invested so much into his economy. He doesn't know if his opponent's trying to
Yeah, because
kill
it could have been an all-in very early. He
Which is
could've-
like, that's all mind games from the Protoss.
Yeah.
It's just really heads-up play there from Dragon God.
Very, very, very important as we get set up for the final map of our first semifinal here at our Collegiate Esports Championships. Good set of games so far.
Yeah, man.
Toss.
Very, very close overall. You can tell, you know, there's a lot of decisions going into this, from the builds that these players are using, from the amount of safety that they're employing, to the roster, to who they're sending out at what point. And, you know, huge kudos to Dragon God. Silky, in game number 3, a really confident victory over Light. And then he comes right back out to play again. And then Dragon God rises up and is able to take him out to prevent themselves from being eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah.
That's just so huge from Dragon God.
Hey, our man, they were talking about it even in our little video during the break, right? There's a good amount of depth to the roster here at Berkeley, and I think that does give them the edge going into this final map. I'd like to see Rex Required come out. I did see Light sitting down and getting himself set up, so we'll have a Zerg on the other side. It'll be that TVZ or PVZ. But, man, a lot of pressure, all the pressure now for this match. This is it. This is 2 players are going to step into the arena to face off 1 versus 1 head-to-head to decide who goes to the finals and who goes home.
And we went from a best of 5, now it's a best of 1. To find out which one of these teams will advance to the championship match tomorrow. Remember, coming up after this match, we have the University of Chicago going up against the University of Waterloo. Same format, same situation, and the winner of that will play the winner of this match, as these are the semifinals for the Collegiate Esports Championship for StarCraft 2. Berkeley, the #1 seed coming into this tournament. They have the history. They have the legendary player alumni in Suppy. They have the esports center on their college. I wish I could have made that happen. I went to Texas A&M, and I wasn't able to make that happen 8, 9 years ago. But maybe.
And we were in there a little early.
I know, a little too early.
Scenes developed a lot. These young bloods coming in and doing a great job of building up the infrastructure as esports continues to grow. And I'm very excited as we get into this. It looks like we've got Rex Required coming back. He is our blue Terran player in the Northwest. competing here for UC Berkeley, trying to close it out for them.
And in the southeast location, your red Zerg player representing the University of California, San Diego, he is Light.
Terran versus Zerg is generally considered to be one of the best matchups
I agree.
in StarCraft.
Certainly,
honestly,
if not my favorite, it's up there.
It's pretty hard to top humans versus alien monsters. And that's basically what TVZ looks like at the highest level. So,
you know, there can be a lot of moments in TVZ where these guys, like the APM tab is something we'll look at a little bit later, but just the nature of Terran and Zerg and how fast you can play with medevacs and bio from Terran, that's a lot of multitasking. And then Zerg is just the epitome of multitasking because of how fast the units are.
If I was going to just try and if you're tuning into this for the first time and you're asking yourself, what is this really then? Like, how do I follow what's happening? It's men with guns. It's going to be facing off against xenomorphs nonstop. It's pretty much the way to describe it. Or flamethrower cars if our Terran player goes for a mechanical strategy. But it's fast-paced. There's usually action all over the place. There's a lot of different strategies the players can use, of course. Terran versus Zerg is a very momentum-driven matchup, and in that sense is the openers decide a lot of how the rest of the game is going to go. Oftentimes, Terran is the one that takes the lead in this dance, where they have maybe 7 or so different openings that are all strong and popular at the same time. So the Zerg kind of takes a back seat and says, well, I'm going to react to what you do. And if it's a big Hellion attack, I'm going to build roaches. If it's a Hellbat attack, I'm going to go for Banelings. So there's a lot of different options. If it's a Battlecruiser rush, I'm going to build more Queens. And that's a thing now. So sometimes you will see Terran rush for the most expensive unit in the game just to try and get that Zerg player caught off guard, really. It's not necessarily the strongest build, but it is one that you expect less than the others.
There are some really focused builds from Terran that are incredibly strong off of 1 or 2 bases that, you know, any proficient Zerg player is going to be well aware of. They know what to look for. They know what to scout out for. But right now we're seeing that Reaper come across the map. Very standard play. The Terran player trying to get as much information as possible. If he can take down a worker or two, that's best case scenario. But this Reaper, not intended to do too much damage here, but honestly doing a great job. Getting the scouting done, harassing the drones, forcing attention towards this, and potentially delaying a potential third here that the Zerg is trying to put down.
I like this. I like this a lot. I mean, this really the function of that Reaper that he has in the early game is you want to see if there's an early attack coming your way, but at the same time, you also want to be able to delay the Zerg economy about as much as you can. So we'll see where both of these players want to go after this opening phase.
And the map, Cyber Forest Ladder Edition, you can kind of tell how big it is. You can kind of tell.
Cyber Forest is not one of the biggest maps.
It's not, but you can see how, you know, they are pretty far away from each other here. So
it's got a little bit of a less rush distance between the natural expansions and some of the other maps.
You're
which
kind of going towards
promotes
your opponent.
It kind of promotes the aggressive play a little bit
more. At the same time,
more.
we're in game 5 of such an important series here. I'm fully expecting more or less of a macro-based game. You know, both these players being confident in their build orders and in their ability to play the game, wanting to, you know, not minding if the game goes a little bit longer so they can really exercise their APM and their actions and really try to build that advantage as this game goes along. We can see some scouting here, this Overlord able to spot this Cloaked Banshee play here from the Terran players. So that's really important intel that the Zerg player is able to gather. The Overlord probably going to be taken out, but StarCraft all about collecting that information and then reacting appropriately to what your opponent is doing.
So he takes the Reaper and a few Hellions, he pokes the third base. If he can get a couple worker kills, that would be great. Gets nothing instead, but you were talking about it, the Overlord is able to fly through, see everything that's going on inside of Rex Required's base. He actually kind of gets out, which is unusual.
It's not something you expect, but it's a nice little advantage if you're able to get that.
A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one.
Exactly.
And we have now a little bit of a Ling attack, kind of busting through that front because the Hellions were not here to defend, and that's quite nice. If you can get a couple of worker kills, it's great. Of course, Hellions are amazing versus Zerglings, so they do get cleaned up, but I don't know that there's a huge window here for Light to make that attack work. We'll see. We'll see what he wants to do. He opens himself up to counterattack by doing that because you don't want to just lose all your Zerglings.
Yeah. So he's having to, you know, potentially replenish that. while also focusing on drone production. You always have to be careful when sending those units across the map. Don't want to necessarily lose them all. So honestly, a pretty heads-up play there from the Terran, getting those Hellions back, trapping all those lanes in the natural expansion, and taking them all out.
Yep, very well done. And this game will progress to the next phase as both of our players try to ready up, power up for whatever is going to come
And
next.
you gotta wonder, you know, we're here at the George R. Brown Convention Center, live from Houston, Texas. All these teams flew out here for this moment, and this is a game. Both these players on stage, you gotta imagine nerves, experience, you know, how are they feeling right now? Like, this is the ace match. It all comes down to this. So I think it's really important for both these players to stay calm, stay cool, stay collected, and make sure they're playing the game that they've been practicing for. As we see potential engagement happening across the map here, Hellions doing a fair amount of damage onto this Ling and Baneling army. Light having trouble getting a connection with those Banelings, so really nice micro play from Rex Required. Also, we saw those Banshees come into play a little bit. The Banelings trying to get a connection, but the Hellions a little bit too quick, sneaking past up into the natural expansion, trying to get those drone kills. And Light actually having a decent amount of trouble dealing with this, but finally taking out those Hellions, not before a few drones were lost. So I think Rex Required, he's going to be okay with how that occurred. Did lose all the Hellions.
Yeah, I mean, those are a unit that in this matchup generally become more disposable as time goes by. Hellions are great against Zerglings early on because they're very cost efficient. Their attack is a flamethrower that shoots in a line. And unlike most units in StarCraft, that line, that attack, it hits every single unit that you see it pass through. So if you can get into a choke point against those small melee units that stack up, it allows you to be really cost effective. And that's just nice for getting that early map control, making defensive plays, and they just do bonus damage versus those small light units. So being able to put the pressure on is good. You're trying to keep the Zerg from building too many workers. And in most Terran versus Zerg games, we see that kind of lean into being able to securely expand for the Terran, build up their upgrades, get more infrastructure. Because one of the biggest strengths of Zerg in StarCraft is once they get a ton of bases up, that larva mechanic that we talk about lets them build huge armies very quickly. Now, a big drop, 2 medevacs, 2 dropships. Basically, their dropships can heal the units below them. Come forward to try and smite that 4th base, but not going to be able to take it down. So we're going to see this game progress a little bit further. Good map awareness by Light to jump on top of that and not lose his expansion.
Yeah, and we're kind of seeing what we were talking about happen, you know, talking about Terran versus Zerg and how fast it can be. But look at the production tab right now. Look at how much stuff is going on. These guys are insane in everything that they're doing right now. Getting all these upgrades, building all these units, building all these buildings. They are all over this map right now. So many actions happen. The drops happening as well. So these guys are being stretched to the limits of human capacity when it comes to actions per minute right now.
If our observer can, I think, press the M hotkey just to see the APM of these players. So that is their current actions per minute, the number of inputs they are making, averaging 267 for Rex. 260 actions he's making every minute, either a click or a key press on his keyboard, and close to that 420, 430 range for Light. Of course, Zerg, you actually do a little bit more interaction with your units because there's more of them, so Zerg players generally have higher APM. But what we're trying to say is there's a lot happening right now. And look at these Banshees in the back. This is the air-to-ground harass unit for Terran. They do a lot of DPS. He's trying to take down that tech structure while his army attacks the front.
And Rex Required, look at this. While attacking with the Banshees, making an engagement happening with those Marines in the top as well. So really trying to stretch out his Zerg opponent with this, these attacks. He did end up taking down the Hydra Den. You know, it's not a game-ending move, but that's certainly a nice bonus, being able to take down that structure. But this is a juicy game, ladies and gents. Everything on the line here. The winner of this determining whether Berkeley or San Diego from the University of California will be advancing to our finals for the Collegiate Esports Championship.
So just explain briefly here as this action starts to heat up. He was trying to clear out some of the creep there. One of the Zerg mechanics is they can spread these creep tumors across the map, and it allows them to basically infest the map that they're on. And when you're on that creep, that's where Zerg buildings go, but also Zerg units get a huge movement speed bonus when they're on that purple creep. you don't want to attack on creep generally as a Terran. So that's why we see those harassment plays made to push out and get him. Unfortunately, as the army is not in position, that fourth base is going to be forced to lift off. But Rex Required is showing his hand. He's got a big army approaching Light's expansion.
He's charging right now, and he has to because of this Ling run by that's happening. Rex Required is not pulling his units back to deal with this.
Sick counterattack.
He's just surging across the map here. The siege tank's in position, but there's a clock here. Rex Required, he can't give up his base on the other side, so he has to figure out a way to defend, or he needs to attack a little bit faster here and just try to take out the Zerg.
So a big counterattack happening, and now the army's just going to try to collapse onto these siege tanks. He's hitting him from the south side and from the west at the same time. He does get some great connections with those AoE Banelings onto the Marines, but honestly, as long as there's a few Marines left over, they are so fast attacking. GG, Rex Required does it. He's able to seal the deal here for UC Berkeley to move on to the finals here at the Collegiate Esports Championship. Very well done. He took a lot of heat trying to make that push out, but his army was just too strong. He could not be stopped.
Silky coming out there, congratulating his teammate. All smiles there as UC Berkeley able to advance to the championship match tomorrow. But what you imagine all the pressure that's involved in that situation. You're on the stage. It's the deciding ace match to see he's going to that championship moment. And just what beautiful play there that we saw from Rex Required. Just
it's really well done. I mean, his opening was good. He got a good amount of map control. He did a lot of pressure with the Hellions.
Nothing ridiculous.
The Zerglings even got into his base too, and he handled it well. He didn't run the SEs to his main. He ran them to the Hellions. The Hellions came by. They were able to protect the workers. He didn't lose too much of his economy. And then he just did a really good job covering himself with the positioning of his forces. We look at these siege tanks on the ramp. They're spread out a little bit, and the thing is, they do this big splash damage. They're big, bulky tanks. They're able to shut down large amounts of these small chief units, and that's exactly what they do. The Zerglings and the Banelings, they're kind of good at all-around fighting, but we talked about it. He cleared out the creep spread, and enough of these Marines were able to survive the fight that the tech units for Light were all gone. And I gotta say, that's a really risky position to be in as a Terran. It takes a lot of guts to take the fight, because his fourth base got denied, his third base was completely ravaged.
I think he was only mining for like one base.
Yeah, the Zerg made an amazing counterattack, but he didn't panic. He stayed cool under pressure and said, well, if you are putting all of this resources into attacking my base, which I'm not going to lose, I should be able to make this push work anyway.
Yeah, and in those moments when your resources are being ravaged back home, every single unit becomes so much more important because you can't replenish as fast. And that's where the micro really comes into play. The Zerg player, not perfect with the micro in that engagement. If the Banelings had been in control a little bit better, maybe that could have worked out for him, but just amazing play there from Rex Required. We're going to go to the stage right now to have a conversation with our team that's moving on, UC Berkeley, with Alex Correa.
All right, so I'm standing on stage, but it feels like a swamp because the sweatiness on this stage is at max levels. That was definitely a sweaty last game. Can you take us through exactly what happened there? Because even me, and I love StarCraft, there's a lot going on. What happened there at the end?
I felt I got a lot of damage with Banshees. I was a bit sloppy with my build, but in the end, I had more stuff I had to upgrade, so I just wanted to fight.
And that wasn't the only sweaty fight. You guys were very evenly matched teams. You guys were fighting and trading the entire time. I guess overall, if you want to boil it down, why am I standing here talking to you and not San Diego? What do you think you guys did? Again, they were really close matches. What do you think you did different that put you here?
I think that our players, well, just Light is just overall a weaker player than Rex is. Dragon God and I went pretty evenly. Nick got surprised by a very good build. So yeah, I think it was just the difference in average skill of Rex and Light. That's basically it.
It's basics, guys. And Nick, I want to ask you, listen, you guys are breathing a sigh of relief, but the games are not over. I was talking to you guys a little bit before the cameras turned on, but how do you guys feel about going into the finals? You guys nervous? You think it's going to be, we're going to go to Game 5 on that one too?
I don't think so. I think we all feel very confident in whoever wins the next semifinal match. I don't think there will be any surprises. I think we're the favored team to win, so I'm looking forward to tomorrow and doing our best.
All right, keep that confidence, and also let's, if we can talk to whoever books the sponsors, let's get a deodorant one because these are some sweaty games. Let's go over to a place that's probably less sweaty, the commercials. So let's go ahead and thank our sponsors some more, and maybe I'll throw a deodorant one in there. We'll be right back with more StarCraft 2 here at CEC. See ya.
Powered by Intel Core i7 processor.
The Pro Wireless Gaming Mouse is built to the exacting standards of some of the world's top esports professionals. Pro Wireless Gaming Mouse is built for extreme performance and includes the latest and most advanced technologies available. Featuring Lightspeed technology, Pro Wireless overcomes the limitations of latency and is also equipped with the latest version of the Hero sensor, the highest performing and most efficient gaming sensor. The Logitech G635 is a premium gaming headset with large 50mm Pro G drivers. LightSync RGB lighting is fully customizable and reacts to in-game action. For maximum immersion, TTS Headphone X 2.0 surround sound creates precise in-game positional awareness. Hear enemies sneaking up behind you and enjoy the full cinematic experience of your favorite games on your favorite Logitech devices.
What you saw right there in the final moments of Game 5 between UC Berkeley and UC San Diego, it would be Berkeley that come out on top, courtesy of some great play by Rex Required, taking out Light. What a slobber knocker of a start for StarCraft, man. That is the best possible way I can explain that. Welcome back, everyone. And myself, Golden Boy, along with Anna Prosser and the one and only Grubby here to break everything down. Let's just start at the top. Game 1, it was looking. Game 1 was looking a little dire when we had Rex, who performed very well. Game 1, Game 5 clearly was a standout player for this squad.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, Game 1 was interesting in one way. It showed how StarCraft 2 is all a game about timings. So you can build up all you want, you can go for the best army in the game, but if you're not ready on time, the other guy's going to come knocking on your door, and you're not at home. And that's kind of what happened here. I mean, Rex Required had a very easy win. The first attack he did, it worked. The tech, the high-level investments that his opponent was doing, Flume, they weren't ready, and he just lost like that.
We actually have Intuition versus Dragon God here that you're seeing, and I know, Grubby, you said that second game you thought was one of the most interesting. Why was that?
Yeah, this game was so interesting because you see Intuition, he's basically running away with this game, right? He's got these two flying units, Oracles. They're excellent at harassing. And the funny thing about this match, it's a Protoss versus Protoss. So rather than using two different factions and trying to find where your faction is stronger, you're playing the same race with the same utility, the same options. So to grind out and eke out an advantage is so good. He got 10 worker kills with those Oracles, and he was slated to win the game. He came to attack with a War Prism and a superior army. But then, the first counterattack by Dragon God, he took out those two pylons, And as we all know, you can't use your toaster without electricity, and you can't use your 8 gateways without the 2 pylons that charge them. So he pulled the rug out from under him, rip production was cancelled, and suddenly Dragon God was able to take the counter win.
I think that makes sense why my toaster never works, and my bread always comes out really...
Got to get a coach like Grubby.
Yeah, clearly now I know. But then it moved on here, and Dragon God really was the difference maker for this UC San Diego team. It was very clear that he was very far ahead, and even managing to take a game off of Silky, which in itself I think is very impressive, because Silky's such a phenomenal player as well, Grubby.
Yeah, Silky is actually someone that was able to defeat the best American player ever in StarCraft 2, Neeb. So he was able to defeat him before. Silky is a very phenomenal player. But in this game, he fell to the trap of early versus late game investment. He went for the early game investment so that he can either do a big swarming attack or be ready for an attack of his opponent. This never materialized. Dragon God sat patiently with an ever-increasing army, and he had made the necessary investments to have upgrades that made his army stronger than his opponents. Very well played by Dragon God.
It's really interesting that we're seeing now the Rex Required versus Light match, because we were talking about the strategy of when to send out your players, and getting to a 5th game means that you've already sent out certain players and you have a very limited pool of who you can send back out. So looking at Rex Required and Light, did you think you had an idea of who was going to come out on top?
I think this was one of the most even games, Anna. Turn versus Zerg, like Nathanius and Axotos were saying, is one of those equalizers where both races kind of run pace to pace with each other. They have the same momentum going into the game. And what really we saw was that Rex Required just played it better. The army size, the worker size was all fairly even, but Rex Required, he had the mechanics to get it done, and he did.
I'm really excited to see UC Berkeley moving into the championship. As you can see here, they're going to play either Waterloo or Chicago in the finals. And I loved watching that very typical StarCraft 2 interview that we saw, where our UC Berkeley players are saying, no, we're not worried about either team. We feel like we can confidently beat either one. Oh, why did we win? Because our player is better than their player. They're very, very confident.
I was looking at Huck back in Orlando up there. Or something like that. It's like, all right, we get it, bro. You know, we get it. No, but they have every reason to feel very confident, though. All 3 of their players can perform when they need to. They knew that for UC San Diego that there was really only one threat, and that one threat happened to win both of his games. So they were very clear in that call, and I think that they just played the numbers game. Although it is a team game, but it is a one-on-one game, but it still has a team element to it. They played their numbers. They did what you would do in a team-based situation, which is play to your advantage in that scenario. So very well done.
Yeah. I can't wait to watch the next match.
Speaking of the next match, I'm so glad you had that brilliant transition there, Anna. Let's go into it, because it's going to be a fun one. So we are going to have Waterloo going up against Chicago. In Waterloo, you got the Riddler, Yenfu, and Sidus versus Chicago, that has Pancakes, Airplane Man, that's a very straightforward name, and OMG Banana. I like that.
Yeah.
Not Omega Banana, OMG Banana.
Yes.
Banana pancakes, one of my favorites, so good. Like
having a banana pancake in an airplane. There you go. Nailed it.
Very, very good.
One day it will happen.
I mean, I will have a banana pancake wherever. If anyone has a banana pancake,
I'm currently on a diet, as you guys can clearly tell. I need that. So, no banana pancakes for me. I'll live vicariously through you, Anna.
Okay. I will tell you exactly how good it tastes.
Nice.
Yes. But speaking of OMG Banana, the player, not the food, OMG Banana really is the player to watch for University of Chicago, recognized as their ace player. So as we were going into last game where we were saying, the rest of the team recognized as Dragon God, we're looking at OMG Banana for University of Chicago, where on Waterloo, the Riddler has the highest win percentage on the team. So those may be the 2 players that we would look to see. If a team is sending those out, it means this is a match that they are really wanting to make sure is one of their best.
Yeah, that's true. And the funny thing about it is they have such different styles. The Riddler, he loves to take a game and just park it. He's just going to park it, and he's going to make mechanical units, and he's going to defend, and he's going to make those games long if he can. But Omega Banana, he's kind of the polar opposite of it. He's a self-proclaimed cheeser. And what that means in StarCraft 2, it's one of our, let's say, industry terms. It's one of those strategies. They're going to hit hard, they're going to be surprising unless your opponent scouts for it, and they're going to be brutally effective when they work. But you kind of take away the responsibility of the win once you choose that strategy. What I mean by that is you're not really adapting to what your opponent is doing generally. You're just going to go and do it. You're going to do it efficiently, and if it works, it works. That's a cheese strategy. So we're going to see these two different styles, early game versus late game, if they meet each other.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty exciting. So if you had to pick a preference on what you would like, or which one you think would actually thrive more so on the stage here for the CEC, what style, Grubby, do you think is going to overcome?
I think based on the styles here, Golden Boy, is that Chicago, with two Protoss players that like to make quick games, I think they're going to have the edge a little bit against the player who plays typically very long games. You know, people that play long games, maybe they just like it. They just like to be in a game for a long time. I mean, it's great. They're playing a game. But at the same time, sometimes they miss that window of opportunity to close a game out. Therefore, their games go long.
Yeah.
Whereas the other two players, they excel in closing games out, whether they win or lose. So they're going to try and find a window or an opportunity. And I think maybe they could.
It's going to be interesting to note as well that we have an opportunity for a kind of rematch or a chance for redemption, because Waterloo actually finished second in the 2018 championship to Berkeley. So we know they're a very strong team. We know they've placed very well, but they weren't able to come out on top over Berkeley last year. So they're probably vying for a chance to take them out this year.
That's a huge opportunity for Waterloo. I'm pretty excited for this, and I know everyone at home is as well. So let's get into the action. A winner will face off against UC Berkeley in tomorrow's finals. For now, it's over to Axel Toss and Nathanius.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, back here at the commentary desk. First of all, I want to say bananas are a fruit and they're healthy. So,
They're
Golden
great.
Boy, go have yourself some banana pancakes.
Great source of potassium.
Yeah.
Maybe cut the pancakes
fine.
out if you don't need
Bananas
them.
are fine. They're
I'm
healthy.
sure they make pancakes out of cauliflower these days now
cancels
anyway.
out,
so
man. It cancels
you can make
out.
anything out of cauliflower. You're good. You're good.
Well,
but this matchup's going to be
what do you
really
think,
exciting.
though?
I love them touching on the aggressiveness, by the way, because I remember casting the TESPA Collegiate Finals last year, and it was gnarly. It's nuts. These players get down and dirty. I'm excited to see maybe some cannon rushes, some shield battery rushes.
I want to shout out Golden Boy too, because there's a throwback moment there talking about Huck, and to kind of explain that a little bit. I don't know if it was a meme, I don't know what you call it, but top 3 control was kind of what was going on. Huck was very adamant about emphasizing that, you know, he's a top 3 control player.
I think a lot of our players may have still been in like middle school, maybe.
Yeah.
When those matches were happening.
This is years ago, but Golden Boy referenced it. But, you know, that is very relevant right now. In very quick games, every single unit is so important. Control is almost the most important thing in the situation, and that's what you call micro in StarCraft. You have your micro and your macro. Your macro is your more economic play, deciding on your infrastructure and strategy. Your micro is your control and how well you're controlling your units against your opponent's units. So when it's a very short game and there's not a lot of units on the field, it's that much more important to have great control. So we're going to take a look at it. Here we go. Semi-final number 2. Who's going to move on to our championship match tomorrow to play against Berkeley? In the bottom right-hand location, blue Protoss player representing the University of Waterloo. It is Yenfu.
And his opponent in the Northwest, our red Protoss, representing University of Chicago, he is Pancakes.
Protoss versus Protoss.
Very excited to see what he does. And I'm also excited to see what his opponent does. Because sometimes when you think your opponent is going to cheese, especially in PvP, there's some funny, shall we say, counter cheeses that people will do.
I'll make a quick reference there, since Golden Boy started it with Huck. If you want to see one of the craziest cheese matches in PvP history, go watch Huck versus Naniwa. That's all you got to type.
God.
Huck versus Naniwa. Just
You're digging in.
Yeah, type it into YouTube, and that.
You're checking the old archives.
I did commentate that one, so that's why I remember it. But yeah, PvP can turn into ridiculousness if there are cheeses happening in the beginning. But again,
the funny thing is, if it were happening, it would already have happened, too. That's the crazy.
Yeah.
So those builds hit so fast. If he was going to cannon rush him, he would already be in the process of building 11 pylons inside of his base. So both players already kind of know that that's not how this game is going to play out.
And we're in a championship environment right now, so there's certainly a difference in play and theory. when you're playing on the ladder at home versus in a championship environment, you know, trying to advance to the championship match tomorrow. So there could be an element of added safety for both of these players where they don't want to be they don't want to be too crazy. They want to play a little standard as this matchup really starts to flesh out and as we see these competitions happen.
Yeah, and you know, I just want to give a quick shout out then though, because you know, one of the cool things about this is consistency, especially across the universities, being able to build programs that can create successful competitive esports players. Teams are recognized from that bracket that we were looking at earlier, how we all got here. Waterloo actually has 2 teams that usually make it very, very far. I know the Toronto teams were also there, both of them, and they were also there last year and the year before that. So we see a lot of the same universities come up because they're not just having good players, but being able to build programs where those players can learn from each other and teach the next generation of gamers whichever game they're playing by having that set up, by having a place that you can go to practice and compete and learn. It's really awesome, honestly. It's like one of the coolest things about it. You go to university and you meet people that are interested in the same stuff as you. Video games is one of those things now, especially competitive.
And clearly paying off as we're seeing the same teams make these deep runs in these tournaments. I'll do a little shout out to the University of Texas as well. We saw them in the bracket, and they've certainly been a mainstay in collegiate esports. But once again, this is game 1 of a best of 5
here, though,
between Chicago and Waterloo. The winner advances to the finals tomorrow in this PvP matchup, Pancakes versus Yenfu. The first game. And the calm before the storm right now as both these players deciding the paths they're going to take. We see natural expansion, pretty standard, placed down for both players as well. So, again, nothing too crazy in the early stages here as both these players really developing their mid-game to late-game strategies.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that he moves out with the 2 adepts and isn't really able to get much of anything going there. Typically, you can start to run away with the game if you get a little bit of momentum there, but the worker count is still very close. You talk about that Nexus being faster for Pancakes, and Yenfu's very aware of that, so we may see him try to make another play soon.
Pretty important, especially in a mirror matchup. You know, those little timings, if your opponent's a little bit ahead, that can turn into just enough of an advantage.
It's like what Grubby was saying, right,
exactly,
on the couch, is that the timing is such a huge part of StarCraft because every single upgrade, every single researched ability that you can get has such an impact on the game. Your choices that you make, that if you hesitate for even a few seconds and then you take a fight, you're down 1 upgrade, the 5 seconds of that battle where you're missing an upgrade or you don't, you know, your opponent's finishes right before yours, that's when games can really fall apart because it's going to end up taking, it's just 1 less hit to kill your unit. But when you have similar units and the same number of units, it really snowballs in a big way. We see these 2 oracles poke up towards the main base, but the stalkers are there to defend, and they're going to have a great time doing that. I think there's also a shield battery there as well in the mineral line.
Of course, we see the observer from Pancakes probably able to identify the Stargate play, so he's going to be prepared for this. But we're also seeing some scouting here on the side of the blue player Yenfu with those oracles.
He
but
loses
does
one
end
of
up
them.
losing one. And I do want to piggyback on something you were saying there regarding just how important timings are. For any of our newer audience members, anyone who hasn't watched as much StarCraft, these timings are so important that standards have been developed for every player. And you can kind of think about chess, where in chess there's standard openings now in chess, where you don't see much deviation from those standard openings because they're so optimal. That definitely applies to StarCraft, and that's how important these timings are.
You'll see a lot of players do very similar things at the start of games, unless they are one of those wild cards that we talk about, which I was going to say Pancake certainly is one of them, but he's chosen to do something a little bit different this time around, and I can't say that I blame him for it. You're playing your reputation as well. That's another huge part of StarCraft, and I think that we might see that later today with the Riddler, because he is known as, he's a turtleneck player. He's a guy that plays really defensively, drags games out, and has played some of the longest series that we've had in WCS qualifiers. I will say at the WCS level, he struggled a little bit more versus some of the more aggressive players, but
playstyle,
playing to your reputation is what I'm getting at here. So playing around that. Now the Oracles are going to be able to get a really nice counterattack. 5 workers picked off, kills one of the warping in stalkers there as well, and the attack is getting ready to hit outside of his base. There's a warp prism there with the observer. Now, is he going to be able to get the damage done that he needs? He's got so many units, Pancake does.
Yeah, if Yenfu can just hold on, he did so. Look at all his damage. He's
He
doing
killed
across
all the
map.
workers on the other side of the map.
If he can just hold on, he's in a great position. But these are a ton of units from Pancakes. He's got a Warp Prism above as well to help support, maybe warp in some more units, maybe pick up some weakened units. The impetus is on Pancakes right now. He has to do a ton of damage because of how many workers he lost back home.
It's unfortunate because Yenfu was actually getting an attack upgrade that finished after the first wave of this push. So we talk about timing. We talk about they were fighting on even upgrades. He is so close to having that one ready. It would have helped so much to have it at the beginning of the fight. But now he's able to get the warp-ins inside of the main base. He's on top of Yenfu's production. And Pancakes looks poised to take the first map in this best of 5. They have both traded out pretty much all of their workers. But I just don't think that it's going to be enough from Yenfu to defend against this with everything inside of his base. Being able to warp Archons in with that splash damage, it's just too much. Wow. GG University of Chicago is going to pick up the first game here in our second semifinal.
Yeah.
And I love that. I love seeing that because as a commentator, this happens all the time in WCS, even GSL, where we say, hey, this guy usually does X. And you know, in preparation for a match, these players knew the matchups decently ahead in advance. Obviously, the semifinals, we kind of knew about this coming into the weeks ahead of it. You know what to generally expect. And Pancake says, well, I'm going to do an aggressive build, but I'm not going to cannon rush you. I'm not going to do something that would be such an obvious giveaway that you would just know that I would do it or you would be prepared for it. And I love seeing that. We see it all the time, the metagaming, the you think I'm going to do this, so I do that. And in StarCraft, a game with imperfect information, you're not always aware of what your opponent is doing or where they're doing it. He was really able to take advantage of it.
And just what resilience there from Pancakes, because as we're going to see on the screen here, he has to pretty much win in this moment because of just all the ridiculous damage that these Oracles were able to do. It was certainly a mistake from Pancakes to let that happen. Yenfu was just, he was in such a nice position, able to take down those workers, and we saw him scramble to build static defense.
Yeah, he had
Three
so many
cannons
shield,
down.
and he had a bunch of shield batteries going up as well, and it was all just a couple of moments too late, and that's really what StarCraft boils down to. Is there's so many of these small moments that add up, and it's. I mean, at that point, it's a game of inches versus yards there. Every little bit that you can get along the way at the end of the game is going to appear like a huge difference between you and your opponent. So very well done, and I'm interested to see who's going to be coming out next. Are we going to get those cheese games at all?
We'll see. Again, it's a different environment from the ladder. You know, this might be a moment to change your play style because you know research is happening, especially from these top-tier teams that have been here before. They know how to research. They know how to see. They know how to be able to gauge what their opponent is up to. They know these different play styles. They've played each other on the ladder before. So there's a lot of preparation that can go into this. And maybe you can play that to your advantage by playing a little bit differently than you normally do, as you were mentioning with Pancakes in that game. So, yeah, I'm curious to see whether we'll see that cheesy play that we've been referencing. Sometimes it requires a dire situation where you're down 0-2, and you're like, okay, we're, you know.
I'd like to see Riddler versus OMG Banana, you know.
Okay.
Fun. Could be fun. I think that the turtle strategies for Terran are a lot less effective versus Protoss, which kind of affects the way that he could choose his strategy for this matchup because of the number of Protoss players on the opposing team. And those are all the things that you have to take into consideration with StarCraft. There's so much strategy behind it. And usually when we do StarCraft tournaments, a lot of them end up being kind of like group stages, weekend tournaments where you'll have some idea of who's playing, but you don't know exactly who you're playing against. But the number of opponents in this particular match are so limited that you're saying to yourself, okay, well, I at least know that if we get this map, my team will probably try to put me on this map so I can play with strategies that I'm more comfortable with. You can prepare some more sniper-based builds. You can say, well, if I have to play versus Pancakes, this is what I'll do. If I have to play versus Banana, this is what I'll do, and so on and so forth. So there's a good amount of options, but like we were talking about, some of these players may also just bring something different to the stage. Sometimes you think the strategy that you've been planning on might be good, but then you actually get into the game and all of a sudden it's like, well, no, I'm actually way too nervous to do that. But here we are, we're loaded into the next match. In the bottom right, we have the blue Terran player. It is the Riddler from Waterloo, Team A.
Remember, Waterloo down 0-1. They got to make something happen playing against the red Protoss player. in the top left-hand location, representing the University of Chicago, Omega Banana, a.k.a. OMG Banana.
Interested to see what he goes for, if it's anything crazy. Riddler is a player that we expect to play a little bit more slowly, but versus Protoss, I don't necessarily think that will be the case. There's not really a whole lot of room to turtle. The way that the matchups in StarCraft work, that asymmetrical balance we were talking about, it leverages itself in many different ways. And for Terran, that's usually a sort of cost effectiveness in cheap units that allows you to kind of chip away at your opponent and open up opportunities to really stretch them out. Yeah, with bio units. And that's the Marine, the Marauder that we've been seeing so far today. And that's kind of Protoss's weakness, we would usually say, is because their units are going to be more expensive, they're a bit more slow, less DPS, until you get that big burst damage out. But if Riddler were to try and do like mech versus Protoss here, I would be a bit concerned for him, because that slow style where you're trying to build a, you know, it's like Terran says, I'm going to build my most powerful army. And Protoss says, I'm going to build my most powerful army. Well, the asymmetrical balance here is that the most powerful Protoss army is better than the most powerful Terran army, because that's just the way the game is designed. So if you let the Protoss build their best force, oftentimes we see mech Terran players struggle to deal with endgame Protoss forces like carriers and Tempests. And we'll go into more detail about those units if we get there. But it's one of those things that you really have to think about in terms of, are you going to commit to the stereotype of your strategy that people expect you to go towards? Or are you going to play a little bit more standard because it just works better on average?
Yeah, and honestly, Nathanius, I know you employ a lot of mech play.
Yes.
I'm personally a random player, but I probably play mostly Protoss, and I'm probably the most proficient with Protoss. And one of my personal biggest struggles is playing against the mech Terran. So for me, as a fan, I'm actually excited to see what direction these guys go in.
And we may not even get there.
Right, we might not see it, but that's the fun with StarCraft. There's so many different decisions you can make, so many paths you can go along, and it could result in an infinite number of different possibilities in the game. So, buckle up and get ready. Again, as a guy who plays mostly Protoss, I wouldn't mind seeing some mech so I can try to learn a little bit, and because I have trouble with it, Nathanius. Those Cyclones are too strong for me.
Well,
those tanks, those Thors, those battlefields.
If you want to see mech lose, just watch me play. You're good.
Perfect.
I got you.
Thank you, man.
Lots of educational content. So let's talk about the map a little bit then. King's Cove, this is kind of a cool one. It's the first time we're seeing it today. It's reasonably sized, but you've got a very defensive setup for the natural and the third. And even though there's a huge cliff into the main, the Protoss player is going to compensate for that. So the Reaper, this is a great scouting unit in StarCraft for Terran because it's one of two units that can just jump up and down cliffs as a ground unit. The Protoss has the Colossus, which is so tall it can walk over cliffs. But the Reaper with that jetpack is meant to scout a lot. It gets picked off pretty early, which is unfortunate because usually the end game of the Reaper is that you just kind of sack it, you suicide it into the Protoss base to scout whatever they're doing. You don't really care for it. It's not great at combat. It doesn't really beat many units. I don't think it beats any Protoss unit 1v1 without silly micro versus like a Zealot. But you have some good options there. So let's see what the follow-ups are going to be. Let's see who wants to get aggressive. Seeing a Stalker is not very unusual from the Terran perspective. You kind of know that they'll do it. Stalkers are great at defending against like the early drops. They're great at pushing back those early Reapers, and especially Hellions too.
Yeah, and honestly, it's an investment into something that's not going to be as helpful as at least late game, but it's almost a worthy investment any time in the early stages for a Protoss against Terran. It's like one of the most safest things you can do is go for some sort of a Blink Stalker play, get those units out, and get that mobility so that you can really be able to dodge in between your bases, protect against potential drops. So the Protoss player really going for a dynamic unit composition at this point, as we see a drop coming in from the Terran player. And that's not going to do much at all.
It's been unorthodox. We don't see this a whole lot, but there's already a lot of Stalkers on the field, so the Riddler is going to immediately be smacked back there. Now, the Hellions were able to get into the natural expansion during this. They've got 6 probe kills so far. Not bad at all, tallying up to 7. So he lost a good amount of resources in terms of the medevac, the 3 Marauders, the Hellions. Resources lost tells a big story, but for the Terran player, these units were kind of meant to be expendable to a degree.
Yeah.
Usually the follow-up is going to be like Marines and tanks. We see a lot of Terran players open up with a Raven here in this sort of situation. But this gives OMG a Banana some options, though.
Yeah.
The Stalker's teleport ability, that blink, is not only good at being able to defend and snipe units, but you can use it aggressively. You can blink up cliffs and use it to snipe off tech structures and all of that. You need to be really careful as a Terran player. Yeah.
Like when I do this matchup, probably 6 stalkers.
Oh my God!
At the moment, but
the Riddler tried to play so greedy. He tried to float his third base out very early on, and now the command center is totally exposed. OMG Bananas should be able to pick off this base, and he does. That is unfortunate. He's going to blink straight into the main base. He says, "Look, I don't care if you have tanks. They're probably at the front. Your main base is completely exposed."
This is a little weird. I don't know if Banana even expected to do this much damage. He just added on the Stalkers, just trying to build up that firepower. Okay, there's a siege tank there, so that might push him away.
This is an awesome counterattack.
He has a Warp Prism here.
He can't mind. Oh my God, he's going to YOLO into it. Snipes a tank. I don't know that I agree with that decision. He's going to lose a lot of Stalkers. Weird thing about it is because he blinked into the SCVs.
He's feeling good.
Oh, he's going to cancel. Oh, he wanted to cancel Cloak. Did barely finish in time, but the siege tank's going to try and put more pressure.
It's got to get out now.
And see, here's the thing. He killed a huge amount of the economy. And look at that resources lost. He got the command center. He picked off the Starport Tech Lab. Even killing the refineries. Like, it's something he's going to have to spend time rebuilding and resources on.
But still on like the tier 1.5, He hasn't really done much else beyond the
And look at this. He's like parked in here too. He's saying, yeah, I'm just going to chill inside your base.
And the Terran's trying to make sense of this. He's like, wait a second, are you trying to go all in here or are you not? This is a scary attack. That's a lot of Stalkers. That's a huge investment into this part of the game. So Riddle just trying to survive and right now he's trying to think about, okay, am I ahead? Am I behind? How much did the Protoss invest into this?
He takes the Prism over. He swaps out the Stalkers for Zealots. And Siege Tanks are not very good against Zealots because that splash damage, since they're melee units, causes him to kill more of his own SCVs. And here the Stalkers are just putting on more pressure on the front. So he's doing a great job of pulling the Riddler apart.
Exactly what he wants to do, especially when you feel like you're ahead. Just keep pressing. Keep stretching your opponent out as much as possible. And just keep being annoying. And that's what Banana's trying to do here.
He sees the new third command center that's being built as well. The only thing that Riddler has going for him is his tank count. He's got a lot of siege tanks. So it's going to be hard for OMG Banana to close it out because the siege tanks will destroy his Stalkers. But maybe he instead invests into upgrades now. He could try to just power up to 3 bases, get fully saturated, and go up to like 10 warp gates and just try to blast him with Zealot Stalker just because he'd had such a huge economic advantage. But we will see where he wants to go. He's got a lot of options, and that's a good spot to be in. We do have some counter damage being done. Looks like 2 probes picked off. Did a Banshee make it across the map?
Yeah.
Maybe with the recall, he was able to snipe it off. Yep. Okay, no, there it is in the natural. To 5 probes killed now. He has an observer to give detection. So the Banshee's kind of like that hit and run unit we were talking about from that Terran versus Zerg earlier. 2 shots workers. The shield battery can out DPS it though.
And we see the airspace kind of behind the bases there where the Banshee's just chilling. You really got to look out for that. In some maps, there's less airspace. You can't really get back there or do anything like that. So pretty heads up here from Riddler to kind of take advantage of the environment and be able to sneak that Banshee around. And at this point, Riddler, look, he lost his 3rd command center. He had to lift up his main base. So his thoughts right now is that he's behind and he has to make something happen.
Yeah.
So that's why we see this Banshee coming across the map and Riddler trying to do anything he can to bring this back so that he can, be a force in this game. And I think he did a decent job with that Cloak Banshee across the map, but Protoss, I think, still very strong after all the early success.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see how Riddler makes use of his siege tanks because he has enough, I think, to create a good buffer, but he needs to be very aware of the opponent's army positioning because the siege tanks take time to move. They have to be reset up completely. It's 4 seconds to unsiege and then 4 seconds to siege again. So if you need to move them, it's going to make life really difficult. We see a scan. Riddler can see that OMG Banana's army is right outside of his base. Is he going to press the issue is the question now.
Careful.
Looks like he might just give up the 3rd, but he's probably going to lose the command center if he does that.
Sieging up, might have to send the SCVs to repair, but Banana going to target fire this command center, trying to take it down. The tank saying, get out of here. Getting some nice splash damage done, so Banana going to retreat for now. However, forcing that command center to be lifted off, and he's going to press the issue here. Going for it a little bit more, but, he's holding back a little bit. You got to be careful.
Like the Prism did get some Zealots into the main base during this as well, so putting on a lot of different multi-prong harass.
Is he paying attention to that? His whole army wasn't there.
Yeah, he's trying to just hold the lockdown, I guess, on this expansion. We did have Banshee speed complete. A bit of an unusual upgrade, but I guess he's going for that mechanical style, so it's not surprising to see that. And OMG and Banana's strategy right now is pretty much, I'm going to keep you off your third base.
Yeah.
So in StarCraft 2, the number of resources at each base is actually kind of low. It kind of puts the pressure on to expand, but the Zealot harassing the Natural, he's killed over 30 SCVs. Economy? What economy?
Oh my, you can just tell Riddler is being stretched apart right now. He was trying to deal with defense on that third base, but while that was happening, Banana able to sneak by Zealots with this War Prism to harass and destroy the economy.
Yeah.
Starports are unfinished in the main base, and Riddler is just having so much trouble dealing with this aggression from Banana.
He is still holding on. He's not ready to tap out yet. OMG and Banana still, he's just kind of doing what he should do, right? More upgrades, take another base. But I don't know.
Don't throw your units into the siege tank line necessarily.
Yeah, the tanks are pretty much what's holding it down. I wonder if he could just mass Zealots and just punch through that.
I think he's close to that point, and he might be aware of that as well. But at this point, again, we're on a championship stage right now. The Collegiate Esports Championship. You're trying to play as safe as you can because there's no do-overs on this stage.
No, there are not.
So Banana, while some people might be like, all right, just attack. Play it safe, especially when there's a big old siege line. I think that's the right move.
Directly attacking into that many tanks might be the only way he could really lose. I like the Prism play, keeping that in play. But he could just go up to like carriers or something too. That's an option. Or Tempest, both are very good.
The important thing here is just, again, continually limiting that economy. He knows he has an advantage. His objective here is to keep that advantage. Look out for hidden bases. Don't let the Terran take a third. Don't let him take a fourth. That's what Banana is thinking about right now. Just building up his army and then preventing his opponent from expanding.
He may have sniffed out an opening here as he gets the Stalker behind the mineral line as well. So many more SCVs die again.
Right now, Riddler is relying on that siege tank count. And we kind of saw it in that PvP matchup where the Immortals were collected. One of those units, if you can keep them alive and collect them as the game goes along, you can be really powerful. And honestly, I feel like it's a staple for any Terran player. Keep those siege tanks alive, because as you collect more and more, they become that much more powerful. So Riddler really focusing on that siege tank production and relying on that composition to stay alive in this game.
Yeah, he's trying to use the Banshees to pull his opponent home, but there's a lot here to defend. And he's going to catch some High Templar. That's not bad at all, as we see a little cheeky run by making its way over to the third, too. So Riddler is giving it his all. He's riding the struggle bus, though. And, I mean, the supply kind of tells the story here, Axel Toss. Yep. He's really desperately trying to make something of this game. His army is hard to attack, but at some point, OMG and Banana will have the economy to say that I can take a bad fight.
Oh, yeah. He's almost maxed. So
I can take a bad fight because I know that you can't replace your units, and at least I can replace mine.
And I love the cannons. Banana putting cannons in his mineral line, the static defense to try to keep his economy safe. That, I'm so scared in TVP. I do that at minute 5. I'm putting cannons in my mineral lines because of Widow Mines and Banshees and Medevacs. Dang it, Nathanius. Nightmares.
They're all pretty good.
But, Banana, just playing it safe, putting those cannons in the mineral line, that's a great thing to do.
Here we go.
Player. But here we go, the Protoss charging up the ramp, taking on that siege line. A little bit of indecision.
Let your Zealots
where
go up
you
front.
don't want indecision.
I mean, look at what just the Zealots do.
Yeah.
They're so good against tanks. I'm like, I don't know. I don't think there's a need to wait for the rest of the army.
Yeah, look at that. Just charging in there. Those Zealots alone able to take out most of that siege line. There's the GG, and Banana from Team University of Chicago able to give them a 2-0 advantage in this best of 5.
And now suddenly they're just a single map away from moving on to the finals with that 2-0 lead. It's got to feel really good. OMG and Banana doing a fantastic job of just playing to the opponent's weakness. Those mechanical builds are always going to be weak against Warp Prism play. Charged Zealots are amazing against siege tanks, and it's not like he could build much to support them because he just didn't have a whole lot in terms of other support units. He didn't have any economy to build anything other than that. We talked about those starports he had to cancel. This early attack from Riddler also just fell flat on its face.
Yeah, and honestly, with the Blink Stalkers, this is pretty much all the decisive moments here where right here, Banana was making a decision. And I feel like he's like, you know what? I just took out a lot of units. This is a point where you can be like, okay, you take a third, you add on tech, but he's like, you know what? I did so much damage, I'm just going to add on units and attack. And that's where we saw the relentless aggression from Banana with those Blink Stalkers, really good control, and basically just overbearing Riddler, just constantly being a presence on that side of the map, constantly throwing units at the Terran player, and obviously working out just a really, and at the same time playing extremely safe. The cannons in the mineral line, and that's a very mature move. And you guys playing on the ladder can learn from that. It's personal experience. You can get ahead, but you can easily lose that advantage. So
But
Banana,
then you watch
really
GSL and the players are so good they don't need any static defense because they just see everything.
we're not that good yet.
We're not that good.
But Banana making the mature decision, realizing he's far ahead, but still playing it safe and making sure he gets that win for his team.
Yeah, and I really like it. We're seeing a momentum kind of build up now, and I've just been loving it. It's been a really, really awesome match to watch so far. We're just seeing a bit of that dominance kind of come out.
And by the way, guys, lots of competitions happening here as a part of the Collegiate Esports Championship by ESPN. Pretty much every Blizzard title. Also, Street Fighter is happening a little bit later today, so make sure you check that out. Capcom presenting that here at the Collegiate Esports Championship. Look out for that Street Fighter V action. Also, Justin Wong is in the building, one of the most legendary fighting game players. So if you're here at the venue at the George R. Brown Convention Center in Houston, Texas, go find Justin Wong. I think I saw him obviously playing Street Fighter over here in that Collegiate Esports area. So really cool to see all these competitions happen and to see all these faces coming out here. Make sure you join us as well. Tell your friends this is going on. If you're near the Houston area, come on down here. We got another day happening tomorrow of our championship matches, but definitely stay tuned all weekend long. We're going to take a short break here from the Collegiate Esports Championship presented by ESPN. We'll be right back.
PlayStation.
The Pro Wireless Gaming Mouse is built to the exacting standards of some of the world's top esports professionals. Pro Wireless Gaming Mouse is built for extreme performance and includes the latest and most advanced technologies available. Featuring Lightspeed technology, Pro Wireless overcomes the limitations of latency and is also equipped with the latest version of the Hero sensor, the highest performing and most efficient gaming sensor. The Logitech G635 is a premium gaming headset with large 50mm Pro G drivers. LightSync RGB lighting is fully customizable and reacts to in-game action. For maximum immersion, TTS Headphone X 2.0 surround sound creates precise in-game positional awareness. Hear enemies sneaking up behind you and enjoy the full cinematic experience of your favorite games on your favorite Logitech devices.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Championship presented by ESPN. We are live from Houston, Texas at the George R. Brown Convention Center. This event is a part of Comicpalooza, so shout out to everyone here. Hope you guys are enjoying the event and checking out all the shenanigans happening downstairs. And if you're in the area, we're still going on tomorrow, so look up tickets. Feel free to come out and enjoy this experience. I'm Axel Toss back here with Nathanius, and we're watching some StarCraft 2, real-time strategy here.
Good.
And we already saw Berkeley advance over San Diego, two University of California schools, and now we're watching Chicago against Waterloo, where Chicago has a 2-0 advantage, which means they are one game away from
one game away from moving on to the grand finals to face off against UC Berkeley. It's been a great match. I mean, we've really seen some beautiful strategy used so far in that last game, playing the map well, playing the player very well. It's time to find out if the comeback can begin. We've got Buster, our blue Terran, in the southwest, who is going to try and wrangle this one in. Can he get it done?
AKA Sidus.
Yes.
And top right hand location, we have the red Terran player, Teletubby, AKA Airplane Man. These guys just switching up their names. Just going to change their name in the middle of the tournament. They're both disqualified. No, I'm just kidding. But yes, Teletubby against Buster.
Buster's a bit of a cheeser sometimes, you know?
All right.
We did a little player research, and then I'm like, oh, wait, yeah, no, I've played Buster before. But that's not what we're going to see this game. I will say, so as a Terran player, I guess I'll just give the breakdown. So Terran versus Terran is a very volatile matchup. There's a lot of strategies that you'll face on the ladder, especially, that feel very random. Aggressive builds. So most of the time, Terran players these days will open up very tech-heavy more than anything else, because the Terran early game units are actually not very strong without upgrades. You could build Marines at the beginning, but they're not very good until you have Stim and Medevacs and supporting units for them. So you'll usually see them try to just rush right up the tech tree straight to something like Hellions, which can kind of get map control. Cyclones are another unit that gets used a lot. We haven't seen one yet today, but it's basically it's a lock-on unit.
They're so strong.
A lot of range.
I need your help to deal with those units, Nathaniel.
I wish I knew how to use them as effectively as you seem to think people use them.
I'll show you the replays because it's scary. But yeah, I mean, honestly, for me as
wow, did he bait him too?
As a random player,
did Teletubby see anything inside of Buster's base other than the factory? Because he's building a bunker in his main, and that is definitely an interesting decision at this point.
Yeah, he must have been spooked by something.
He didn't see the barracks. Oof.
He got spooked. Now you can recycle the bunker.
Yeah, it's not the most efficient. You only get back 75% of the resources for it, but we've already seen just a teensy little bit of the mind games here.
Yeah.
Teletubby really doesn't want to lose this game, is what it's telling us, but he's going to slow himself down in doing so. Just a little bit.
And honestly, Terran vs. Terran can be a really fun matchup to watch. It can really develop in a lot of really interesting ways. Like, I'm trying to think historically of my favorite TVT matchups in the history of StarCraft. Like, you got to think about Holt and some of the TVTs that he's been a part of. You talk about innovation.
Holt versus Bomber, WCS America.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many iconic matches where it just becomes so fascinating, especially if it goes to the late game. Tank positioning and what parts of the map you're controlling, and if you're going more into bio or if you're going more into mech. There's a lot of really cool ways this matchup can develop, and it all has to do with scouting your opponent, finding out what they're doing, and again, reacting appropriately. That's the name of the game in StarCraft 2.
Indeed it is. So TVT kind of takes on this role lately where you have that kind of volatile early game. Players aren't sure how aggressive the other will be, and then the transition usually follows up into Stim. And we see usually like a lot of Marines and tanks versus a lot of Marines and tanks. You can go for the mechanical strategies. I haven't really seen as much of them. Frankly, there haven't been a crazy amount of TVTs played at the highest level.
Thor's not as effective-ish in TVT.
Not as much as...
It's more about the tank count, really.
Yeah, it's a lot about tanks, and then usually Liberators if it goes far enough. But we see a good bit of Reaper harass being done at the start. He's going to be able to grab just a couple of SCVs, but also get scouting information, delays a supply depot, which is, you need that to build units. So that's kind of one of the other things that slows down the progression of StarCraft, as well as supply structures that we've touched on, but you can be capped on them very early if you don't build those structures, and that just literally stops you from building any units. It's very difficult to get around. So other popular strategies in TVT are the double Raven, double tank opener with a bunch of Marines, and that's pretty much just using the Raven's ability to lock down mechanical units on siege tanks. And then if you stop a siege tank from being able to fire, well, they're expensive and they build slow, so you're usually only going to have a couple, and then a Raven can kind of neutralize a few of them. But this Banshee makes its way across the map, and I'm not seeing an answer for it. The Raven is not out yet, so he doesn't have any way of actually seeing the Banshee. So that upgrade we talked about, when it turns that blue, it's invisible. So you need to have a missile turret or use a scan, which costs energy off of your town hall. And those are all things that are limited resources in terms of that energy. The Raven is a detector unit, which will help, but it can't be everywhere at once either.
And hey, you know what? That Banshee able to deny mining for a pretty significant amount of time in the natural expansion, and that's a really big deal in mirror matchups. Any little advantage you can take can be a very good thing for you, as we can see 5 workers killed there as well from those Banshees. So Buster, a.k.a. Sidus from Waterloo, is getting excited about this beginning. 2 cold Banshees come in there, taking down a Cyclone. The Raven trying to be helpful, but the Marines having to sprint over to try to deal with this. Buster, really heads up play there, taking out a Cyclone and getting out of there, keeping those Banshees alive.
Yeah, Teletubby definitely falling behind a little bit in this game. That Cyclone has the ability with the lock-on to vastly outrange the Banshee, but he came up with both of them, and he basically got the jump on him. He says, well, I'm just going to fly really close so that your unit doesn't start attacking yet. You don't get the damage indicator, and then once I'm right on top of you, start shooting, because as much damage as the Cyclone does, it is also very low on hit points. So if it does get attacked, it can die very, very quickly. Let's see, Teletubby, can he get himself into a position where he can recover? He's going to move out and walk straight into the army of his opponent. Buster's going to scan, and he's looking for opportunity. Is he going to be able to find it? SCV's being pre-pulled to defend.
I don't know if this will work. I don't know if it's quite enough. You know, we got to talk about the defender's advantage in TVT eventually. I want to defer to you on that mostly, but it's a really big deal, especially with those siege tanks. It's hard to engage that, and we kind of saw that in the last game, right, where the Protoss was kind of hanging back. You know, that's one of the first things you can do to lose the game is engage with those siege tanks incorrectly. So the defender's advantage, very important in TVT when you have those tanks. So Buster is going to try to find out, either maneuver around these tanks, try to target them down and take it out, or just try to overpower with a ton of units. So that's the decision that has to come with, from Buster here. But, you know, that's a hard decision to make because of how strong that defender's advantage is in TVT.
These types of fights are extremely common at the beginning of most Terran versus Terrans. It's why the matchup is so volatile. If you make one mistake and your opponent is able to get those long-range anti-ground tanks in range of your production, then you could lose everything. You know, Terran's biggest weakness is that all the production comes from specific buildings. You can't just use a bunch of larvae on each different base like Zerg. You can't warp in your units like Protoss and just pick where you want to build them. So if you get your production camped, it's very hard to recover. We see those Vikings have to come over. We haven't talked about those units yet, but basically they're Terran anti-air with very long range. They're also flimsy units, but that's where that long range and high damage kind of comes into play to balance it out. And the next stage of Terran versus Terran usually becomes, depending on how long you want to sit out here, you're going to try to delay the third base from your opponent.
That's what we're seeing here from Buster. It's like, okay, he's like, you know what? I can't end him. I can't engage these siege tanks at the natural, but what I can do is delay that third. So he's positioning outside of that natural third expansion, trying to prevent Teletubby from expanding, while, as we can see back home, taking a third of his own, trying to get an economic advantage here so he can eventually get more units and just try to stay ahead in this game. But I got to say, Buster's playing really well. Almost putting on a clinic for TVT here. 0 workers killed, constantly harassing with the Banshee, getting worker kills on his opponent, really positioning his units very nicely. Buster understanding his team is down 0-2 and playing some really good StarCraft.
Yeah, definitely got to throw some respect here. He set himself up very nicely. The resources lost kind of tells the story. Losing one of those Ravens also really bad. So that one Raven comes out. We see that kind of static-y graphic, that's the interference matrix. It's the Raven's ability to lock down a mechanical unit. If it's a mobile unit, it can still move, but it can't attack. It can't use any abilities. So for all intents and purposes, it's just kind of stuck. So we see Buster starting to run away with this game a little bit. Even though Teletubby's cleared out his expansion, he can see those rings on the mini-map. Those are visible to all players in the game. It's a sensor tower. If you step inside of it, your position is revealed to the enemy. So is he going to be able to stop what is coming his way? I'm not entirely sure.
Remember, Teletubby moved all of his tanks to protect the third, so Buster's counting on this to attack in a different location and take advantage of those tanks not being in position. Teletubby trying to scurry back with those tanks to defend against this, but these are Marines. This is a bio army with these medevacs, one of the quickest possible unit compositions you can have in StarCraft 2, so look out for Buster here to just be annoying. Harass the natural, maybe pick up and go to the main, but his main objective here is to stay out of range of those siege tanks.
Yep. He's using that medevac, his dropship, to provide vision so that his tanks can continue to shoot. One of the funny things about siege tanks is their range is so far, but they actually cannot see as far as they can shoot. So you need spotter units like that medevac so that the siege tanks can actually do their job. And he's trying to get into a good position, but already another drop is going to be able to hit his third base. Workers are forced to pull off of the mineral line. And Buster is just starting to strangle Teletubby here.
Right.
He's going to have to throw all of his units cost ineffectively into these siege tanks to break the stranglehold that they're putting on his base.
And this is all good. Like, there's nothing bad about this because Buster, at the same time, he's mining perfectly back home. No harassment back home. So any little advantage he can take here is just adding to this lead that he has because he's freely mining back home. SCV's having a great time collecting those minerals without any threats around. And also, again, he mentioned the sensor towers, making sure those threats don't happen while harassing the third, harassing the natural, and keeping Teletubby on his toes. So Buster, again, just playing some really good StarCraft.
So his way to break out of this siege is with the Liberator. Now, the Liberator is a fast air unit that Terran has. It's a bit more tanky than the Viking, but what it can do is set up a zone underneath it that it deals an insanely high amount of damage to clear out units like siege tanks. It's a great siege unit of its own. It's just not maybe as far range as a siege tank, and it doesn't do that splash damage, but it is a good way to get rid of tanks that are on top of you. So he manages to get his natural expansion back, but the next wave is already here from Buster. I don't know if he's got enough to stop it. He's going to drop a mule. One of his... He's basically just told him, I've already won this game. It's time for you to leave.
Up 100 to 51 in army, up 170 to 90 in supply. You don't have to be an expert in StarCraft to see where this is going. So much blue is on the map, and that's going to lead to victory for Buster. All right, Waterloo staying in it. Buster able to win that one to hold the series back just a little bit. Now they're only down 1-2.
And this is, I think this is where it's. Is it weird to say that it gets worse now that they've picked up a map because we're going to be going, since we've cycled through all three players on both teams, that does mean the next match is going to be bringing somebody back. So I'm expecting to see one of these powerhouse Protoss players from University of Chicago, and I'm not entirely sure how well they're going to fare. So these were some of the small plays that were made to try and get rid of that siege, but having the two Ravens, it would have been so much nicer for breaking the first siege up. And really, this was just one of those games where Buster was able to make some sick plays. He got around him, no sensor tower, nothing to spot. The dropships all go into his main, his expansion, and blow everything to pieces, denying so much economy. Even if he doesn't kill the workers, what good is an economy if there's no resources to mine?
Yeah, Buster just staying one step ahead the entire game. From the very beginning, adding on to those little advantages and just ensuring himself total victory. So doing what he has to do. And huge kudos to him being able to do that on the stage here in Houston live while on the verge of being eliminated from the tournament, maintaining his composure and honestly playing really smart and really safe to be able to come through with the victory. So I feel like you got to just throw him back out there, right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that might be it.
He played a great game. He looked really good. He didn't have too much trouble with that game.
I can see OMG a banana coming out again easily. And for that reason alone, I'm not sending out Riddler. Even if he might be one of the better players, I think you got to send out someone who could do a crazy cheese or something to try and equalize it. Because, man, it's really, really hard for me to see where the adjustments can be made. OMG Bananas PVT was really, really good.
Yeah.
So do you try to bring the Protoss back out for the tie-up? I'm not I'm really not sure. There's quite a decision-making process that these collegiate teams are going to need to make.
I think you have to just send Buster back out, a.k.a. Sidus. He just played an incredible game. He just had a great game. He's got momentum.
He's got to be feeling good, yeah.
Yeah, he's on the same setup. Just be like, all right, just go back out there and play another one. And then make that hard decision, that game number 5, and really hope that Sidus can continue with just the immaculate play that he showed in the game we just saw. But yeah, right now is decision time. Both these teams having a conversation, deciding who they're going to field into this next match. A very important match. Again, it is match point for the University of Chicago. If they can get one more win, they're moving on to the championship match tomorrow to play against UC Berkeley. But Waterloo hanging in there, down 0-2. Buster able to win that one to bring them a little bit closer. But again, who are they going to send out to try to stay alive and push us to a game 5?
Very excited to see how this one plays. I am very, very certain that UC Berkeley will probably be watching a bit of these games as well, studying their opponents, studying their strategies. They said in their winner's interview from the last match that they're not worried about either of these teams, but as we all know, overconfidence can be a slow and insidious killer. You need to be on top of everything. I think that's probably the one way that they could lose if they are actually as good as they say versus their opponents.
You know, it all comes down to that day. I mean, if you look at just the history of StarCraft and expecting a result to go one way or another, well, there has been no shortage of surprises in the history of StarCraft where you can see the underdog story really pull through, and you can see players come out of nowhere and make huge surprises and get those victories that nobody expected. So it's important not to have too much confidence, I think. You know, a little bit of confidence is important, but all these guys, they came to play. They're all here for a reason, and anything can happen in the moment in a live environment on the big stage.
I wonder if he's texting the captain back home or someone else is like, who do we send out? Who's going to bring us back? Who's the next guy to go in and make it happen? All right. We have our next match.
That's Pancakes.
All right.
Okay.
Let's see it.
We have our 2 players, as you can see.
That's Riddler. All right, here we go.
So it's going to be Pancakes against Riddler here. Pancakes ended up winning against Yenfu, a Protoss player, in the first game. And Riddler lost to a Protoss, lost to Banana in the second game.
You know what? I don't hate this decision because as good as OMG Banana is, we definitely, you could see a little bit of the sweating in the last series because they sent Silky out right for that 2-1 match.
Yeah.
And then it didn't pan out, and you're like, well, our best player isn't available for the ace.
Right.
So, and of course, not to
downplay
Pancakes at all. He's a fantastic player and showed it in his match earlier. But it's nice to have OMG Banana in your pocket for that 5th and final map if necessary, rather than putting maybe a bit of unnecessary pressure on either of the other 2 players. So for Riddler, though, that does mean if he wins this, he's not going to be able to try and make the ace play himself.
Right.
But I think that's acceptable considering that this is match point if he loses.
You know, Riddler falling to a Protoss, though, like that was the last game that we saw before.
His style is going to be weakest versus Protoss. Like, his dream is to play versus Buster, basically, but that's just like not the way that it was going to happen. And excuse me,
Banana.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, well, what do you think about that? Riddler just falling in a TVP. I'll ask you that in a second. Let's introduce these players. The top left-hand location, your blue Terran player representing the University of Waterloo in a must-win situation. He is Riddler.
Can he get it done and bring his team back into it? He's facing off in the bottom right against our red Protoss player representing the University of Chicago. He is Pancakes.
Yeah, and what I wanted to ask there, you know, from Riddler's perspective, he just lost. He just lost in a TVP, you know, and now he's coming into this another Terran versus Protoss matchup. What is his mentality right now? Having to come from losing in this matchup to being on the verge of being eliminated and in a must-win situation. How does Riddler approach this?
He's got to have something special up his sleeve because, frankly speaking, his mechanical style is just not as good versus Protoss as it would be versus Zerger Terran.
Is that a reference to GSL results, Nathanius?
it's just a reference to everything in general. We have actually seen more Mech vs. Protoss lately, but it's not a sure thing. It's not one of those staple strategies.
It's a sure thing against me.
It's like you could say that pancakes, for example, is great breakfast, right? You could have pancakes for breakfast all the time. It's never a bad choice. But going for Mech vs. Protoss is that's like having a really weird. You're going to have something guacamole for breakfast. You can't do that every day, Axel Toss.
I would do it.
We can't.
I really like guacamole.
It's against the law, is what I'm trying to tell you. So I don't see Riddler being able to successfully pull off multiple attempts of that. Well, we won't spoil in case anybody can hear us, but what? Okay.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about the best approach here for Riddler. We saw him go for a very heavy tank play, but he lost to a lot of the early gateway stuff, right? So I feel like what Riddler's thinking right now is, you know what? I want to play safe. I want to make sure I don't lose to anything silly in the beginning and really try to focus on getting to the mid game. I think it's going to be the focus here for Riddler. Because I think in the matchup that he had against Banana, that kind of just fell out of control because of all those stalkers and all that gateway aggression. So I think that's definitely going through Riddler's mind right now. Let's get past that phase of the game, and then that will lead to success.
I mean, this could shape up to be a really insane game.
I suggested this years ago. I talked to Grubby back in 2015 about this type of play. Because why not?
Yeah. I mean, I've got some great stories to tell. We'll see how this works out first before we get too far into it, because I have no words. Okay, it's happening. Here we go. And this is just really weird. I've actually not seen this happen in maybe 5 or 6 years, and it was like a meme game. But he built a Nexus in his base and used it to recall. I'm surprised he didn't try to get any Zealots in with that, because they would have been great against the SCVs here. He's still going to kill a ton of workers. Riddler's lost the majority of his SCVs actually doing this, but he does have 2 bases.
And that Nexus probably won't be able to mine anything for pancakes.
No. Maybe he gets enough energy to use a chrono boost off of it to send some economy back home, but I think Pancakes was just trying to stun a little there for the crowd. And I have to say, I haven't seen this since.
I don't like it. I feel like.
What is it? Huck versus Avalo in the Red Bull qualifiers 4 years ago.
There used to be the photon overcharge, right?
Yeah.
This would make a little bit more sense if the Nexus could still, back in the day, the Nexus could be a cannon, right?
It was just a recall rush. You know what? He should have brought all his probes with it.
I agree.
I've seen that. I've seen it work with the probes.
Well, and then to your point, at least a Zealot or two. I don't understand, why not get just one more production cycle?
Whichever referee press the plus key on the numpad. Otherwise, the game is going to be weirdly slow. There we go. Okay. That does happen sometimes. All right, so. But what a weird start.
Why not wait for another production cycle of a couple Zealots, as you mentioned? A little bit more energy on the Nexus, because the Terran hadn't scouted the Nexus at that point. So I feel like if he's able to wait a little longer, a little bit more energy, add a couple more Zealots.
He waits and you
30 seconds later, right?
Literally 2 Zealots with that.
Yeah.
Would kill all the SCVs.
I think it's over.
Then the Stalkers just kind of focus down the Marines, but now we have this little counterattack coming here from the Riddler. He did see it with the Stalker that got picked off. This is a Cyclone with some Marines, and a couple of Zealots are not going to cut it here.
He has nothing back home. He lost all those Stalkers. Now he's trying to replenish his units real quick. We see charge lots incoming, but not quite. So very narrow timing window.
There might just be, he just doesn't have a whole lot here. He tried to do so much as a follow-up to this. Losing this expansion would be catastrophic.
Trying to do what he can with these Stalkers, but
I think Pancakes may have memed too close to the sun with his strategy this game.
Yeah, I'm with you. Building
a town hall in your opponent's base so that you can recall to attack is one of the gutsiest strategies I've ever seen. And when I say that, I mean I've never seen. Nobody does it.
Nope.
It's not a thing. It's not going to be a thing. But here we are. Charge is done, so the Zealots suddenly become Zealots are night and day. It's basically stim for Zealots. They move faster. They get to engage. And he didn't lose the Nexus.
Yeah.
And he actually pulled the probes away, too. So he's going to be able to set himself up but there's no, like, I don't see anything he can use to reinforce here. So
I'm like saving up questions for Grubby too. One I have for Grubby, I guess. Are we going to see more Proxy Nexus? Are there better ways that can be used?
No.
So we're gonna stay tuned for Grubby's answer on that. I think again, if you waited a little bit longer, a little more
Pancakes
energy,
just wants
a couple more
StarCraft
zealots.
Reddit to make a post about him because of how cool he is.
You know what? I like it, and I want to see more of it, and I'm going to try it on the ladder, and I'll get back to you guys.
I have seen it before.
Yeah.
I've seen it on ladder more than in tournament games, but usually you do it with just zealots and probes.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like a super crazy all-in. It's like 4 zealots and all your probes, and so it doesn't usually work, but it's a build.
This is StarCraft.
That's kind of the cool thing about StarCraft, though, is because of the imperfect information and because certain strategies are so standard, it's not uncommon to see a build that's really inefficient or, you know, quote-unquote bad win because the opponent would just never expect it, you know? Like, you can have a certain idea in your mind of what you're going to be facing up against, but if you don't anticipate something that's suboptimal, that suboptimal strategy can still be enough to win the game. Not to say that the Nexus Rush was a bad play, because he did kill 13 SCVs.
Fascinating. Fascinating stuff here at the Collegiate Esports Championship for StarCraft 2.
And let's not forget, Pancakes also already has really good upgrades that he needs. Like, the charge is really nice. Already having that's big.
And he barely got away with it, too, because the Terran was overbearing his natural at that moment. Almost lost that natural expansion. But those are those narrow timings where you're really hoping it works out. It did. It did work out there for Pancakes.
So we're going to see our players just kind of bolster their economies up a bit.
A little bit of normalcy here after the ridiculousness
after
of
the
that.
chaos, the chaos of how this game started. We are returning to some sense of normalcy, yes. Terran player. So something that Riddler has kind of noticed, he's had his observer kind of poking up front, and he's seen a bit of the production here, but it's not going to be mech. So knowing that is very important because he's maybe not going to be able to just spam zealots to kill his opponent this time around, although he certainly could try. They're very good at harass, and we are actually seeing a Warp Prism come inside of the main base, and Widowmine's going to get a big hit off there, so that Warp Prism's actually very hurt. He's going to drop an auto turret to try and kill it, and he will get it. So being able to kill that Warp Prism is really nice, and then the auto turret with the Marine support killed the Zealot, so he gets 6 SCVs. Riddler's economy is still kind of being kept in check, but he's building a powerful army, and Pancakes needs to be thinking about the next step here. So he needs to maybe get some Archons, maybe try to get to Storm. I wouldn't invest too much more in the economy since he's got his bases are doing very well.
And the important thing for Pancakes was,
oh my God,
for him, the important thing was getting that third base because he knows his opponent doesn't have a third. He's been scouting that. He has that observer. So he's like, okay, if I keep my economy in order, if I keep 3 bases, I might be okay. But look at this, the Terran player taking Pancakes off guard. That is not an engagement that Pancakes wanted. And now he's going to be freaking out a little bit.
He sees all the SCVs. He brought all of his workers to buffer. And you know what Pancakes says? He's like, you know what? You can have it. You can take my third base. I don't need it. It's all yours, buddy. And he's just going to desperately rush to a better tech that can try and stop this. He's trying to just use the force. He's trying to buy
Maybe
time.
pick off a unit or two, but certainly doesn't want to commit too much.
Oh my God, Pancakes is supply block too, so he can't build anything. So many pylons and the Nexus. Yeah, he lost a pylon Nexus. He's like 30 or 40 supply deep, so he can't even build units. All he can do is build pylons. Oh my God.
And this is the moment where he wants to build a certain unit because of something that's being upgraded.
I don't know if he can actually stop this attack. This is a huge
perpetual force fields on the ramp. He's got 4
I don't
more.
think he has enough sentries.
Four.
The Raven can also use Interference Matrix if he wants. Yeah, he can just drop too.
Okay, here we go. Pancakes backing up into his natural expansion. Riddler pressing the issue, charging up there. The tank's in a pretty nice spot on the low ground, and the Protoss player trying to figure out, how do I engage this? That's a lot of bio. That's a lot of SCVs. The Storm coming down. The High Templar able to be warped in, and that's certainly going to help out a little bit.
Just don't know if there's enough. There's so much bio.
It's more High Templar.
Is Riddler going to be able to bring us to the ace match? I'm starting to think so. Axle toss. Pancakes getting caught off guard in the middle of the map really hurt him. And there is still no answer for all of the siege tanks. He's being choked out of this game. That natural expansion is about to die. He's adding bunkers to lock it down.
Gosh.
And I think we're going to game 5.
Wow, the power of the SCV in a moment like this on full display by the Riddler, helping soak up some damage, build in some forward bunkers, and there is no answer for Pancakes right now, sitting there in disbelief in a game that started with a Nexus in his opponent's base. Certainly a degree of confidence, but ultimately Pancakes falling to Riddler. And now the University of Waterloo able to bring this to a tie series.
I really like seeing this strategy out of Riddler. We kind of have an expectation of the way that he'll play when we go into the game, and it seemed that Pancake had that as well. And frankly speaking, got a bit overconfident. The Nexus proxy for a Stalker recall, SCVs are actually really good when pulled against Stalkers. Just kind of set himself up in a weird place. This was hilarious, by the way. Still, mega props to Pancake for even going for it. But
at this point, it can't be seen.
No.
But he still decides, bring in the 4 Stalkers. You know, a different way to approach that, since it can't be seen, wait a little bit longer, as we mentioned, add in a couple more units, but that's very hard to know. You know, it's hard to be like, okay, I'm not seen.
Maybe try to build
wait.
a probe, start a pylon in his main with it to reinforce. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I would almost put it at the natural somehow and delay the natural somehow, you know, and like something like that. I've actually tried that before in my ladder play.
What a weird game. What a weird game, but that does mean we are going to go to the decider match again for our second semifinal here at the Collegiate Esports Championship for StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
I'm stoked, man.
So we have, what are the options there? We still have Buster, a.k.a. Sidus.
Yeah, Banana's coming out for sure.
So it's we're probably going to see Banana against Buster.
Yeah.
The other option.
Based on the way that Yenfu performed against Banana earlier, I don't expect to see him. But Buster had a tough game too. I mean, Banana looked really, really sharp against Riddler in his earlier match. So I have a hard time seeing which one of these two players is going to be able to stop him. But we did get confirmation it is going to be OMG and Banana versus Buster, another PVT. I'm sure they're talking about strategies, talking about those Blink Stalkers that Banana was able to use to pick apart Riddler in their earlier series.
Still
tough. All the pressure is on. This is it. One map to decide who is going on to the grand finals and who is done.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about that Nexus, man. What a bizarre choice to make in such an important moment. Will it come back to hurt the University of Chicago? As again, they were up 2-0 in this series. And now we're tied at 2-2 with one game to decide who's going to advance on to tomorrow to play against UC Berkeley. It's going to be a Protoss versus Terran matchup. Is it only Protoss and Terrans on these teams?
That's where we are.
Yeah, pretty sure it is. No Zergs on these two teams.
Let's see if Banana can bring it back to close it out. They built up good momentum. They went up 2-0. This could have been done a while ago.
There's a few momentum things here because both these players are coming off of wins.
Yep.
And then, but then you have University of Chicago, or excuse me, University of Waterloo. They were just down 0-2, and they just won 2 in a row. So there's might be a little bit of momentum there too.
We're jumping into it. It's time to find out who's going to win between Waterloo and Chicago in the Northwest. We have our blue Terran player. He is Buster, representing the University of Waterloo.
And in the Southeast location, your red Protoss player had a victory a little bit earlier for the University of Chicago. He is Omega Banana. I was born in Chicago, by the way. So I might be biased towards these guys.
Are you biased towards their pizza?
Huh. You're an expert on that, I'm sure. I was only in... Golden Boy's saying, nah. I don't know about that, dude. I was only in Chicago for like a year, and then my parents moved me out.
Okay.
So I'm not like an expert by any means.
That's fair. That's fair.
And I haven't been to Chicago yet, but I was born there. So my answer is yes, the pizza is better. Sorry, Golden Boy. New York's got nothing.
Well, we'll have a talk with you after today's show. Don't worry. Early scout, by the way, from Omega Banana. He wants to be aware of everything that's going on.
If people are thinking about pizza, by the way, we do have a Papa John's VIP lounge in the building, by the way.
All right. I like this. He's just trying to be annoying at the start of this game. Poking, prodding, putting on a little bit of pressure with that scouting worker. And this can be really annoying. The probe regenerates its shields after a period of a few seconds if it does not take damage. And while the Terran player can repair their SCVs, it costs resources to do so. But what he could be setting himself up for is an opportunity later on in this game to deal damage where he can kill those workers because the probe softened them up, so to speak, in the early game. So here we have the probe just being as annoying as possible. As a Terran player, I hate this, by the way.
As a Protoss player a lot, I would try to do it, but I'm not good enough to perfectly manage my infrastructure and my macro while I do that, so I don't do it as much.
Yeah. Then the Reaper comes out and kills it, but
yeah,
the Reaper's on the hunt.
Run, little probe! Alright, might get away.
Hey, he doesn't know where it is. The probe could be anywhere.
The important thing is we're not seeing a proxy nexus yet, at least.
No proxy nexus this game.
Relative standard play here.
Thank goodness for that, by the way. Yeah, nothing really out of the norm so far in this.
And you know, you gotta kind of imagine it. Again, Game 5 is the ace match. It all comes down to this for both these players, for both these teams. As much as they've worked throughout the regular season to get to this point, flying from their homes to come here and compete.
I hope some of their fellow students back out there.
I'm sure we got viewing parties happening for both of these, for all the schools involved. I'm sure.
That's pretty awesome, right?
Yeah.
Playing
Cool
games,
spirit.
and it's one of the best parts about a tournament like this is you really get to see the passion of these young men come out as they're trying to not only, of course, go to university and think about their futures, their lives that they want, their careers, but being able to engage in activities like this. These games aren't easy. The teamwork, the skills required here are all very important. The snap decision-making, the crisis management, and the multitasking. It's all stuff that very useful skills to have in general in life. And it's really just cool to see the collegiate scene blowing up, getting a venue like this, being able to come out here, have a great time with all of you live here in Houston, and get to bring everybody together, because that's at the heart of all of the competition, right? Is that it's about bringing people together about what they're passionate about. We have this early push being put. The Oracle does come in with the Adept support. Keeps the Oracle alive so far, but there's plenty of Marines here to defend against this attack.
Wow, I am very surprised the Oracle survived. It is almost essential for Buster to pick off that Oracle at that moment because of how much damage that Banana was able to do. But not able to get the Oracle, so he's going to be able to go back in there, and then second Oracle is going to be joining in on the fun.
Let's see, comes in post, takes a shot on the weakened Oracle. And I think what you want to do in this scenario usually is you try to shade the Adepts onto the Marines so that they can hit them immediately. And then the Oracles, which are a little bit less tanky, shoot down from above while they are shooting with the Marines, shoot the Adepts. But not able to make that happen. He did put a stasis trap outside of his base. That Reaper is frozen in time, as it were.
He'll be able to rejoin the festivities.
It's a cool little ability. The Oracle just kind of like tags a spot, and then you can see it, and if you step with it, close to it.
Come on. There's no mercy in StarCraft. The Reaper gets taken out after being frozen in time. Poor guy.
Yeah, nasty way to go. He just stays stuck there the whole time, basically seeing the Oracle waiting above him. Now, the Marine count's getting pretty high. The Oracles have kind of been keeping tabs on what's going on here. He's actually delayed his tech to get the units out as quickly as he did. So this push may be something that OMG Banana is not prepared for. He doesn't really have a lot, to be honest.
So the question here is, does he push into the natural, or does he just try to deny the third?
Still really risky.
Right. I mean, that's such a narrow ramp. You have a Protoss with force fields. I don't know where the medevacs are. Not even in existence.
No. Well, as I said, he delayed everything. His factory's
so he
not
has
even
stim,
done.
But you can only stim once.
Yeah, he's going to YOLO on it, gets a Stalker, but he's going to lose a lot of his units to those Zealots. He doesn't really kill anything else. So, pretty rough trade at the end of the day there for our Terran player.
Not a conventional attack, really, either.
No. This is one of those things that's meant to catch a Protoss off guard if they're being greedy.
Right.
Oftentimes in Protoss versus Terran, after you build the first couple Oracles, you take a third Nexus very quickly. So this build was kind of designed against that, but the awareness from Ongia Banana is that he tried to attack, and he's like, wait, you have way too many units. I guess you're the one that wants to be aggressive here.
Yeah.
So he responds in kind, he doesn't take his third, he gets a couple more units out, and the game goes on.
Pretty heads up, delaying that third and identifying that. Because that's a situation where he could have tried to get a third, and then the Terran would have potentially denied it. And that is where it turns into a disaster. So really heads up awareness there, delaying that third, recognizing he's not perfectly safe just yet, and playing patient and getting that third in his own time. The question is, was that third delayed enough where the Terran can kind of try to bring himself back into this?
Right, right. Big questions need to be answered as the game progresses forward. Terran versus Protoss, it usually does just revolve around these types of units. It's both sides these days with their cheap units trying to get a lot done. The Protoss will oftentimes add in High Templar or Immortals. We've seen Colossus a few times recently at the high level, but not a crazy amount. And another thing worth mentioning, the Terran player, it's more about their bio units, but they do have some support units that you'll see mixed in. The medevacs are really big for healing, but Liberators are also really hard for a lot of Protoss units to deal with because they're very powerful against them.
Yep.
But let's see what he can get done. I am going to be a little bit concerned if he ends up walking into a trap. He knows that the Oracles are putting stasis wards out all game. I'm not seeing really a lot of healing potential for this army either.
I think, you know, he's just trying to have a threatening presence here. And if he saw an opening to attack, he would have taken it. But I think playing it smart, playing it safe, checking on the progress of that third, also getting an eye on your opponent's unit composition, and trying to show that threatening presence across the map. Just try to scare your opponent, but it's important not to try to throw any units away. But I think Buster did a decent job there, keeping most of his units alive while he gets more medevacs into his composition, and while he gets a true army that he really wants to fight with. So just scouting a little bit with that army for now. We'll see if he decides to turn it into more of an attack.
He's opening up the map a bit too. Another one of the things
allowing himself to take a third back home.
So as I'm sure you guys have noticed, there's some debris, some rocks on the map. They can be blown apart to open new paths. Now those mines are invisible until they shoot. Oh my goodness, a big storm actually gets quite a bit of damage onto that bio. But after the mine detonates, it does enough damage to basically one-shot a Stalker or a Zealot or a High Templar. It does a good amount of splash damage as well, but it has a long cooldown.
I like this.
Counterattack of Zealots.
It's like, why not? You know, just send a couple, send a 4, and look at this damage that is being done. Buster having to pull a ton of his units back to deal with this Zealot aggression here at the natural expansion. 13 workers killed. I like it. I do.
Mega Banana's position is really good. The big things to key on here when the High Templar come out is you want to get ghosts. So we haven't seen the ghost yet today. It's your Terran spellcaster unit. It does a pretty good amount of damage to light units like Zealots, but it has an ability called EMP. And this drains the shields of Protoss units and also the energy of any unit. So you can use this to neutralize the High Templar so that they cannot cast Psionic Storm over your army. The High Templar Psystorm ability is just devastating. It's enough damage to kill Marines, mostly kill Marauders, and kill any amount of workers that are underneath it. So it's a very high damage area of attack ability.
Very delicate situation here.
Yeah.
It all comes down to a lot of that micro between the Ghosts and the High Templar. The High Templar looking for feedbacks on the Ghost, staying out of range of that EMP. The Protoss having to split his army to make sure the EMP isn't too strong. The Terran player splitting his army, making sure he's not dying to storms. This is a lot of really important units about to engage here. So that micro control is going to be very important. War Prism going into the main base of the Terran. A ton of Zealots being dropped down. The turret coming down about 30 seconds too late. And this could be a very nice ingredient for Banana to do some multi-prong attacking in the main base.
Yeah, and the Prism in the main. This is huge. This is how you force the Terran to reposition their army. Yeah, get on top of that production. We were talking about it earlier. That's kind of the biggest weakness of Terran. The production always comes from the same spots. If you can get onto that spot, you can really neutralize them. I love you. Peel some of the units back. Those Liberators
hard all around.
Those Liberators are basically drawing a line in the sand, and it says, you're not crossing this line. If you step into that circle, you're super dead. That's the whole thing with Liberators. Terran has a lot of these units that siege up and deal crazy amounts of damage. So for that reason, we always talk about Terran being the positional race, but he does step out with a Ghost, throws an EMP, and I think he whiffs, unfortunately, but he's got a few more Ghosts to play around with. He's building the army that he needs. Very delicate move out, but he has been tagged. As you can see those white markers over the units, that's the Oracle's ability called Revelation. And as long as it tags those units, it lasts about 40 seconds. He's actually completely visible to the enemy. Now we see Dark Templar being used to harass. These are basically permanently cloaked units they're kind of like your assassins. So they do insane damage, but they're also one of the weakest units hit point wise in all of StarCraft.
Dark Templars have the ability to really turn the game into your favor. Buster did a brilliant job.
They're the highest damage per supply in the game.
Yeah, and they're invisible.
And they're invisible permanently.
But Buster, that being said, Buster did a brilliant job there dealing with those Dark Templars. That could have been a disaster.
Buster's done a great job this game. Honestly, the Protoss has thrown a lot at him. And now he's starting to zone out. I got to say, after his earlier match, I was a little bit concerned for him, but now he's coming up onto this base. He does need to be careful. A couple of storms over this army, and he will die very, very quickly. So another wave of Zealots is going to get warped in. He needs to use the Liberators. He needs to use the Widow Mines to buy time.
So much control in situations like this.
Great EMP! He EMPs the High Templar. He cannot use Storm on that third base, so the army is free to move in a little bit more now if he so chooses.
Still some High Templar in the back, so still got to be careful. Look out for those EMPs. The Terran coming up here. Here comes the Protoss. Is he going to engage? Oh, they're just jockeying for a position right now, waiting, attacking, and on the blue side is the Protoss a little bit at that third base.
That's Zealots with the Dark Templar. Now, Dark Templar at this stage of the game are going to kill workers in one hit, but he does have a missile turret, so he should be able to clean those up, and it looks like Buster is starting to make something happen with that counterattack. Okay, he got the turret. The Ghost uses its EMP, which also reveals cloaked units, and he's able to kill the Dark. What an amazing clutch play at the last second while he's trying to micro this army on the outside. Buster is really giving us a great match so far. Omega Banana is trying to switch into Disruptors, which have a huge area of effect. He's going to miss his shot and not able to hit Pater just yet. The Terran encroaches ever closer.
You can see how stressful this is. You can see how much movement is happening all across this map. We saw the APM. Both these players, their attention is everywhere right now, trying to deal with stuff on the top left, trying to make this very important attack happen in the bottom right. Again, a very delicate situation for both these two players, and it can still go either way. All it requires is one mistake, one convincing counterattack, a couple brilliant storms, a few EMPs, but a very delicate situation right now in this deciding Game 5.
I like the defensive Dark Templar to try and push the army back, but the Ghosts have been using their EMP to great effect. Usually the Protoss is like, oh yeah, you only have so many scans, but if you have Ghosts and you use EMP, you don't need to scan. So he's making really, really good use of the tools that are available to him. And he's just bleeding out units on the defense here. Omega Banana, he's going to need to make a move soon as these Liberators get closer and closer.
His army is actually swinging around here. We can see him take a different base.
So what he might try to do is just do a base trade where he tries to kill the production of Buster and then use that recall ability we were talking about to teleport his army back home. So he wants to get an insane amount of damage done, go home, and then try to hold on and basically say, look, you won't be able to rebuild anything because I've already killed everything that you have. But he's running out of time. Disruptor fires a big volley, gets a chunk of the bio, but he lifts them up into the dropship so that they don't die to the ground attack.
Meanwhile, the Protoss player Banana across the map with all of his units trying to do as much damage as he
can.
That
disruptor shot goes up towards the army. Okay, gets the edge. Could have gotten a lot more there.
You gotta imagine your attention is so stressed right now. You gotta look out for these attacks. I don't know how those did not connect. Those units are not.
He was just barely too far
Golden
away.
Boy could have hit that one, but alas, the Marines are still alive.
There's only one Liberator here. He can push up this ramp easy.
He has to, because I think his main base is getting torn apart.
He did build he does have another Nexus on the bottom, and he still has the third, so the option to recall is still available. But he wants to kill it first. Buster's just going to tap out, though. Good luck in the finals. GG! And the University of Chicago able to make it happen get a nail-biting final game there. Can't really ask for much more than that here at the Collegiate Esports Championships.
Absolutely incredible. Chicago, University of Chicago going up 2-0 in that series. We could not have seen any more fight from Waterloo. They brought it back, tied it up 2-2, but it was up to Banana against Buster, and Banana able to pull it through in one of the most bizarre games
So well done.
that I've seen.
I got to give big credit. I mean, Buster also played a great game. He had a great setup. He dealt with the invisible units extremely efficiently. At the end of the day, when you start to lose your bases and those ghosts run out of energy, you still don't have anything that can really deal with that, and he can't reproduce his army. So it was just really well played on both sides. That's exactly the kind of match that you want to see. This whole game was just full of the highlights. Plenty of aggression on both sides. Bringing the Adepts, bringing the Oracles, dealing with those counterattacks from the bio, that medevac-less early attack on the third that he was able to pull into his natural core. Just a brilliant game of StarCraft to finish up the day.
Yeah, that's a fun one if you haven't seen StarCraft before to check out, and just everything this game has to offer. Just honestly, the moments of stress and tension could not have been higher in those situations where you have units that are capable of doing ridiculous damage in the Ghost and in the High Templar and in the Disruptor and in the Colossus. It all comes down to control. And what we saw right there from Banana was just beautiful decision making, beautiful control, making sure he stays out of range of those EMPs and just not forcing an engagement. Willing to swing around and having the intelligence to go attack across the map, but still able to hold back home. Just brilliant play all around from Banana in that match.
That's awesome, and that sets us up for our finals, which is sure to be epic tomorrow, as we're going to have UC Berkeley going up against the University of Chicago. Can't wait.
Let's go on over to the main stage where our winners are standing by with Alex Correa. Take it away.
All right, so last time I said this, I heard that chat misconstrued what I meant. When I said sweaty, I'm not talking about personal hygiene. I mean that, well, first of all, maybe me, I'm sweating, but just the feeling up here is one of stress juice coming out of bodies because, guys, that was a stressful match you just played. Can you take me through just how close that game was, what it came down to?
Yeah, of course. Basically, it was an extremely stressful game. One wrong move, and I could have just straight up lost because Protoss has a lot of units that rely on spellcasters and abilities, so I have to be multitasking, trying to harass and draw his attention away back at his base, as you saw, while also not accidentally running my army into his liberation zones, and also making sure that my really high-tech units like my High Templar and Disruptors weren't getting picked off. So it was one of those moments where you just really needed to be like calm and rational and not really try to rush things and just take things slowly.
I mean, you did it. You pulled it off. You had me nervous, but guys, you pulled it off. I mean, it takes a certain amount of skill to, you guys were up, and then things started to slide, but it takes a lot of skill to not let that snowball and then lose everything. How did you guys keep a steady head throughout that entire thing? Had you guys, even though you were losing, how did you pull it out at the end?
I mean, I think we just knew that, we knew that we had a really strong player, OMG Banana, going into the third game and that we could win. And I know I did a build in the fourth game that I was hoping could catch my opponent by surprise.
It's all confident. You guys had confidence. You believed in yourself. I mean, looking forward, again, you have to go to the finals. You have to play a very strong team. Are you guys confident, worried? How are you guys, looking at that going forward?
I'm just happy we made it this far. And, in terms of not letting the lead slip away from us, I know I messed up in my game, but I know my teammates, we all prepared very hard for this match. So even though we had a few losses, we knew exactly what we needed to do to finish it up.
All right, I like that confidence. I do have one more question. What is going on with every single one of your names? There's a bunch of food going around. One of you, I feel like, is a licensed character. Okay, so can you explain your name real fast?
Well, my name, it was just a random name that I made in middle school, so it's kind of stuck with me. I've been known to have a very strange name as OMG Banana, and that the sort of attention to my name has gotten a lot more noticeable, especially since after I became a much better player, like when I first took a game off of True in Philadelphia 2 years ago. That sort of catapulted me into more of the higher level scene, so everyone just kind of thought this guy has a really weird name and he just came out of nowhere, but people really enjoy, I guess, that sort of strangeness to my character and name.
Well, hey, take it from me. My name is still Dr. Awesome Sauce on Xbox Live, so be careful what you put your gamer tag as, kids. We're going to go ahead and toss over to the casters right now. Actually, no, to the hosts, and they're going to take us through a very special little ceremony. I'll be right back. Thank you so much, Alex. Yes, speaking of names, I mean, I was blessed by being a grown man calling myself Golden Boy, so, you know.
Absolutely.
Stranger things have indeed happened. All right, so it is a special occasion because we're all very excited here. It is actually Grubby's birthday, and we thought it'd be a really cool idea to get him a cake, which you can't show because the monitor is blocking it. So let's hold on a second. Improvise.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Improvise.
Lift it.
Hold on.
They're coming in. They're coming in with the jib, Alex.
I know they got the shot. Production's telling me they got the shot, but GB's got to improvise anyway. I've committed. Here we go. Look at it. Oh, my God. We're right there for you. Right there for you. So.
Gonna put it in his life. Here you go.
Right.
Here's a knife.
Hold on.
You must do the honors.
Could we just get a short happy birthday for Grubby here? Is that possible? Can we all do that together?
Or are you
yes?
gonna lead us?
Yes. Come on, Texas.
No
I need
singing.
your help. I need your help. All right. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday. There you go. To you. Happy birthday. He's so embarrassed right now. It's great. Happy birthday, dear Grubby. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Beautiful cut. Well done, sir.
Wow.
Like your
Starcraft gameplay, very precise. Nailed it. We'll eat that later. I know I will. I'm eyeing that thing the entire time. So let's go into this one here because we've had some pretty awesome games. 2 series that went to Game 5. That is crazy. I mean, I don't even know where to start with our second series here. But Waterloo and Chicago, it was looking like it was going to be a 3-0 sweep, and then they just managed to bring it back into this one, Anna.
Yeah, it was really solid play by Buster to keep Waterloo in the game. First of all, I thought I was going to avoid birthday singing being abroad during my birthday.
I saw them over
Thank
there.
you.
They seemed game to sing, so I figured I'd just roll with it. So thank you over there to the people in the front row with the kid with the red shirt. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you very
to everyone
much.
here as well.
Thank you. But yeah, Buster, he brought them back into it. So he did that drop on the second base with his tanks and Marines, and Teletubby was never able to oust him from that position. It was just overall Buster kind of outplaying him there and keeping Waterloo in the series until that point. But
Yeah.
the 5th game, man.
Yeah, the 5th game was crazy. I will say though, before that, Pancakes and his base placement, just trying to catch someone. Explain that to me, because viewers at home who may not have watched StarCraft for the first time may not understand the significance of that. That was like a really just weird but also awesome play.
Yeah, so I've actually never seen that before, and as Nathanius, one of our casters, described, he said, that is not a thing, it's not gonna be a thing, it never will be a thing, but it was a thing there, right?
Yeah.
And he got a lot of damage done there, so he actually destroyed more than half of the opponent's workers with that attack, warping in 4 Stalkers, and that's quicker than you can get 4 Stalkers across the map in almost any other way. If you wait for Warp Prism, if you wait for Warp Gate, which is the usual ways of attacking an opponent early, that's too late. The only downfall of this strategy is it's very costly, and if it gets found, it can get shut down so easily, which is why we call it cheese, which is generally a high-risk, potential high-reward strategy. And the reward was there. He killed many workers. But yeah, we had a very strong counterattack by Riddle, and there was not enough defense to follow it up.
Yeah.
We mentioned early on that we thought OMG a Banana was going to be one of the players to watch, and having won the 2 matches that he played, that's pretty confirmed. What would you say that you saw that you could point out to someone that would show them why he would be considered the ace player for that team?
Yeah, I would call it multi-layered. So a lot of players, they fall into styles where they're generally known to be hyper-aggressive, super passive. Once you can put one characteristic on a player, I feel like as a fully rounded player, you've already kind of failed. Like, oh, you're the aggressive player? I'll just defend that then.
Right.
I never need to attack and I can win. But what I saw from Oh My God, a Banana is that he was able to play every part of the game. Early game, mid game, late game. that last game, that was an arms race. Both of them were getting nearly every unit that there is in StarCraft that you can get.
Yeah.
And as he said, it requires meticulous control. He had a lot of complex units, and he played patiently, and he grinded out small advantages, but never moved in too impetuously. And then finally, when it was time, he was able to deal simultaneously with a threat in his own home base, while also mounting counter threats, operating at many different areas of the battlefield simultaneously, and that's what makes a fully well-rounded StarCraft player.
Crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff indeed. And a lot of great plays that were had, but there can only be one. There can only be one play of the game presented by ROG. I know we're going to have that up in a little bit here, Anna. And I'm curious to see what that is.
It was the pylon play, I'm told.
Ah, okay. So this was a really, really cool play because, as you had mentioned, Grubby, you can't have a toaster work without it being plugged in, and that
Love
is
the Grubby
basically
metaphors.
how the Protoss operate. You destroy the pylon, all of that becomes useless.
And there has not been one play this entire day that was more impactful, where you invest a little bit, you achieve a little bit, but the knock-on effect of that has monumental consequences. So that basically saved the game. It's just 2 pylons, 200 minerals, almost nothing in the grander scale of the war, but that 200 minerals he took out came at such an opportune time that it changed the entire fate of the game, and that's why I think it deserves the play of the game.
Man, this has been such a fun day, going back to StarCraft, getting the Grubby metaphors on top of it, getting the insight from our expert. Thanks so much, Grubby, for coming and joining us. I hope you
Thanks
like your
for
cake.
having me. Yeah.
It smells really good.
It does. It's like whiffing me from over here, you know?
Yeah.
I think it's good. I think me and Axel Toss can settle our differences with pizza through some cake. I think that'll be perfectly fine. I'm down with that.
Well, we have a little bit of a break, but we have more games coming up. So we have time to eat this before our next thing?
I think we do, because coming up next, we're going to have the finals for Hearthstone happening right here at the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the ESPN Collegiate Esports Championship. We'll see more StarCraft action tomorrow, but coming up next, it's the Hearthstone finals, and we'll see you soon.
The Collegiate Esports Championships would like to thank their sponsors: Asus, Chipotle, Coke, Comicpalooza, Capcom, and the Four Seasons. And a special thanks to the Kolache Factory. Fuel your game with Kolache Factory kolaches. Fresh baked pastries are filled with the finest fruits, meats, and cheeses. They're neat to eat, making them the perfect on-the-go snack. Visit KolacheFactory.com to find your nearest bakery cafe. Kolache Factory, a history of good taste.
The Pro Wireless Gaming Mouse is built to the exacting standards of some of the world's top esports professionals. Pro Wireless Gaming Mouse is built for extreme performance and includes the latest and most advanced technologies available. Featuring Lightspeed technology, Pro Wireless overcomes the limitations of latency and is also equipped with the latest version of the Hero sensor, the highest performing and most efficient gaming sensor. The Logitech G635 is a premium gaming headset with large 50mm Pro G drivers. LightSync RGB lighting is fully customizable and reacts to in-game action. For maximum immersion, TTS Headphone X 2.0 surround sound creates precise in-game positional awareness. hear enemies sneaking up behind you, and enjoy the full cinematic experience of your favorite games on your favorite Logitech devices.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's halftime. We're switching over the stage to a new game. How exciting. But even more exciting is what we're going to do right now. We have a little bit of trivia, and I have 3 contestants this time. And you're not going to believe there's something really, really interesting about one of them. Shane was actually born in Thailand. So that's like insane. I can't believe that. And also, we have Sasha here from the University of Houston. I love great struts all the way around. I want to know how you do that. Is there like a hip thing I have to do? Because I walk like, people say I walk like a Brandon. I don't know what that means, but I need to perfect the perfect strut, and I can't. I'm trying to. Am I doing it right? I can't do that. I physically can't. I don't think I have hips. Regardless, Sasha, would you like to do some trivia with us? Okay, bring it on. Let's do it. So here's the deal. We got 3 questions. Winner gets a little bit of a prize. Everyone good with that? She's fine with it. Exudes confidence. You guys, you're also cool with it. Okay, so here's the first question. It's about Overwatch. Widowmaker's voice line, the world's greatest sniper, formally refers to which hero? A, Ashe, B, Hanzo, or C, Ana? Raise your hand if you'd like to answer. Okay, you think you... Oh, I'm actually going to go to Sasha. I thought her hand went up first. Do you have an answer? I'm going to go ahead. I think that's a K, but I'll say you're going for C. Okay, there we go. I took a class in college. I speak. Yeah, C is the correct answer. That's 1 point for Sasha. That's what I'm talking about. Let's hope you can use whatever the prize is with 4 fingers. Gabriel Reyes, better known as what, broke away from Overwatch to become part of Talon? A, Reaper, B, Doomfist, C, Soldier 76. Oh, there we go. We got one. Reaper. That is correct. It's Reaper. There we go. Okay, big round of applause. Thank you. And this is the last question. Question 3. This Terran outlaw leads a band of soldiers turned mercenaries. A, Edmund Duke. B, Jimmy Raynor. Or C, Arcturus Mengst. Sasha, you got it? B, can't make that one with your body. The answer is B. There we go. She got it again. That means Sasha is our winner. Which I don't think you guys could have beat that dance, so Thank God she won. Or else you'd have to do that. Well, here's the deal. Everyone's a winner here at the CEC. Unless you're actually competing, then there's only one winner per game. But regardless, everybody gets a nice towel. So here we go. You guys are going to have to move like Sasha to have to use one of these. But here you go. That's yours as well. Thank you guys for playing along. We're still switching over to our Hearthstone finals. So we'll be right back with some Hearthstone awesomeness. Until then, I'm going to learn some more moves from Sasha. And maybe you guys, if you'd like to show me, but probably her. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
It is our first final of the ESPN Collegiate Esports Championship, and it's going to be for Hearthstone. Welcome back, everyone. You got Golden Boy here alongside Anna Prosser and one and only Ali Straza is going to be joining us. Ali, how you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you back. And yesterday, Hearthstone was super fun to watch. This is my first time ever doing anything in Hearthstone in my entire life. Because of that, now I'm a lifelong fan. I've downloaded the game, and I'm spending copious amounts of cash. Blizzard, you're welcome.
Not free to play, huh?
Yeah. Not. Here's the thing, though. What I think is incredible is that some of our players have not spent the dime, and they're more than likely going to destroy me because they're that much better, and that's why they're up there and I'm over here.
Unfortunately, you can't buy skill. You
Exactly.
can buy all the cards in the world.
You cannot. You
Right.
cannot, and especially in my case. Believe me, I've tried. So let's talk about this because we have a great final lined up for you all today. It's going to be the very creative Georgia Tech going up against what we have discussed to be, vanilla, I guess. It's not, but it's not a bad thing because apparently vanilla is a fantastic flavor and everyone told me that on Twitter. So it's Minnesota versus Georgia Tech, and that is going to be your finals matchup. And Ali, I'm excited for this because we have a tale of two different play styles.
Absolutely. Yes, I was really impressed with Minnesota yesterday. I think they played super clean, very well, and I like Georgia's innovation with bringing the Murloc Shaman. So I don't know who to root for. I like them both, honestly, so for different reasons. So.
If this is the first time that somebody's tuning in to watch Hearthstone, we should remind you that this is a 1v1 game. So you are going to have one player versus one player. But in our case, we're playing a team version of that. So that one player is comprised of 3 players who are at the same time making decisions, choosing which card to deploy, and going ahead and doing that in the game.
Yeah, because if you just come from StarCraft, and in StarCraft, the way that we did it there was that it was one player playing, and then they kind of like all took turns playing the game. This time around, it's just very different. It's just the team making decisions. So, I think it's cool. It's like turning this very personal kind of brain thinking, you hear me? Like brain game in Hearthstone, right? Thinking man's and woman's game, turning this kind of a game into a team experience, which, they say 3 brains are better than 1.
Yes.
And maybe it could
what they
cause some. That is what they say, and it could cause some interesting conversations because you see, like a lot of our players, they take a very long time to make these decisions, but they're thinking about the moves that come after that, Ali.
Yeah, when you're in that moment, you just want to analyze every single little thing. If you have the time, why not give yourself the best out to think about every possible play? But yeah, competing as a team, it can get a little lonely sometimes when you're solo competing. So having your teammates by your side is a ton of fun, and it's definitely a different experience for these players.
Yeah, we were talking about how communication is important for these StarCraft teams where they're having to decide who goes out and fights alone. But in this case, the communication is constant. It's making sure that they're all in agreement, but they have a time limit in Hearthstone.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to the person who's piloting, I guess is what we say. Because if the rope comes out and, there's a couple different conflicting plays that you can make, it's really the person who's got, the mouse in hand, like they've just got to make the play and go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the next time that we're going to be back here, we're going to have a winner. So I'm going to turn to our expert, Ali, to make that choice. Who do you think will walk away as your Hearthstone ESPN Collegiate Esports Champion? It's a lot of pressure.
That's a lot of pressure. Oh, man.
Have you thought about this? Did I throw you under the bus?
I think you threw me under the bus a little bit here. I mean, I'm pulling for both. I think Minnesota might walk away the champion here, but I'd be super happy to see Georgia win as well. So I'm going to go for Minnesota, I think. Minnesota
did take out my Oregon friends.
Yes,
so
it's true.
I have to say that if they did that, then they have to win now.
Okay, so you're going for them specific. That's a good mentality to have because, Vancouver did just defeat New York in the Overwatch League. So because of that, I kind of need to root for Vancouver to win the whole thing. So yeah. I get it. I understand the thought process there. It's going to be a great matchup. So no matter what, we are going to be treated to some stellar Hearthstone. And I know everyone here is excited. It's time to crown our first of many ESPN Collegiate Esports Champions. And to be your storytellers for the action, we have Dr. J and Krona. Take it away.
Boy, Anna and Ali Straza. My name is Cora. I'm joined by Dr. Chikaniki at the desk. And we are going to be your guides through this first of many finals matches that we have here at the Collegiate Esports Championships. Georgia Tech taking on Minnesota Twin Cities. Now, Allie said that she thinks Minnesota's favored. I'm going to have to agree with her here, Jay.
Yeah, I think Minnesota just kind of brought that lineup that I really think was a strong call this tournament. You don't typically see these players bringing such an aggressive mech version of the Hunter. Typically, it's that mid-range Hunter that we've seen the other 3 teams bring, and I wouldn't be surprised if because they brought that mech Hunter, it gives them a huge advantage in this final series.
Yeah, I'm really, really worried about Georgia Tech's mage deck. I'm thinking if anything is going to falter for them, it is going to be that mage. It's not a super greedy style of summoner mage that would be very good against the warrior from Minnesota. It's a more anti-aggro style that I think is still going to struggle quite a bit against the mech hunter and the zoo warlock from Minnesota. Here we see our 3 gentlemen on the side of Minnesota Twin Cities, Shadeslayer, Azex, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Put in a lot of work, a lot of time to get to this point. 7 weeks of Swiss rounds these teams played through, and then we had playoffs, championship rounds, and finally they had to single elimination play through to get to this point, down to the top 4, and ultimately the top 2. And their opponents from Georgia Tech have also had to walk that road. We've got Punz Waterboy, Shiv Chopra, and Tommy Two Guns. We've actually gotten to know these guys quite well. We saw them a lot on stream in the playoff stage leading up to this event.
Yeah, just a great group of guys overall. They've been playing pretty consistently as well. We saw them kind of falter a little bit in the playoff stage when they got knocked down to the lower elimination bracket, but that didn't stop them at all. They kept going and eventually made it here to your final 4 teams. So with that resilience, I wouldn't be surprised to see them take it. It's just going to come down to the lineups, and I'm not a huge fan of the lineup they've got going into Minnesota. Their lineup is strong against a couple of other lineups, but I think Minnesota may have the advantage here in that.
Now, we had a chance to talk to Georgia Tech earlier on today, or at least I did, and discussing with them, why did you bring this Shaman deck? This is so out of left field. Nobody else would have even thought about bringing this aggressive Murloc Shaman. And they said, you know what? We only really planned for the semifinals. We knew what our opponents, Rochester Institute of Technology, were going to bring pretty much down to the deck. And we planned for that because we just wanted to make it to the finals. So whatever happens, happens here. But let's get right into game number 1. It's going to be the Mage for Georgia Tech, and Minnesota cranking out with that Zoo Warlock first up. And this is a phenomenal, phenomenal matchup for the Zoo. But Georgia Tech does have a couple of anti-aggro tech choices. They have Rabble Bouncer in their list, and as you can see there, they have Mind Control Tech.
Yeah, typically this is a really strong matchup for the Warlock just because Warlock goes so wide on board. And in the past, you would see Mage decks have a lot of forms of AoE, just area of effect, where they can kind of clear the board states that Warlock presents over and over. However, the issue is Georgia Tech's version of Mage is not the ones you've seen in the past that run Blizzard and Flame Strike, all of this, damage source that can clear boards. It's more of a minion-based version of Mage that capitalizes on playing, 1 to 2 large minions and snowballs out of control.
It's a deck that can be very, very good against Control Warrior, but unfortunately against wide board states like Zoo and Mech Hunter, it's going to struggle quite a bit more. But with a double MCT opener, they do have some interaction with a wide board early on. We'll just have to see, can they find some follow-up for this?
Yeah, one of the great things for Minnesota, though, is if they look at their board state and they say, you know what, maybe these 3 minions that we have on board is enough. They don't necessarily have to extend into the Mind Control tech. That's one of the, ways you can counterplay against certain decks. Minnesota does have the knowledge that there are Mind Control techs in Georgia Tech's deck. So if they have that knowledge, they can play around it accordingly. I mean, maybe they say, you know what, even if they Mind Control tech a 1-1, we can just play 5 minions this turn. It's not going to be that big of a deal.
I like the Coin Juggler here from Minnesota. They know that there's no early interaction from Georgia Tech. This Knife Juggler is safe. And at the very least, they're going to be able to get 2 knives off of it on the next turn. Most that Georgia Tech can do this turn is just ping it once, hope that they will have the ability to kill it in the near future, or try to capitalize on it being left on the board by getting that Mind Control tech activation.
I just smile every time I see a Coin Knife Juggler, especially in matchups where they can't do anything. Knife Juggler just pushes so much damage early. That's why it's one of my favorite cards.
Were you around when Knife Juggler was 3 attack?
Oh, of course I was around when Knife Juggler was 3 attack.
Good times.
I would put that in my control decks.
I think people would put that in every deck.
Just put this apple on your head.
We were spoiled. Soulfire was 0 mana. Leroy was 4. Knife Juggler had 3 attack. Abusive Sergeant was a 2-1.
Abusive Sergeant used to be a 2-1.
Zoo was broken.
It's still pretty good.
I like like not dropping that Abusive Sergeant just for early damage here. I think Minnesota maybe want to keep that in their back pockets for a nice trade later on just in case they need it.
Yeah, it's one of the great things about Abusive Sergeant is a lot of times, although it can push a lot of face damage early, it's more so used to get through maybe obnoxious taunt minions that the Zulok doesn't want to see. It's a very versatile effect in that it can be used as burn damage, but it can also be used in a pseudo way of removal. You see there that they put the Argent Squire onto the board because it has Divine Shield. If they need to go Abusive Sergeant on the following turn, they can put it onto the Argent Squire, and the Argent Squire will trade up without losing, you know, the body on board.
Bit of an awkward turn for Georgia Tech. If they ping away the Knife Juggler, then they're running the risk of not getting value out of a Mind Control tech on the following turn. They don't have a Dragon to activate the Fire Tree Witch Doctor or the Scale Worm right now, though. And they don't have a lot of those powerful cards that we're used to seeing in a Summoner Mage, like Book of Specters and Mountain Giant.
Runs out on me.
I honestly wouldn't be opposed to maybe just seeing a Voodoo Doll come out or this ping. I think those are two of the really only options. I think they need to save both Mind Control techs to kind of swing the board back. Voodoo Doll has a Death Rattle. As soon as it dies, whatever minion you target with it will also die. So although you want to save Voodoo Doll typically for large minions, the Zoo Warlock doesn't necessarily have too large of minions. The biggest minion they have is Sea Giant, and Sea Giant can only really come down if the board state's wide. So if Georgia Tech can play this in a way that they don't let the board state get too out of control, they can use the Voodoo Doll more liberally on something smaller. I may just have to use it on another Knife Juggler because, whew, Knife Juggler's scary. You cannot leave that minion around.
Yeah, but Minnesota have some decision-making to do here as well. They can just drop that second Knife Juggler alongside the Mecharoo, maybe, start to put on some more pressure, but that would be that 4-minion sweet spot, which activates Mind Control Tech's Battle Cry. If they can play around it, they would like to, but they also need to consider, well, you know, how much pressure is enough pressure. You got to ride that line.
All right, well, they're going to play into the Mind Control tech here. I think they realized, hey, look, our hand, although it's pretty decent right now, we're going to run out of gas pretty quickly. So if we don't play out our hand and just hope they don't have Mind Control tech and that Mind Control tech doesn't steal one of our more valuable minions, we may end up falling too far behind.
And remember, there's also running the risk of going too wide and discounting Rabble Bouncer too much, to the point where Georgia Tech could play Rabble Bouncer, which has a 7-mana base stat cost, but for every minion your opponent has on the board, it gets discounted by 1. So if they can play Rabble Bouncer and immediately use Conjurer's Calling on it, they get 2 7-cost minions, even though the Rabble Bouncer was much cheaper to actually play in this matchup.
Get in there, fight, maggot!
It's going to work out pretty well for Georgia Tech that they've held on to this Voodoo Doll. They're going to have the Voodoo Doll as an answer for the Sea Giant if it does come down next turn. Of course, you know, Georgia Tech's going to want to try and stop Minnesota from doing that because they don't want to necessarily dedicate their turn to playing that Voodoo Doll with their hero power. However, by the time the Sea Giant comes down, they will be able to go Voodoo Doll Conjurer's Calling, which is an insane tempo swing. Not only do you kill one of your opponent's minions, but you also get 2 3-drops of your own.
This is actually going to be a really nice turn for Georgia Tech as well. They've got the mana to play that second Mind Control tech and hero power. Minnesota, there's no reason for them to trade over the Mecharoo because then it just allows Georgia Tech to ping away the Knife Juggler instead of just one of the 1/1s.
What to do?
But then that means the Mecharoo is going to get some decent value here.
All right, Mind Control tech number 2. They're looking for that Knife Juggler.
And they hit it.
Ooh, they hit it.
And they get the knife from the Joey bot now. The Death Rattle of the Mecharoo. That's a big pull for Georgia Tech.
And honestly, I'm not opposed to just running the Sun Fury Protector out. You know you have a clean answer if they play Sea Giant next turn. And if they play Sea Giant, you basically win the game with how powerful your answer will be next turn. So maybe you even want to bait it out by playing another minion.
Plus, there's a 75% chance here that the knife from the Knife Juggler is going to hit a minion. You're very happy with any of these outcomes, although obviously picking off a 1/1 and then being able to trade over the Mecharoo into the other would be ideal.
All right, clean snipe from the Knife Juggler. Going to get one more.
Grim Rally is just a little bit too late for Minnesota.
All Minnesota can really do right here is play an 8-8, and we see that Georgia Tech has the best possible answer for this 8-8 currently in their hand.
Voodoo Doll, Conjurer's calling the Voodoo Doll. You get 2 more 3-drops. You get the knives for the Voodoo Doll and the minions that are summoned when you Conjurer's calling it. Minnesota are behind on board, and Zoo Warlock does not play well from being behind. And I was saying before we started, I was really worried about this mage deck from Georgia Tech. But a double MCT opener might just be getting them this win that they desperately needed.
Yeah, the mage was actually the one to look out for this series. The mage was the weakest part of Georgia Tech's lineup into Minnesota, and I think Georgia Tech knew that as well. So now that Georgia Tech basically has the win right here with this play, it is just opening up the floodgates for them to just do so much better. I mean, look at this play, Cora. Absurd.
They hit an Emperor Cobra, too. If Minnesota had a second Sea Giant, they would just have that answer already on board. Yeah, Minnesota doesn't come back from this. Georgia Tech is not low enough that Minnesota could, potentially get through a top minion and smork them down with Leroy Soulfire.
I'm trying to think. Maybe, I guess potentially they could go Scarabig with Evil Genius. They find an Ethereal Lackey. After they find that Lackey, maybe they find a way to clear the board, reset the game, and hopefully they can win from that point.
Hellfire, maybe?
Neither of those are Ethereal Lackey, though.
They could find Doomsayer off of the Faceless Lackey.
But they've just got the Emperor Cobra to clear it right up. Emperor Cobra having Poisonous, just as soon as it touches a minion, it dies.
Not lethal just yet for Georgia Tech, but they can set it up in 2 turns.
They do have to be a little wary, though. One thing they can potentially lose to if they're not careful is something like Grim Rally. So if Minnesota were to have Grim Rally in the hand, which we can see, it's waiting right around the corner, they have to be careful not to fall into that card.
But with the knives that they can generate this turn, the second Sun Fury Protector in hand, I don't think they ever need to put themselves at risk of being burned out from 19.
To be honest, if you're Georgia Tech here, I don't mind just maybe taking a trade or 2 and then just playing all your 2-drops. I like the ordering. They want to play their minions first as to increase the odds of the juggles hitting onto a minion. A Knife Juggler reads it will hit a random target whenever you play a minion, so it can be, one of these 6 minions currently on the board or face. So you want to play your minions before you make trades to try and increase the odds of them hitting other minions.
All right, so with this ping, Georgia Tech is going to forego using Conjurer's Calling this turn. But they are going to be able to protect both the Cobra and the Knife Juggler, which means they still have an answer to a Sea Giant.
They've also set up lethal next turn if Minnesota doesn't clear any of the boards, and we all know Zoo Warlock cannot clear boards. It is one of the decks that wants to play a board of its own and then take value trades with the minions it currently has. And right now, there is nothing that Minnesota can do. Georgia Tech is going to go to a 1-0 lead.
Well, Lightwell is something.
It is a card.
Doesn't heal you until the beginning of the turn, so unfortunately, it's not enough. But nice try. That's actually going to be a big, big point on the board for Georgia Tech here as they take a win with the Mage against the Zoo Warlock. One of Zoo Warlock's best matchups should be that Mage deck, but Georgia Tech was able to get on the board very early with Mind Control Tech. That second Mind Control Tech picking up the Knife Juggler, able to full clear the board, take it for themselves, and then, we saw just how little game Zoo Warlock has when it's playing from behind. That was a bit of a brutal loss for Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota was really hoping to pick up the win there, especially because their lineup almost, I wouldn't say hard targets, but their lineup overall consistently does well against that Mage. So now that the Mage just slid a win through, it's going to be an uphill battle for Minnesota now, as their matchups won't be as great as they just hit.
And I spoke to Georgia Tech about specifically that matchup earlier on today before we were coming over to the studio. I said, your mage looks like it's not really going to do too hot against their lineup. Against the Zoo, maybe you have a chance if you find the MC Techs and the Rabble Bouncers. And they're like, we built it this way because we think we can beat Warrior with it, and we want to have a better chance against some of the aggro decks. And we're still unfavored, but you know what? Anything can happen. It's Hearthstone. That's the beauty of it. So even though they came into that game distinctly unfavored, they overcame those odds, and now they're up 1-0.
It's one of the greatest things about Hearthstone as well, is a lot of the work these players have put in aren't necessarily in the games themselves. It's the time they spent weeks before preparing, putting the appropriate cards in their deck. For instance, that mage deck, they didn't necessarily need to run 2 mind control techs. Let's say they only ran, 1 mind control tech. That game would have been completely different, and we could have seen Minnesota winning it. But Georgia Tech, recognizing what matchups they might see, put 2 mind control techs in their list, a week ahead of time, and that is the reason they won that game.
It's a very intelligent build, and definitely the one that you're more likely to see, I would think, in competitive play, although on ladder, when you're running into a lot of Warriors, I do like a greedier version of that deck, but Georgia Tech are going to be very thankful that they did not bring that type this time around. But now we're going to be seeing the deck that has made quite a splash for Georgia Tech. They picked up a win with Murloc Shaman yesterday when everybody around them was kind of doubting it.
I see what you did there, Corey. You said splash because it's
I did.
Fish people.
It was a water-oriented word. Thank you, Jace, for noticing. But how does Murloc Shaman perform against the best anti-aggro deck in the game?
Whew. Well.
Is it going to drown, Jace? Is it going to swim?
You have to stop with these water puns. They're getting real fishy over here. I can't deal with them.
Georgia Tech are thirsty for a win. Can
Please,
you blame them?
Please stop, Cora. No, I can't blame them for being thirsty for a win because they're 2 wins off from winning this entire tournament.
There you go.
Cannot blame them.
Bit of a heavy hand for Georgia Tech, though. To win this matchup, you need to have a very resilient board of Murlocs very early on, because the longer the game goes, Minnesota's going to unlock Warpath and Brawl to be able to clear. So for Georgia Tech, they need to find Soul of the Murloc or Cold Light Seer to be able to build a really sturdy board very early.
Yeah, there's really 2 ways you can win this matchup as the Murloc Shaman. You either have to snowball this game so out of control in the early stage, and Warrior not having the answers. That typically doesn't happen too often. Warrior is the class that has the answers for these small board states. However, we can see in Georgia Tech's hand right now that they have a copy of Hagatha the Witch. Hagatha the Witch, every time you play a minion, you will get a random shaman spell to your hand. Now, another way they can win this matchup is by getting to Hagatha as early as possible and trying to win the game just by outvaluing the Warrior with shaman spells. It's another way you can win this matchup, but both ways aren't the greatest against Warrior.
I mean, but we saw yesterday Georgia Tech was able to generate something like 4 total Underbelly Anglers. They had Ghostlight Angler for echo effects, and then using that alongside Hagatha gets you all of those spells. There are a lot of value cards in this deck. It's just a matter of getting them together at the right time. And this deck doesn't do a great job of drawing cards.
Minnesota right there, probably thinking whether they wanted to use the Omega Assembly. Omega Assembly is very versatile in the early stages of the game. It allows you to discover a mech. Once you discover a mech, you get it to your hand and you can play it, as liberally as you want. Later on in the game, though, Omega Assembly has the ability that if you have 10 mana crystals, you get all 3 mechs that you would have discovered to your hand. So in this matchup, they don't necessarily need to wait till they have 10 mana crystals to use that card. So they were thinking that turn, would they rather have the 2 life gain from their hero power, or would they rather try and discover a mech to fight on board for the following turns? Now, I like the hero power personally because the Omega Assembly is 1 mana and you can try and fit it in your future turns.
So Storm Chaser is in this deck to pick up specifically Bloodlust or Reign of Toads. It draws you a 5-cost or higher shaman spell from your deck. That's really going to be the main type of tutor that they have in the build, as nothing else that they have actually will draw them additional cards. But it's not a bad inclusion. Does not have that Murloc tag, however, so you're not going to see it buff or be buffed. Execute pickup for Minnesota is really, really nice.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Omega Assembly execute this turn. You really need to answer the Murlocs before they snowball out of control. Murloc Tidecaller, every single time a Murloc gets played, it will gain +1 attack. So it's a very high priority threat in this deck, and there aren't too many good execute targets anyways. I think the biggest minion that Georgia Tech plays is that 4-mana 3/4 that they currently have in their hand. So execute, although you want to try and save it for something huge, there aren't big minions in Georgia Tech's deck. So you might as well use it on, something as threatening as this 3/3 right now.
Then this leads quite nicely into Coin Brawl or Coin Dynamatic on turn 5 if Georgia Tech go a little bit too wide. Although this 1/4 Toxfin does throw a bit of a wrench into the Dynamatic plans.
All right, rope's burning. They're not going to have much time to think about this. I like the Spring Rocket.
I like the targeted damage effect. Kaboombot maybe could clear 2 things, but it's random, so you don't know that that's going to be the case. Spring Rocket comes with a guarantee.
Yeah, Kaboombot works much better later on when you have Dr. Boom Mad Genius up, because it will give Kaboombot Rush. And when Kaboombot has Rush, you can kind of dictate where the 4 damage will go. Typically, it would be kind of random, but if you kind of single off 1 minion on the board and then trade that Kaboombot in, you can basically control the randomness.
Grimscare Oracle is immediate damage for Georgia Tech, but the Storm Chaser plays on curve. Also potentially draws you a Rain of Toads or a Bloodlust that you wouldn't want to pick up off the top of the deck, meaning that your next draw would be better.
And I'm a huge fan of playing how much mana I have, Cora. I'm seeing 4 = 4 right now.
It's so clean.
Was not a math major in college.
Nor was I.
Looks like Georgia Tech might be.
Militia Commander is very nice. Has Rush, gains +3 attack on the turn that you play it. They could use it to clear the Storm Chaser and still get to keep, a 2/2 on the board.
It's also great for them that they don't necessarily use the coin just yet. They really want to hold on to the coin for a potential play later on. The coin is really powerful when you can set up plays in your future turns. For instance, let's say Minnesota draws something like Dr. Boom Mad Genius. Well, the turn 6 in Warrior isn't the strongest. If they can skip turn 6 by just going straight to turn 7 by coining that card out, now that's a very strong play. So I like how Minnesota has not necessarily, used this coin in any way yet. I mean, they haven't really had a spot where they could use it, but I really like holding on to it for as long as possible.
I think this is the first turn where maybe you could justify coining out the Dynamatic. But I like them holding on to it. Very likely just to bridge one of those awkward mana turns for Warpath later on. And this is enough. I mean, Georgia Tech hasn't really been able to pressure effectively on the board. Minnesota haven't had to use their removal, which is a blessing.
Now, Georgia Tech doesn't necessarily have the strongest play this turn, but they can push a little bit of damage and clear up this Militia Commander with the Tidecaller plus Grimscale Oracle. And next turn, they'll have access to something like Rain of Toads. It'll then, overload them going into turn 7, but then turn 8, they will have probably the most powerful play in their deck against the Warrior.
Everything that I'm seeing Georgia Tech potentially doing this turn, though, does get quite punished by Warpath.
The issue with that, though, is they kind of have to commit into it.
Yeah.
A lot of times, players try and hold on to their resources to force their opponent, not to play a certain card, or they want to try and force that card out. But the issue is, a lot of times, you can't play around that card. You have to say, you know what, if the Warrior has it, I may lose this game. If they don't have it, I'm giving myself a better chance to win this game. It is about playing the odds.
They are actually going to show some restraint here, not play that Grimscale Oracle, trade in a way that means that they connect less damage face, but that they're a little bit more resilient to Warpath.
Resilient to Warpath, resilient to Dynomatic. plays around Brawl to a certain extent. Maybe they want to save this Grimscale Oracle later on for when they have Hagatha the Witch down. That way they can generate some Shaman spells.
True. It's the only minion they actually have access to right now. And I absolutely agree. Sometimes you need to just play like the removal isn't there because you're not going to win if it is. But I do kind of like this half measure from Georgia Tech. The Tidecaller is still enough pressure on board that if Minnesota has the removal here, they'll probably use it.
And Bloodlust is still quite a bit of damage next turn, especially if they couple it with the Grimscale Oracle. I really like the resilience from Minnesota, really holding on to their strong area of effect removals.
Is that second Bloodlust for Georgia Tech? Oh my.
I will say though, Bloodlust is only really strong when you have a board. And it's going to be a couple turns with Georgia Tech to have this board, maybe.
I mean, Bloodlust is a card that a lot of players will only want to use Bloodlust when they can win the game with it. Right now, this is 5 mana for 9 damage. And that's really good. We normally have to pay 10 mana for 10 damage in this game. So
I know, I've seen Rogues try and do 23 damage with 9 mana.
Rogue's a special case. Shaman at least has to play by the rules. So you have to think.
You saying Rogue doesn't play by the rules?
I say Rogue has a card that costs 0 mana and gives them -3 mana on another card. So yes, I don't think they play by the rules.
Also have cards called Backstab. That doesn't seem fair.
I think using 1 Bloodlust right now is not a bad idea. It doesn't extend your board further into Brawl, whereas Reign of Toads would. And I think right now Reign of Toads could actually be a good reload for them.
Rogue also has a card called Cheap Shot.
It's quite literally a cheap shot.
I guess Rogue doesn't play fair now that I think about it. I like the use of Bloodlust here, though.
This is some good forethought from Georgia Tech. It's very unlikely that they're going to have a board going into turn 10 where they can double Bloodlust and win the game. But maybe they can get some decent value out of that second Bloodlust and finish the game up.
All right, well, I'm looking at a pretty clean Dynamatic turn. It will leave up either a 1-1, a 2-1, or a 3-1. But just leaving up 1 minion and then having access to Ziliax on the following turn seems good enough to me.
Oh, and when you clear up the Grimscale, then you lose 1 attack on the top.
Exactly.
And the Cold Light as well. Minnesota are at 14, though. That's quite scary. The little bit of reprieve being that there's only 1 charge minion that Georgia Tech is playing, and that's the Bluegill Warrior, I believe. Unless they have sneakily snuck a Leroy Jenkins into the deck.
I don't think they have. I think from Minnesota's side, I would have much rather seen the Dynamatic that turn. You leave up 1 minion, but you give yourself a 3/4 that Georgia Tech is going to ignore. Once they ignore it, you can then put the Ziliax onto that and gain 6 life instead of the 3 that they just gained now. Now, the Ziliax may end up gaining 6 life in the long run, but I think I would have preferred to have the larger body on the board for the following turn because Ziliax does have Magnetize, and what that allows it to do is the magnetic effect puts it onto another mech, making a bigger mech and combining both of the stats.
Yeah, if your Dynamatic lives, you magnetize Ziliax onto it, suddenly you can attack for 6 immediately, and you gain 6 life.
I wonder.
So this seems like a bit of an overreaction for Minnesota, I'll say. They're at 14, there's nothing on Georgia Tech's board, or there would be 1 thing on Georgia Tech's board after the turn, but they would still not be at risk of dying.
All right, for Georgia Tech here, I think it's a change of game plans. I think you just hero power pass and you try and get there with Hagatha the Witch. If you go Reign of Toads this turn, the issue with Reign of Toads is you overload yourself to where you cannot play Hagatha on the following turn. Now, Shaman is one of the unique classes that has these cards called Overload that they're so powerful at their mana cost. For instance, 6 mana summon 3 2/4s is a very strong card. It's so strong, in fact, that they kind of punish you on the following turn for playing it. They make sure that you can't use 3 of your mana crystals next turn.
It's the credit card of Hearthstone. You buy now, you pay later. 3 2/4s would normally be about 9 mana, so you spend 6 of it now and you're getting punished for 3 of it on the next turn. But Minnesota are running out of cards in hand. Archivist Elysiana is not something that they're going to want to play because they have such a good tool in their deck still in the form of Dr. Boom Mad Genius. Omega Assembly is not going to be online for another couple of turns. The Tasty Fin's a really good pickup for Georgia Tech as well. Just anything to give them more Murlocs, to give them more spells from the hero power from Hagatha the Witch. And we know they've still got some really good combination Murlocs in the deck. The Underbelly Anglers, the Ghostlight Anglers generate even more minions, which generate even more spells now. And a lot of those spells deal direct damage in the Shaman class.
All right, what was originally starting to look out as an aggro versus control matchup has now turned into a value matchup. Both of these teams are going to try and get as much value out of their cards as possible. Georgia Tech is going to play minion after minion, giving them spell after spell in hopes that those spells are strong enough to get them there in the long run.
This is just looking like a hero power pass turn for Minnesota.
I mean, they really can't do much else. The good thing for Minnesota, though, is if any deck doesn't mind hero power passing, it is probably Warrior. They just get 2 free life, they save the removal for future turns. They're just chilling.
Earthshock in this build is just a way to bypass taunt, mostly. You don't want to have to trade your minions if you don't have to.
All right, I think the start, you typically want to play your lowest cost minions first, because if you get one of the higher cost shaman spells, you may want to consider casting that. For instance, there's a card called the Stormbringer, and it is 7 mana. So if they play the Murloc Tidehunter first, and they get the Stormbringer, they may want to play that over playing just another minion.
The Stormbringer is one of my favorite cards in Hearthstone. Usually, it's a bit of a disappointment. The average stat line for legendary minions in the game right now is not great, but sometimes you do just high roll. You get Tyrion Ford Ring and like Karen Bloodhoof, and then what does the Warrior do against that? But I think Georgia Tech here is going for a Bloodlust setup. If Minnesota does not have Brawl or Second Warpath, then they have a really hard time actually clearing the Toads.
Yeah, and I think I like the Brawl here. Brawl is just too clean right now. You know they have at least one random Shaman spell. Even if the other 3 are minions, you can probably beat the minions with your Dynamatic plus Darius Crowley on the following turn. So I think this might be one of the widest board states you see in some time, especially being 2/4s. Typically, if the Murloc Shaman goes wide, it's going to be a bunch of 2/1s, maybe some 2/2s, and you can clear those up easier with Dynamatic than you can with Brawl.
Yeah, this is definitely a higher health board than you're usually going to see from a Shaman.
I wonder.
Well, at least a Murloc Shaman. Control Shaman goes quite tall. But Minnesota taking their time. These guys are really patient players. And overall, we've been very impressed with their quality of play over the course of this tournament. Not just this weekend, of course. These players have been playing for the last several months to get to this point. They've been very consistent throughout. And they're actually going to opt to not Brawl this turn.
This tells me that they want to try and use their minions for removal first. They're trying to holding out on Brawl for a last-minute answer. Or maybe even they have the foresight to think, hey, look, if they get something like the Stormbringer, Darius Crowley and Dynamatic may not answer that. We may need a Brawl for that.
Shield Slam is a really high-value card in a lot of matchups. This is not necessarily one of them. Whereas the only AoE that Minnesota has right now is that Brawl, and they're going to want to save it until as late as they possibly can. That's the card we were talking about, folks. There's a lot of spells in the Shaman class, but it does seem like this one comes up quite frequently.
Just a Prophet, Cora. I don't know. You casted with me a lot during the regular season, and most of the things I would talk about came to reality.
There were definitely some weeks where I was wondering if you were writing the script.
They don't call me Dr. Nostradamus for nothing. Actually, no one calls me.
Emphasis on they. I do not.
Please,
I will never.
Actually, please don't call me that. That sounds really bad. I do not like that name.
It's not great, Jay. Jikaninki is hard enough.
Okay, don't call me that
either. Let's not make it worse.
All right, here's what I was talking about earlier. Omega Assembly, now that they have 10 mana crystals, it will give them 3 mechs instead of just the 1. Powerful, powerful late game tool.
Slam with the Dynamatic is the perfect 5 health total on the board for Dynamatic to pull clear.
I will say, though, for Minnesota, they're going to need to find Dr. Boom Mad Genius pretty quickly. Although they do have a lot of minions in their hand. They're going to be able to combat the board pretty well. Eventually what's going to happen is these Shaman spells could overrun Minnesota. And if they don't have the value in Dr. Boom Mad Genius, Agatha the Witch could get the better of them.
Big Bad Voodoo generates a minion when your minion dies. Soul of the Murloc generates minions when your minion dies. All of that works really well with Bloodlust and makes a Brawl very difficult to use effectively. 14 cards remaining for Minnesota, 13 for Georgia Tech. Minnesota's going to win in Fatigue because of Archivist Elysiana, but that is irrelevant in this matchup. If we get to that point, the Shaman's not going to win anyway. But still, we have not seen a lot of those big value-generating cards from Georgia Tech. They haven't found the Underbelly Anglers. They haven't found any way to really, build that big board that we were talking about. That's a pretty good Stormbringer, actually.
I'm actually impressed they went for the Stormbringer that early. They could have gone for War Leader, Cold Light Seer, gotten themselves 2 more spells, and then gone Soul of the Murloc. And then hoped that they baited out something like a Brawl, and after that, they then go Stormbringer. I actually think that might have been, a little bit too early.
It's an expensive card to use. Georgia Tech were maybe thinking, we want to get value out of this when we can. We're kind of afraid that the further we go, maybe this is just going to sit dead in our hand. And again, this is, stat-wise, a fairly good Stormbringer.
What now?
They did just see Minnesota use a Shield Slam just a couple turns ago. But they've not seen Brawl yet. Magnetize the Missile Launcher, Weapons Project, and Execute. They're going to take 7, but that's okay. They gain 6 off of the Weapons Project anyway. This does, however, give Georgia Tech the weapon available to just go ahead and clear that Dynamatic.
Going to go ahead and draw first, see what they get.
That is what they have been looking for.
Woo.
They are really hesitant to play these Murlocs in hand because as soon as they do, they're thinking if we draw Underbelly Angler, suddenly we have a card that we can't get its full value out of.
So the question is, do they Underbelly Angler this turn? They could go Underbelly Angler, one of the 3 mana cards, and the Grimscale Oracle as well. And I think they're going to go for it.
Ghost Light
boy,
Angler.
I would hold that for a turn. I think I would go for the Cold Light Seer first.
Like this, it's not too wide. If Minnesota have Brawl, they probably don't want to play Brawl here because it's only 3 minions. It keeps Georgia Tech right at that perfect 9 cards in hand position so they don't burn their next draw. And they picked up some really, really good cards at that. Ghostlight Angler has Echo, which means you can play it up to 5 times in a single turn, generating up to 5 spells from Hagatha. Reign of Toads is 3 minions at once, and everything right now is leading up to Georgia Tech, hopefully being able to play that Bloodlust and get a lot of damage off of it. But we see Minnesota has picked up the best card in their deck, finally.
Suiting up. Pretty good hero power as well. Allows them to hero power down the Underbelly Angler, use their weapon to clear it up.
They were always going to be able to clear the Underbelly Angler this turn because the Clockwork Goblin now has Rush. Dr. Boom Mad Genius gives all of your mechs Rush for the remainder of the game. So they could have just played it, run it over, cleared up the Angler. But this way they get to keep it and trade with it later on.
Like I said, this game went from an aggressive deck against a control deck to now 2 decks just playing the value game.
This is going to be quite a grind, actually, because now you have Minnesota with all of their mechs also being removal. They do have Archivist Elysiana to use if at some point they feel like their deck's quality is not high enough. They're going to be discovering mechs every so often from Delivery Drone. But Georgia Tech just has so much spell generation. They do need to bait out this first Brawl at some point.
kind of like the Rainatoads here. Puts on enough pressure, you only play one card out of your hand, and you bait out the Brawl.
They're kind of experiencing something that we haven't seen since Shutterwalk Shaman, which is hand size issues from Agatha the Witch. It just does not really happen nowadays. But Georgia Tech obviously can get up to 5 spells with that Ghostlight Angler, but they do need to free up some hand space first. This, however, is a board that is not going to be cleared just by a copy of Brawl. And this is really scary. Minnesota's down to 26. They can go to 31 with that shield block that was picked up.
All right, they're going to go discover a mech first. All these mechs aren't bad in certain scenarios.
Dynamatic would have been wonderful if they had it, you know, on 10 mana this turn. They could have brawled, played the Dynamatic, cleared up the 1/1s. 8 mana is going to be a little harder.
Right now, I think they take the Dynamatic, and I think they try and figure out how they live for one turn through a Bloodlust, because they've already seen one Bloodlust, and they know there's another one waiting around the corner in the deck. Now, they can either play it in hopes that their opponent doesn't have the second Bloodlust naturally, or they didn't find it off the Hagatha, and I think that's how they have to play the game right now.
Safeguard is 10 health worth of taunt. They can clear up a Toad with it immediately. They can rush over the Eternium Rover just to gain 2 life.
And I honestly think they should do that. All right, the real question here is Bloodlust lethal? They can go War Leader Bloodlust.
Toxfin to clear up the Vault safe.
They would still have to dedicate at least 2 attacks. That means they have 3 minions left over to attack with. Even if they get the highest attack minions, I don't believe it's enough just yet. They're getting close. But that Vault safe is putting a huge roadblock in the way for Georgia Tech.
So maybe you just hold off this turn, use the Toxfin to clear up the Safeguard, and then because the Vault Safe has 0 attack, you just trade minions over it. Nah, they are going to go for it. They were overloaded this turn, so you can't go with the War Leader and the Bloodlust and the Toxfin.
So what this tells me here is Georgia Tech felt that this was the best time to use Bloodlust, that they would never have a board that size again, and I honestly cannot blame them. I mean, Warrior just has so much removal, and they saw Minnesota just not remove that board last turn, which either indicates that they don't have the removal, which if they don't, they're going to win this game, or they're being as resilient as possible holding on to this removal, and Georgia Tech is going to get rewarded for using that Bloodlust there.
There also is just a fair amount of time for Georgia Tech to generate another Bloodlust.
That is true.
It's definitely possible they could find it. They picked up Rockbiter Weapon, which is 3 more damage.
Maybe not even another Bloodlust, but just more Stormbringers, more
Soul of the Murlocs,
Spirits,
just
more Rain
stuff
of
to
Toads.
keep a board in play. Arena Fanatic is not the best 4-drop, but at least the Grimscale survives.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Clockwork Goblin plus the hero power here now. Clears up the majority of the board. I guess you could go Dynamatic, but there is a chance for Dynamatic to whiff pretty hard.
This would be a good time. I love that
This is a very high-value micro squad. But Minnesota is going to go for the Dynamatic. The Dynamatic has Rush, remember. And Minnesota are going to value 1 health on their Dynamatic versus 1 health on their face here. Which, having seen both Bloodlusts, seems fine to me. Second Soul of the Murloc pickup, however. Minnesota have just used their Brawl. They used 1 Warpath earlier on. So they do still have 1 copy of each in the deck, but not in the hand right now.
Trying to think if there's any lethal outs here.
I mean,
for instance, if they go Murloc War Leader, they could find Wind Fury.
You're thinking kill them this
I'm
turn.
thinking trying to kill them this turn. They are at 13 life.
If they find Wind Fury, then they have a 6 attack little Murloc that can attack twice. Close, but not quite. If they go wide and throw Soul of the Murloc onto the board, then they do have that Murloc War Leader next turn as sort of a pseudo Bloodlust.
So it looks like that's what they're going for. They're going for a safer line of play here by just playing out. They might even Rockbiter Weapon their face just to protect these 2/4s, and I kind of like it. Oh no, they're just pushing it face. What an aggressive
Very
play.
aggressive. Minnesota can shield block to try to find second brawl. If they pick up Warpath, they're not going to have enough mana to use it as many times as they need.
So this is where the game for Minnesota gets incredibly hard. They have a couple of different lines of play. They could try and discover a mech. Maybe there's potentially a mech like Security Rover that could get them there. They could then maybe potentially shield block this turn to try and find that Brawl or Warpath that you were mentioning on the following turn. There are two very distinctive, different branching lines of play here, and Minnesota has to run the numbers in their head to determine what line of play wins them the game more often.
Bronze Gatekeeper has Taunt and 5 health.
They've also already seen the Earthshock from Georgia Tech's side. I mean, that doesn't stop them from finding another Earthshock, but at least for now, they know that this Bronze Gatekeeper might end up getting them there.
Access denied.
Even going to use the Slam just to draw another card.
They pick up the Warpath for next turn, which means if they're not dead, they can clear the board. And it's actually really smart of them to not clear any of these Toads, because these Toads are not Murlocs, which means they're not buffed by Murloc War Leader. When they death rattle into those 1/1 Murlocs from Soul of the Murloc, those get buffed by the War Leader.
That was really great recognition from Minnesota. You would have thought, exactly like you were mentioning, Cora, well, why wouldn't they clear up one of these Toads with that minion? Well, they are exactly playing around the War Leader that Georgia Tech has in its hand. Georgia Tech right now is trying to see if there's any way they get lethal this turn. Another Stormbringer.
Shaman does some absolutely wild things. I'm really glad that Georgia Tech brought this. This is not a deck that I was expecting to see this weekend, but it is performing better than I ever thought that it could. On paper, aggro versus control should not end well for the aggro deck, but this has a surprising amount of late game. So this board is going to be cleared by the Warpath. But that's going to take all 10 mana for Minnesota.
So I think the real question now is there another way to clear this board without the Warpath?
If they hero power the Toad, they can then Warpath 3 times.
They could also Warpath once and then play the Dynamatic.
Okay.
I think whatever they do this turn, they need to get something on the board to fight minions. And it looks like that's what they're going for here. All right, looks like they just want to utilize the Warpath as much as possible.
Regardless,
they... for good measure.
Oh yeah, might as well. Regardless, they weren't going to be able to push that 3 damage face if they wanted to clear the board.
I thought with that initial line of play, they were trying to play the Dynamatic, and Underbelly Angler number 2 gets picked up. That is so much value Georgia Tech has.
Is this the Ghostlight turn?
I might go for another Underbelly turn. The thing is,
yeah, with
Underbelly,
Ghostlight. That's
no, not with Ghostlight. I would probably go with War Leader and Cold Light.
Okay.
Because I think the turn you play the Ghostlight Anglers is the turn.
Jace, I see lethal.
Do you? Do you now?
Feral Spirit, Stormbringer, King Crush Leroy. Let's go. Just get him. Throw Grom Hellscream in there for good measure. Doesn't matter.
Don't think that's how that works.
There's the Bloodlust.
Another Bloodlust.
And that is one that Minnesota cannot possibly know to prepare for.
All right, I believe they're going to get the spell first. No, they actually get the Murloc first. So they're going to miss on the last spell, but I mean, just getting an extra 2/2 is fine.
They can choose to zap one of their Murlocs if they don't want to miss their draw off the top of the deck. But with the second Murloc War Leader and the second Angler in hand already, there's not much that they would mind ditching.
They've only got 9 cards in their hand, Cora.
Oh, you're absolutely right. You're right, because the Echo happens first. Yeah, best of all the worlds.
This would be a good time for a
5 cards left for Georgia Tech, 5 cards left for Minnesota. It is coming down to the wire. As soon as both these players draw through their entire deck, what will end up happening is they'll start taking fatigue damage.
But Minnesota has Archivist Elysiana, which means that they can put 10 fresh cards into their deck, prevent fatigue. And I was saying, when we get to that point, the Warrior wins, but, I mean, Georgia Tech will still have another couple of boards when we get to that point, it looks like. So it might not be as black and white as that. It's hard to grind out a Warrior with Dr. Boom Bad Genius.
Georgia Tech needs to do it if they want to win this game. Oh, is that, how much damage is that?
Bluegill, Bloodlust.
War Leader.
They can't play, oh, yeah, they can. 7 damage.
So they are 2 damage off lethal. And unfortunately for them, Zap, although it does deal 2 damage, it can only go to a minion.
A path dimly lit.
I honestly wouldn't be opposed to just seeing Bluegill come out first. You might just find lethal this turn with a random shaman spell. And you still have gas afterwards.
Yeah. Lava Burst would be lethal.
They're just going for 2 legendary minions.
Hey, Shutterwalk. Now they could Blazing Invocation, and they could hit Youthful Brewmaster, and they could pull that Shutterwalk back. And now we're playing Shutterwalk Shaman. Oh, Super Collider would be so clean, but they would go down to 3.
They can't afford to do that.
This would be a good time for a master plan.
They are dead if they do that. You could brawl.
The issue with Brawl here is you are dead to 2 cards that Georgia Tech runs in their... I'm sorry, with Super Collider, you are dead to 2 cards currently that Georgia Tech still has in their deck. You are dead to the second Bluegill and the second War Leader. I think the winning line of play here is to brawl and hope your 3-4 lives.
This would be a good time.
I know there's a second Ghost Light Angler in the deck too, though.
You could also play the Owl to increase your odds. This makes it a 50-50 chance. They need one of their minions to live here.
If they don't, then they are dead. Oh, that looked like a happy gesture from Minnesota. The Owl survives. And that means that for the time being, they are safe. And Delivery Drone is second best hero power. Well, maybe best hero power. It depends. Blast Shield gives them 7 armor guaranteed, which would be really good with the Shield Slam, but maybe they pick up Omega Devastator. Maybe they pick up something with Taunt. Ziliax, for instance. Heck of a lot better than Kaboom.
Surprised they haven't tried to go for Blazing Invocation yet. They could actually hit Windspeaker because it is a Shaman battle cry. And they could then play Bluegill, War Leader. And then the Windspeaker.
Mm-hmm.
And that is
8
damage. They could just push that face.
And Blazing Invocation can also find Leroy.
Ooh, it can, because Leroy technically does have a battle cry.
Mm-hmm.
Now
You
that's
also
sneaky.
find Shutterwalk.
Shutterwalk would
Pretty
be
good card.
absolutely insane.
We could also see just potentially an Underbelly Angler turn here.
All right, they don't have much time. They have to go in on something here. I like pushing it face as well.
Oh my gosh, 2 more Cold Light Seers picked up.
All right, if you're Minnesota, you got to discover a mech. You got to discover something good. On the bright side for Minnesota here, they've now seen...
Ooh.
Scrap Hound's pretty good.
Dynamatic's pretty good as well.
The issue is I think you have to play Devastator this turn, so it might have to be the Scrap Hound. It also gives you a bit of life gain. The good thing for Minnesota here is they have now seen the Bluegill Warrior from the deck. So they now know that there is no other charge minion that has not been randomly generated. They've seen both charge minions, so they can play accordingly now.
Yes, but they did just see 2 additional Murlocs get generated from the Underbelly Angler, and there are 6 randomly generated spells in hand. Although, if Lava Burst was in hand, they probably would have seen it by now. If Lightning Bolt was there, they probably would have seen it. So at this point, you can't play around everything that the Shaman class has to offer. You kind of just need to do your thing and hope that they don't have it.
Are they going to shield slam this? I think that's a bit ambitious. I think they were considering it.
That's a bad hero power. Rockbiter weapons, 3 more damage. You can put Ancestral Spirit onto your Murloc War Leader if you really want it to survive. 3rd Stormbringer for good measure, just because why not? You know, Dr. Boom Mad Genius gets a lot of people talking these days, but I feel like in that conversation, we're forgetting about Hagatha the Witch.
As crazy as it is, Minnesota can still just get there. It's quite a battle. It is quite an uphill battle. But I would never bet against Warrior.
There's still a lot of boxes to open here for Georgia Tech, though. I mean, what's in the Blazing Invocation? What's in the Stormbringer with the Feral Spirit? We've seen that happen twice already this game. Why not one more?
Ooh, Coppertail Imposter is really good because it has stealth. Means that Minnesota won't be able to interact with it.
Town Crier picked up very late in the game. Minnesota are only running 1 copy of Town Crier. I believe they only have 1 Militia Commander in the deck as well, so I think they've picked up all their Rush minions already.
This would be a good time for a master plan.
They have to utilize every card here. I'm trying to think if they have... Do they have another Militia Commander in the deck? Or have they used both already?
I think they've only got the 1. Remember, they've got 2 Executes in the deck. They have Darius Crowley. They have 2 Slams. They've had to make some concessions. Yeah, they've only got the 1 Commander in the deck.
Well, they have to use the Shield Slam here and hit into the War Leader.
And they are going to be able to full clear. They'll lose the Omega Devastator, which hurts. They have a 2nd Omega Assembly in the deck, right?
No, they used one earlier. They used one on
both?
Turn, I think it was like 3 or 4.
Shoot. That is disappointing. Well, Delivery Drone is probably the best hero power they could get. Especially now that they've used the Shield Slam and Blast Shield would just be 7 mana.
I like the Coppertail this turn. Coppertail has stealth as long as it can connect face once. I think they do have to be a little careful now that they see Delivery Drone up. Delivery Drone allows Minnesota to discover a mech. Now, there is a mech in the game that can heal them. The only way it can heal them, though, is if Georgia Tech gives them something to trade into.
So as long as they don't put a minion on the board that doesn't have stealth, Eternium Rover, Vicious Scraphound, and Zilliax cannot gain life immediately.
They are 1 damage off lethal right now.
Rockbiter Weapon plus Feral Spirits is 4. Can Ancestral your Coppertail, Frost Shock the face so Super Collider can't swing.
I like that a lot. I like the Frost Shock here. All right, Minnesota is going to need a miracle mech here.
Weapons Project is 6 life. I mean, Omega Devastator is one of the best, but would you call it a miracle?
It's not good enough.
I don't think so.
Spark Drill doesn't get them there either, and they cannot play Boom Reaver this turn, even if they wanted to.
This would be a good time for a master plan.
That's your job, Dr. Boom, not ours. bloodlust of the game is going to get Georgia Tech across the finish line here. We're going to see them go up to a 2-0 advantage in two matchups that it looked like they weren't favored in. That was a hell of a game.
That is insane to see. Two matchups for Georgia Tech that they are unfavored on paper in. They have turned into wins. And right now they are 2-0 up against Minnesota.
The reason that they were able to win that game is because they had a turn 8 Hagatha the Witch, which meant that every minion they played from then on out gave them a random spell from the Shaman class. And since the last rotation happened, the Shaman class has actually cut a lot of the fat from the spells that they have available to them, and we've gotten rid of some of the less useful spells in the class. And here you can see very early on Minnesota used their first Omega Assembly, so this was their post-turn 10 Omega Assembly. They did not get full value out of both of them, but to their credit, they never thought that the game would be going as long as it did.
And you could just see how crazy Hagatha the Witch can get. In the clip before, they had 3 cards in hand. We are now looking at 2 turns later where they have an entire board and 8 cards in hand.
I think Georgia Tech used their bloodlusts this game really, really wisely. They used that first one for 9 damage just in case they didn't end up going long and getting the resources necessary to be able to grind this game out to fatigue, which ultimately they did. But had they not, that first bloodlust very early would have been their best bet at closing out the game before it got to this point. You can see here the third bloodlust was the lucky bloodlust, and that's getting Georgia Tech through to game number 3 with a 2-0 advantage here. They got their mage out of the way. That was the deck that we were thinking was going to be really tough for them to get a win with. They got the shaman out of the way, which Minnesota were, I want to say, underestimating. I went up to them yesterday. I was like, who's going to win? And they said, well, we don't have Murloc Shaman. No, they do not.
Look what Murloc Shaman did. It got the win under its belt, even with that Hagatha the Witch. What an insane game, too. I'm getting ready for this next game.
This is a very nice finals we've got going on here. I want to see Minnesota get on the board, though. We are going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to find out if they can get that first win or if Georgia Tech are going to take it in a 3-0 sweep, their second one of the weekend. We'll be right back.
PlayStation.
Want free Chipotle? Join Chipotle Rewards. Whether in the restaurant, ordering ahead, or getting it delivered, you can earn points towards free Chipotle. Join now.
The Pro Wireless Gaming Mouse is built to the exacting standards of some of the world's top esports professionals. Pro Wireless Gaming Mouse is built for extreme performance and includes the latest and most advanced technologies available. Featuring Lightspeed technology, Pro Wireless overcomes the limitations of latency and is also equipped with the latest version of the Hero sensor, the highest performing and most efficient gaming sensor. The Logitech G635 is a premium gaming headset with large 50mm Pro G drivers. LightSync RGB lighting is fully customizable and reacts to in-game action. For maximum immersion, TTS Headphone X 2.0 surround sound creates precise in-game positional awareness. Hear enemies sneaking up behind you and enjoy the full cinematic experience of your favorite games on your favorite Logitech devices.
Welcome back, everybody, to the grand finals of the Hearthstone Collegiate Championships, where we are currently witnessing a 2-0 lead for Georgia Tech over the University of Minnesota Twin Cities. And it was in 2 games that we thought they should not be favored in, but they managed to pull out wins in both of them, and now they're on match point here. They need to win one more game, and they will take home the entire tournament title.
Yeah, it's one of those times where you look on paper, you think about it, you're like, wow, this is like a 70% matchup that the Warriors should win. It's like a 80% matchup that the Warlocks should win. But Georgia Tech, they said, you know what, forget the paper, we're winning these games. And that's what they did.
20% of the time, 30% of the time, they're still going to win. And that's what they went into this series understanding. They realized that they were the underdogs, but you can't ever count anybody out in the game of Hearthstone. It's just not the way that the game works. And so far, they managed to overcome some odds. They're going to see if they can do it one more time, just one more game, and Georgia Tech will be the champions here. But University of Minnesota, they've gotten a little unlucky so far. So maybe they can flip the script here. They can get that first point on the board, and they can try to go for that reverse sweep. But we're going to be getting into game number 3. Georgia Tech left with their Rogue deck. Minnesota going to bring out the Warrior first. They need to beat this Rogue 3 times in a row, and the Warrior is going to be their best matchup, so they might as well bring it out first.
I will say, though, if there is one deck I do not want to try and beat 3-0, it is definitely Rogue. We've talked so much this tournament about how Rogue is the most oppressive class in Hearthstone right now. And the fact that Minnesota has to reverse sweep it. They have to beat this Rogue 3 times in a row in order to be your champions. I couldn't think of a better storyline if Minnesota takes this.
It's a scary, scary thought, and I'm sure that Minnesota right now are trying their best to not be psyched out because this is looking like an impossible task in front of them. But I think it's really good that they've given themselves a solid matchup here first. Obviously, they need to beat the Rogue with all 3 of their classes. It doesn't matter what they went in with first, but if they can get that point on the board, get the Warrior win, maybe they can boost the morale a little bit, get their spirits up, and then they'll be on top of their game for the next 2 games. But even still, we can see Heist and Togwaggle in the hand for Georgia Tech is going to be an inclusion in the Tempo Rogue that you're not usually going to see, but it's one that does give it a little bit of a better chance against Control Warrior.
They've even got Evil Cable Rat. Evil Cable Rat's a 2-mana 1/1, very weak on first glance, but what it does is it gives them a lackey to their hand. And Heist and Togwaggle, the 6-mana legendary minion in their hand, only works with lackeys. You cannot just play him as a 6-mana 5/5. You have to have a lackey on your side of the board. So it makes sense that Georgia Tech includes these minions that generate lackeys.
I mean, you can play him as a 6-mana 5/5.
You can, Cora, but
you are cheating yourself out of some awesome treasures.
Right now, Georgia Tech probably has one of the better hands for the matchup. The highest win rate cards against Warrior are Heist Baron Togwaggle and Myra's Unstable Element, and they have both of those cards currently in their hand.
Interesting. There are ways that they can get multiple Heist Baron Togwaggle activations. They don't have Shadow Step in the deck, so they can't just play the Togwaggle and Shadow Step it. But they can try to set up a situation where they can break Waggle Pick and get a 50-50 Death Rattle onto the Heist Baron Togwaggle. Again, because you have to play the Togwaggle with a lackey on your board, so it's never going to be the only card. Minnesota will not let that happen.
So typically the way Warrior wins this matchup is they run the Rogue out of resources. Warrior is one of the most versatile classes with its removal. They have so many removal in the form of minions, spells, and then just hero powers once they get to Dr. Boom Mad Genius. So with that, they're going to try and run Georgia Tech out of cards. The issue is, however, like we were mentioning, Myra's Unstable Element and Heist Baron Togwaggle just give Georgia Tech so many more cards that it's going to be very difficult for Minnesota to remove everything.
Goblin Lackey gives a minion +1 attack and rush. Witchy Lackey transforms a friendly minion into one that costs 1 more. Traditionally, the Rogue is looking specifically for the Ethereal Lackey, which discovers a spell from the class. In this matchup, Togwaggle Scheme, Daring Escape, and Shadow Step would all be really good because you can use them to get additional Heist Baron Togwaggle activations.
So right now, Georgia Tech's board is not that scary. They just have a 1-1, a 2-2, a 1-5. It's not very intimidating. The one thing with Rogue, though, is they can flip the switch on how scary their board gets pretty quickly. Not only that, but a lot of the threat in Rogue is the cards in hand. Things like Leroy Jenkins, things like Shadow Step, things like this Waggle Pick, where they can just keep bouncing damage back and forth. We saw in a game earlier between Oregon and Minnesota, they had Leroy and Shadow Step, and they had 23 burst damage in their hand with only 3 cards.
That game was so insanely close. The entire time we were looking at Minnesota, they were warpathing their rovers. They Omega Devastator 2 Eternium rovers just for more armor, and it was looking like they were going to have a surplus of armor, that they didn't need to do those things. And then the second Shadow Step was picked up, and then suddenly they were alive by 2 life. Georgia Tech are going to go ahead and commit this Waggle Pick. They could have gone for like a Witchy Lackey raiding party play, but they're just going to keep putting on pressure as much as they can. If this Waggle Pick brings back the Evil Miscreant, that's 2 more lackeys for Georgia Tech.
As a Rogue player, you really want to time this Waggle Pick in a way that it makes it very awkward for your opponent to play something like Weapons Project. Now, Minnesota is going to play the Weapons Project here no matter what, and they actually get one of the most fortunate bounces there. I think they would have rather seen that get bounced back over the other 2 minions.
The death rattle of the Waggle Pick just being that randomized Shadow Step effect. Georgia Tech is playing Cold Bloods, which means they have a little bit more damage than the average Rogue deck would.
Cold Blood Rogue. Now that card used to cost 1 mana Korra. And at 1 mana it was absolutely insane. At 2 mana, it is still just a good card.
There was also a card in the Rogue class for a long time called Conceal. And we got rid of that one a while ago.
That's still a card.
Thankfully.
Just can't play it in Standard.
12-12 Edmund Van Cleefs on turn 2 are bad enough. Let's not hide them behind stealth. Ancient Mage, not a very good 4-drop.
The one great thing about Cold Blood is it turns weak minions into threats. Now this Evil Miscreant typically is a 1-5, but because they put the Cold Blood onto it, it is now a 3-mana card as a 5-5, which demands an answer.
The positioning here is really good around Super Collider for Georgia Tech by putting that Witchy Lackey in the middle.
I mean, they may just have to put a Militia Commander into a 5-5. Typically with Militia Commander, you want to take value trades with it, but the thing for Warrior in this matchup is they will typically win the late game. There are very few times where Rogue can win the late game against Warrior. So Minnesota's game plan is going to be live to find Dr. Boom and then snowball the game out of control.
What now?
So any play they can make that means they live the longest is probably the play they're going to go for.
Militia Commander into the Miscreant, clear up the Lackey so Georgia Tech can't just play High Spare and Togwaggle on turn 6. And then you've still got some mana to armor up.
Looks like they're just going to go for the Execute and the Militia Commander. And I like this quite a bit. They do take 5 damage here, but with that, you know, they clear up 2 minions on the board. However, this gives Georgia Tech a free High Spare and Togwaggle if they want to go for it.
Now, at the very least, Georgia Tech do not have preparation in hand, so they can't immediately prep out Zerog's Crown and discover legendary minions, which is one of their best board building tools in the deck.
So many options.
So the only thing that Minnesota would be facing down here would be that Togwaggle.
So it looks like they're going to go for the Lackey here. They really want to go for High Spare and Togwaggle, and let's see what their options are. Sometimes they take Wonder Swan so they can draw closer to Chef Nomi if they are playing that list.
Choose soup.
Wondrous Wand picked up off the Heist Baron Togwaggle. Just gives you 3 cards from your deck, discounts them to 0 mana. With Rogue, sometimes that can be a bit awkward because they do have a lot of very cheap cards in the deck already. But it's looking like a Xerog's Crown wouldn't get them there. Golden Kobold is very rarely the answer, although I'm a big proponent of it, especially against Warrior. I think it's pretty good.
I think with the current list, however, Wondrous Wand can draw you closer to cards like Chef Nomi and Shadow Steps. So it makes a lot of sense that the New Age versions are taking that, because a lot of times they realize, especially with a card like Super Collider, they can't necessarily rely on those 2 legendary minions getting there unless there's something like a Malagos.
Yeah, they need to be very, very big.
Yeah, Eviscerate deals 14 damage at that point.
Much like we were talking about with Stormbringer in the previous game, the average legendary minion is not very good, and then you have the appearance bonus for rogue legendary minions, which are extra not very good.
3 phenomenal cards.
Leroy Jenkins. And actually, today is the 14th birthday of the uploading of the original Leroy Jenkins. So happy
Is it really?
birthday, Leroy. Yeah.
I feel like you just made that up.
No, that's actually
I'm
something.
definitely pretty positive you just made that up.
I go on Reddit.
Cora made that up.
That's a thing.
Can we get a fact checker in the back, please?
You may not. I am your fact checker. And now I'm starting to doubt myself. Thank you very much, Jace. You're the best. I mean, Minnesota are down to 15. They do have Dr. Boom Mad Genius here. They can full clear the board with the Super Collider. They have to take 3, but you gain 7 armor when you play Dr. Boom, so they're still positive for the turn. And they would be clearing the board completely.
Ooh, there's the Ziliax, though. They might go for that play as well. I think I like the Super Collider into the Dr. Boom. Dr. Boom is really awkward to get down, so any turn you can get it down, I think you go for.
The earlier, the better. They're going to want to be finding that hero power right there. The Blast Shield as much as they can gives them 7 armor. Unfortunately, the hero powers for Dr. Boom Mad Genius do change at the end of the turn. 18.
Currently, they've only got, 18 damage.
They're 1 damage off lethal.
Options.
Leroy, double Eviscerate, Waggle Pick. It's exactly 8 mana.
We saw Oregon earlier had 23 damage from hand, so it's not a shock to see how much damage this rogue can produce from hand. 18 damage currently.
Options.
They're just going for it. Well, they can Shadow Step the Leroy. If they Waggle Pick and Hero Power, they get the Leroy back. They can't play it again this turn. They don't have the mana, but they do get another Leroy in hand.
And that's what they're going for here. Not only that, but it also means that they don't play a single minion, and they can sap the Ziliax afterwards and get lethal on the following turn. What an impressive play from Georgia Tech, setting up lethal through the mech minions that Minnesota can play.
Leroy Eviscerate on the next turn is 10 damage. They know that Minnesota do not have Blast Shield up. If Minnesota have Shield Block, they're at 10. Leroy Eviscerate is still 10 damage.
And with the 0 mana sap, this is just guaranteed lethal on the following turn. What an insane spot from Georgia Tech.
This is game. Georgia Tech have set up a beautiful 2-turn lethal here. Of course, they hit that Leroy off of the Wondrous Wand, but they knew to pick the Wondrous Wand off the Togwaggle in the first place. Minnesota are going to set up to hopefully force Georgia Tech to trade over this Omega Devastator and give them some life gain. But Georgia Tech do not have to. The Life Drinker pickup would have done it too, but this is Leroy's time to shine, and this is Georgia Tech's time to shine because they are your Hearthstone Collegiate Champions. Congratulations, Georgia Tech. 2-3-0 series to give them the title.
What an absolutely insane game, an insane spot from Georgia Tech. We have seen them so much during the playoff stage, and they finally got their big win here in Houston, Texas.
3 guys who admittedly said they never thought that they would make it to this point. But they did. And they played beautifully. They did not drop a single game over these 2 days of competition. The road to get here was long, it was grueling, but they have done it. and they are your Hearthstone Collegiate Champions. Congratulations, Georgia Tech. An awesome group of guys, and they are very deserving of the title. They played through 7 weeks of Swiss. They played through playoff stage and championship brackets, all to get to the top 4 yesterday, defeating Rochester Institute of Technology 3-0. And today, coming into this series, the underdogs. They were unfavored, and they knew it, but they came in saying, anything can happen. We prepped for this. We know we can play this game, and we are going to do this. And they did.
Honestly, think they're just in awe right now of what they've just accomplished. It's absolutely insane for Georgia Tech. So many hard weeks of practice, so much prep went into this tournament.
And you know what? It's time that we hear from the champions themselves. Let's send it over to Alex on the stage with our winners from Georgia Tech.
Powered by Intel Core i7 processor.
Want free Chipotle? Join Chipotle Rewards. Whether in the restaurant, ordering ahead, or getting it delivered, you can earn points towards free Chipotle. Join now.
The Pro Wireless Gaming Mouse is built to the exacting standards of some of the world's top esports professionals. Pro Wireless Gaming Mouse is built for extreme performance and includes the latest and most advanced technologies available. Featuring Lightspeed technology, Pro Wireless overcomes the limitations of latency and is also equipped with the latest version of the Hero sensor, the highest performing and most efficient gaming sensor. The Logitech G635 is a premium gaming headset with large 50mm Pro G drivers. LightSync RGB lighting is fully customizable and reacts to in-game action. For maximum immersion, TTS Headphone X 2.0 surround sound creates precise in-game positional awareness. Hear enemies sneaking up behind you and enjoy the full cinematic experience of your favorite games on your favorite Logitech devices.
It's just awesome, it's hype.
There's really 2 parts of TESPA. We have a competitive pillar and a community pillar.
If you want to be competitive, you can. You can play in all these big events like Here's the Dorm. But if you're just a casual player or you're starting out, and if what you want to do is meet other people and just play games and have fun, then that's what you get.
They're jocks, they're geeks, they're musicians, they're athletes.
Anyone should show up, anyone at all.
Gaming with friends is always more fun than gaming by yourself.
TESPA is unique because it was actually started by college students themselves, and although it's grown, they've stayed very close to the core values that first started it.
At UT, there were 1,000 organizations for different interests on campus, but nothing for gamers. That's what really motivated us to start TESPA. It's grown to well over 100 chapters across North America today. Each of the TESPA chapters is started by a student with a vision. Someone who says, I love gaming, I love esports, and I want to start a movement on my campus.
Beyond actually, the gameplay and the tournaments and the fun is a network of folks who care about this industry. If you love games, it's a great forum to meet like-minded people. It's a great forum to understand the gaming industry all the way into esports.
Yeah, this is my first big tournament. Kind of thrilling to be on stage, a little bit scary, but exciting at the same time.
Gaming at its core is fun. So whether you are at the pro level or aspiring to be at the pro level, or whether you just like playing games with your friends, or whether you just like watching your friends play games, getting involved with TESPA is a really good idea. I wish I would have been able to in school, so do it for me.
Getting involved in an organization like this lets you share experiences in your games and even out of your games so that you can get a connection.
You can make it what you want to be. You can use it as a platform to launch what you want to do, maybe a career in the gaming world. You can use it to make new friends, meet new people, or you can use it to hone your skills as a gamer.
I think in the end, TESPA is all about community.
It has this spirit of inclusion. Everybody's really friendly.
These events are always a good time.
People should definitely check out TESPA because it's just a really cool place to come together and play video games.
Having a good time, playing video games.
Most of my friends are TESPA for sure.
Work up the courage to go out and meet other people that like the same thing you do, which I can attest is one of the coolest things in the world.
All right, they have fought for weeks. They have been here all weekend. And boy, they have earned this. You guys did it. You took the finals. You are the best collegiate Hearthstone team. How does it feel to be up here?
I mean, it feels incredible. It feels so surreal. You know, we never expected to make it to Houston. We never expected to make it to any of the rounds we made it to. But now we just won the finals, and I can't even put it to words.
Well, hey, you don't have to because you won the glory, you won a little bit of cash, and more importantly, and this is every esports event, you guys won the trophy. So, without further ado, we have Melissa from ESPN and Alex from Hearthstone Esports here to present the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, your Hearthstone Collegiate Championships, sponsored by ROG 2019 champions, Georgia Tech!
PlayStation.
Want free Chipotle? Join Chipotle Rewards. Whether in the restaurant, ordering ahead, or getting it delivered, you can earn points towards free Chipotle. Join now.
The Pro Wireless Gaming Mouse is built to the exacting standards of some of the world's top esports professionals. Pro Wireless Gaming Mouse is built for extreme performance and includes the latest and most advanced technologies available. Featuring Lightspeed technology, Pro Wireless overcomes the limitations of latency and is also equipped with the latest version of the Hero sensor, the highest performing and most efficient gaming sensor. The Logitech G635 is a premium gaming headset with large 50mm Pro G drivers. LightSync RGB lighting is fully customizable and reacts to in-game action. For maximum immersion, TTS Headphone X 2.0 surround sound creates precise in-game positional awareness. Hear enemies sneaking up behind you and enjoy the full cinematic experience of your favorite games on your favorite Logitech devices.
Wow, well, congratulations to Georgia Tech. They are your champions. unbelievable 3-0 sweep, and they did it in very dramatic fashion, I would say.
Meticulous
yes,
domination.
Meticulous, dramatic fashion. I'm Golden Boy alongside Anna Prosser and Allie here as we're breaking everything down. Let's talk about this, Allie, because it started off very strong for Georgia Tech, and they just rolled with it from there.
I think the craziest thing about this series was all 3 of their matches were unfavorables. They were supposed to lose all 3 games, and they won them all. Like, that's pretty insane.
What a lesson we can learn for life, right?
Yeah.
These were all supposed to be losses, and they all turned out wins.
Yeah, no, they played exceptionally well, particularly in that last game, the Rogue versus the Warrior. They got that mage win in the beginning. They had this very specific list with mind control techs that are particularly good against aggro, so it was able to get the win against the Zoo Warlock, so that was very impressive. And that Murloc Shaman game against the Warrior was so cool to watch. They both got their new hero cards, and it was a game of value and, using your resources properly. And, Georgia was able to take it away. It was insane.
Yeah, it was incredibly impressive. Did not expect that at all, considering that I think that going into it, and not to throw you under the bus for a second time, but you did say you felt like Minnesota's more safe, kind of calculated play would come out on top, and I don't blame you for thinking that, because in situations like in the grand finals, you play your game and you go in there and you just do your absolute best to just try and make sure that everything works out in your favor. I think that Georgia Tech having those haymakers and really just catching Minnesota off guard really was something that. It's like the stuff that you read about in movies, or you hear about in movies, you see in movies, or you read about in books, that just, it's like, oh man, they weren't supposed to do it, but somehow they found a way. It's just so impressive.
It makes me really excited, because what that means is that then they can take that great story back to their school, and they can show, hey, we did this on behalf of our school, on behalf of our community, and they can continue to grow the community around esports, the passion that they have, and spread it to other people, maybe the administration of the school, maybe the city they live in.
Yeah.
And for me, that's what's really excited about a win like this, is that now they get to take that with them and move forward, whether that's back to school, into a pro career, into whatever they want to do next. What advice do you have for them, Allie?
Oh, just keep practicing, keep playing. I mean, I would imagine that this would give them a huge drive and oomph to keep going with competitive Hearthstone. I think all of these players honestly have a future if they want to keep working at it. So congratulations to Georgia. It must feel amazing to be them right now, because not only did they win, they swept both times. They just crushed the competition. So congrats to them.
Yeah, really cool stuff indeed. But now it's time to check out our Hearthstone play of the game presented by ROG. And Allie, what do we have here? This was in game 2.
We got the Stormbringer bringing out some pretty good minions for Georgia here. They were able to get on board against the Warrior. Just like I said, keep that value going with Hagatha the Witch there.
Really cool stuff. I think that it was fun for me personally to be able to do Hearthstone and also just see how much it means to these players.
Mm-hmm.
When Georgia Tech won, they got up, they got loud, they got hyped up, and we knew that they were that kind of a group. They're the jumpers, they're the loud ones, they're the ones that get excited, and I think that was just an incredible display there for Georgia.
I love to think about what it means and what we can all learn as observers from them. This is something that they put so many hours of practice into, that they can show us the top level of. And so for me, watching them, I'm thinking about the communication that goes into that, the collaboration, the patience that you have to have, and what we can learn from a team of 3 people that have to make split-second decisions together, and then also give each other grace when maybe they make the wrong decision. And I just think that showing the win that can bring is really inspiring.
Hey, you go. There's definitely no I in that one, right? It is 100% team decisions. They got to call it. They got to make it happen. It's a really unique approach for a game like Hearthstone that is a single-player game, right? You versus another person, 1v1, a la StarCraft 2, except this time around you're bringing all the minds together to try and think about this. But yeah, I mean, this was super fun. And hey, you know what? The Shaman Murloc won again.
The Shaman Murloc won again. It is insane. No, it was a really good result. And Minnesota played wonderful as well. So.
Yeah, really cool stuff. I understand we also have some more epic moments throughout the day that we're going to be checking out here in just a second. And this is actually going to be StarCraft 2. So this is some of our top plays, and this was a really cool one. Grubby once again said it best. You unplug the toaster and it doesn't work. That is what happened here, and just a very cool play removing that pylon.
We call that the Artosis pylon in old school parlance.
Yeah, okay, I like that. And then the moment that you saw earlier with that Stormbringer, a huge moment in that game. And then in Overwatch, this was the final moment. Harrisburg bringing it back against Maryville. This was ridiculous. I can't believe that they managed to do this and get that full wipe and then follow through. It all came down to taking out the Reinhardt, the giant shield in the middle, and then from there, all of the players from Maryville fell apart, and it was all Harrisburg. They're going to be moving on to tomorrow's competition, the finals for Overwatch, to take on Utah. We got some great games still in store for tomorrow. There's some championship matches, Anna, but also tonight, right after this, we're actually going to have Street Fighter, which is awesome.
I know. I was going to say, my belly is full of delicious esports games, but I have room for just a few more because we have Street Fighter coming up. And like I said, that is such a hype way to spend your time watching esports, a great way to end the day. Street Fighter V Arcade Edition is going off, and we've heard them all day over on our side stage, so I can't wait to watch what they've been up to.
Yeah, it's been very exciting indeed. Of course, we want to thank Capcom for their support of ESPN's Collegiate Esports Championship. Make sure you pick up Street Fighter V on PS4 and Steam today if you haven't already. It is like the way StarCraft 2 is the granddaddy of esports, Street Fighter V is the granddaddy of fighting games, or Street Fighter in general. But that is going to do it for us. Coming up next, though, we are going to have some Street Fighter action. It's been an absolute pleasure. Big thank you to Allie and our casters as well, Cora and Dr. J. Allie, pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much.
You're the best. And Anna, I'll see you tomorrow. We're going to have the finals.
Bright and early. We're going to start on the day. We're going to have so many games to watch.
So much. But for now, enjoy some Street Fighter V. We'll catch y'all later. Have a good one.